This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 562. Can you give me this recipe? Isabel asked. There's a master alchemist in our territory. Perhaps she can create the potion described in the recipe. Of course. At the same time, the giant of light waved his hand, and a luminous recipe flew towards her. Isabel solemnly accepted it, and put it into her backpack. Then, the giant of light continued, So, holy light priest from the Vatican, are you willing to accept my inheritance? I do. Isabel no longer hesitated. After hearing her agreement, the luminous figure gradually squatted down and extended a large, glowing hand. Stand up. Isabel gently lifted her right foot and stepped into the palm of the hand. Then, her gaze began to shift upwards. The hand slowly lifted her up and brought her before the giant of light. The stern gaze swept over her, as if piercing her very being. At this moment, the giant of light seemed to sense something and asked with a puzzled expression. Priest of the holy light from the Vatican, besides the immense power of holy light, you also possess an extremely evil force. Interesting. Is this evil and good fused into one person? Isabel replied, That's my alter ego. We share the same memories, but normally, she doesn't reveal herself. So, she won't interfere with my inheritance. The giant of light slowly shook his head and said, This time is different. Before, you and the dark personality within you were roughly equal in strength, so you could maintain a state of equilibrium. But if you accept my inheritance, the light element within you will surge, overwhelming the dark personality and even completely annihilating it. And to avoid annihilation, she will fight with all her might, not only interfering with your acceptance of the inheritance. In serious cases, she might even explode and die. Have you considered this? Isabel frowned upon hearing this. She lowered her head, as if contemplating something. After a moment, Isabel raised her head again, but her expression had changed. The sacredness vanished, a strange expression emerged. The corners of her mouth curved into a strange smile, and her pupils turned a dark purple, a completely different person from before. She stuck out her rosy tongue, licked her lips, and said, Oh? Accepting this inheritance will actually make me disappear? No way. If you dare let her accept it, I will destroy this body. Hee hee. Watching this, the giant of light remained indifferent, as if none of this had anything to do with him. This is your choice. I will not force you to do anything. However, this dark force was quickly suppressed by Isabel. Her face returned to its solemn expression. Please allow me to discuss this with her for a moment. Okay. The giant of light did not press her. At the same time, Isabel turned around and sat cross-legged. Soon, two distinct forces rose from her. On one side was divine light, on the other, sinister darkness. At this moment, the dark and light auras clashed and clashed, as if engaged in some kind of negotiation. After a few minutes, they seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. The light aura once again dominated Isabel's presence. No one knew what they discussed. But in the end, it seemed as if the dark demon personality had yielded. Isabel turned, looked at the giant of light before her, and said, I'm ready. She won't interfere with me again. The giant of light replied, Okay. Now, let the inheritance begin. With that, he reached out his other hand and pressed it against his chest. After a while, a luminous portal gradually opened, seemingly leading into its interior. Through the portal in its chest, one could sense waves of divine light elemental fluctuations emanating from within. Go inside. The inheritance space is within. Absorb all the remaining divine power of light, and you will receive all the powers I leave behind. Okay, thank you. With that, Isabel entered the giant's chest. The moment she stepped inside, it was as if she had entered another world. A luminous lake lay beneath her feet, and stepping on the water, she could even clearly see her own reflection. The surroundings were enveloped by endless light elements, making everything here seem divine. Isabel saw a stone platform in the center of the lake. Then, she slowly approached. Every step she took created beautiful ripples on the pristine surface of the lake. As Isabel stepped onto the stone platform, she knew what to do next. She slowly sat down and entered a meditative state. A powerful light element emanated from her body. As if drawn by something, the light elements of the entire inheritance space rapidly converged here. Then, they transformed into strands of light and fell upon her. Isabel had begun to receive the inheritance of this legendary light mage. Elsewhere, beyond the borders of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, tens of thousands of meters in the sky, a massive dragon soared at breakneck speed. Chao Xing and Eilina remained clinging tightly to Seraphis's back. Because of the immense speed of their flight, The howling winds around them kept them focused. They didn't even have time to pay much attention to the battle information. They didn't notice that Assam was battling a terrifying undead. Finally, after 3 hours of flight, they were about to reach their coordinates. Seraphis' flight slowed slightly. From afar, Chao Xing spotted a vast forest ahead. It seemed almost endless, with no end in sight. According to Rennies, this forest was 10 times the size of the snowstorm plains, and it seemed to be living up to its name. Chao Xing exclaimed, "Wow, this forest is massive. With such a vast area, I wouldn't be surprised if I were told there were legendary monsters hiding within." Thankfully, Chao Xing had brought with him a formidable force this time. Add to that his various trump cards, and as long as 2 legendaries didn't appear simultaneously, he wouldn't have any problems. And now they had reached the edge of the forest. This meant they could contact Rennies, who was nearby, via a small communication device. So, he pressed the device on his ear and asked, "We have arrived in the forest. Where are you now?" After hearing Chao Xing's voice, the archer's slightly surprised voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Respected Lord, I am in the northwest of the forest. You can come directly. But be careful when flying. There are some powerful monsters in this forest." "Okay, I got it. I'll be right there." Chao Xing looked at Bing Lan and said quickly, "Let's fly directly over the forest." This primeval forest was vast, and it harbored numerous ferocious beasts. Normally, even heroic creatures wouldn't dare fly directly over it, choosing instead to take a detour or soar as high as possible. However, Seraphis, as a 10th-tier commander-level creature, possessed dragon blood, possessing a suppressive effect over ordinary beasts. Thus, even the local tyrants in this forest dared not attack this powerful dragon. Crash! The enormous dragon's wings obscured the sky, rapidly advancing along the summit of the primeval forest. The powerful dragon's might radiated, shaking the snow from the treetops to the ground. Everywhere it passed, all was silent. The chirping of insects, the calls of birds, and the roars of wild beasts in the forest instantly hushed. The dragon's might was unmistakable. Seeing this, Chao Xing exclaimed in admiration, "Damn, riding a dragon is so cool. Guess I have to go to the Diasa Highlands sometime and capture a dragon of my own." Of course, within this vast forest, there were still powerful creatures that defied Seraphis. Seeing the dragon's reckless release of aura, it perceived it as a challenge to its position and unleashed a mighty roar. Roar! The powerful sound waves echoed like ocean waves, accompanied by a ferocious aura. Boom! Giant trees in front of them collapsed, as if a terrifying monster were hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. On the dragon's back, Ailina and Bing Lan grasped their weapons. Ready for battle, they waited for the monster to emerge and strike it head-on. Then, Chao Xing saw a pitch-black creature leap out of the dense forest. Crash! A creature with sleek muscles, over 10 meters long, and covered in black fur, suddenly burst forth. It was a leopard, yet its size was beyond imagination. Its eyes glowed red, and its instantaneous burst of speed was like a flash of black lightning, as if it was about to tear them apart. Wow, a black panther this big? Chao Xing took a quick look and discovered that the creature was called a shadow leopard, a 9th-level commander-class creature. Oh! A 9th-level beast. If I kill this, I probably get a lot of meat, right? Chao Xing thought, with a hint of anticipation, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the shadow leopard, as if he saw a vast treasure trove of resources beckoning him. At the same time, just as the shadow leopard was about to pounce, the level 99 dragon speaker swung his sword. Ing! The shadow of a giant dragon, carrying sword energy, swept forward. All the giant trees along the path were instantly reduced to dust, and a crack over 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. The dragon sword energy directly struck the enormous shadow leopard. Minus 672,356. Minus 712,914. 2 massive damage marks suddenly appeared above its head. Suddenly struck hard, the shadow leopard plummeted from the air. Just when Chao Xing thought the shadow leopard would persevere and continue its attack, he saw the figure, the moment it landed, turn and flee deeper into the forest. The instantaneous burst of speed was even faster than when it had charged towards them. Chao Xing watched the scene in bewilderment. Fuck. Are all the monsters in this forest so cowardly? Just as he was about to send Bing Lan in pursuit, he discovered that the shadow leopard had even used a commander-level skill to increase its speed. In just a few seconds, it had plunged deep into the dense forest. It was clear that the shadow leopard had lost all fighting spirit the moment it came into contact with Chao Xing and the others. You're kidding. A 10th-level dragon is terrifying enough. That woman's recent sword strike was far more terrifying than the dragon itself. There was no point in continuing to fight against such an enemy. Having lived in this primeval forest for so long, this shadow leopard naturally knew who to provoke and who not to. Until the enemy's figure completely vanished, Chao Xing shook his head and paid no further attention. After this brief incident, Seraphis continued to lead the group, advancing at a rapid pace. After crossing hundreds of kilometers, Chao Xing was finally approaching the area where Rennie's was. From afar, everyone spotted a soaring griffin in the sky ahead, a graceful figure perched on its back. Chao Xing said, "Seraphis, restrain your aura. Let's approach." At the command, the dragon's aura instantly vanished, and it slowed down. Rennie, riding the griffin, also noticed Chao Xing and approached him. Soon, the two sides reunited. Rennie had removed the laser sight from her face, revealing a delicate face. With a look of delight on her face, she asked, "Lord, how did you get here so quickly?" Chao Xing pointed at the dragon below. "Seraphis brought us here." The woman nodded in understanding. Although they hadn't seen each other for many days, Chao Xing didn't dwell on the past. He got straight to the point, asking, "Where is that giant snake you mentioned?" Rennie turned and pointed to a patch of forest ahead. "It's in the forest ahead. In the deep area, hidden is the giant snake's lair." Everyone stared intently, faintly sensing a powerful presence. "Okay, take us down now," Chao Xing said. The dragon speaker was about to command Seraphis when she saw the dragon quickly descend. Binglan was stunned, staring at the dragon beneath her feet with a strange look. She seemed surprised that the dragon would obey Chao Xing so well. Their speed of executing orders was almost as fast as her own. Binglan had been with Seraphis since childhood, forging an extremely deep bond with it. That was why the dragon was so obedient to her. But how long had Chao Xing known Seraphis? Less than 2 or 3 months. For a moment, Binglan felt a pang of sourness. Soon, Seraphis's massive wings pressed down the dense canopy, leading everyone completely into the primeval forest. The light dimmed considerably. However, the area was filled with towering trees, and Seraphis's massive size limited his movement. Chao Xing said, "Let's jump down and advance through the dense forest. Seraphis, you fly up first, then follow us." Everyone jumped off Seraphis's back. The dragon soared back into the sky. Then, led by Rennie, they advanced deeper into the forest. After twisting and turning, they advanced for nearly 10 kilometers until the light in front of them dimmed considerably. Everyone felt a faint, fishy odor coming from their noses. "Be careful," Chao Xing warned. Upon hearing this, everyone on the field grasped their weapons. Following the foul odor, they arrived at a dense thicket. Parting the brush, a massive cave suddenly appeared ahead. The cave's diameter was nearly 4 or 5 meters, surrounded by piles of gleaming white bones, both human and beast. It looked like a demonic den, preying on prey. It was quite eerie. Chao Xing turned and asked, "Rennie, is the giant snake in there?" The archer nodded, "Yes, I last discovered it. It had entered this cave." "Do you need me to lure it out, Lord?" Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then nodded. "This giant snake is powerful. If a fight really breaks out, it's better to fight outside." At the same time, Rennie put the laser scope back on her face, covering half of her features. Critical damage instantly increased by 100%. Then, she slowly drew back the bowstring. Crack! Crack! She gradually stretched the bowstring to a full moon shape, then, she let go. Swish! An arrow shot deep into the cave, making a hollow sound. However, the arrow seemed to land in the air, hitting nothing. No combat information was transmitted from Chao Xing's system panel. Rennie continued to draw the bowstring, releasing arrow after arrow. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Until more than a dozen arrows had pierced the cave, a faint piercing sound could be heard. Faintly, everyone heard a hissing sound. Hiss! The sound carried a strong aura of evil and anger. "Your territory member," Rennie's Hawkeye attacked, dealing 75245 critical damage. Clearly, an arrow had struck, enraging the creature within. The ground beneath their feet shook violently. Boom! It was as if some enormous creature was about to burst from the cave. Chao Xing raised his staff, the dragon speaker drew his lightsaber, and even Seraphis opened their mouths wide in the air, ready to strike at the enemy. As the noise drew closer, the pile of bones at the cave entrance began to shake violently. Swish! With a sound of breaking through the air, Chao Xing saw a massive snake head suddenly emerge. It was a cyan head, covered in cyan scales. The snake's narrow eyes, tinged with a hint of blood red, stared intently at the crowd, seemingly filled with extreme anger, and beneath this head, a body stretched as far as the eye could see. It was at least 100 meters long, with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. Hiss. Chapter 563. The enormous green snake opened its bloody maw, unleashing a terrifying hiss. Xiaoxing quickly glanced at the snake's information, his eyes suddenly fixed. Is it actually a level 90 overlord creature? No wonder Rennies felt she was no match for it. Faced with the green snake's roar, Seraphis, a mighty dragon, naturally showed no sign of weakness. Its bell-like eyes widened, and then it opened its maw, releasing an even more terrifying roar. Roar! The powerful sound waves materialized, blowing away a vast expanse of bones from the ground, and sending snow cascading down from the surrounding trees. The terrifying roar echoed for over 10 kilometers. Although this green snake's potential was one level higher than Seraphis's, it was now being forced to retreat step by its dragon power. However, the green snake seemed unwilling to yield. It spun around, charging at terrifying speed, its target clearly aimed at Seraphis in midair. Seeing this, everyone on the field drew their weapons, ready to unleash a wave of force, beating the green snake half to death. At this moment, Ailina exclaimed, "Lord, please do not harm it." At this, Xiaoxing, Binglan, and Rennies' attacks paused. Seraphis, just as she was about to spit out dragon breath, instantly closed her mouth. The green snake bit her deep blue wing, and her dragon scales instantly turned black, evidently spreading the poison rapidly. However, the poison seemed to have no effect on Seraphis. With a flap of her wings, she swatted the green snake away. Boom! The enormous snake's body rolled several times on the ground, knocking down numerous large trees. However, this green snake was truly ferocious. After finally climbing to its feet, it immediately charged forward, seemingly ready to continue its attack on Seraphis. Even though it knew that each of the creatures before it was extremely powerful and could swiftly slay it, it still charged forward with a fierce look, determined to fight Xiaoxing and the others to the bitter end. Ailina spun around and swiftly rushed to the front. Then she urgently asked Lana, "Is that you?" Hearing her call, the large green snake slowly paused its charge. It lowered its head and gazed at Ailina with its narrow eyes. Noticing the white scales on her body and the slightly swaying tail, its eyes narrowed to a single line. As if a memory had been awakened from deep within its mind, it suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in its brain. Hiss, hiss. The green snake continuously spat out its tongue, hissing in pain, its body trembling wildly. Seeing its agony, Ailina seemed to confirm her suspicions. She sheathed her weapon and slowly approached. "Lana, I'm Ailina. I finally see you, sister." Tears welled in her eyes, a complex expression in them. Behind them, Xiaoxing, Rennies, and the others looked at the man and the snake with strange expressions. "Sister?" At this moment, Xiaoxing also remembered. Ailina had once said that she had a sister who had been abducted and whose whereabouts were still unknown. So, was this green snake one of their own? But Xiaoxing proved to be overthinking. Before Ailina could even get close, the green snake's pupils once again turned blood red, and it quickly opened its maw, roaring threateningly at her. Hiss! The sound waves erupted like waves, forcing Ailina back. A powerful murderous intent rose from the green snake. Lenice and the others behind her were once again on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. However, Ailina, despite the threatening roar, didn't flinch, still slowly approaching it. A look of pity adorned her face, and she spoke softly, "Lana, I know it's you. Don't you recognize me? I'm Ailina. We used to hunt together in the tribe, swim together in the spiritual spring, and share so many wonderful times together. I've missed you so much all these years." Hearing these words, the green snake's eyes once again filled with nostalgia. The murderous intent within it gradually dissipated. However, moments later, a black mist emanated from its body, and its pupils quickly filled with a strong blood-red glow. Hiss, hiss! It appeared to be in extreme pain. The enormous snake's head shook continuously, even from its cyan scales, bright red blood oozed. Seeing this, Ailina's eyes flashed with heartache. "Lana, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with you? Come back with me. The Lord is so powerful, he definitely heal you." She spoke with tears in her voice, already approaching the giant cyan snake. And just then, Xiaoxing suddenly noticed that the azure python's pupils were completely etched with a bloody glow. A dangerous, ferocious aura erupted from it. And in an instant, its tail swung towards Ailina. "Ailina, be careful," Xiaoxing warned. However, the azure snake was too fast. In an instant, its tail wrapped around Ailina's slender waist, and it quickly tightened its grip. Crack! Crack! A sound like ribs snapping could be heard. Ouch! A look of pain gradually crossed Ailina's eerie face. The Azure Snake's strangulation ability was incredibly powerful. Even a fellow snakeman couldn't withstand its force. Furthermore, the creature was a full 20 levels higher than Eilina, and a dominant level creature. However, the Azure Snake didn't seem to be trying to strangle Eilina. Instead, it swiftly turned and, like a flash of azure lightning, rushed deep into the dense forest. It seemed to want to carry Eilina away. Seeing this, Chaoxing sighed. Looks like we have to take action after all. He quickly ordered, catch up with it, and beat this green snake half to death first. Hearing the order, the dragon speaker moved. Like a blue phantom, it instantly vanished from its spot. As a level 99 mutant overlord, with a 130% movement speed bonus, in a mere instant, it caught up with the fleeing green snake. Then, the lightsaber in his hand erupted with a 100-meter-long sword beam. Buzz! A terrifying burst of sword energy. Minus 784,252. Minus 793,215. Two streams of sword energy swept past, carrying the phantom of a giant dragon. A kilometer or two ahead, another ditch, over 10 meters deep, was plowed open. It was the Dragon Promise sword. Slash! The great snake was suddenly struck with a severe blow, two huge bloodstains appearing on its body. It endured the pain, attempting to continue charging forward with Eilina. But at that moment, a massive shadow appeared overhead. Seraphis instantly opened its maw and exhaled a powerful dragon's breath. Crash! The temperature in the forest plummeted. The dragon's breath, imbued with extreme cold, struck the snake's body, instantly coating its cyan scales with a thick layer of white frost. Even so, the green snake refused to give up and continued charging forward. And as Chaoxing activated Winter Arrives, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and the green snake's movements became increasingly sluggish, even becoming difficult to move. Seeing this, the green snake knew it could no longer escape. It turned furiously and began to fight the dragon speaker. Of course, it was called a fight, but in reality, the dragon speaker was crushing it. Sword energy swept across the green snake, shattering its scales and tearing its flesh. Snake blood spilled, staining the surrounding ground red. By the time Chaoxing and the others arrived, the green snake had been severely injured, with less than a third of its health remaining. This was the dragon speaker's current explosive power. Dragon Master Domain increased her stats by 30%, and Sword Speak Stone doubled her damage coefficient. Add to that the boost from rising more than a dozen levels. A single burst of power could easily deal over 10 million damage. The dragon speaker stood there, continuously unleashing terrifying sword energy, forcing the green snake back step by step. A typical level 90 overlord only has 17 million HP, but this giant snake's HP was stronger, reaching 21 million. But it couldn't withstand the dragon speaker's attacks, and was about to lose 5 million HP. Chaoxing said, "Bing on, you can stop." Upon hearing the command, the dragon speaker instantly stopped his movements. The green snake had been on the verge of death, but after the dragon speaker's attack ceased, it seemed to have a last gasp, bursting forward with terrifying speed again. "Lana, don't go," Eilina called out. Then, her size began to rapidly change. The upper half of her human form quickly covered in white scales, and her size grew rapidly. Crash! In the blink of an eye, a massive white snake, also hundreds of meters long and covered in scales, appeared. Looking at the white snake, the green snake's eyes flickered with bewilderment. However, it quickly turned around again, preparing to flee into the forest. Eilina, transformed into a white snake, swung her tail around the green snake, wrapping it tightly around her. "This time, I won't let you go." Eilina made a silent decision, and then, a strange scene unfolded before everyone. Two enormous snakes entangled together, tumbling through the jungle like ancient beasts out of control. Every twist of their massive bodies carried the force of a collapsing tidal wave. They smashed down huge trees in large swathes. Boom! The earth shook violently. Hiss, hiss! The green snake hissed in agony. Its scales fell off in its struggle, revealing the blood-soaked flesh beneath. Yet Eilina held it tightly, refusing to let it go. Finally, after a stalemate lasting over 5 minutes, the green snake seemed to have finally exhausted itself. After all, it had already endured so many attacks earlier, and now, after Eilina's tug-of-war, it was completely exhausted. The two thrashing snakes finally calmed down. The massive heads fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of snow. Only the heavy breathing of the two snakes could be heard. At the same time, the green snake, exhausted of its strength, underwent a transformation. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, its body, over 100 meters long, began to shrink rapidly, shrinking in the blink of an eye to less than 2 meters. Then, its body transformed again. The scales on its green head rapidly receded, transforming into a stream of black hair that cascaded across the cold ground. The eerie pupils grew from vertical to round, and a delicate, bewitching face gradually emerged. A small nose, pale lips, and 2 green scales clinging to her eyelids. She bore a passing resemblance to Aelina. Below her neck, a green breastplate obscured her vital parts. A green snake tail also appeared on her lower body. After his initial surprise, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with realization. Sure enough, this green snake is also a snake man. At this moment, Aelina had also transformed from her white frost form into a snake man form. They both maintained their half-human, half-snake forms. Looking at the eerie woman's face before him, a look of excitement suddenly crossed his face. She quickly pounced, cradling the woman's head in her arms. Lana. My sister, it really is you. However, the snake man on the ground turned his head away at Aelina's gaze. Get lost. However, despite the other's scolding, Aelina continued to hold her tightly. Lana. I know you must have suffered a lot over the years, and you must hate me deeply in your heart. But, I really miss you. When you were abducted that day, I was hunting in the forest with my tribe. Later, I learned that you were left there and captured by those hunters. I've always wanted to find you. But then, those hunters invaded the forest with a large number of mercenaries. Our tribe was destroyed. I also died in that invasion. It wasn't until recently that I was resurrected from the summoning space. Hearing this, the strange woman's expression shifted slightly, and the hatred and anger she had previously shown in her gaze towards Aelina. But she still pursed her lips, refusing to speak. Aelina struck while the iron was hot. Lana, come back with me. I'm stronger now. I take good care of you. Hearing this, the woman in her arms suddenly shouted, I don't want to go back with you. Your lord is a damn human. The sight of humans makes me sick. I wish I could bite them all to pieces. I love staying in the forest. Here, I get to devour scores of damn humans every day. It's such a joy. As she spoke, her gaze swept over Chao Xing and the others, hatred etched in her eyes. Chao Xing, upon hearing this, knew this woman's deep-seated hatred for humans. She shook her head and said, Listen, whatever you've been through in the past has nothing to do with me. I only have one question for you. Where is the sacred relic of the Elven tribe? The snake man woman on the ground sneered. I swallowed it. Cut me open if you dare. Aelina immediately advised Lana. Listen to the Lord and tell him where the relic is. However, this snake man's hatred for humans was so deep-seated that these persuasions were completely ineffective. Chao Xing said speechlessly, If you weren't related to my subordinates, I would have done it long ago. I haven't even killed a level 90 overlord serpent yet. He examined it carefully, pondering. A serpent man like this should be similar to a lizard man, right? If I kill it, could I transform into my original form and then disintegrate it? At this thought, a strange look appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lana. Sensing Chao Xing's murderous intent, Aelina hurriedly said, Lord, please spare Lana. She's a very kind serpent man. She's just having a temporary problem. Please allow me to take her back to the territory. I guide her later. Please give her a chance. After Aelina finished speaking, Chao Xing pondered for a moment. Taking this serpent man back to the territory? It's indeed a good option. After all, she possessed the combat power of a level 90 overlord. With a little strengthening, she could be among the top 5 combatants in the territory. Of course, that presupposed this woman was willing to submit. But it didn't matter. Even if she refused to surrender, he could just kill her and eat her flesh. The snake man snorted coldly. I'd rather die than go to your territory. A smile played on Chao Xing's lips. That's not up to you. With that, he quickly walked over and rolled her body over, pressing one hand against her back and pinning her to the ground. Damn it! Let me go! You filthy human, how dare you touch me? I kill you! The woman struggled, cursing furiously. Chao Xing didn't bother to pay attention to her. He pulled out the leader-level vines from his backpack and bound her limbs. Although, with the strength of a hero-level creature, she could easily break free from the vines, but now, in her weakened state and severely injured, she had little strength left. The woman, still determined, smacked Chao Xing with her green snake tail, nearly hitting him in the face several times. Seeing this, Chao Xing said calmly, Renus, come and help me. Yes, sir. The Ascalonian archer quickly approached, reaching out and grasping the green snake's lower body. The immense force completely immobilized her. However, the woman continued to utter angry curses. Elena, standing beside her, held her hand and soothed. Don't worry, sister. The Lord is very kind. He won't hurt you. Don't be afraid. Lana, lying on the ground, snorted. Humans are all hypocritical. Elena, don't let them fool you. These filthy creatures will soon reveal their true colors. Chao Xing didn't bother to waste time talking to her. In no time, he tied her up like a knot. Then he clapped his hands and said, quiet now. At this moment, the green snake, bound from head to toe, had lost the strength to struggle. Only its beautiful head peeked out, gazing at him with anger. Even if you tie me up, it's useless. Don't try to find the elf's sacred relic. Chao Xing said casually, do you think I can't find it if you don't tell me? With that, he grabbed the vines and threw the bound snake man onto Seraphus's back. Let's go, let's search her cave. If there's anything, it should be hidden in there. When the snake man heard Chao Xing was about to enter the cave, a look of anxiety crossed his bewitching face. Don't go in, he shouted. That's my abode. If you dare go in, I devour you and tear you to pieces. Chao Xing ignored her and headed straight for the back. The more anxious this woman became, the more likely she was right. Chapter 564. Soon, Chao Xing led everyone back to the cave entrance. Binglan, come with me to search. Rennies, you stay outside and guard her. Yes. Rennies replied respectfully. With that, Chao Xing led the way into the cave. The dragon speaker followed behind him, gradually raising his lightsaber. With a hum, the lightsaber emitted a dazzling light, dispelling the darkness within the cave. Chao Xing said cheerfully, huh? Your weapon can also be used as a flashlight? Binglan said calmly, it's a function I discovered by chance. It's not normally useful. While this lightsaber is good, an ice-attributed weapon would suit me better. Chao Xing nodded slightly. I understand. I see if anyone has a legendary ice-attributed longsword or something and get one for you. Hearing this, Binglan immediately piqued her interest. She asked solemnly, are you serious? Will you really give me a legendary ice weapon? Looking at her earnest gaze, Chao Xing felt a little guilty. He asked, why, do you know where one is? Yes. Binglan nodded slightly. Near the Permafrost Sea, there's a kingdom called the Silver Sea Kingdom. Their king wields a legendary ice-attributed longsword called the Dance of Snow. Chao Xing was slightly startled, then said speechlessly, you don't want me to kill the king and steal his weapon, do you? Binglan spread her hands. Not really, I was just saying it casually. If you can't do it, forget it. Chao Xing gave her a speechless look. Damn it, setting a trap for myself here. I understand. I check it out later when we go to the Silver Sea Kingdom. Of course, if I can't get the Dance of Snow, I find another legendary weapon for you later. Okay, Binglan replied calmly. Hearing her promise, Chao Xing breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward. Binglan, who was following behind, had a slight smile on her face. Soon, they reached the depths of the cave. However, the expected horrific scene was not revealed. Instead, it was quite clean. In the depths of the cave was a small room, simply furnished with a stone bed and a small table. On the table lay two objects, a peculiarly shaped necklace and a thick book. Chao Xing walked over and put both items away. A system prompt appeared. Obtained, Lana's memorial necklace, white. Obtained, ancient elf tome, orange. Oh! Ancient elf tome? Could this be the sacred object those ancient elves need? But before that, Chao Xing took out the necklace and examined it. The necklace was made of vines, with a white scale hanging from it. But it had no special properties. When Chao Xing saw the note on the necklace, a smile of interest played on his lips. Interesting. He shook his head and put the necklace into his backpack. Then he took out the ancient book. It was very thick, conservatively estimated to be at least several thousand pages. As you can imagine, it definitely contains a wealth of information. The book appears to have been frequently read, but it's still relatively well preserved. I glanced at the attributes. Ancient Elven Tome, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment type, special. Effect 1. This contains the wisdom of successive leaders of the ancient Elven tribe, including various Elven spells, combat techniques, secret medicine formulas, and thousands of other pieces of knowledge. Note: to learn the Elven secrets mentioned above, you must master the ancient Elven language and practice extensively. Effect 2. After binding this tome, you will inherit the memories and legacy of past leaders, becoming the new leader of the ancient Elven tribe. The binder must possess Elven blood. Introduction. Upon death, each leader of the ancient Elven tribe would record their life stories and some of their knowledge in this tome. Passed down through generations, This tome has accumulated a wealth of information and serves as the foundation of the tribe. Clearly, this tome is the sacred relic of the ancient elven tribe that Rennie's mentioned. Chao Xing sighed. This tome actually records the knowledge of the ancient elven tribe's successive leaders. No wonder it's so important. But why would this snake man Lana steal their tome? He shook his head, not wanting to dwell on it. After all, no matter how precious this tome was, it wasn't for him. Now, all he had to do was take it back, and his mission would be complete. Just as he was about to leave, Bing Lan's cold voice rang out. There seems to be a treasure chest in here. Treasure chest? Chao Xing immediately turned and looked. In the corner of the cave, there lay a magnificent treasure chest, a translucent sheen engraved with patterns. Haha, it's actually a Haoyue treasure chest. What a surprise! Chao Xing stepped forward with delight. I found an unlocked Haoyue treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained, Hero's Heart *1. Obtained, Astrology Staff, orange, *1. Obtained, Spiritual Green Crystals *4. Obtained, Master Level Elemental Crystals *18. Obtained, Large Resource Pack *32. Huh? Not only did I get a Hero's Heart, but I also got an Epic Staff. That's quite a relief. Clearly, Chao Xing's luck had been on a roll again with this chest opening. The most important thing, of course, was the Hero's Heart. Many people in Chao Xing's territory needed to reach Hero Breakthrough, including himself. Once he could reach level 8, his combat effectiveness would be significantly increased, especially during the final wave of monsters attacking the city, where his level would soar, but there was no rush. It wouldn't be too late to break through after we got out. Then, Chao Xing took out the epic quality staff and examined it. The staff had a rather unusual shape, about a man's height, and a dark brown shaft. A pebble-sized transparent crystal was inlaid at its tip, emitting a twinkling starlight. The lower portion of the staff was wrapped with several circles of black metal, enhancing its feel and adding a touch of coolness. Not bad, this staff has a rather handsome shape. He glanced at the properties. Astrology Staff, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment level, level 70. Attack damage, 4872 to 5032. Additional effects. 1. Plus 1200 spirit, plus 800 constitution, plus 20% casting speed. Additional effects. 2. Star power. At the moment of casting a spell, there is a 50% chance to increase the effectiveness of this spell by 50%. No triggering interval. Additional effects. 3. Meteor shower. When casting a spell, there is a 50% chance to summon a meteor shower, dealing 5 by 254% damage to enemies within a 1000 m radius in front of you. Triggering interval, 3 minutes. Note, if the meteor shower effect is triggered during casting, you can choose to activate it or not. Equipment description. A staff imbued with the power of the stars, granting the holder the power to summon meteors. This staff's stats seem quite good. That meteor shower effect at the back has a wide range and powerful damage, practically equivalent to a large-scale spell. It just so happens that I'm currently using the level 40,000 ice staff, which will give me a significant boost. Chao Xing immediately swapped it in. Instantly, his stats and attack power increased again. Satisfied, Chao Xing looked at the dragon speaker beside him and said, "Let's go. There's nothing left here. Let's get out." With that, he headed towards the passage. The dragon speaker followed him silently. At this moment, Rennie stared at the pitch-black cave entrance, her weapon tightly gripped. She seemed concerned that Chao Xing might encounter any mishaps within, and she was ready to provide support at any moment. After a short wait, a mage in a dark blue robe, holding a dark brown staff, emerged from the cave. He was surrounded by waves of starlight power, appearing to be filled with sacredness and power. After Chao Xing emerged, he looked at Lana, the serpent man bound on the dragon's back. A strange smile crossed his face. Facing Chao Xing's gaze, the serpent man seemed to understand that his secret had been discovered. With a cold snort, he tilted his head to the side. Rennie asked softly, "My lord, have you found the sacred relic of the elven tribe?" Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Yes, take me directly to the elven tribe now." The Ascalonian archer, upon hearing this, looked hesitant. "Is there a problem?" Chao Xing asked. Rennie replied slowly, "It is true, my lord. The elves are extremely xenophobic and forbid all outsiders from approaching their tribe. If they see you, they might attack you." "No problem. I negotiate with them myself. These elves can't hurt me," Chao Xing said confidently. After all, His goal was to lure all these ancient elves back to his territory. They have to meet again sooner or later. Hearing this, Rhaenys nodded solemnly. She also knew that her lord was powerful, and those elves couldn't do anything to him. Chao Xing continued, "Bring on, Elena, you remain on the dragon's back. Try to fly high in the air, and avoid being noticed by these elves. Wait until I'm done negotiating with them, before disembarking." Bing On nodded calmly, then lightly leaped onto Seraphus's back. Whoosh! With a gentle flap of its enormous wings, the dragon carried them high into the sky. Soon, Chao Xing and Elena were the only ones left in the forest. "Rhaenys, lead me there now." "Yes, my lord." Rhaenys obeyed without hesitation, then led him in another direction through the forest. Soon, they entered the depths of the dense forest. The road twisted and turned, taking a full 2 hours and covering nearly 100 kilometers. They arrived at a secluded area, and Rhaenys suddenly stopped. "My lord, the ancient elves tribe is just ahead. They've set many traps around the tribe. Please be careful." Chao Xing nodded slightly. Then, Rhaenys led him forward. But before they had gone far, swish! An arrow suddenly struck him in the face. Seeing this, Chao Xing casually summoned an ice wall, intercepting the arrow. But the next moment, more arrows came hurtling down. The sound of arrows piercing the air continued overhead. Chao Xing and the others had anticipated this. He casually summoned ice walls, intercepting all the arrows. At the same time, Rhaenys quickly stepped forward. "It's me! Stop! I've brought what you want." At that sound, the attacks from the front ceased. Then, from the canopies of the tall trees, a group of lithe and agile figures emerged. They were slender, yet not delicate, and exuded a sense of strength. The dark green armor they wore blended seamlessly with the surrounding branches and foliage. Above them were faces that were both wild and handsome, with pointed ears jutting from their hair. Each one held a longbow, their eyes filled with vigilance as they gazed at Chao Xing and the others. Clearly, these were none other than the legendary ancient elves. However, it was quite different from what Chao Xing had heard. These elves didn't appear as otherworldly and unparalleled in beauty, as one might have imagined. However, their features and appearance were indeed much more refined than those of other races. Of course, this could also be due to Chao Xing's frequent viewing of beautiful women and handsome men. Chao Xing said cheerfully, "The eyes of these ancient elves are quite innocent. If they were on Blue Star, they would have been internet celebrities with millions of followers." At this moment, the group of elven warriors, looking down from above, each drew their bowstring, ready to attack at any moment. Rhaenys continued, "I am a human who recently arrived in your tribe. This is my lord. We have brought your tribe's sacred artifacts together." Hearing this, the elven warriors on the field exchanged glances. They did recognize Rhaenys, but their eyes remained filled with wariness, even anger as they looked at her. One of the elven archers stepped forward and spoke. This was an extremely ancient language. Chao Xing and Rhaenys exchanged glances. Clearly, neither of them understood. When Rhaenys didn't respond, the elven archers drew their bowstrings again, as if preparing to attack. Seeing this, Chao Xing's eyes darkened, and he raised his staff. "I had traveled thousands of kilometers to this forest to help them recover their tribe's creatures, and now I had to endure this kind of treatment." A powerful icy aura erupted, and the temperature around them plummeted by more than 10 degrees. The atmosphere became tense. At the same time, a group of figures appeared from the depths of the dense forest ahead. They were elven warriors, similarly clad in ancient armor, wielding spears or swords. Most of them were male elves. The leader, however, had a completely different attire and demeanor than the other elves. He wore a slate-gray robe and wielded a dark green staff, exuding an extremely potent magical aura. Chao Xing quickly glanced at his attributes. Ancient Elf Chieftain, Oriel Windsong. Race, Elf. Level 68, Tier 7 Commander level creature. HP, 3146825/3146825. Attack, 23,517 to 24,161. Armor, 3519 to 3578. Skills, Master Elf Magic Control, Leaf Spirit Summoning, Morning Dew Healing, Flower Bloom, Moonlight Purification. Commander level skill, Nature's Wrath, call upon the surrounding nature, increasing your spellcasting speed by 50% and granting all plants within 1,000 meters the ability to attack. Cooldown, 10 hours. Talent, Ancient Elf Lore Master, reduces the time it takes to learn various elven skills by 50%. Talent 2, Ancient Elf Blessing, ancient elves raised in primeval forests gain 30% increased maximum HP. Chao Xing's heart trembled. The handsome elf before him was the tribe's chief. In addition, he was a 7th-rank elven mage, quite formidable. As the male elven mage, with his otherworldly presence, gradually emerged, he was followed by over 100 elven warriors. They wielded swords and shields, bows and arrows, and staves. A solemn look lingered in each of their eyes. At this moment, the male elven mage spoke in an ancient voice, "Outsider. You have brought outsiders into our tribe." As the tribe's chief, he was one of the few ancient elves who could speak the common language of the continent. Renis stepped forward and solemnly declared, "He's not an outsider. He's my lord. He's the lord I told you about, the one who owns a prosperous territory, recognized even by the ancient tree of knowledge and the ancient tree of wind." Hearing this, every ancient elf in the field turned their gazes to Chao Xing. And Chao Xing stepped forward at the opportune moment. "My subordinates say you made a pact. If I help you recover the ancient elf tribe's sacred relic, you will agree to join my territory. Now, I've brought the relic back." With that, a dark green book appeared in his hands. The moment the book appeared, a commotion erupted throughout the ancient elf tribe. Even the elf leader gazed at the book in Chao Xing's hands, excitement in his eyes. But he quickly calmed down. "This is indeed our tribe's long-lost sacred relic, the ancient elf book. So you defeated the giant snake?" "Indeed." Chao Xing nodded and said, "Now, can you come back to my territory?" The ancient elf mage shook his head upon hearing this. "Our original agreement was that after you brought back the relic, we could discuss matters related to this matter. It didn't say we had to go to your territory." Chao Xing frowned. "You mean, you want to go back on your word? Are all the so-called ancient elves so untrustworthy?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dangerous aura emanated from him again. Chao hates people who play it safe the most. This guy neither agreed nor refused. He simply tried to drag me along. And against such people, only immense force could bring them to submission. The elves, sensing his terrifying aura, suddenly grew grim. Although both were 7th-level mages, this otherworldly lord before them was far more terrifying than their clan leader. The elven clan leader, observing Chao Xing's anger, remained calm. Then he slowly said, "No, we're not going back on our word. The elves always keep their promises. According to our original plan, if this lady truly helps me retrieve the elven relic, our tribe will send 2 elves to inspect your territory and determine whether to relocate based on the situation." But, not long after this human lady left, a group of human mercenaries arrived near our tribe and engaged us in battle. These mercenaries were powerful, and our tribe paid a heavy price to repel them. Hearing this, and thinking back to the elves' reaction just now, Rennies instantly understood. "Do you suspect I leaked it?" The elves remained silent, clearly acquiescing. Seeing this, Rennies' eyes flashed with anger. She was naturally straightforward, and faced with such a situation, she almost lost her mind. Chao Xing gently patted her shoulder, calming her down. Then he looked at the group of elves before him and said, "I think you can see that if it was my subordinates who leaked the information, there would be no need to explain all this to you. She alone is enough to slaughter your entire elven tribe. Not to mention the painstaking efforts she went through to track down that powerful snake and help you recover the sacred artifact. If you treat someone who aided the ancient elven tribe this way, it will disappoint those who sincerely helped you, the ancient elves, and I will give up further negotiations with you." He didn't say what he would do after giving up, but the intense chill emanating from Chao Xing was already suffocating the ancient elves. All the elves drew their weapons, ready to respond to Chao Xing's outburst. The atmosphere was once again tense. Chapter 565. Alas! The ancient elf leader sighed softly. He raised his staff and waved it gently. The other elves lowered their weapons. Then he slowly spoke, "It seems this is indeed a misunderstanding." The elven leader knew Chao Xing had a point. "Please allow me to apologize to this human lady. Brave and powerful Lady Rennis, please accept my most sincere apology." He then slowly bent down and solemnly saluted Rennis. The other elves, including him, bowed in return. These elves were quite straightforward, and after the misunderstanding was resolved, they readily admitted their mistakes. The female archer's anger gradually faded upon seeing their apologies. She looked at her lord, as if seeking his opinion. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Rennies understood his intention and took a deep breath, saying, "Since it was a misunderstanding, let it be." The elf chief solemnly said, "Thank you, Ms. Rennies, for your forgiveness. You are still a friend of our ancient elves. We can discuss the matter of traveling to your territory. But as for the specifics, please follow me into the tribe, and we discuss them." A smile gradually crept onto Chao Xing's face. So, his plan to abduct all the ancient elves and sell them to the giant merchant guild was unnecessary. He readily responded, okay. Soon, the two of them walked directly to the front of the group of elves. The crowd automatically parted for them. The elf chief turned and led them forward. After only a few meters, a vast expanse of bushes and vines appeared ahead, blocking their path. As the elven leader waved his staff and uttered low syllables, the plants automatically parted, creating a wide path for them. They advanced along this hidden passage for several hundred meters. The scene suddenly opened up. Chao Xing saw a vast woodland ahead. Giant trees with thick, straight trunks grew all around, and on their trunks were treehouses, wooden platforms, and various traps. It was clear that these trees were the elves' resting and fighting areas. Additionally, the ground was covered with flowers of various colors, some climbing up the trunks of the giant trees, and the small wooden houses, creating a scene straight out of a fairy tale. The temperature here was much higher than in the dense forest. There were no open fires or heating devices, yet the warmth was palpable. Adding to the embellishment of various flowers, the place looked like a paradise. Renis couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful place. These elves have lived here for so many years, and have built a tribe that is quite beautiful." The elven leader, Oriel, explained, "This is the outskirts of our tribe. The battle a few days ago allowed those human mercenaries to invade here." As he spoke, Chao Xing and the others looked ahead. There were indeed traces of war. Giant trees had fallen, and the treehouses atop them had long since been smashed to dust and shattered, with traces of blood still lingering on them. They continued to follow the elven leader without a word. Soon, they arrived at the tribal area, inside a large building constructed from branches and vines. "Two of you, please follow me in." With that, the elven leader entered the building. Chao Xing and Renis followed. Inside, a spacious space also appeared, the temperature comfortable. Just then, Chao Xing saw a group of strange creatures. They were female elves flying in midair. They wore long, light green gauze dresses, their hems swaying gently in midair. They were tall, with a pair of transparent wings growing from their backs, like butterfly wings, appearing light and agile. On their delicate faces, their eyes were like clear lake water, and their long, flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, dotted with a few small wildflowers. They exuded a natural, tranquil beauty. Chao Xing and Renis stared at the group of female elves, each moment stunned. Renis murmured, "Such beautiful elves. These female elves truly possess breathtaking beauty." Their transparent wings made them appear even more otherworldly. At the same time, as Renis spoke, the flying female elves simultaneously turned their gazes. Noticing the two human figures at the doorway, fear suddenly filled the eyes of the female elves, and they let out low, chirping sounds as they flew about in panic. Oriel, the tribal leader, waved his staff again, and spoke a few words in ancient Elvish. The flying female elves gradually calmed down, though their gazes toward Chao Xing, and the others remained wary. At this moment, Chao Xing noticed something else. Behind a group of female elves, several figures lay. They were elven warriors, but their bodies were tangled with vines and leaves, and they looked seriously injured. Oriel turned and said, "Lord of the Otherworld, what is your name?" "Call me Chao Xing." "Lord Chao Xing, this is one of the reasons why I can't travel to your territory right away. These warriors are too seriously injured to endure the long journey. We need to wait for them to recover and regain mobility before we can proceed." Chao Xing nodded slightly. He remained silent, observing the injuries of the elven warriors. At the same time, the group of female elves had also begun to move. They flapped their wings continuously, then flew overhead, and gently plucked an emerald green leaf. They held the leaf in their hands and exhaled softly. Soon, a drop of glistening dew appeared on the emerald green leaf. Then, the female elves would fly over to the warriors and drip the dew they had just collected onto their wounds. This action seemed to be healing the warriors. Chao Xing asked, "Chief Oriel, how long do you estimate it will take for these warriors to regain their mobility?" The elven chief pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. "I'm not sure exactly, but I estimate it will take at least 10 days to half a month." Chao Xing frowned. The monster siege would begin in 9 days. Based on this timeline, it would be too late. Elf Chief Oriel said somewhat dejectedly, however, "Half a month is only my expectation. This sacred tribe is still shrouded in crisis. Although we repelled those mercenaries last time. But I doubt they give up and come back again. By then, there might be even more casualties." Chao Xing nodded slightly, knowing that this was a very real possibility. After all, there were hundreds of elves here. Each elf was incredibly valuable. If they could capture and sell them all, they would be a fortune. Even Chao Xing had thought this before, not to mention the mercenaries. However, Chao Xing considered these elves his own, and he certainly wouldn't let anyone else get their hands on them. So, he pulled several hundred bottles of improved advanced life elixir from his backpack. Chief Oriole, see if these secret medicines can help the warriors recover from their injuries. The elven chief took the medicine from Chao Xing's hand and examined it for a moment, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Is it actually a life-saving medicine? And the recipe seems quite ancient. This secret medicine can indeed help the warriors' injuries. Chao Xing said, as long as it works, I give it to the warriors first. The elven chief solemnly said, thank you, Lord Chao Xing. With that, he waved his staff and drew the secret medicine over. Then he uttered a few words in ancient elven language. The female elves immediately flew over carefully and took the secret medicine. Then they flew over again and fed it to the wounded lying on the ground. As they downed a bottle of life elixir, their pale faces regained some color. The female elves uttered clear, melodious sounds, sounding quite excited. I couldn't understand them, but they were very pleasant to the ears. The tribal leader, watching the warriors gradually recover, a look of emotion crossed his face. This secret medicine is quite effective in healing. At this rate, they should be able to regain their mobility in 2 or 3 days. Chao Xing also smiled. 2 or 3 days is more than enough time. However, compared to using the life elixir to heal, the recovery speed was still not as fast as using ice healing. Chao Xing said, Chief Oriole, besides this secret medicine, I have a faster recovery method. Not only can it make these warriors full of energy in a short period of time, even if they are injured in the future, as long as they are not missing any limbs, they can be restored to peak condition in a short time. Hearing this, the elven chief immediately looked over and asked, with a hint of surprise, how can you actually have such a powerful method? Doesn't this mean that these warriors can all become immortal? Chao Xing smiled and said, not immortal yet, but it can increase your survivability several times. Clearly, he was referring to the SSS level talent Eternal Power. Simply recruit these elves into the territory, and they will enjoy the blessing, without any impact from this injury. The elven chief was immediately intrigued. Just as he was about to ask what the method was, Chao Xing's expression suddenly changed. He quickly said, Chief Oriole, someone is approaching the tribe. Warning them. Hearing this, the elven mage was a little confused, as he hadn't sensed anything unusual. But he also believed Chao Xing's words, and quickly grasped his staff, pounding it hard into the ground. Everyone, alert. Ancient Elvish, with the staff in his hand as the center, the plants on the ground seemed to come alive, their leaves fluttering wildly, conveying Chief Oriole's words. Instantly, the warriors of the tribe were on alert. The female elves flapped their wings and hid in the corners. The elven warriors outside quickly climbed to the platform of the tree, ready for battle. At the same time, a large group of shadowy figures had appeared in the forest outside the elven tribe. They wore uniform armor and weapons, and each of their faces wore a stern expression. They gathered from different directions. It was a group of soldiers. Soon, they were approaching the tribe. No words were exchanged between the two sides. Upon arrival, the soldiers launched an immediate attack. The elven archers perched on the tree trunks, upon seeing the enemy, also launched their attacks. Swish! Swish! A flood of arrows erupted. The soldiers wielded their weapons continuously, methodically responding to the ranged attacks. The two sides had already engaged in combat. At the same time, Chao Xing, Rennies, and the others arrived at the open space outside the tribe. Seeing the large group of armored figures around them, a look of confusion crossed their eyes. Aren't the mercenaries attacking the elven tribe? Why do they look more like soldiers? And judging by the armor, they don't look like soldiers from the Ice Crystal Kingdom or the Orchid Kingdom. Which nation are these soldiers from? He glanced at their information. Kingdom Soldier, Jaden Baker. Race, Human. Affiliation, Ostia Kingdom. Level 35, Level 4 Elite Creature. Soldiers from the Ostia Kingdom. So, this forest is adjacent to the Ostia Kingdom? A thoughtful look appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. He had heard of this kingdom before. The Renova Kingdom, which had once destroyed the Queen of Mind, was considered quite powerful among the nearby kingdoms. He cast his gaze back to the battlefield, ready to strike at any moment. Below, the soldiers also displayed astonishing combat prowess. The dense barrage of arrows did not stop their advance, and they continued to close in on the elven warriors, at the same time, as the elven spearmen appeared. They gripped their spears tightly, their right arm muscles flexing slightly, then hurled themselves with all their might. Whoa! With a sonic boom, the sharp spears pierced the air as they struck the kingdom's soldiers. Through their armor, they pierced their bodies. A large number of soldiers fell one after another. Seeing this, There was no panic in the soldiers' eyes. One of them, a soldier resembling a squad leader, shouted, "Shield guards, form up!" At the command, a large group of warriors, clad in breastplates and holding large black shields, rushed out from the rear. They held their massive shields across their bodies, blocking the incoming spears and arrows. Then they began their orderly advance. Soon, they closed in on the ancient elven archers, poised to knock them from their trees. Just then, the elven warriors rushed out, swords and axes in hand, and the two sides engaged in close combat. But in terms of numbers and equipment, the ancient elves were naturally far inferior to the soldiers of this kingdom. With the close coordination of the Ostia kingdom, the elven warriors were beaten back step by step. If you want to see, you will lose. Just then, the elven leader Oriel quickly approached. He raised his staff and muttered something. "Nature's will. Our home is being invaded, our lands are being trampled upon. Heed my call. Vent your wrath upon these invaders." Instantly, the plants and trees within 1,000 meters seemed to be imbued with a spiritual power. Swish! The grass and trees began to grow wildly, their branches waving, attacking the enemy. Soldiers, halfway through their charge, suddenly had their legs entangled by the weeds growing beneath their feet. Before they could react, a flood of vines pierced their arms, hearts, and even their brains, causing fatal injuries one after another. Puff! Puff! With a continuous sound of piercing, dozens of soldiers fell in the blink of an eye. Not only that, the jungle within 1,000-meter radius seemed to have been completely activated. The plants began to slaughter frantically, slaughtering more and more soldiers. Even those wielding huge shields and wearing heavy armor were unable to stop them. The vines and weeds penetrated every pore, weaving through the cracks in their armor and burrowing into their bodies. They could even feel the vines, absorbing their flesh and blood, growing wildly within their bodies, clogging their blood vessels, and filling their internal organs in the blink of an eye. Such a terrifying sight made even these well-trained soldiers cry out in terror. "Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Quickly, stop these vines and cut off the weeds on the ground. No, these vines are growing too fast." It was clear that the elf chieftain's move had caught the Ostia kingdom soldiers off guard. The advantage the kingdom soldiers had just built up was instantly shattered by this outburst. Even Chao Xing was somewhat surprised. The elf chieftain must have used that commander-level skill. Nature's wrath. In this forest environment, its effect was truly powerful. In fact, they could have resolved this crisis without Chao Xing's intervention. However, this situation did not last long. As wisps of black mist spread from behind, they brought with them an evil, chilling aura. The group of soldiers voluntarily made way for the black fog. Hee hee. A sinister laugh echoed, and a strange figure appeared before the group of soldiers. He was clad in a black robe and held a strangely shaped black staff, resembling a twisted arm. A dark aura emanated from his entire being. This elven magic is quite interesting, but it still can't compare to the power of a forbidden spell. Compared to my own magic, it's nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his black staff into the ground. A terrifying black aura emanated from the staff, spreading outward toward the surrounding ground. The grass, trees, and plants, the moment they were touched by the black aura, seemed to be drained of all moisture, withering instantly. Then, in a short time, they transformed into a cloud of black dust, dissipating into the air. Even the elven warriors, upon coming into contact with the black aura, felt their bodies rapidly draining of moisture, their skin soon becoming dry and shrunken. The elven leader, realizing the danger of this black aura, instantly ordered, "Retreat." The elven warriors retreated without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the black aura spread over 1,000 meters. All the 100-meter-tall trees and plants contaminated by this black aura were transformed into wisps of black dust, dissipating into the air. Even the ground turned a thick, inky black. It was truly a barren land. Everyone stared at the scene with solemn expressions. Chao Xing, even, was somewhat surprised. What kind of spell is this? It's so powerful. And it seems this spell has also affected the terrain. For a long time to come, no plants will grow in this area. Ordinary people and animals who set foot in this area will die quickly due to the residual power invading their bodies, creating a life-forbidden zone. Clearly, this spell was powerful, but also extremely dangerous. Chao Xing remembered something Victoria had said. A wizard who mastered the dark arts had fled to the kingdom of Ostia. Could it be that this person also wielded the dark arts? Chapter 566. Chao Xing had intended to use the system to inspect the mage's panel. However, a faint black mist enveloped the figure, shielding him from detection. At the same time, seeing the crowd being forced back by his magic, The mage's lips curled up. He casually waved his hand, chuckled, and said, "Go, take down these elves." "Yes." Instantly, the armored soldiers, acting in unison, launched another attack. The shield-armored guards advanced in an orderly fashion, while the soldiers in the rear continuously offered weapons. Under their onslaught, the elven tribe was once again forced back. Several elven warriors were nearly killed. The mage wielding the black staff spoke again in a sinister tone, "Be gentle. These elves are treasures, each worth at least millions of crowns. If one dies, I hold you accountable." Upon command, the soldiers immediately ceased their attack, their movements slowing slightly. Even so, the elves, outnumbered, were forced to retreat. Elven Chief Oriel waved his dark green staff, gathering aura spheres. Bang! 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 Aura spheres exploded, blasting the soldiers away. The Archmage, emanating a black aura, stared at Elf Chief Oriel with interest. Hee. A 7th-level elven mage is rare, even on the southern continent. If I capture this, whether for research or as a tribute to the king, it would bring me considerable rewards. Looks like this time, we're really going to be strong. He raised his staff and chanted, "Black earth, boil." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding ground suddenly seemed to be tainted by a dark aura, the black energy seething furiously. Damage numbers appeared above the elven warriors' heads as this black energy eroded them. The kingdom soldiers, however, seemed to be blessed by some power, their strength skyrocketing. Clearly, this mage seemed to possess some powerful ability. A variety of strange spells were unleashed, forcing the elven chieftain back at every turn. It looked as if the warriors of the ancient elven tribe were on the verge of collapse. And just then, Chaoxing waved his hand. Rows of ice walls suddenly rose, forming a barrier separating the elven warriors from the kingdom soldiers. At the same time, Chaoxing activated his suit's effects again. Winter is coming. Buzz. With a terrifying burst of cold air, the temperature around them plummeted. Both the elves and the soldiers felt a bone-chilling chill, their movements becoming increasingly stiff. Everyone felt a strong sense of threat, as if being stared at by a frigid prehistoric beast. They stared at the slowly approaching figure, staff in hand. Including the black-robed mage, his gaze shifted to Chaoxing and Rennie's beside him. Sensing their presence, surprise gradually filled his eyes. Huh? A lord from another world possesses the strength of a 7th rank? As if realizing Chaoxing was not someone to be trifled with, he hesitated to attack immediately. Instead, he said, "I am Alec, the chief mage of the Royal Elite Regiment of the Kingdom of Ostia." "Your Excellency?" Chaoxing didn't answer. He was already certain that this fellow had also learned the dark arts. A smile curved his lips. Chaoxing said calmly, "I am friends with the chief of this elven tribe. Everyone, please leave." At the same time, he casually placed his hand to his ear. The mage asked, "Sir, what do you mean by this?" Chaoxing casually replied, "Literally, the elves in this tribe are all mine. Get out." Hearing this, the great mage didn't seem angry. A look of realization crossed his face. "So you're here to capture these elves too?" He chuckled. "Sir, the value of these ancient elves is staggering. But they also hold significant research value for our kingdom of Ostia. If you're willing to part with them, I report to His Majesty the King and reward you handsomely. Whether you want crowns or powerful equipment, take your pick. Or you can name a price. How much would it cost for us to release these ancient elves?" Listening to the demands, Chaoxing remained unmoved and instead glared at him with a stern expression. "Don't you understand? I told you to get out of here. I give you 3 seconds. If anyone else stands before me, stay with me." At the same time, the dragon speaker in the air had received the order and was ready to strike. In reality, Chaoxing had no intention of letting these soldiers return alive. The reason for this was naturally that they didn't want to fight here and expose the elven tribe's location. Faced with Chaoxing's threat, the soldiers' faces shifted to a strange expression, and they glanced at the chief magician. After all, before this, other otherworldly lords, upon seeing their regular army, had generally avoided them, not daring to provoke them. How could Chaoxing dare to scold and threaten a chief magician? Even the chief magician himself looked at him with hostility. But the mage also sensed the powerful aura emanating from Chaoxing, and coupled with the archer next to him, also possessing 7th level combat power, they would definitely be no match. After a moment of struggle, the black-robed mage seemed to have made a decision. He quickly declared, "Let's retreat." Hearing the order, the soldiers, though somewhat reluctant, obediently sheathed their weapons and prepared to withdraw. And just then, a dark aura silently appeared behind Chaoxing. At that moment, Chaoxing felt an extremely cold force coming from behind him, as if something was trying to penetrate him. Renice, sensing the change behind him, quickly turned around. Then she saw an indistinct black creature lunging towards Chao Xing. She quickly warned, "Lord, be careful." Before Renice could begin to warn, Chao Xing's wings flapped behind him, carrying him high into the air. The black shadow also missed. At the same time, the chief mage stopped. "Oh! You managed to escape my evil possession? You brat, you do have some skills." Chao Xingfei, now in midair, also wore a smile. Clearly, he had been preparing for this guy's sudden attack. "You've taken the initiative to attack me. You should have considered the consequences, right?" Hearing this, the chief mage's eyes flashed with disdain. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt an extremely deadly aura coming from above, causing his expression to change drastically. Before he could react, a terrifying sword energy slashed out from the sky above. Swish! The moment the sword energy descended, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a crack appeared in the forest a kilometer or two ahead. The soldiers below had no time to dodge and were instantly killed by the sword, including the so-called chief mage. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away. 2 large wounds appeared on his head. Then, a massive figure descended from above, carrying a destructive aura. A massive, deep blue dragon locked onto the Ostia Kingdom soldiers with its gaze, as powerful as copper bells. Atop its back, the dragon speaker gazed at the magician with a cold expression. At that moment, not only the soldiers, but also the entire tribe of elves, were frozen in a trance. After all, the aura emanating from this duo was simply too terrifying. The chief mage collapsed to the ground, his face blank, as he said, Giant dragon. And a 10th level powerhouse. How could such a powerful force exist in this forest? Damn it! Who are you?" Chao Xing didn't bother answering his question and casually said, "Alright, let's destroy them." Upon hearing the command, Dragon Speaker and Renice attacked simultaneously. Swish! Swish! A terrifying barrage of sword energy and arrows descended. The chief mage didn't sit still and wait for death. He leaped back up from the ground. He then addressed the other soldiers and declared, "I command you to stop them at all costs." The soldiers below cried out in agony. How could they stop them? One single strike from them could kill them instantly, but this mage was their superior. They couldn't disobey. They had no choice but to charge forward. Seeing the soldiers rushing towards them like moths to a flame, Dragon Speaker and Renice showed no mercy. Arrows and sword energy rained down, instantly killing countless soldiers. The chief mage panicked and tried to escape. At this moment, Chao Xing once again entered his ice spirit state, and all his minor skills became free cooldowns. Crash! Ice walls completely blocked his path. The chief mage continuously concentrated dark magic, shattering and corroding the ice walls. However, no matter how frantically he destroyed them, Chao Xing would summon more ice walls to block them. Disbelief appeared in the other party's eyes. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Don't your spells have a cooldown? Chao Xing, still unwilling to waste time, continued to cast ice walls to trap him. He occasionally interspersed with powerful spells, like Ice Tornado and Ice Blossom, leaving the other party flustered. He could only continuously unleash dark magic to counter these attacks. And then, despite the other party's mastery of dangerous dark magic, powerful attacks, and a wide variety of methods. But Chao Xing was no pushover. With his powerful buffs, he could easily overpower a commander-level mage of the same rank. Meanwhile, the Dragon Speaker and Renice had already dispatched over 1,000 soldiers in a flash. If it weren't for the proximity to the Elven tribe, the Dragon Speaker's ultimate skill would have instantly killed them all. But even relying on basic attacks, it didn't take long to slay those 1,000 soldiers. Then, they all joined in the fight against the 7th level mage. The ensuing battle was naturally a foregone conclusion. Under the attacks of 3 powerful warriors and a giant dragon, the chief mage was instantly frozen into a block of ice. Letting Chao Xing and the others attack, his health plummeted. Then, the Dragon Speaker struck with a single sword strike, finishing the job. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglon killed Ostia Kingdom Mage, Alec Ford, level 68, level 7 commander class creature, gaining 523,600 experience points. Dragon Speaker Binglon's level has increased, current level, 100. This level up grants attribute improvements. Attention! You killed a key member. Ostia Kingdom's favorability has decreased to hostile, hidden. Chao Xing smiled. Excellent. Binglon has successfully reached the maximum level. It would be great if she could obtain a sword relic next. That way, she could attempt to reach legend. As for the last message about the decreased favorability, he naturally ignored it. In his heart, Victoria was a member of his territory, and the Kingdom of Ostia would certainly not let her go now that they knew the Queen of Mind and Energy was still alive. At that time, they would undoubtedly send forces to deal with her, leading to a conflict with Chao Xing. In other words, the Kingdom of Ostia itself was a hostile force. Shaking his head, Chao Xing stopped considering it. Renis, go help me pick up all the things. Yes. With that, Renis began to clean up the battlefield. The battle ended with the appearance of the dragon speaker and Seraphis. It was only then that the elves realized what was happening. The elf chieftain, Oriel, said with astonishment, "It's unimaginable. This woman can not only control a dragon, but also possess such immense power. They could even become the overlords of this forest." Chao Xing said, "She's my subordinate, Binglan." The elf chieftain was once again filled with amazement. "You are truly a remarkable lord, earning the loyalty of such a powerful being. You saved our elves. Please allow me to express my sincere gratitude." After speaking, the elven mage placed his right hand on his chest and solemnly saluted Chao Xing. The other elves also bowed in return. A system notification appeared. "Thanks to your assistance, the ancient elf tribe's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, friendly." At this moment, these ancient elves no longer held any grudges against Chao Xing. Of course, this didn't mean these elves were naive, simply overflowing with gratitude for a random rescue. They had considered the possibility that this otherworldly lord, acting in concert with these soldiers, was orchestrating a show to gain the elves' trust. But what they had just experienced had dispelled all their doubts. After all, no matter how much they acted, it wouldn't cost the lives of over 1,000 soldiers and a 7th-level mage. Chao Xing said, "Well, Chief Oriel, I believe you've seen this. Your tribe's location has been exposed. This place is no longer safe. In my territory, there are more than one powerful being like Binglan, as well as the Ancient Tree of Knowledge, the Ancient Tree of Wind, and others. If you're willing to join us, at least you won't have to worry about your safety." Chief Oriel's face was also filled with excitement. In fact, from the moment Binglan and her dragon appeared, he had already considered joining Chao Xing. After all, such a powerful being could definitely protect their elven clan. Chao Xing struck while the iron was hot, saying, "In the days ahead, you won't have to worry about your people adapting to a new territory or having trouble integrating with the others. My territory accommodates many races. Besides humans, there are also polar people, tree spirits, dream spirits, and so on. Everyone lives harmoniously on the same land, and everyone contributes their own strength to the territory." Chief Oriel seemed persuaded by Chao Xing's words and replied, "Lord Chao Xing, your territory is truly desirable, and I would be happy to join. But before that, please allow me and my people to do some work." "Okay." Chao Xing nodded slightly, unhurried. Then the elven chief turned and summoned all the still active elves to a meeting. At this moment, Renis picked up the items that had just fallen and said respectfully, "Lord, please take a look." Chao Xing also smiled and took them. Obtained, Alec Ford's Commander Level Soul, Level 7. Obtained, Twisted Wooden Staff, Orange. Obtained, Evil Crystal *1. Obtained, Level 4 and 5 Elite Souls *14. Obtained, Expert Level Hearts of Power *6. Obtained. In addition to the Commander Level Soul that exploded from the Archmage, an epic quality staff also dropped. As for the items dropped by the other soldiers, they were generally average. Chao Xing first glanced at the attributes of the epic staff. Twisted Wood Staff, Orange. Quality, Epic. Equipment Level, Level 60. Attack Damage, 4189 to 4297. Additional Effects. 1. Increases Spirit by 1000, Constitution by 600, Casting Speed by 20%. Additional Effects. 2. Amplified Evil, when casting a spell, there is a 30% chance to increase the attack damage of this spell by 50%, but increases its cooldown by 30%. Additional Effects. 3. Twisted Spirit, increases the effectiveness of all curse spells by 30%. Equipment Description, this staff contains a malevolent spirit. When casting spells, you can faintly hear the wails of the vengeful spirit. Oh! A staff that enhances curse abilities? This staff is quite suitable for Farnaz. After all, in his territory, only this priestess possesses the power of curses. Nodding with satisfaction, he put the staff into his backpack. Then, Chao Xing examined another new item. Evil Crystal. Quality, Unknown. Item Effect. A sinister alchemical material imbued with the Dark Magician's unholy power. If this dark magic is accidentally released, it will contaminate a large area of land, rendering it irrecoverable for centuries. Note: those who come into contact with dark magic gain powerful magical powers, while also sacrificing their body and spirit. Each time they release dark magic, a portion of their life force is absorbed and condensed into this crystal. When dark magic gets out of control, it consumes the individual's life force and causes severe damage to the surrounding area. Damage? Is it the crystal from that wizard's body? It seems Victoria is telling the truth. The king of Ostia knew the wizard possessed dark magic, but he didn't stop it, even allowing it to continue. Based on this, there are definitely many who wield dark magic in this kingdom. This thing is truly dangerous. Prolonged use will continuously backfire. Once it erupts, it will be a disaster. Chao Xing frowned slightly, then shook his head. Forget it, it's none of my business. If this kingdom truly allows dark magic to wreak havoc and threaten the continent, other powerful beings will intervene. Now, my priority is to fully respond to the threat of the Blood Legion. Thinking of this, Chao Xing no longer cared about Ostia's abuse of dark magic. He put the evil crystal into his backpack. Now, it's time to digest that commander-level soul. He already had a person in mind for this soul. He looked towards the two figures on the dragon's back. Chapter 567. Eilina was now lying on the dragon's back, her lower body covered in white scales, swaying slightly. Rana, another snake man, was still bound, her head resting in her sister's arms. The green snake's eyes were still bloodshot, and its gaze towards Chao Xing was filled with hatred. But it was no longer struggling to escape as it had at the beginning. It was now much quieter. Chao Xing chuckled. Eilina, come here. Yes, dear. Lord. The snake man wiggled obediently and came to his side. Then Chao Xing retrieved the soul and deliberately waved it in front of Lana. Seeing this, the green snake's eyes gleamed with disdain. Chao Xing ignored it and said, Come, Eilina, use it. Thank you, Lord. The snake man priest smiled gently. Then, she directly slapped the soul into her body. Then, a throbbing sensation emerged from deep within her soul. Then, white scales began to rapidly cover Eilina's body, covering her waist, back, and neck in the blink of an eye. She stood before him like a giant white python, appearing monstrous and uncanny. As time passed, an increasingly terrifying aura emanated from her, like a ferocious beast awakening. Even the elves, discussing matters in the distance, couldn't help but cast their gazes over. Eilina's breakthrough to commander was quite astonishing, indicating a high probability of her success this time. At that moment, Chao Xing suddenly noticed that the white snake before him had a faint layer of white cortex, much like Eilina's snake's skin. However, the snake's skin didn't last long. It merged with the body in the blink of an eye. Then, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Eilina, has successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, increasing her base stats by 30%. She has learned a new skill, Soul Shedding. Soul Shedding. When your health drops below 10%, if you're not killed, you can enter the Soul Shedding state, rapidly healing all injuries and shedding your skin once. After shedding, your health returns to full and your stats are permanently increased by 10%. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note: after using shedding 3 times, subsequent soul shedding states will only restore health, not further stat gains. Seeing the description of this skill, Chao Xing's face shifted thoughtfully. Permanently increased stats? This skill seems quite powerful. And it can be used 3 times. Does that mean it's just enough to make Eilina a mutated commander? He was instantly delighted. Clearly, this new skill has impressive properties. Other commander-level creatures would see their survivability dramatically increased after acquiring this skill. Even Eilina was delighted. She quickly approached the green snake and excitedly exclaimed, Sister Lana, did you see that? I've gotten stronger again. I soon catch up to you. This is all thanks to the Lord's help. Lana snorted. Humph. Humans are all hypocritical. He helps you because you can fight for him. If you're useless, he kick you away. Don't be fooled, Eilina. Eilina said slowly, That's not the way it should be, Lana. Any relationship is mutual. Like now, the Lord is helping me advance, and I'm contributing my strength to him. It's only natural. You can't expect others to help you for free, right? Chao Xing, hearing this from behind, almost couldn't suppress his smile. As expected of his subjects, they all have such positive values. Seeing he couldn't convince his sister, the green snake simply turned its head away, refusing to continue the conversation. Eilina didn't care, continuing to gently lift her head and massage her temples. When Chao Xing finished counting the spoils, the elven chief had also concluded his meeting and gradually approached with the elves of the entire tribe. Their gazes towards him were filled with complex expressions. Chief Oriel said, Lord Chaoxing, we've already reached an agreement. All of our tribesmen have agreed to live in your territory. A smile gradually crept onto Chaoxing's face at this. This is a wise choice, Chief Oriole. Trust me, in my territory, you will live better and safer. The elven chief solemnly added, we also believe that a lord who commands the loyalty of so many powerful individuals, and even earns the recognition of the ancient tree of knowledge, must be something extraordinary. I need your continued care from now on. After a pause, he continued, shall we set out now? Chaoxing shook his head. Not yet, Chief Oriole. My territory is quite far from here. It would take over half a month to reach by foot. I have the warriors bring a few goblin airships, and then we go together. In the meantime, we need to wait a few days. The elf chief nodded in understanding. I see. Then, these few days are perfect. Let's go pack up. Lord Chaoxing, please wait here for a moment. Okay. With that, the elf chief turned around and went to give the other elves instructions on their missions. Chaoxing also pressed the communication device on his ear and asked, Yaskin, how are the warriors' upgrades going recently? How many have reached the maximum level of rank 7? A moment later, the voice of the Ascalonian captain reached his ears. Respected Lord, after these few days of fighting, most of the warriors are between level 64 and 68, with only a little over 100 reaching the maximum level. Hearing this number, a smile crossed Chaoxing's face. Very good. Now, you will lead these maximum level warriors into 10 teams, and then pilot 10 goblin airships to a forest. It's approximately 5,000 kilometers from the territory. I await you here. The Ascalon captain was somewhat surprised to hear the distance. But he didn't ask further questions, instead responding solemnly. Yes, Lord. After hanging up the line, Yaskin's side sprang into action. The goblin airships would take approximately 2 or 3 days to fly from the territory. There were still 7 days until the last wave of monsters attacked the city. Including the round trip, that was more than enough time. During this time, Chaoxing decided to personally command the ancient elf tribe to prevent any accidents during the final days. He then called the dragon speaker. Binglan, you and Seraphis will return to the territory with Eilina and her sister. On the way, remember to keep an eye on that woman. Don't let her escape. The dragon speaker looked at him suspiciously, then asked, Are you okay with me leaving? Chaoxing knew the woman was worried about her safety. Of course I am. Don't forget, I have my trump card. In his backpack, besides the lizardman statue and the Book of the Dead of Ascalon, the Valkyrie Mernina was still in the necromancer's pouch. It was as if Chaoxing could summon a powerful army at any moment. The dragon speaker nodded slightly, saying nothing more. With a light leap, he landed on Seraphis's back. Then, the giant dragon carried her and the 2 snake men into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the horizon. Only Chaoxing and Rennies remained. In the afternoon, Chief Oriole arrived. He arranged temporary accommodations for Chaoxing and Rennies, 2 small treehouses with fireplaces. Transparent wind wings appeared behind Chaoxing. With a flap of his wings, he flew onto a tree trunk and pushed open the door of the treehouse. Instantly, a small room appeared inside, its furnishings quite basic. A small wooden bed, a fireplace, and a small table. Chaoxing said cheerfully, you know what? Living in a treehouse in the forest really feels like surviving in the wilderness. He went straight in and lit the stove, the temperature in the room suddenly rising considerably. He lay down on the bed and waited silently. Time flew by, and it was already past 7 in the evening. With nightfall, the entire forest was completely dark. Including this ancient elf tribe, all lights were extinguished to maintain concealment. At night, Chaoxing had little to do. Although he could enter a meditative state and restore his mental strength in the wild, the effect was not as good as in the mage's tower, so he couldn't absorb the magic crystal. Thinking for a moment, Chaoxing pulled a glowing red power crystal from his backpack. It was the hero's heart he had obtained when he opened the Halyua treasure chest that day. He thought to himself, right now, many people in my territory need to break through to the 8th level as soon as possible. But the ones most in need are Braum and Isabel. After all, once these 2 break through and reach the maximum level, they can attempt to reach the legendary realm. As for Isabel, she's still in the process of passing on her legacy, and I don't know when she'll be back. As for Braum, I can't get back anytime soon. After some thought, Chaoxing finally decided to use the Heart of Power for himself first. After all, the improvement he received after breaking through would be quite significant. The stats of his ice healing and ice armor spells would both increase significantly. Add to that the forbidden spell he possessed. Doomsday Ice Star. The destructive power of a hero-level mage was comparable to that of a legendary. Let's see if I can break through to the heroic level 2. Thinking of this, he crushed it on the spot. Crack! After the crystal shattered, pure power flowed out, absorbed by him. Instantly, a powerful chill erupted from his body. This chill was so intense that it instantly enveloped the entire elven tribe. The once warm temperature plummeted to below zero, and the trunks of the towering trees were quickly covered in a thick layer of white frost. The ancient elves who were still sleeping were also awakened by the cold, staring blankly at the outside world. Even the elven leader, Oriel, had also awakened. He seemed to realize something, and a look of disbelief crossed his eyes. Is this Aura, Lord Xiaoxing? Is he about to break through again? Thinking of this possibility, Oriel's eyes gradually filled with shock. After all, the combat power Xiaoxing displayed today was already terrifying enough. What kind of existence would he become if he broke through again? Clearly, he would reach the level of a hero, and the destructive power of a hero-level mage is simply terrifying. A single spell could raise their entire elven tribe to the ground. Oriel murmured, "What an incredible lord." And in the records of past chiefs, such a being lived an extraordinary life, one marked by endless war and slaughter. It seems the future of our ancient elves will be anything but ordinary. A hint of worry crossed his features, the elven chieftain unsure whether his choice was right or wrong. Xiaoxing was unaware of the outside world, for his consciousness had once again entered that vast expanse of white space. It was the very place where he had seen the Dragon of Fate, Arene, during the Battle of the Oracle. However, there was no longer any trace of a giant dragon within. Only a massive dark purple crystal stood there. When did this crystal appear? Xiaoxing felt a little puzzled. By now, he knew where this vast white space was. This was his spiritual realm, the deepest part of his mind. Is it because I inherited Crocado's characteristics? Just as Xiaoxing was puzzled, a profound power burst forth from the crystal, instantly penetrating his mind. At that moment, Xiaoxing suddenly received a flood of memory fragments. From these fragments, he saw a vast array of dark purple crystals and transparent ice crystals floating before him. The two completely different forces began to recombine, split, and fuse again and again. In just a single second, at least tens of thousands of combinations took place. Each time the crystal and the icy force merged, an extremely terrifying force erupted. Not long after the fusion, it collapsed and shattered, as if the two forces were repelling each other. Yet this power didn't give up, persevering in its attempts to fuse. Thus, Xiaoxing watched the crystal and ice crystals before him cycle through time and again. It seemed as if a month had passed, then a year. Through these countless combinations, the fusion of the power of crystal and ice also experienced countless failures. Only 2 or 3 of these fusions succeeded, and the results seemed unsatisfactory. The resulting bursts of power weren't as strong as expected. On this day, Xiaoxing suddenly witnessed a different transformation. The power of a cluster of crystals fused with the ice crystals, gradually forming an irregular, prismatic crystal. Then, this crystal seemed to trigger a chain reaction, causing more and more crystals to appear around it. And they all rapidly converged towards the same area. Each crystal emitted a violent bang, crack, sound. A moment later, the vast number of crystals condensed into the shape of a vast crystal mountain. It contained an infinite amount of sealing power and a destructive aura. Even a slight leak of this power made Xiaoxing feel extremely dangerous. Is this working? Before he could react, an intense light burst from the crystal mountain, as if it was about to explode. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the crystal mountain instantly exploded, unleashing a terrifying force. Xiaoxing's consciousness was instantly filled with this terrifying force, and he withdrew from it. And then, a system prompt appeared. Attention, Survivor Xiaoxing. You have successfully transformed into a level 8 creature. Your base stats increase by 100%, your skill attack range increases by 100%, and your level cap is raised to 100. Each level you reach will increase your base attack damage by 1,000 points, and your skill coefficient by 10%. At that moment, Xiaoxing felt the magic power surging within him, and a smile played on his face. Finally, I've broken through to level 8. This feels really good. After breaking through to level 8, his mental attributes and physical fitness skyrocketed, plus, his attack range increased by 100%. This means that he can now directly cover 4 kilometers with a single ice 1,000 miles. A single ice blade deals at least millions of damage. Even Xiaoxing had no idea how much damage he could inflict at full power. However, before he could even begin to experience the immense power he possessed after his breakthrough, a second system notification appeared. Survivor Chao Xing, please note. Due to unknown reasons, you have activated a hidden forbidden spell, Frost Crystal Prison Ice Burial. Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, then a flash of joy filled his eyes. Holy crap! Another hidden forbidden spell? He had already obtained a hidden forbidden spell before. Doomsday Ice Star. And now, another Frost Crystal Prison Ice Burial. At that moment, Chao Xing seemed to understand why he had entered the consciousness dimension during his breakthrough, and why he had seen that scene. Clearly, this was the crystal power left behind by Kralkatorrik, combined with his own Frost Mage abilities to create a new skill. Haha. This hidden class is incredible. Not only can I learn Frost Mage skills, but I also activated a hidden forbidden spell directly upon breaking through. Amazing. Excited, he glanced at the properties of this forbidden spell. Frost Prison, Ice Burial, select a target enemy, condense a large amount of crystal and icy power, and seal them for 1 to 5 seconds, can seal enemies 1 level higher than the target, with a minimum duration of 1 second. During this period, a large number of crystal shards will condense to reinforce the seal and form Frost Prison. Each time a crystal shard strikes an enemy, it deals damage equal to 257% of your attack power, for a maximum of 12 to 22 hits. Once the Frost Crystal Prison is fully formed, all crystal fragments explode, dealing Frost Burial damage equal to ATK * 2148% to the sealed target. Cooldown, 24 hours. After reading the properties of this forbidden spell, Chao Xing gasped. Holy crap. This is a single target forbidden spell? Not only does it have a powerful crowd control effect, but it also has a terrifying damage coefficient. By that calculation, this forbidden spell alone can deal at least tens of millions of damage. Incredible. Chapter 568. The most crucial thing is that this forbidden spell is also noted to seal enemies 1 level higher than itself. What does this mean? Chao Xing is now a hero mage. In other words, he can even use this forbidden spell to control legendaries. Great. Now, besides the Moon Goddess Sealing Orb, I have another trump card. With my current strength, if I can get a few more heroes in my territory, even without using the Lizardman statue, I have a good chance of defeating a legend. At this moment, he was incredibly excited, even wanting to find another legend to fight. Of course, that assumes that legend, like the Watcher's Dark Raven Elder, comes alone. If more than 2 legends arrive at the same time, he have to resort to his trump card. Excited, Chao Xing glanced at his attributes after his breakthrough. Name, Chao Xing. Race, Blue Star Human. Occupation, Frost Dragon Mage. Level 70/10 million, level 8. Detailed stats, click to view. Excellent. 7,700 spirit attributes, and magic attack almost breaking 40,000. Add to that the bonuses from various equipment, and I can easily deal over 10 million damage with a single burst. In addition, ice healing and ice armor have also seen significant improvements. The regeneration per second is almost over 20,000. Overall, the improvement brought about by Chao Xing's breakthrough is very significant. Similarly, it will also provide significant bonuses to other members of the territory. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt better. Lu Muxua also saw the notification of his breakthrough, and sent a message to greet him. The two chatted briefly about recent events in the territory before hanging up. With a satisfied look on his face, Chao Xing fell asleep. The next day, when Chao Xing opened his eyes, a system notification appeared before him. Attention survivors, you have reached the 37th day of the development period. There are still 8 days until the 3rd round of Monster Siege. Weather forecast, sunny today, lows between 68 degrees Celsius and 76 degrees Celsius. Suitable for going out and developing the territory. Survivors around the world also woke up at this moment. They all knew that the development period was running out, so they seized the opportunity, heading outside their territories to fight or gather resources, and improve their strength as much as possible. At the same time, Chao Xing also woke up in the elf tribe. The elf warriors rose early in the morning and began packing their belongings, cleaning their rooms, and preparing to move out. The female elves flapped their wings, gathering the morning dew. Chao Xing still had nothing to do. After all, the territory didn't need him to provide much command. The warriors had already followed their previous pace, heading outside the territory in search of the ice nest. Including Yaskin, with over 100 max-level Ascalon warriors and 10 goblin airships, they were rapidly approaching him. So Chao Xing could now rest easy and be a hands-off boss. After a while, a battle notification came. Your territory member, Zweka killed a level 65 ice nest monster, gaining experience points 5005. Combatant gaining experience points 2502. You're watching his experience bar slowly grow. Xiaoxing smiled. It feels so good to be able to just lie back and gain experience. It's really nice. At this rate, I can probably level up a level or two today. Although, after they reach hero level, the experience points required for each level will increase dramatically. But every member of his territory is incredibly hardworking, going out at dawn every day to hunt monsters, and fighting until nightfall. Add to that their immense strength, and their rapid monster clearing speed, which also brings Xiaoxing a huge amount of experience points. By the end of the development period, he'd be around level 80. With another wave of monsters attacking the city, he could even soar straight to level 90. The thought startled Xiaoxing slightly. Oh my god. Doesn't this mean I soon reach level 10 combat power? Haha, so cool. For the rest of the day, he wandered around the elven tribe. Time flew by, and it was 2 days later. That day, a crackling sound of electricity reached Xiaoxing's ears. After the connection, the voice of Ascalon's captain, Yaskin, rang out. Lord, we have arrived at the forest you mentioned. Hearing this, Xiaoxing quickly replied, Very well, Yaskin, head southwest now. I meet you from the air. Yes, esteemed lord. After hanging up, Xiaoxing's wind wings flapped, carrying him swiftly through the dense forest and into the sky. Even off to the other side, Yaskin and the others were also advancing at breakneck speed. After waiting for a while, Xiaoxing saw a line of small black dots appear ahead, rapidly approaching him. It was the goblin airship squadron led by Yaskin. The captain's voice echoed in his ears. Lord, I see you. Xiaoxing quickly replied, Very well, fly to my position now, then descend. I wait for you below. With that, Xiaoxing quickly descended. He then quickly said, Chief Oriole, the support team has arrived. Everyone, prepare to depart. The elven chief's expression suddenly brightened, and he uttered a few words in ancient Elvish. The other elves, hearing this, sprang into action. They returned to their respective rooms, unloaded their bags, and placed them in the open space at the center of the tribe. He then had Chief Oriole cast a spell to remove the vines that obscured the tribe's sky. Clatter. Large leaves parted automatically, revealing the azure sky above. Then, 10 goblin airships gradually ascended above the forest. At Xiaoxing's beckoning, they slowly descended, landing in the clearing in the center of the tribe. The cabin door opened, and solemn-looking Ascalonian warriors emerged one after another. The elves waiting nearby gazed upon these warriors with shock, because each of these Ascalonian warriors exuded an extremely terrifying aura. They felt that these warriors were almost as powerful as their chief, and not just one, but all of them. Some of these warriors were even more dangerous than the elven chief. Until now, they had considered their chief to be one of the most powerful in the forest, and now, any single soldier of this otherworldly lord possessed such terrifying power. Doesn't this mean that these 100+ soldiers alone could raise this forest? The thought of this possibility filled the elves' hearts with even greater emotion. The Ascalon warriors were equally surprised. Looking at these handsome elves, they exclaimed in amazement, The people our lord has sent to support us are actually elves. It's incredible that they can even find such a legendary race. Indeed, even I had never seen an elf in my previous life. The warriors were astonished. After both sides arrived, Xiaoxing spoke. Chief Oriole, these goblin airships are more than enough to carry us all back safely. Without further delay, let's all act. The handsome elven chief nodded slightly, then turned and spoke a few words in ancient Elvish to his people. The other elves, hearing this, also showed a look of reluctance. After all, this was where they had lived since childhood, holding many memories. Suddenly moving to a strange place was a bit of a struggle. However, they also knew that heading to Xiaoxing's territory was the better option now. So, the elves sprang into action, loading a vast amount of supplies, weapons, and even food into the goblin airship. The female elves, their transparent wings flapping constantly, bustled about the treehouse. Soon, the entire tribe's supplies were emptied. The entire tribe of elves boarded the goblin airship together. Xiaoxing counted the elves in the tribe, totaling 458. As immortals, each elf possessed an extremely long lifespan, allowing them to maintain their vitality. The male elves were generally strong and robust, while the female elves were fair-skinned and beautiful. In other words, once they joined the territory, these elves could immediately begin work or battle. When everything was ready, Xiaoxing switched his communication device to the team channel and ordered, airships activated, prepare for full speed return. With that, 10 airships simultaneously ignited. Buzz! The propellers began to spin. Soon, the goblin airships gradually ascended, carrying them high into the sky. The ancient elves gazed at the tribe below, their hands raised in prayer, as if bidding a final farewell. About 2 hours later, the airships had left the primeval forest and were heading towards the Ice Crystal Kingdom. On the way, Chao Xing had Rennies on alert. If you see any human troops, be sure to notify everyone immediately. He did this, naturally, to guard against the kingdom of Ostia. After all, this time, he had killed a legion of 1,000 men, including a 7th-level magician. For a kingdom, a warrior of this caliber was considered a core force, and they would definitely send someone to investigate his death. Thankfully, they encountered no Ostia soldiers until they were far away from this primeval forest. Alright, Rennies, you can relax your vigilance now, Chao Xing's voice echoed in his ears. Rennies was on a griffin, patrolling the airship fleet. After hearing the order, they quickly turned back. Then, they continued on their journey. While on the road, Chao Xing also took a look at the attributes of the elves. Needless to say, the warriors all possessed various combat skills, such as elven archers, elven swordsmen, and so on. The more unusual ones were the female elves. He took a quick glance. Ancient Elf, Liurna. Race, Elf. Level 35, Level 4 Elite Creature. Health, 65441/65441. Attack, 1589 to 1672. Armor, 354 to 368. Skills, none. Talent, Morning Dew, gather Morning Dew, imbuing it with a certain amount of magic and vitality. Dew can be used to heal minor injuries or irrigate magical plants, accelerating their growth cycle by 1 day. Note, each plant can only absorb 1 drop of Morning Dew per day. If used to irrigate ordinary crops, Morning Dew can cover 1 square meter of fertile farmland. A look of surprise appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. Dawn Dew? This talent is quite powerful. 1 drop of dew can increase the growth period of a magical plant by 1 day. That means, as long as these female elves work diligently every day, they can shorten the growth period of these magical plants by half. Plus, I have the blessing of the Pale Tree. The magical plants that originally took 6 months to grow have only taken 3 months with the Pale Tree's blessing of growth. Now, with these elves watering them daily, they mature in a month and a half. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's lips curled up slightly. These female elves are quite useful. Very good. Looks like we can use them to help Juliet and little Nevu with the mass cultivation of those magical plants. Besides, they can also help speed up the growth of crops in the territory, so we can harvest more food each season. The female elf named Liurna seemed to notice Chao Xing's scrutinizing gaze. She hid awkwardly behind her companions, then poked her beautiful elven head out and gazed at Chao Xing cautiously, as if a little afraid of him. Chao Xing smiled and shook his head, not engaging in much communication with the ancient elves. After all, they didn't speak the same language. The journey was tedious. During this time, Chao Xing found the ancient elf leader and recruited all the elves into the territory. The elves immediately accepted. Recruitment successful. Ancient elves Oriel Molimona have joined your territory, increasing the population by 785. The territory's population surged again. He glanced at the territory's total population. Population, 7749/10009. Not bad, there are still over 2,000 people available. During this time, the polar people in the territory have upgraded my lord's castle to level 3. But later on, further upgrades will take longer. Shaking his head, Chao Xing didn't think much of it. After all, the territory's current population of over 10,000 was more than sufficient. Nothing happened next, and about 3 days passed in a flash. As the light of dawn rose on the 3rd day, it illuminated the 10 goblin airships, making them appear like a triumphant fleet returning home. A system notification appeared. You have returned to the snowstorm plains. Having reached the snowstorm plains meant they were approaching their territory. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face. Finally, we're almost there. At the same time, a second system notification appeared. Attention, survivors. You have reached the 42nd day of the development period. There are 3 days left before the 3rd round of monster sieges begins. Weather forecast. Clear skies today, with a low of -52 degrees Celsius to -61 degrees Celsius. Chao Xing pondered, these are the last 3 days. I wonder if Assam and Isabel have made it back to the territory. And those blacksmiths, how many Nero's cannons have you built for me during this time? He gazed ahead with anticipation. Soon, the goblin airship fleet returned to the vicinity of the territory. From afar, A territory framed by frosty white walls and dotted with numerous arrow towers emerged ahead. This territory appeared civilized and powerful. All buildings were arranged according to designated areas. In addition to industrial and residential areas, there were also designated areas for plant growth. This orderly atmosphere exuded a sense of life. The warriors gazed upon this familiar territory, a look of relief crossing their faces. The elves nearby were filled with curiosity, surveying everything about this territory with fascination. For many elves, this was their first time in human territory. As the airship approached, Chaoxing noticed a large group of warriors already standing in the buffer zone below. Among them was Lu Muxue, clad in pure white armor, appearing heroic and holy. There was also Sarah, wielding the death blade and exuding a dangerous aura, as well as the dragon speaker and others. Clearly, they had all heard of Chaoxing's impending return, and had come here to await his arrival. Buzz! 10 airships descended upon the territory's buffer zone. The hatches opened, and the elves emerged in an orderly fashion. Then, they noticed the over 1,000 warriors standing in neat formation, as if awaiting inspection by a commander. More importantly, they were a group of powerful warriors, most of them reaching the maximum level of 70. In other words, this was equivalent to over 1,000 7th-level masters. Previously, the elves had been impressed by the over 100 7th-level Ascalon warriors they had witnessed in the tribe. However, upon arriving in this territory, they discovered that those warriors were merely the tip of the iceberg. The territory's strength far exceeded that. Besides the warriors, there were beings within the crowd with even deeper, more imposing auras. It was only then that they realized the terrifying power of this territory. At the same moment, a human mage in a light blue robe, holding an astrological staff, emerged from the airship, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The warriors shouted in unison, "Welcome back, Lord." The powerful voices resonated through the air, sending a surge of energy and blood rushing through their veins. Looking at the scene before them, filled with so many experts and the warriors' overwhelming momentum, Chaoxing couldn't help but smile. Because these people had risen through the ranks step by step. Now that they possessed such formidable strength, they felt a tinge of pride. Then, he scanned the crowd and spotted 2 distinctive figures. One was Assam, and the other was Elisa. Clearly, Assam had successfully returned from the tomb. Elisa, after being unconscious for so many days, had also regained consciousness. Chaoxing sighed inwardly, great. Now only Isabel hasn't returned. At this moment, the ancient tree clan pulled their roots from the soil, transformed them into legs, and slowly walked towards them. They immediately noticed the ancient elves in the crowd. Surprise crossed the faces of the ancient tree clan members. Just now, the ancient tree of knowledge awakened from its slumber, saying it sensed the presence of a large number of elves. I thought it was mistaken. I didn't expect it to be the ancient elves, and in such large numbers. Chaoxing nodded slightly, then said, "As you can see, our territory has welcomed a new group of elves from an ancient tribe. From now on, everyone must live in harmony with these elves." At the same time, the elven leader stepped forward and said, "I am the leader of this tribe. You may address me as Oriel. From now on, please take good care of me." Hearing this, the warriors and staff on the field responded, "We will treat this ancient race well." Even the ancient tree of war and the ancient tree of wind expressed their welcome. Seeing the friendly people and the ancient tree tribe, who made them feel so at home, the elves' nervousness dissipated considerably. In fact, they began to look forward to their future lives. Chaoxing said, "These new members have just joined and haven't yet received the territory's blessing. Now, let's bless these new members." With that, he unleashed Nessa's ring of blessing. Chapter 569. Buzz. A circle of light, emitting a holy light, appeared, 100 meters in diameter. Then, all the warriors and ancient trees skillfully entered. The ancient elves stood bewildered. The elven leader, Oriel, asked, "Lord, what is this?" Chaoxing smiled, "You know once you enter." "Okay." Although Oriel didn't quite understand why this was necessary, since it was Chaoxing's order, he naturally obeyed. With a puzzled look on his face, the elves entered the circle of light one after another. When everyone had assembled, they began to cast their blessing skills one by one, following the previous order. It's worth noting that Lu Muxue's level has now soared to level 91, becoming a rank 10 Aurora Knight. Similarly, her buff skills have also been greatly improved. Now, a single blessing of courage can increase everyone's attack power by nearly 15,000. You can imagine the magnitude of this. Even Chaoxing, who is also a hero-level character, can gain a nearly 40% attack power bonus. And others like the Polar People, the Staff, and so on. instantly gain attack power of level 6 or 7. This is the terrifying power of a hero level support. Buzz. Buzz. As various powerful blessing skills were cast, the aura of all the warriors increased dramatically again. But the greatest boost came from the ancient elves, who had never received a blessing. The elven chief, Oriel, said in disbelief, "Elven ancestors. To think there are such powerful abilities. Oh my god. I feel like I could easily defeat a hero-level mage now." They all felt the surge of power within themselves, as if reborn. Even the female elves' gentle flapping of their wings could create a small whirlwind. Chao-Xing smiled. "Chief Oriel, this is the method I told you about before. The method that allows warriors to recover quickly." The chief solemnly said, "I see. This is the most miraculous power I've ever witnessed. Thank you, Lord." Then, he led all the elves in a solemn salute to Chao-Xing. "Because you helped him improve his strength, the loyalty of territory member Oriel Winsong has increased. Current loyalty, 83. Because of you." After hundreds of system notifications, the loyalty of this group of elves skyrocketed. Everyone's loyalty reached over 70. A smile crossed Chao-Xing's face. He said, "Chief Oriel, you're new here, so I don't have any missions for you right now. Today, you guide the other elves through the territory to familiarize them with the surroundings. When you have time, I teach them the Continental Common Language." The elven chief solemnly said, "Yes, Lord. I have everyone start learning the Continental Common Language. We strive to integrate our people into this great family as quickly as possible." Chao-Xing nodded slightly, and called over another polar man. "Duan, take our new members and assign them housing." "Yes, Lord." After that, the polar man turned and said, "Everyone, please follow me." After hearing this, hundreds of elves followed Duan to the territory's residential area. Chao-Xing glanced at the combatants on the field and said, "Come, report to me on your recent progress." The warriors exchanged excited glances, seemingly eager to speak. The Ascalon warriors were the first to report. "Lord, after these few days of fighting, we have all reached the maximum level of rank 7. The Boar warriors also excitedly said, "Lord, all the Boar warriors have reached the maximum level 2. And our wandering swordsmen." Everyone reported back. Including the other troops, the centaurs and nightmare archers had almost reached their current maximum level. Chao-Xing nodded again in appreciation. He had almost achieved his original goal. He commanded over 1,000 rank 7 warriors, equivalent to over 1,000 masters. In addition, he possessed a large number of warriors capable of fighting at higher levels, as well as an army of over 100,000 undead. This terrifying force was enough to sweep away everything on the battlefield and help him clear all obstacles. Even facing the Blood Legion, he felt more confident. He shouted, "Excellent. Everyone performed well. We still have 3 days until the final wave of monsters attacks the city. I need you to go out and continue to fight more ice-brood monsters." Although these warriors were already at the maximum level and would not gain experience points from killing monsters, there was still a chance of dropping Dragon Blood Fighter recruitment scrolls and gold points. The warriors responded in unison, "Yes, we will give it our all." With that, the over 1,000 men dispersed in a sea of activity. Then, Chao-Xing looked at the core combatants on the field. During this period, their levels had increased rapidly. In addition to Lu Muxue, who had already reached level 91, Sarah had also reached level 89. The dragon Seraphis had also reached level 94. At this rate, including himself, by the time the monster siege was over, he would likely have 6 level 100 creatures. So, Chao-Xing said, "Muxue, Sarah, Binglan, you should continue to deal with the ice-brood monsters." "Yes, Xing. As you command, Lord." Lu Muxue and Sarah responded simultaneously. Then, the 3 of them and the dragon left the territory together. Soon, only a few scattered combatants remained. Chao-Xing's gaze fell on the Frost Wolf Knight. At this moment, Assam had donned a full set of red battle armor, his aura surging. In addition, his Frost Wolf had also transformed to the 8th level, experiencing a tremendous increase in strength. "Assam, please report your recent progress." "Yes." The knight stepped forward. Then, he recounted everything he had encountered in the tomb. This included his journey through 5 trials, his discovery of the tyrant Lloyd's spirit in the deepest depths of the tomb, and how it attempted to possess his body, leading to a life-and-death battle with Assam. Hearing this, Chao-Xing frowned slightly and asked, "What happened next? Did you defeat it?" Assam shook his head and said, "No, my lord. With the powerful blessing you bestowed upon me, I was able to suppress Lloyd's spirit. But just as I was about to kill him, he realized he was no match for me, so he voluntarily abandoned his spirit body, transformed into a consciousness, and entered my mind. Later, I kept searching for any trace of him, trying to force him out of my body. But he hid himself well. Since entering, he hasn't revealed any trace of him. I don't know if he's still inside me. Chaoxing frowned again after hearing this. He glanced at Assam's status and dashboard, but saw nothing unusual. But this knight wouldn't lie. It seemed, the undead spirit of the tyrant Lloyd still refused to give up. It was now dormant within Assam, preparing to take over his body again. At this thought, a chill flashed in Chaoxing's eyes. Clearly, this tyrant's undead spirit was a hidden danger that must be dealt with as soon as possible. If it erupted in a life-or-death battle in the future, it could be fatal to Assam. But to deal with this kind of creature, one must seek out those skilled in soul-related abilities, or employ specialized methods. I understand, Assam. You should continue your training and fighting as usual. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Yes, Lord. I will not let this creature's spirit influence my consciousness. Assam's tone was filled with unwavering determination and confidence. Then he removed a bag from his waist. By the way, Lord, this is what I collected in that tomb. Please take a look. Chaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise, as if he hadn't expected Assam to have found anything besides the Tyrant 6-piece set. But on second thought, it made sense. After all, this was the tomb of a former king. Surely there would be other treasures. Chaoxing reached out and took it, transferring everything inside into his dragon-patterned bag. Received 214 platinum ancient coins. Received 178.45 kilograms of gold jewelry, necklaces, bracelets, rings, etc. Received 1553 spiritual green crystals. Received 3495 magic pattern stones. Received red wine stewed beef recipe. Received blackened hardwood. Received. The bag contained a great deal. In addition to a large amount of gold jewelry and gold bars, there were also high-grade materials like mithril, magic crystals, and frost white crystals. All told, this was a staggering fortune. And inside, there was something he had never obtained before. What's a platinum coin? Could it be from the same series as the gold and silver coins? With a puzzled look, Chaoxing pulled a coin the size of a baby's fist from his backpack. It glowed white, intricately engraved with patterns. He glanced at the properties. Platinum coin, an extremely ancient and rare coin, no longer in circulation on the mainland. Item effect: collect 100 platinum coins and exchange them for an ancient Haluet treasure chest, which can reveal epic ancient weapons, blueprints, recipes, and more. Sure enough, this thing is from the same series as the gold coin. Furthermore, these platinum coins can even be exchanged for ancient Haluet treasure chests. Chaoxing was instantly excited. It goes without saying how precious Haluet treasure chests are, let alone even rarer ancient Haluet treasure chests. So far, he only obtained 2 during the monster siege, and both yielded valuable items. There were over 200 platinum coins here, meaning he could exchange them for 2 treasure chests at once. Thinking of this, Chaoxing became even more excited. With anticipation, he proceeded with the exchange. Do you want to spend 200 platinum coins to exchange for 2 ancient Haluet treasure chests? Yes. At the same time, 2 massive hexagram formations appeared before him. Buzz! From these 2 formations, an ancient aura emerged, as if a long-forgotten seal had been lifted. When the light dissipated, 2 pristine Haluet treasure chests appeared before Chaoxing found 2 unlocked ancient Haluet treasure chests. Open them? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained luminous flux shoulder armor, orange. Obtained jade elephant heart, orange. Obtained fragmentation grenade *6. Obtained magnetic bomb *8. Obtained. Seeing the contents of the treasure chest, Chaoxing's face took on a strange expression. Interesting. Last time I got the stone flux shoulder armor, and this time I got the luminous flux shoulder armor. Besides these 2 types of shoulder armor, are there any other series? Smiling, Chaoxing bent down and took the shoulder armor out of the box. The shoulder armor was very light, seemingly made of some special material. Holding it in his hand, he couldn't even feel its weight. When slightly impacted or gently shaken, it emits bursts of white light, like a pair of wings of light. Chaoxing sighed. This shoulder armor is quite beautiful. He glanced at the stats. Luminous flux shoulder armor, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment level, none. Unique effect: when equipped, increases attack speed by 100% and reduces movement speed by 50%. Description: this shoulder armor imbued with special powers, instantly transforming you into a shadowless hand. Chaoxing sighed. As expected, all the equipment in this series is the same. While significantly enhancing one attribute, it also reduces another. But overall, the benefits outweigh the negative effects. Then, he began to ponder the best candidate for this piece of equipment. After a moment, Chao Xing decided to give the shoulder armor to the dragon speaker. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, in combat, she mostly relied on the dragon to carry her, so she didn't rely much on her own speed. Secondly, her attack range was extremely wide, relying primarily on sword energy. With this shoulder armor, her attack and destructive power would be elevated to another level, perhaps even a qualitative change. After making his decision, Chao Xing placed it in his backpack. He then checked the contents of another treasure chest. It was a beautiful, crystal-clear emerald green stone. About the size of a fist, it felt cool to the touch and brimmed with a powerful vitality. Jade Elephant Heart Orange. Quality, Epic. Item Type, Special Item. Effect: 1. Containing pure vitality, the Jade Elephant Heart, when used on a magical plant, instantly accelerates its growth by 200 years. Maximum use: 1. Effect: 2. Non-plant life forms that absorb the vitality from the Jade Elephant Heart will increase their lifespan by 50 years. Maximum use: 3. Introduction. Jade elephants are ancient creatures with extremely powerful defenses and a long lifespan. In that era, many powerful individuals would kill jade elephants and obtain their hearts in order to prolong their lives. With widespread hunting, this legendary creature became increasingly rare, and is now completely extinct. After reading the item's properties, Chao Xing's eyes were filled with extreme shock. Holy crap! Directly accelerating growth by 200 years? This effect is even more terrifying than that of the 1,000-year-old tree heart. And that's not even the scariest part. This thing can actually add 50 years to the lifespan of other creatures. It goes without saying what a profound concept this is. 50 years is equivalent to a lifetime for an average person in this world. Heroes and legends, when their lifespans are nearing their limit, become at their most frantic. Just like the old king right now. And if I told them there was something that, if consumed, could extend their lifespan by 50 years, then these powerful individuals would stop at nothing to obtain it. Chao Xing pondered this for a moment. I wonder if the old king has ever used this jade elephant heart. After all, it only lasts 3 times. If he hasn't, you can give it to him. 50 years of life should give him enough to last a while. The old king is his backer. Although this jade elephant heart is precious, even Chao Xing himself would love to use it. But it's better to give it to someone who needs it more. He carefully put it into his backpack and praised, "Well done, Assam. These things you brought back will be of great help to the territory." Assam replied solemnly, "It's my honor to contribute to the territory." Chao Xing glanced at the knight's level. Although he had recently broken through to become an 8th-tier overlord creature, he had only reached level 73. Even his Frost Wolf was only level 71. During this time, Assam had been confined to the tomb, without the opportunity to engage in large-scale monster spawning. Furthermore, he lacked status skills, so he couldn't share the experience points with other warriors. So, naturally, his leveling speed wasn't as fast as Lu Muxua and the others. Just as Chao Xing was deciding to send Assam out to continue fighting the Ice Nest, he suddenly remembered something. He checked the effects of Assam's Tyrant Armor. Tyrant Set, King's Majesty, when activated, increases skill damage by 45% and reduces defense by 20% against enemies lower in level than you. Lasts 5 minutes, cooldown, 60 minutes. Increases skill damage? That's quite a nice effect. I gave Assam 5 Sword Speaker Stones earlier, increasing his skill stats by 50%. Now it's 95%. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Although this trip to the tomb had its ups and downs, overall, it was quite rewarding. So he said, "Alright, Assam, take Winter with you and go find and fight the Ice Brood monsters. Try to improve your strength as quickly as possible." The knight straightened himself and said respectfully, "Yes, Lord." With that, he controlled Winter and transformed into a streak of white lightning, leaving the territory. After Sam left, Chao Xing glanced at his gold points. Gold points * 3262. Chapter 570. After these few days of fighting, the territory's warriors have earned nearly 2,000 gold points, bringing their total to over 3,000. Chao Xing exclaimed, "Not bad. This many gold points is more than enough to redeem that Overlord level recruitment scroll. So, with 3 days left, I can earn another 700 or 800 gold points. That means, after redeeming that scroll, I still have around 1,000 points left. That's a considerable sum. After all, a complete set of level 50 epic armor in the gold point store only costs 700 or 800 gold points. This means, in addition to the scroll, Chao Xing can also redeem a set of epic equipment. However, he didn't rush to redeem it, as he had other matters to attend to. Soon, he arrived at the territory's residential area. He then pushed open Elisa's room. At that moment, the little girl was crouching at the head of the bed, stealthily hiding something in a closet. Seeing this, Chao Xing called out, "Elisa." "Wow!" Elisa gasped, then quickly stood up, her eyes wide open as she stared toward the entrance. Relief gradually settled in after she realized it was Chao Xing. "It's the Lord. I thought it was someone else. I was so scared." Chao Xing stared at her back and asked, "What are you hiding?" The girl's gaze shifted slightly at this question, then she shook her head. "Nothing, he. "Huh? You're not telling the truth to this lord, are you?" Chao Xing asked unkindly. Elisa hurriedly replied, "Absolutely not. Elisa always listens to the Lord." "Then tell me, what are you hiding?" Under Chao Xing's pressure, the young woman finally gave in and said, "Okay. I show it to the Lord." She then knelt down hesitantly and opened the wooden cabinet. Chao Xing immediately spotted a white, let's call it a hat. The hat was already halfway finished, the stitches appearing rather messy, but the design was quite abstract. It looked more like Lazy Sheep's hairstyle than a hat. "Did you make this yourself?" Chao Xing asked. Elisa grabbed the hat and replied sheepishly, "Yes. I give it to you as a gift once I'm done. It's a little ugly though. If you, Lord, dislike it, that's fine." Chao Xing took it and examined it carefully, then commented, "For a beginner, your craftsmanship is quite good." He then handed the hat back to her. "Keep working on it. I accept this gift." Hearing this, the young woman beamed. "Excellent. I keep working on it. Once I'm done, I personally put it on you, Lord." Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Putting it on wasn't necessary. Then he got to the point. "Tell me, Elisa, what happened during the last fog disaster? And how did you become the target of the creatures in the fog?" The smile on the young woman's face faded at this question. Then, somewhat seriously, he replied, "I don't know exactly what happened. That day, I had just emerged from the cowshed when I heard someone calling my name in the fog. But I remembered your warning not to run outside the territory, so I quickly returned to my room. But before I'd taken a few steps, the fog suddenly expanded, completely engulfing me, and I lost consciousness. Later, in a daze, I seemed to hear some voices. They said there was a will within me from some great being, and they wanted to awaken it from within." Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes suddenly grew serious as he asked, "Do you know who the great being they're talking about is?" Elisa shook her head. After a moment's thought, Chao Xing changed the subject, asking, "Have you noticed anything unusual about your body over the years?" The little girl raised her head and looked at Chao Xing blankly. Then she shook her head. "No. Elisa has always been just like you. My father and the villagers praise me for being a healthy child." Chao Xing stared at Elisa. Her eyes remained as pure as ever. After a moment, she said, "I understand. You don't have to worry. What happened before will remain the same." At this point, Chao Xing changed the subject. "Of course, if something changes in the future, and you no longer recognize me as your lord, then..." Elisa looked at him blankly at first, then a strange smile crossed her face. He, what will happen?" Chao Xing replied, "It's your choice. It doesn't matter if you no longer recognize me." Upon hearing this, the little girl burst into laughter, saying, "He. So, Lord, you care about me so much. Don't worry, no matter what happens to Elisa, you're still my lord." "I hope so." Chao Xing shook his head, turned, and headed out. Just then, Elisa suddenly took a running start and leaped onto Chao Xing's back, hanging onto him like a koala. Chao Xing instinctively reached out and cupped her thighs. Before he could speak, Elisa whispered in his ear, "Lord, do you not trust Elisa?" Chao Xing remained silent. Clearly, Elisa's secret was far from simple. Even the fog that covered the entire continent had taken the initiative to attack her. And if, as she claimed, her will awakened one day, it would surely dominate Elisa's thoughts. However, seeing Chao Xing's expression, the little girl seemed a little anxious. "Ugh! You really don't trust me. Damn you, Lord. How could you not trust the loyal Elisa?" the girl said as she rubbed against his back. The small, soft flesh on her chest rubbed against him. Chao Xing felt nothing and said helplessly, "All right, I trust you. Get off me first." The girl angrily said, "I won't get off. Elisa's mad? I want you, Lord, to carry me for another half hour before I calm down." Chao Xing smiled. "Okay, no problem." So, he carried the girl around the room. As he walked, Elisa's mumblings lingered in his ears. Then, within 5 minutes, the sound gradually faded, and she finally stopped talking. Chaoxing listened to the gentle breathing and the steady, rhythmic beat of Elisa's heart. Turning his head, he saw the little girl had fallen asleep on his back. He smiled, shook his head, and laid her back on the bed. Now, Chaoxing stood at the head of the bed, gazing at the radiant moon between Elisa's brows, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The moon? Shaking his head, Chaoxing gave it no more thought. He covered Elisa with a quilt and quietly left the room. Then, he returned to Elena's room. At this moment, the vines on the green snake named Lana had been released. She lay on her side on the bed, recovering from her injuries. Elena was caring for her. Upon seeing Chaoxing enter, Elena quickly stood up and saluted. Green snake Lana's eyes still held a gleam of hatred. Humph. Hypocritical human. Chaoxing glanced at her. Beside her, Elena quickly stopped him. Lana, you can't speak to the Lord like that. She then looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry, Lord. Chaoxing waved his hand and asked, Elena, do you know what's going on with your sister's health? During the previous battle, Chaoxing had noticed that besides her extreme hatred for humans, Green Snake Lana had something wrong with her health. It was as if a violent aura enveloped her, giving her an air of ferocity. Elena nodded and said, You're right. Lana's health is indeed a problem. She wasn't like this before. Green Snake Lana snorted coldly. I'm fine. I don't need to say anything more to this human. Chaoxing glanced at her speechlessly, then looked at Elena. Tell me more about what happened. Okay, my lord. Elena gathered her words and said slowly, It's like this. Back then, Lana was captured by that hunter and quickly sold to a human slave trader. After several transfers, she was finally sold to a human noble. The noble bought her and imprisoned her in a dungeon. That dungeon contained many captured slaves of various races, specifically for those nobles to find at the ball. At every ball, many slaves died tragically, some even being eaten by the slaves. When they tried to capture Lana, she fought back desperately, and during the fight, she activated her bloodline power. That was the power of another legendary serpent, Qinglin. So Lana transformed into a green snake, biting all the nobles and their guards to death, freeing all the slaves and escaping into the wild. But because she had killed so many nobles, Lana was wanted by the kingdom, and a large number of mercenaries and bounty hunters pursued her. Later, a powerful human wizard captured her. However, instead of handing her over to the kingdom to collect the bounty, he used her snake man physique to conduct some sinister research, hoping to force the legendary serpent's power out of her. At that time, the wizard fed Lana strange potions, and cast evil spells on her every day, leaving her in excruciating pain. At this point, Elena looked at her sister, a look of heartache in her eyes. She continued. After about 3 months of experimentation, the wizard's research was successful. He cast a vicious curse on Lana, fully activating her bloodline, allowing her to constantly borrow the power of the legendary serpent, Qinglin. The power of the curse. Chaoxing interrupted. A curse? Yes. Elena replied, This curse is extremely ancient and extremely evil. It constantly instills evil thoughts into Lana's mind, making her want to kill and destroy everything, thereby constantly stimulating the power of her bloodline. This curse significantly increased Lana's strength, to the point where she even bit the wizard to death. Later, to control her murderous urges, Lana fled to the primeval forest alone, a way to control herself. But despite this, the curse continued to haunt her, feeding her with crazy thoughts 24/7, filling her mind with evil voices, and driving her to destroy everything. So, Lana herself didn't want this. After hearing her story, Chaoxing's eyes lit up with realization. He seemed to understand something, and looked at the green snake on the field. So, you stole the elven tome to find a way to break this curse? The green snake snorted coldly, and turned away, seemingly unwilling to answer. Elena, standing beside him, whispered, Yes, my lord. The elven tome contains countless secret techniques, one of which may contain a way to break this curse. But finding this secret technique requires a considerable amount of time spent poring over the classics, and searching for a corresponding solution. Lana hasn't found it yet. Chaoxing nodded slightly, then glanced at the green snake's status. Status, ominous voice, legendary curse, instills a flood of evil thoughts into the mind, causing it to remain in a state of constant confusion and increasing its attack power by 20%. A legendary curse? The effect is truly terrifying. But buoyancy should be able to resolve it. Chaoxing then looked at the two snake men and said, Don't worry, I have a solution for your sister's condition. At that moment, a glimmer of hope appeared in Elena's eyes. She asked tentatively, Is this true, Lord? Chaoxing nodded slightly. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Hearing this, Elena excitedly exclaimed, Great! I knew the Lord would have a solution. Lana, did you hear that? You be free of this curse soon. White Snake Elena seemed incredibly excited. Hearing this, the green snake on the bed remained skeptical. My curse is a legendary one. Even some legendary warriors can't overcome it. Are you sure you can? Chao Xing didn't bother explaining, but simply shouted, Buoyancy, come here. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of flapping wings and a cluck chirping could be heard from outside the room. Soon, a white figure, covered in pure white feathers, burst open the door with a bang. It was the light feather chicken, which had reached level 70. Although it was only a master, its innate abilities and commander-level skills already allowed it to dispel legendary-level negative status effects. Chao Xing quickly said, Buoyancy, cast a purifying light on this woman now. Cluck! The light feather chicken understood Chao Xing's command, and immediately flapped its wings and floated into the air. Then, a sacred light emanated from it. Then, a ball of purifying light descended directly onto the green snake's body. Instantly, the woman felt a surge of sacred power within her, which began to purify the cold energy within her. A look of pain gradually spread across Lana's face, turning pale in an instant. Her pupils were bloodshot, and she exuded a violent aura. She clutched her head in agony and muttered, Damn it! Stop screaming! Get out of my mind! Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! Kill all of you! Devour you all! Lana seemed hysterical, clearly a curse unleashed. Beside her, Elena hugged her tightly, patting her back repeatedly and soothingly saying, Lana, don't be afraid. I be with you. Don't be afraid. Sister. As her gentle voice continued, the green snake gradually calmed down. Her fists clenched tightly, her shoulders trembled, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Blood flowed from her palms, as if she were suppressing the pain. A moment later, a puff of dark purple smoke emanated from her fair skin. The green snake, as if struck by something severe, suddenly widened its pupils, and then opened its mouth. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Elena, standing beside her, quickly wiped it away. It was clear that the curse had taken root in her body. Although the light feather chicken's purifying light was effective against the curse, it couldn't completely dispel it in one go. According to Chao Xing's estimate, it would take approximately 4 applications to completely remove the negative status from her. In addition, Chao Xing discovered that the green snake's level had dropped by 2, now reaching level 88. Will your strength decrease when the curse is removed? But as long as you don't drop below level 70, the impact won't be significant. Then he continued, Elena, I'm going to let Buoyancy continue removing the curse. Remember to hold her down. The Snake Man priest's expression suddenly straightened, and she hugged Lana tightly. I understand, my lord. At the same time, Buoyancy, the light feather chicken, once again floated into the air. Cluck! Cluck! Then, it began to continuously release purifying light. Each burst of pure light fell upon Lana, causing her to writhe and thrash frantically on the bed. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, her level dropped by 2 levels. But correspondingly, her complexion also improved slightly. After 5 consecutive uses of purifying light, Lana's level had dropped to 80. Chao Xing glanced at her status bar, and the ominous voice curse had completely vanished. Lana, once in a frenzy, gradually calmed down, staring blankly at the scene before her. She suddenly felt the voice in her head completely quiet. The voice that had troubled her for countless years, constantly urging her to kill and destroy, had completely dissipated. After so many years, she felt a long-lost peace. Even the anger and cruelty in her eyes faded somewhat. She murmured, It's gone, that voice gone. So, is this world so quiet? As if encountering a normal world for the first time, Lana couldn't help but reach out her hands and touch the air before her. Beside her, Elena, weeping with joy, embraced Lana. Great! You're finally back to normal. Even Green Snake Lana, as if awakened from a dream, embraced her sister. At this moment, Chao Xing asked with interest, How are you feeling now? Lana didn't speak, but instead raised her enchanting face and looked at him with a complicated expression. Beside her, Elena advised, Lana, the Lord has lifted the curse from you. You must thank him sincerely, okay? Hearing this, the enchanting woman hesitated for a moment, then spoke stiffly, Thank you. Thank you. Chao Xing, with a hint of a smile on his face, said, I lifted the curse from you. Isn't thanking you enough? Green Snake Lana's gratitude instantly vanished, replaced by a look of disgust. As expected. All humans are like this. What do you want? Chapter 571. Chao Xing didn't waste time talking to her, and said directly, "Join my territory, and pledge allegiance to me for 10 years. During this time, you must obey my orders completely. I lift the curse you spent hundreds of years trying to break. 10 years of loyalty to me isn't too much, is it?" At this, Lana's eyes flickered with struggle. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, 10 years is 10. At the same time, a smile curved at the corner of Chao Xing's mouth. "Little brat, I can't cure you." Even Elena was delighted. She said happily, "That's great, Lana. We can be together forever." Green Snake Lana sighed at her sister's joy. So, Chao Xing directly issued a recruitment invitation. Recruitment successful. Serpent Tribe. Lana, level 80, an 8th level overlord creature, has joined your territory. Your territory's population increases by 20. Another overlord level powerhouse has joined the territory. Chao Xing was secretly delighted. As a lord who frequently dealt with women, he could handle even formidable beings like Hilda and Bing Lan, and even this ill-tempered green snake was easily controlled. Then, he glanced at her specific attribute panel. Snakeman Green Scale, Lana. Race, Snakeman. Level 80, level 8 Overlord. HP, 4.123 million/31.5775 million, blessed by the Pale Tree. Attack damage, 68,195 to 79,784. Armor, 7,177 to 7,285. Skills, Advanced Hardened Green Scale, Venomous Fang Piercing, Green Scale Shadow, Blood Sacrifice Snake Spirit, Green Shadow Snake Curse. Commander Level Skill, 10,000 Snake Binding Strangulation, summons tens of thousands of venomous snake shadows to attack a single target, binding them, and then subjecting them to high level. Strangle, Strength, lasts 1 to 5 seconds, cooldown, 10 hours. Domination Domain, Green Snake Domination Domain, increases healing received by 30%, increases attack damage by 20%, and suppresses healing on all enemies by 30%. Talent, Jungle Behemoth, after switching to Green Snake form, increases maximum health by 30% and armor by 20%. Food, 65. Loyalty, 58. A commander level control skill? However, the control strength of this skill isn't clearly stated. The specific effects remain to be tested. But since it's a commander level skill, it can't be that weak. Besides, this domination domain that suppresses enemy healing is also very useful. Chao Xing commented. It was clear that this green snake had considerable combat power, and could also aid the team. So, Chao Xing casually cast an ice healing spell. Then, above her head, a series of recovery numbers exceeding 30,000 appeared. The shocking wounds on her body healed, and healed at a visible rate. Without waiting for the shock to show in her eyes, Chao Xing spoke directly. "Alright, Elena, take her around the territory now to regain her strength. If you can't stay idle, take her out to fight those ice nest monsters. Your sister is only at level 8 right now. She's still too weak." Elena said softly, "Yes, Lord." Beside her, Lana was stunned, unable to utter the last word. If, before now, she had heard Chao Xing call her weak, Lana would have refuted him without hesitation. But now, feeling the surging vitality within her body, and the constantly regenerating health bar, she suddenly understood why she couldn't defeat her sister, even though she was clearly stronger. Without further comment, Chao Xing left Eilena's room. After all, he had successfully taken this green snake into his territory, and there would be plenty of opportunities to train. To cultivate her later. In fact, Chao Xing could even bring her to her complete submission right now. After all, he still had a few loyalty pearls in his backpack that he hadn't used. This thing can instantly raise a friendly unit's loyalty to its maximum. Of course, force gains aren't sweet. Forcibly increasing loyalty through items doesn't give any sense of accomplishment. Chao Xing wanted her to submit willingly. Thinking of this, a smile gradually formed on his lips. Chao Xing thought, next, I can redeem that scroll in the gold points shop and add another overlord level creature to my territory. Then, he opened the shop and made the exchange. Do you want to spend 3,000 gold points to redeem the Baifu Blackheart, level 4 overlord level creature, recruitment scroll? Yes. Exchange successful, gold points reduced by 3,000. Then, a pitch black recruitment scroll appeared in Chao Xing's backpack. It sat there, beating faintly like a pitch black heart. Then, he summoned it. Do you want to use the scroll to summon a 4-tier overlord creature? Yes. The moment Chao Xing clicked confirm, the scroll in his hand vanished. And before him, a strong dark aura emerged. Then, Chao Xing heard a voice full of sorrow. Once upon a time, I was such a coward. I ran about in exhaustion, living a miserable existence, like a candle in the wind, unable to control my own destiny. I want to understand why I was so cowardly. I want to know why I didn't dare to resist oppression and bullying. So, I cut open my heart. But what I found was pitch black. At this moment, I finally understood that it wasn't my inherent weakness, but the darkness of this world that had already stained it black. If that's the case, why should I resist this innate darkness? So, I accepted my own inner darkness and gained unprecedented strength. When the voice ended, a strange figure appeared before Chao Xing. He wore a suit of pitch-black metal armor and black metal gloves, sharp as the claws of a devil. The most striking feature was his chest, where a massive black crystal, as deep as a bottomless spring, was embedded. His face was hidden beneath the pitch-black helmet, and only his eyes, emitting a faint green light, could be vaguely seen. At this moment, this formidable figure slowly rotated his armor, and gradually turned his gaze towards Chao Xing. "Excuse me, are you the master of this territory?" Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Yes, I summoned you from another dimension. Are you willing to serve me?" Hearing this, the black-armored being glanced around before resting his gaze on Chao Xing. As if sensing the vast magical power emanating from him, he nodded slightly and said, "I am Baifu Blackheart, an executioner who walks in darkness. I am happy to serve you." With that, the black-armored man extended his clawed right hand, placed it on the black heart, bowed slightly, and saluted Chao Xing solemnly. A smile played on Chao Xing's lips. Clearly, his increased strength had saved him a lot of trouble. Even this seemingly unapproachable being offered its loyalty on the spot. The fact that 2 Overlord-level creatures had been added to the territory today had also brightened Chao Xing's mood. After all, these were all promising individuals, with a high probability of reaching legendary status in the future. With a cheerful heart, he glanced at the new member's attributes. Baifu Blackheart. Race, human. Level 40, level 4 Overlord-level creature. HP, 325894/325894, Blessing of the Pale Tree. Attack, 5891 to 6022, Leadership. Armor, 1247 to 1389. Attributes, Strength 2158, Agility 2079, Spirit 2041, Constitution 2591. Skill, Master Level Claw Mastery, a claw attack imbued with a sinister power. Upon striking an enemy, it reduces their maximum HP by 1%. This attack can be stacked up to 5 times. Unholy Hard Blast unleashes the power of the Black Heart, firing a shock beam forward with a maximum attack range of Spirit *0.1 m, dealing damage equal to 167% of attack power *167% to all enemies in its path. The beam lasts for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Anima Shield activates the power of the Black Heart, converging an energy shield around the body that absorbs Agility *10 damage for 10 seconds. When the shield shatters, it deals 189% of the damage to surrounding enemies. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Dark Grab extends a sharp claw and shoots at the target at breakneck speed, and imprisons the enemy for 1 to 5 seconds. Cooldown, 55 seconds. Heart-piercing claws. The claws spin wildly, dealing continuous damage equal to attack power *178%. If the heart is hit, the damage is increased by 200%, and all damage dealt is converted to health. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Commander level skill, Unholy Heart Fission. Frenzy detonates the power within the heart, draining 1% of the health of all nearby allies. Can be drained up to 10 times. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Domination Domain Emperor Engine Domain makes all nearby enemy creatures hear their heartbeats and feel fear in them. Suppresses the stats of enemy units below your level by 20%, and reduces the attack speed of units above your level by 20%. Talent, Heart Strengthening. In combat, each successful kill by crushing an enemy's heart increases your attack damage by 1% for 30 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. Satisfaction, 72. Loyalty, 65. After watching this guy's long list of skills, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with amazement. Wow, so most of these abilities are heart-related? They're quite powerful indeed. Add to that his innate talent and domain domination, and his attack power could even rival that of Burger after he consumed demon blood. Of course, Chao Xing was more concerned about his commander-level skill. Evil Heart Fission, Frenzy. Draining the health of allied units? And by percentage, anyway. That doesn't seem to have any effect? After all, with the boost from eternal power, his territory was not short of healing power. Also, if this skill had been draining enemy health, it would have been less severe, but since it was draining allies, it would at most only increase Baifu Blackheart's own survivability. Thinking of this, a hint of disappointment gradually appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. And then, as if remembering something, his eyes suddenly widened, a gleam of light flashing. No, this skill might be very useful. After all, what does it mean to drain 1% of all allies' health? Almost all of the combatants in Chao Xing's territory had health points in the millions, or even tens of millions. Just one casual absorption can drain hundreds of millions of HP, instantly restoring them to full health. This skill can be used 10 times in a row. In other words, as long as he's not instantly killed, he can remain immortal. At this point, I can use the Soul Link skill to have everyone attack Baifu Blackheart, delivering true damage to the enemy. Combined with our terrifying DPS, we can attack and restore HP simultaneously. The damage this skill inflicts is even more terrifying than a forbidden spell. At this thought, Chao Xing's eyes gradually brightened with excitement. Great, great! As expected, there are no useless skills, only lords who don't know how to use them. He suddenly felt very happy. However, to realize the effectiveness of this skill combination, Baifu Blackheart's level had to be raised first. After all, the damage dealt by the others depended on his maximum health. So, Chao Xing directly pulled an expert-level Heart of Strength from his backpack and said, Baifu, use this Heart of Strength to restore your strength. The man in black armor immediately replied, Thank you, Lord, for your generosity. Baifu will be back to peak form as soon as possible. A notification appeared indicating a loyalty increase. He respectfully accepted the red crystal from Chao Xing's hand, then extended his sharp metal claws, and gently scratched it. The crystal split open, absorbing the pure power contained within. At the same time, the black crystal on Baifu Blackheart's left chest pulsed. Chao Xing could faintly hear the sound of a strong heartbeat. Boom! Boom! The sound of the heartbeat was so clear, as if it were ringing in your head, so rhythmic that it even set your heart beating in sync. Not only Chao Xing, but even the surrounding territory members heard the heartbeat and began to follow it. Is this the effect of his domain? It can actually affect other people's heartbeats. Interesting. In some cases, this domain can even cause considerable damage. After all, everyone's heartbeats tracked his rhythm. What if Baifu suddenly increased his heart rate to 5 or 6 times its normal rate, or even more than 10 times? A sudden acceleration of the heartbeat could trigger a series of serious consequences, including dizziness, fainting, mental disorders, and gastrointestinal ischemia. Level 7 and 8 warriors, like Chao Crossing, could withstand it. But those level 4 and 5 creatures below couldn't withstand such an impact. It seems this new member still has a lot of abilities to develop, Chao Xing exclaimed. Meanwhile, Baifu's breakthrough was also quickly successful. A system notification appeared. Your territory member, Baifu Blackheart, has successfully broken through to a level 5 creature, with a 100% increase in basic attributes and a 50% increase in health. Feeling the surge of power within him, the man in black armor excitedly extended his clawed hands, swinging them back and forth in the air. I didn't expect to recover my 5th level strength just after being summoned. He looked at Chao Xing and said in a hollow voice, Respected Lord, thank you. I have successfully broken through. Very well. Now I will continue strengthening your strength. With that, Chao Xing raised his staff and unleashed 4 status skills: Ice Healing, Ice Armor, Frost Shield, and Ice Attraction. This greatly improved Baifu Blackheart's survivability. Feeling these 4 buffs within him, the new member's eyes also showed extreme shock. His loyalty, like the rest of the members, soared to over 75. Chao Xing said, Now you two should go out and fight. Improve your strength as quickly as possible. Baifu Blackheart said respectfully, Yes. Great Lord. Baifu will do his best to obtain more hearts for you. Then he turned and quickly left the territory. When the new member disappeared, Chao Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction. Very good. Now that everything is basically done, I can go out and fight those ice brood monsters to increase my level. But I haven't been back for several days. Before that, I inspect the territory and then go out to kill monsters. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly crossed the buffer zone and arrived at the territory's perimeter. Before him appeared a row of frosty white walls, over 10 meters high and nearly 8 meters wide, looking imposing and heavy. After this period of development, all high-level frost walls in the territory have been upgraded to expert-level frost walls. Add to that the advanced spell of the Earth Mage Tyran, Rock Rampart. This significantly increased the durability of these walls. Not only that, they also housed several destroyer siege crossbows, catapults, and other war tools. His territory was already looking increasingly majestic. Great. I wonder when the system will allow the exchange of master-level wall blueprints. This would further strengthen the territory's defenses. As he walked, he arrived at the ore processing plant area. In the open space outside the processing plant, 7 or 8 black transport trucks were parked, waiting to unload. Each truck was loaded with a large amount of ore. In the processing plant, a dozen or so polar people were constantly unloading ore from the trucks and bringing it to the factory for sorting and smelting. It was a busy scene. Chao Xing now controlled 3 large mining sites, all of which were being mined simultaneously. Add to that the dozens of transport trucks that periodically returned to the territory, bringing him a large amount of resources every day. Very good. Once we have more staff members and control of more large mining sites, and have accumulated sufficient resources, we can proceed with the third expansion of our territory. Chao Xing's territory now has a diameter of 2 kilometers, roughly the size of a small town. With further expansion, it will almost reach the level of a giant city. Of course, building a giant city requires a vast amount of resources. He still needs to accumulate resources for some time. Chapter 572. Thinking, Chao Xing arrived at the industrial zone again. 10 uniformly shaped black buildings appeared before him, steam billowing from the chimneys on their roofs. These buildings were indeed expert blacksmith shops. Chao Xing pushed open the door of one of the blacksmith shops, and was immediately greeted by a bustling scene. The sound of ding-ding, bang-dang. The clatter of hammering echoed incessantly. Each forge was heated to maximum power, and the blacksmiths placed each piece of pre-fired rough material onto the forging table. Hundreds of blacksmiths were working flat out, not even noticing Chao Xing's arrival. It was Harold who noticed Chao Xing, immediately dropped his work, and came over to him and saluted. "Lord, good day." Chao Xing nodded. "Harold, how's the forging progress going on here?" "My lord," the blacksmith reported, "I've successfully crafted the first Nero's cannon. Given sufficient materials, we can produce one every 5 days." Chao Xing's eyes lit up with admiration. One every 5 days is quite impressive. After all, this epic cannon is incredibly powerful, each one a strategic force. He said admiringly, "Excellent. How are the other blacksmiths doing?" Harold continued, "The other blacksmiths are also working diligently. The 2 expert blacksmiths are working tirelessly on crafting the Divine Protector swords, producing about 7 or 8 a day. The remaining senior and mid-level blacksmiths are crafting high-quality battle armor, producing approximately 200 to 300 sets a day." Chao Xing nodded again. It was clear that these blacksmiths were working very efficiently. Soon, all the warriors in his territory would be wearing fine armor and wielding golden weapons. Furthermore, even if more advanced blueprints became available in the future, these weapons and equipment wouldn't go to waste. Chao Xing could sell them on the trading channel to other survivors, or to merchants in this world. After all, as we've seen from previous transactions, any piece of golden equipment in this world was generally worth over 1 million crowns. And high-level golden weapons, like the Divine Guardian Saber, could even go over 5 million crowns. In other words, Chao Xing could earn tens of millions of crowns daily just from these blacksmiths. Thinking of this, his mood brightened. "Very good, keep up the good work, Harold. Tell the other blacksmiths that I send someone to bring their families over after a while." This was the condition Chao Xing had promised. However, he didn't act immediately, deciding to wait a little longer. Firstly, the warriors were busy improving their strength, and had no time to make the long journey to fetch the blacksmiths' families. Secondly, the new expansion was about to launch. When the Blood Legion arrived, even lords like them would be targets. As the old king had said before, the Blood Legion wouldn't attack ordinary people. If they brought their families back to the territory now, they might be implicated once the expansion launched. So, for now, it would be safer for them to remain where they were. Harold said solemnly, "Understood, Lord. I convey this to them, and supervise their work diligently." "Very well." Chao Xing then left the blacksmith shop. He then glanced towards the machine shop next door. "Perfect. Let's go see if Goblin Locke has been slacking off lately." Before he could get close, a shrill voice rang out. "Oh! Look who's back. Our wise and mighty lord." A short figure quickly approached. It was the goblin. As soon as he arrived, he excitedly declared, "God of the Crypt, every time I see you, Lord, I'm filled with admiration, even the urge to bow down before you." "You?" Chao Xing waved his hand, interrupting him. "Locke, stop." The goblin immediately shut his mouth and let out a wry smile. It was his nature. Every time he saw Chao Xing, he start by flattering him. If you don't stop him, he praise you with different words for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Of course, Chao Xing was already used to it. Locke, tell me about your progress. The goblin's expression straightened, and he quickly said, My lord, during the days you were away, I've successfully built 4 frost trebuchets. In addition, I've also worked overtime to build 2 massive machines. Oh! What massive machines? Chao Xing asked with interest. Locke smiled mysteriously, then turned and said, Please take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps could be heard from the machine shop. Soon, 2 massive robots, nearly 7 meters tall and constructed entirely of fine iron and mithril, approached. In his left hand was a massive drill, in his right, a massive excavation device. These were the blueprints I exchanged for at the Legion store last time. A large mining robot. Chao Xing exclaimed, Excellent. This robot will significantly increase our mining efficiency. Locke, we just need to build 6 more mining robots. Understood, Lord. Locke said with a smile, Then I get back to work. Go ahead. With that, the goblin swiftly turned and scurried off into the goblin factory. At the same time, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear and said, Hilda, Eilina, come to the machinery factory. The 2 women's voices responded. I be right there, Lord. I understand. Soon, 3 graceful figures approached. It was none other than the white snake Eilina, the green snake Lana, and the blood spider queen Hilda. At this moment, the green snake Lana also noticed Hilda's arrival. The blood spider queen, with her 8 slender legs, advanced step by step, a sea of blood trailing behind her. This was her army of blood spiders. The 2 women, both overlord-level creatures, exuded a formidable aura, and at this moment, seemed even more antagonistic. Chao Xing's voice rang out. Eilina, Hilda, now cast a status effect on these 2 robots. And cast a status effect on Lana as well. Eilina obeyed. The blood spider queen glanced at Lana, then chuckled softly. She casually raised her right hand, and unleashed a wave of queen's will upon the robots and the green snake. Lana felt a little annoyed by Hilda's haughty and disdainful look. Her narrow eyes widened instantly, and she glared at the blood spider queen with hostility. At this moment, they stood like a giant snake and a spider in the jungle, brimming with a primal threat. Hilda chuckled, What? Wanna fight with this queen? Lana snorted, Come on, who's afraid? A ball of green energy surged from her body, and scales gradually covered her form, as if ready to transform at any moment. Hilda's eyes remained captivated as she observed Lana's battle-ready posture. Then she shook her head slowly. You don't have much of the Lord's blessing, so you can't defeat me. Even a few of my blood spiders are no match for you. Better not humiliate yourself. Hilda was telling the truth. Although her rank was 1 level lower than Lana's, in a fight, this green snake would be no match. After all, she only had 1 ice healing spell. Green snake Lana seemed unconvinced. How can we know without a fight? She remained ready for battle. Seeing the tension between the 2 sides, Chao Xing interrupted, All right, you're all members of my territory. What are you fighting about? Now fight! Hilda, already a diehard fan, obeyed his orders with absolute certainty. A faint smile played on her lips, and she turned and headed out of the territory. Behind her was the mighty army of blood spiders. Even the new member, Lana, dared not disobey Chao Xing's orders, and gradually subsided the green aura around them. Elena, standing by, grabbed her arm and said, Sister, let's go too. Looking at Hilda's back, Lana snorted and obediently left the territory with her sister. She watched the green snake and white snake depart. Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear again and called over the 2 polar men. 2nd strong, 6th strong, take these 2 robots to the Vala ruins and another large mining site, and help them with the mining. Yes, Lord. With that, they quickly led the 2 robots out of the territory. Both mining sites were hundreds of kilometers away from the territory. Chao Xing didn't send an escort, nor did he need one. After all, with the strength of these 2 polar men, they were already capable of facing a level 7 creature head-on. Plus, the 2 mining robots also had comparable combat power. If any survivors or bandits along the way saw these 2 polar men and thought they were easy prey, they might try to steal the robots. Then they might have to worry about their own safety. After making these arrangements, Chao Xing thought, now that we've inspected the territory's industrial areas, we can move on to the agricultural areas. He clapped his hands and continued walking toward the buffer zone. Soon, a vast expanse of fertile farmland covered by greenhouses appeared before them. A conservative estimate suggests it's at least 200 acres, a truly impressive sight. Thanks to the tireless efforts of over 100 Putin village residents, the territory's agricultural sector has grown significantly. A smile played on Chao Xing's lips. Such a large expanse of fertile farmland is enough to support thousands of people. If combined with the talents of those female elves, the growth of crops can be accelerated even further. Then, I'd be completely self-sufficient in food. Thinking of this, his mood brightened. After inspecting the agricultural area, he went to the tavern and activated the recruitment function. Then, as usual, he headed to the Lord's castle, and used the Shining Nova exploration function. Buzz! A brilliant meteor shot up into the sky, and landed in a random area. Instantly, a blank area on the mini-map lit up. Chao Xing summoned Saint Harati again, and assigned the exploration mission to the centaurs. After completing this, Chao Xing clapped his hands and said, "Now, I'm going outside to find those ice-brewed monsters and fight them." Although he could still gain 50% experience points while staying in the territory, he would earn 100% experience points for monsters he personally killed. Leveling up would be even faster. The development period was almost over, and he needed to improve his strength as much as possible, so Chao Xing flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He then quickly found a large ice nest in the wilderness, and began his monster hunting adventure. Just like that, 2 days passed in a flash. There was still 1 day left before the last wave of monsters attacked the city. Meanwhile, in the primeval forest where the ancient elves had been, a group of soldiers wearing the armor of the Kingdom of Ostia advanced cautiously. Behind them followed a mage, also clad in black robes, but with an even more powerful aura, perhaps even reaching the 8th level. The 8th level mage asked, "Captain Bent, was Alec lost in this forest?" A captain nearby said respectfully, "Yes, Master Mage Min. Master Alec said he found some treasures in this forest, and wanted to surprise you and the king, so he brought his legion to this territory alone." Hearing this, the black-robed mage's eyes sneered. "What surprise could he possibly bring me? This forest is so vast, it even hides creatures I wouldn't dare provoke. I'm not surprised Alec was devoured by those beasts." Just then, a soldier quickly approached and said, "Captain Bent, we've found signs of a fight up ahead, and we've even found some fragments of armor from soldiers." At this, the captain and the black-robed mage instantly raised their heads. The mage ordered, "Send everyone forward to search." "Yes." Upon hearing the order, the soldiers quickened their pace, arriving at the target location and beginning to search the surrounding area for clues. A few minutes later, a soldier approached and respectfully reported, "Master Mage Min, we've completed our search. This was once an ancient tribe, and we've found many clues related to elves. It appears this was once an elven camp." At the word elven, the mage's eyes flickered with interest again. He seemed to understand something. "Interesting. I was wondering what this surprise Alec was talking about." So he wanted to capture these elves himself. In the end, his army encountered a powerful enemy here, and was completely annihilated, right? The mage quickly deduced the whole story. The captain beside him asked solemnly, "Master Mage Min, should we report this to His Majesty the King?" The black-robed mage pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "This tribe is quite large. It seems many elves once lived here. No need to report to His Majesty the King. I will report this to the Kingdom Mage Association, and see if Master Theodore can trace the elves." The captain's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. After all, reporting such an important matter to the Kingdom Mage Association instead of the king was somewhat unusual. But they said nothing. After all, the soldiers all knew that the current political power in the Kingdom of Ostia had long since changed. It was no longer the nobles, and the royal family, who had the final say. This group of mage guilds, possessing a special power and growing in size, has almost taken over half of the Kingdom of Ostia. This is especially true of the Mage Guild's president, Theodore. In the short 20 years since arriving in the Kingdom of Ostia, his strength has soared, rising from master level to hero level. It is said that he is now striving for the legendary level. Even the king dares not neglect this man, including the Kingdom Mage Guild he controls. So the captain respectfully said yes. With that, the kingdom soldiers returned. Elsewhere, in the inheritance palace of the Light Mage, Isabel had been sitting cross-legged on the stone platform in the center of the lake for nearly 10 days. After her tireless efforts over these days, the aura of light throughout the inheritance space had become increasingly thin. Finally, as Isabel absorbed the last wisp of light, the holy light priest suddenly opened her eyes. At this moment, she emanated a holy aura, like a wandering preacher. Holy, pure. Isabel's red lips parted, and a disembodied voice uttered, "Finally, I have accepted the inheritance." and I have fully acquired all the power of this legendary mage. Now, it's time to return and report to the Lord. Thinking of this, Isabel quickly stood up and stepped out of the inheritance space. She cast one last glance at the inheritance space and bowed slightly. Then she left the palace completely. Chao Xing was now flying through the air at a speed of 1,147 meters per second. The vast expanse of snow below him swiftly passed before him. Speeds exceeding 4,000 kilometers per hour are truly terrifying. Of course, this state couldn't be sustained for long. The price of high-speed movement was the accelerated depletion of his mental energy. Take, for example, the 10th-tier dragon, Seraphis. Its normal movement speed could maintain 2,000 kilometers per hour. At this speed, it consumed almost no energy. But in its burst state, Seraphis's speed could increase by 3 or 4 times, or even 7 or 8 times. Similarly, it would significantly deplete its physical strength. This is why most powerful warriors only unleash their full power in life or death battles. Meanwhile, Chao Xing, in his burst state, swiftly flew over one mountain after another, his gaze scanning the area below. He was searching for a souped-up ice nest for monster spawning. Soon, he spotted a strange object, approximately 8 meters tall and resembling a crystal sculpture, appearing on the plains below. His eyes lit up. Oh! Found another one. Pretty lucky. Just as Chao Xing was about to approach, he noticed someone had already gotten there. Chapter 573. At this moment, a group of survivors in their 40s and 50s were forming a formation to siege the ice-brewed monsters within. It was still the old school, yet very effective, warrior-mage-priest combination. The Aurora Knight and a group of tank-type leaders formed a wall of flesh. In the rear, ranged classes like mages, hunters, and mechanics provided continuous damage and healing. At this stage, only those capable of dealing with this enhanced ice-brewed monster were truly formidable. This group was also quite capable, and their coordination was excellent. Under their siege, the level 60s and 70s ice-brewed monsters that emerged were met with a barrage of concentrated fire as soon as they emerged. This attack also included some crowd control abilities. Even though these ice-brewed monsters were higher level than them, they now became moving targets. Crack! Crack! One ice-brewed monster after another was slain on the spot, shattered into pieces. The survivors wore smiles of triumph. Woohoo! Thousands of experience points earned. Killing these high-level ice-brewed monsters is a great reward. Yeah! At this rate, I can steadily gain 1 level a day. I'm almost at the max level of 50. Our Captain Chio's command is truly outstanding. Thanks to her leadership, there haven't been any casualties these past few days. Go away, flattering Captain Chio all the time. Are you plotting against us? From the back of the crowd, a woman in a blue robe, looking relatively youthful yet a bit serious, said, "Don't chat during battle. Focus." She looked only 17 or 18, but the survivors, young and old, listened to her commands with all their might. "Yes, Captain," they all responded. However, some of the male survivors still stole glances at her beautiful profile. This woman was Chiao Yuting, who had previously provided Chao Xing with clues about the Ice-One flower, and whom he had met once before. Now, she had also created a considerable army. Chao Xing, high in the sky, also witnessed how these survivors dealt with the ice nest monster. Shaking his head, since someone was already there, he prepared to move to another location and continue his search. Just then, Chao Xing suddenly noticed that the massive ice nest below him suddenly shook. Boom! With the ice nest as the center, the snow hundreds of meters around it also shook slightly. Hundreds of eyes glanced over. Then, they saw a crack slowly tearing through the massive ice nest. And from this crack, a massive ice horn emerged. The tip of the horn shone with a cold glow, and in the blink of an eye, it stretched over 5 or 6 meters. As if some terrifying creature had awakened, a ferocious aura instantly enveloped everyone, turning their faces pale. It was the intimidation of an ancient beast, sending shivers down their spines and weakening their legs. Then, a massive figure slowly emerged from within. Its body, as vast as a mountain, stood over 10 meters tall, seemingly covered in a thick layer of icy armor. Its limbs, like thick, massive icicles, were deeply rooted in the ground, causing it to tremble slightly with every movement. Moo! As soon as the massive frost monster emerged, it raised its head and unleashed a terrifying roar, instantly ringing in the ears of the survivors. An Aurora Knight said grimly, "Damn it. It's a commander-level monster, the ice-brewed giant rhino." In the crowd, the group leader, Chiao Yuting, also felt a deathly sense of danger. She quickly shouted, "Retreat! In the enhanced Ice Brood, the monsters that appeared were all level 50 and above. Of course, the monster's potential was random. From common to elite, boss, and even commander-level monsters all had a chance of appearing. At this stage, they could still manage a few level 6 common Ice Brood monsters. A commander-level creature like the Ice Brood Rhino would have been a catastrophic disaster for most of the survivors. The group of survivors began to retreat frantically at top speed. However, no matter how fast they were, how could they possibly outrun a level 70 commander creature? The enormous Ice Brood Rhino bolted forward, a white phantom on the snowy plains, charging with the force of a landslide. Boom! The earth shook, and the snow was lifted hundreds of meters, closing in on the survivors in the blink of an eye. A thin frost mage, also about 17 or 18 years old, had already fallen to the back of the group because of her slow movement. In less than 3 seconds, the Ice Brood Rhino was already beside her. Given the mage's fragile frame, she would likely be killed instantly. Everyone could even imagine the giant rhino's sharp horns piercing the mage's body. At that moment, an equally young Aurora Knight, holding a shield, took a deep breath, as if making a decision. He immediately used the Aurora Charge skill, leaping to the female mage's side, and pulling her directly behind him. He gripped his shield tightly, attempting to block the monster's charge. The massive horn instantly made contact with the shield, followed by a dull thud. Bang! The immense impact made the warrior feel as if he had been struck by a missile. A critical hit of over 80,000 damage appeared overhead. The immense force sent him and the female mage flying backwards, sending them flying dozens of meters. Though he narrowly escaped instant death, the Aurora Knight's ribs and arms were broken from the intense impact. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. However, the Ice Brood Rhino showed no sign of letting them go, leaping forward with all 4 hooves. In the crowd, the other survivors' eyes were already filled with shock and anger. Damn it! Save Lu Nung. Stop that monster. In the crowd, team leader Chiu Yuting quickly raised her staff and cast a spell to stop the enemy, but was easily defeated. Just as the Ice Brood Rhino was about to charge the 2 fallen men, ready to crush them to death with its sturdy hooves, but just then, a series of ice walls, like glaciers rising from the snow, blocked the Ice Brood Rhino. Bang! 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 Much of the ice wall shattered on the spot, but it couldn't keep up with the speed of its regeneration. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Brood Rhino's momentum was neutralized, and it was trapped in place by the blockade formed by the numerous ice walls. At that moment, a look of bewilderment appeared in the eyes of the survivors. Before they could react, at the feet of the Ice Nest Rhino, a massive magic circle suddenly appeared. Then, they saw 4 ice dragons emerge from it. Then, the dragons began to spin rapidly around the rhino. Puff! Puff! A terrifying series of damage figures appeared. It was Chao Xing's epic spell. Ice Tornado. Now with the skill Ice Spirit Soul, Chao Xing could cast 10 spells in a short period of time. In other words, his passive skill Ice Crystal Fury required 10 spells to trigger the 100% damage increase on the next spell. This efficiency had increased immeasurably. At the same time, the Ice Tornado once again triggered the cooldown reset effect on the robe. Chao Xing raised his staff without hesitation, and 2 more ice dragons appeared. Hoorah! 6 ice dragons began to frantically strangle the Ice Brood Giant Rhino. Clatter! Decrease 351,683. Decrease 389,527. Decrease 376,104. Decrease 386,264. Decrease 401,623. Decrease 418,624. Terrifying damage figures appeared one after another. A single ice dragon could deal 6 damage bursts in 3 seconds. There were 6 ice dragons here, meaning 36 attacks. If all of them were fully utilized, the damage would be over 14 million. Clearly, with the Ice Brood Giant Rhino's health, it couldn't withstand Chao Xing's outburst. 3 seconds later, all 6 ice dragons dissipated, and the Ice Brood Giant Rhino stood there in shock. Then, with a bang, it exploded into a shower of ice crystals. A system prompt appeared. You killed a LVL-67 Ice Brood Rhino, a Tier 7 commander-level creature. Experience points, 515,900, Pale Attraction. At that moment, the survivors stared at the scene in bewilderment. The terrifying creature that had brought them nightmares, that had even threatened to slaughter them all, was instantly annihilated. It felt like a dream. It wasn't until a moment later that they awoke, their voices wailing in amazement. Holy shit! Holy shit! What just happened? Such a terrifying monster was killed in an instant. Am I fucking half asleep? This is outrageous. Could it be that the legendary master rescued us? No. I've seen this skill before. It seems to be exclusive to Frust mages. The one who used it must be a survivor. Survivor? How is that possible? After hearing this speculation, the survivor's first reaction was absolutely impossible. There couldn't be such a powerful survivor at this stage. You're kidding. Killing a rank 7 commander instantly. What kind of concept is that? Even those heroic level natives couldn't do it. At that moment, a survivor in the crowd pointed to the sky ahead and said, "Look over there. It looks like someone's coming down." Everyone looked in that direction. And then, they saw that figure, clad in a dark blue robe, holding an astrological staff, and emitting a terrifying chill. He was soaring in midair, yet he gave everyone an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. After all, Chao Xing was now also a rank 9 Frust Magus. If he wanted to, he could kill everyone here in 2 seconds. So even the aura he unintentionally released was too much for these level 4 and 5 survivors to withstand. The group of survivors seemed to recognize Chao Xing and exclaimed in shock. "Oh my god! He looks like Master Chao Xing! Oh my god, it's him! So it was Master Chao Xing who saved us! That makes sense. I was wondering how a survivor could kill a level 7 commander instantly. If it was Master Chao Xing, it wouldn't be surprising." Everyone nodded. In the crowd, several figures exchanged glances. They looked young, around 17 or 18. They were Qiu Yiting and the others, who had traveled with Chao Xing for a while in the Witch Forest. After these months of hardship, their faces had lost their youthful innocence, and their eyes even held a sense of age that belied their age. Qiu Yiting, in particular, had a complex look as she gazed at the figure in the air. They had known Chao Xing was powerful for months, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. Through various incidents, Chao Xing's name spread among the survivors. The title of the best in the 4 regions no longer applied to him. He was now practically on the verge of being the best in the world. They had previously thought it a bit exaggerated, but now, after seeing him instantly kill a rank 7th level commander, everyone felt that the title of world's best was well deserved. At the same time, Chao Xing gradually descended from the sky. As the leader, Qiu Yiting, stepped forward and spoke first. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life, Mr. Chao Xing. On behalf of the entire Fengya Pavilion Legion, I express my gratitude." Chao Xing glanced at her. Qiu Yiting had now broken through to the 5th tier expert level and reached level 50, exuding a certain air of competence. He didn't remember much about this woman, only that she had completed a quest in the Witch Forest and received a nice reward. But compared to before, she had become much more sensible. Chao Xing smiled. "It's nothing, just a small favor. As fellow Blue Star survivors, it's only natural to help each other. Besides, we've worked together before, so it's even more natural to help someone you know." Hearing this, Qiu Yiting's eyes suddenly showed a complex expression. She had assumed that Chao Xing, now so powerful, had long forgotten her. But he still remembered her, which touched Qiu Yiting's heart. Chao Xing didn't reminisce much, but said, "Everyone, how about I take over the remaining monsters in this ice nest? I need to kill more monsters to level up." The survivors exchanged glances. Then he replied without hesitation, "Of course, no problem. Not to mention the monsters inside are yours. Even if you want us to help you lure them out, we're fine." "Ha ha. Yeah, I haven't worked with Boss Chao Xing yet. If there's anything we can do for you, just let me know." Chao Xing smiled. "Lure the monsters, I don't need you. I can handle this ice nest by myself. You should take the wounded back and recuperate." Everyone nodded, knowing that with his strength, he didn't need their help. Qiu Yiting said nothing more, but bowed to Chao Xing and quickly left with the other members. 10 minutes later, the hundreds of people had already moved several kilometers away from the area. A survivor suddenly asked, "Captain, do you think we should join the Spark Legion and become its affiliated legion? I think Boss Chao Xing is quite easy to talk to. He'd probably treat us well if we join his legion." "Yes, it's nice to be under a big tree. We should be fine following Boss Chao Xing," the other members echoed. Qiu Yiting pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "I've already contacted the Spark Legion's leaders, but they told me they're fully staffed. They can only recruit again after the Legion headquarters upgrades. So for now we can't join." "I see." Regret crossed the members' faces. Then they left together. For Chao Xing, this incident was just a minor incident. Saving them was indeed a piece of cake. However, for these people, it meant a lot. It's safe to say that if it weren't for Chao Xing, Qiu Yiting's legion would have definitely suffered some casualties, possibly even annihilation. Those were real lives lost. Afterward, Chao Xing continued to guard this enhanced ice nest. Whenever a new ice nest monster appeared, he would simply cast a few spells at it. After using up his main skills, he would unleash his minor skills. After all, those minor skills had no cooldown and dealt equally impressive damage. Now, any ice ball spell could deal 200,000 to 300,000 damage, and a cone of ice could deal over 300,000. And how much health did these level 50 or 60 ice nest monsters have? Around 300,000 or 400,000. In other words, Chao Xing could instantly dispatch a level 7 monster with just 1 or 2 small skills. And with the added bonus of a series of equipment, his casting speed could reach 4 or 5 small spells per second. His killing efficiency was truly terrifying. Bang! Crack! As numerous ice nest monsters were slain, turning into a blanket of crystal shards, Chao Xing's experience points slowly climbed. About 10 minutes later, this enhanced ice nest had reached its maximum hatching capacity. Chao Xing hurled an icebreaker blade at it, destroying it. Successfully destroy an enhanced ice nest, goal points increased by 10. Checking the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the sky was growing darker. After checking the coordinates on the minimap, Chao Xing said, "Oh my god, I've unknowingly strayed almost 100 kilometers from our territory. Time to get back." A pair of transparent wind wings appeared behind him, gently flapping, carrying him into the air and rapidly flying forward. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chao Xing arrived back at the territory on time. After landing safely in the territory's buffer zone, the wind wings on his back retracted. Just then, a young man in a cyan robe, his features a touch of childishness, approached. His aura was like a mountaintop gale, giving off a fierce and unapproachable aura. He had also reached the rank of 7th level leader. It was none other than the Wind Mage, Alan. After Alan reached Chao Xing's side, he placed his right hand over his heart and saluted. Then, with a look of excitement, he said, "My lord, I have news to share with you. After practicing for a while, I've successfully mastered the Wind Wing spell from the Mage's Handbook." A smile played across Chao Xing's lips upon hearing this. Wind Wings is a very practical skill. Not only does it increase movement speed by 20%, it also grants flight. Chao Xing now relies on the Wind Wings behind him in almost every battle or outing. It's safe to say it's become one of his most frequently used tools. And he also has the incredible combination of Eternal Power and Nessa's Blessing Ring. In other words, Chao Xing can now grant flight to everyone in his territory, including the Ancients of War. This will greatly enhance both mobility and combat style. Combining the skills of these units could even create a whole new combat style. He praised, "Excellent. Take some time to apply Wind Wings to those core combatants later. When we have time later, we apply it to everyone." 2 days ago, Chao Xing had already used Nesh's Ring of Blessing, leaving only 12 points of divine power. While it could be activated again, there was no need to waste 10 points of divine power for a single status skill. We could wait until before the monster siege begins, or after it ends, when everyone's level has increased, and then perform another round of blessings. "Yes, esteemed lord," the Wind Mage replied respectfully, then left. Chao Xing, on the other hand, wasted time in the territory. He no longer even needed to meditate in the Mage's Tower. After these days of absorption, all 50 magic crystals had been absorbed, increasing his spell power by 50%, so any skill Chao Xing cast could now deal terrifying damage. At this moment, Chao Xing spotted a group of unusual figures standing in the buffer zone ahead. They were none other than the ancient elves he had brought back 2 days ago. Elven Chief Oriel was teaching the other elves the common language of the continent. "Repeat after me, Lord." The beautiful and handsome elves all began to say, "Pig." Seeing this, Chief Oriel couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. But he wasn't discouraged. After all, these elves had never come into contact with the outside world, and had never learned its language. Now, everything was starting from scratch, requiring patient instruction. Chao Xing didn't interrupt them, but continued across the buffer zone and into the residential area. Here, a row of houses of varying styles, built entirely of stone, had appeared. These were the residences of the Crystal People. At this moment, near the houses, the Crystal People squatted on the ground, fiddling with small stones. In the night light of the lighthouse, their crystal-like bodies reflected a dazzling light, like moving gems. When they saw Chao Xing approaching, the Crystal People's eyes lit up. "It's the Lord, the kind man who fed us. Sister Senya, she taught us last time. When you see the Lord about to stand and salute, everyone should stand up quickly." For a moment, the Crystal People stood up in a panic, then saluted him with clumsy movements. Chao Xing waved his hand and asked, Where's Sanyeshi? As one of the few elite creatures among the crystal people, Sanyeshi was also the most intelligent. Chaoxing had appointed her as their captain, and she was responsible for many things. One of the crystal people said, Sister Sanyeshi is in the room, delivering little amber stone. Chapter 574. Delivering a baby? Chaoxing was stunned. The crystal man excitedly said, Yes, yes. The crystal in little amber stone is almost splitting. Our crystal man tribe is about to have a new member. Chaoxing then remembered that this group of crystal men had a unique way of reproduction. A crystal grows from their bodies, then continues to grow. When it reaches a certain size, it sheds and becomes a small crystal man. At the same time, Chaoxing heard the sound of crystal shattering from inside, accompanied by the crisp cry of little amberstone. Ah! It's born! At this, the gem-like eyes of the other crystal men gleamed brightly, and they rushed into the room. Including Chaoxing, they looked into the stone house with curiosity. At this moment, Sanyeshi was lifting little amberstone from the stone bed. Nearby, a group of crystal men surrounded a newly born crystal man, glancing at him. This little crystal human stood only 20 to 30 centimeters tall, about the same height as a human infant. However, from birth, they possessed the ability to walk and speak independently, far surpassing the average infant. Currently, they were communicating with their tribesmen. Interesting. A smile played on Chaoxing's lips. At the same time, Sanyeshi, radiating a crystal hue, supported little amber stone and slowly made their way through the crowd to Chaoxing's side. Lord, good day. Chaoxing nodded slightly, looked at the little crystal human behind her, and asked, Is that little amber stone's child? Little amber stone's eyes were filled with confusion, as if he didn't quite understand. Sandy Stone explained softly, Lord, among us crystal people, there's no concept of parents. These little crystal people are our sisters. A glint of realization flashed through Chaoxing's eyes. Little amber stone, standing nearby, said, Lord, this is the first crystal people born since we arrived in our territory. She doesn't have a name yet. Could you give her a name? Hearing this, the other crystal people's eyes lit up, and they gathered around, eagerly asking Chaoxing to come up with a name. After some thought, Chaoxing said, Let's call her Firestone. It was just a random name he chosen, but the crystal people seemed delighted, calling the little crystal people by their name. They were all immersed in the joy of their new member. Only the sensible Sandstone approached Chaoxing and softly asked, Lord, is there anything you can do for us crystal people? Chaoxing shook his head. How many gemstones have you produced recently? At this question, Sandstone seemed prepared. She reached for her waist, where a small bag hung, and handed it to him. Lord, everything is here. Chaoxing took it. Obtained, dark crystal asterisk 54. Obtained, sparkling crystal asterisk 6. Obtained, colorful crystal, orange, asterisk 1. Oh! There's a colorful crystal this time? Chaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. Sanshur nodded gently and said, Yes, this colorful crystal is produced by the small flint. She took the colorful crystal out and examined it carefully. Like its name, this prismatic crystal radiated a rainbow of light even without a light source, looking breathtakingly beautiful. He glanced at the stats. Colorful crystal, orange. Quality, epic. Item attributes. When embedded in a weapon or equipment, it increases charisma by 30 points and improves the equipment's base stats by 30%. There's also a 50% chance of enhancing a random equipment effect. Note, embedding a colorful crystal will increase the equipment's level by 30. Note 2. A maximum of 1 crystal can be embedded per piece of equipment. Wow, it's truly the rarest colorful crystal. Its stats are far more powerful than those of the sparkling crystal. Clearly, this crystal is priceless. The 30% stat boost is self-explanatory, but the most special thing about it is the ability at the end. Enhance an equipment effect? So even legendary effects can be enhanced? The legendary equipment in his territory all had incredibly powerful legendary effects. For example, Assam Sword of the Lady of the Lake permanently increased attack power by slashing enemies. For example, Brahm Shield of Origin, which could transform into a large giant, and so on. If these special effects could be further enhanced, there would be a huge improvement. The more Chaoxing looked at these crystal people, the more he liked them. They truly are a group of creatures that lay golden eggs. Well done, Trifoliate Stone. We've recently discovered a new crystal, or in our territory, Shadow Amethyst. We give you a change of pace when the time comes. Hearing this, Trifoliate Stone smiled. Yes, Lord. After leaving the crystal people's living area, Chaoxing didn't immediately take the crystals to Harold for crafting. After all, Embedding these items would increase their usefulness by 30 levels, so he had to wait until they reached level 100. Next, he headed to the library to browse through a few books. A graceful figure still sat in the corner. It was Gwyneth. Ever since she lost her voice, she seemed to spend her days surrounded by books, unaware of Cao Xing's arrival. Cao Xing pondered. According to the old king, the legendary Holy Light Sage within the Vatican possesses extremely powerful healing abilities that could restore her voice. Besides that, I could go to the Orchid Kingdom and find Rosie from Chuahai Fort. I can't go to the Orchid Kingdom anytime soon, so the quickest way is to have Isabel reach legendary. Isabel had already broken through to heroic level. If she could return before the monsters attacked, she might be able to reach level 100 and then legendary. By then, Cao Xing would have a Holy Light Sage of his own, eliminating the need to seek help from the Vatican or the Orchid Kingdom. At 11 p.m., Cao Xing left the library and returned to the Lord's castle. After a hot bath, I comfortably embraced my beloved and fell asleep. The night passed quickly. The next day, a system notification appeared on time. Attention survivors! You have reached the 45th day of the development period. The final round of monster sieges will begin tonight. After tonight, the enhanced ice nest event will end, and no further ice nests will be released. The gold point store will close in 24 hours. Please redeem your points promptly to avoid unnecessary losses. The new expansion will launch in 7 days. Please be prepared. Weather forecast. Today's weather in the snowstorm area will be sunny, with lows ranging from minus 54 degrees Celsius to minus 63 degrees Celsius. It's recommended to go out and develop your territory. When the series of system notifications ended, the chat channel was once again filled with heated discussions. A month and a half of development has already ended, and I haven't even upgraded all my city walls to high level yet. Yeah, it's too fast. I finally got a few expert level hearts of strength, and it's over before I even break through. Everyone, the gold point store is closing soon. Don't forget to redeem your points. In addition to the regional channels, the world channel was also flooded with various messages. Brothers, the system has clearly stated that a new expansion will be released in 7 days. Does anyone know what it's about? Who knows? So far, the system hasn't revealed any clues about the new expansion. I saw people on the forum saying it was a natural disaster. Is that true? It's probably true. I saw people on the forum saying there was a city of the undead near their territory, and all the undead there disappeared overnight. And not just one, but many cities. Holy crap! Is that even possible? Then the probability of a natural disaster is very high. Yeah, luckily I stockpiled some anti-undead items. Hopefully, they come in handy. For a time, the prices of undead-related items on the market skyrocketed again. Clearly, these survivors had guessed wrong. The vanished undead were all transformed into Ascalonian undead by Duke Palatine. During this time, Cao Xing provided him with several locations, all within 3,000 kilometers of the snowstorm. There are a large number of undead in each location, no less than 50,000. Under the combined pressure of Duke Palatine and the Overlord-level Black Knight Tyrannus, the undead within were powerless and completely surrendered. Currently, the number of undead under their control exceeded 400,000. With so many undead, Duke Palatine's power of authority skyrocketed, and his level had returned to 70. It felt as if another 100,000 strong undead army could even elevate him to heroic rank. Cao Xing and Lu Muxua also saw this system notification. 7 days? In other words, the Blood Legion is about to emerge. Their expression suddenly darkened. A thoughtful look crossed Lu Muxua's eyes. After a moment, she suddenly asked, "Ah Xing, you said the system has confirmed the timeline for the new data this time. At this point, has the Watcher reached the critical moment to summon the Blood Legion?" Cao Xing glanced at her, understanding Lu Muxua's meaning. She wondered if she could use this moment to disrupt the Watchers or delay the Blood Legion's arrival. Perhaps, but there's nothing we can do. After all, we don't even know where the Watchers are. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Cao Xing's mind. Perhaps he should know. But Cao Xing wasn't sure of the other person's attitude, and he couldn't contact him. She sighed. It seems the Blood Legion's arrival is inevitable. But it's still necessary to inform the old king of this information, so he can prepare in advance. After a pause, Cao Xing said, "Let's go, Muxua. Today is our last day. Let's continue assigning tasks to the warriors." "Okay," the beauty nodded gently. The two quickly washed and washed up, then headed outside the territory together. Meanwhile, outside the Lord's castle, all the territory's combatants had gathered. The warriors knew that today was the last day of the development period, so they held their heads high, stared intently at their lord, and prepared for battle. Chao Xing looked around and once again counted all the combatants in his territory. Now, except for the heroic units, the entire territory's combatants had basically reached the maximum level for the current stage. Even the newly summoned Baifu Blackheart, after 2 days of frantic sprinting, had soared from level 40 to level 64. Add to that the Monster Siege event tonight, and Baifu Blackheart's direct push to level 70 was a sure thing. In addition, Lu Mushua's level had increased to level 94, and Sarah's to level 91. And the newly joined Lana, after 2 days of fighting, had recovered to level 86. Even Chao Xing himself had reached level 82 in one fell swoop. It could be said that everyone's strength had increased dramatically. A smile played on Chao Xing's lips, and he sighed inwardly, great. I still have a day to develop. At my current rate, gaining another level or 2 shouldn't be a problem. And then, with the monsters attacking the city tonight, maybe we could all reach level 100. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered, everyone. Thousands of combatants straightened up. Today, everyone, continue out and search for the ice nest to fight. In 7 days, we will face a severe challenge. Before then, everyone needs to equip themselves with even greater strength. Hearing this, all the warriors on the field responded solemnly. Yes, Lord. Thousands of people dispersed in a sea of sweeping numbers, and a day of fighting began. Just as Chao Xing was about to go out to fight, he suddenly saw a dazzling holy light appear in the teleportation area. An ethereal voice rang out in his ears. Respected Lord, I have returned to the territory. Instantly, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. I understand. I'd be right there. He immediately walked over. Then, he saw a woman, staff in hand, radiant with light, approaching like a holy preacher. It was Isabel. Now, she was the territory member Chao Xing most longed to see return. Approaching Chao Xing's side, the holy light priestess bowed slightly and saluted. Respected Lord, I have lived up to your trust and successfully inherited the power of the legendary light mage. Chao Xing sensed it, and discovered that Isabel's aura had indeed surged. Her potential had even risen to the level of a master. Admiration suddenly filled his eyes. Excellent! Isabel, you are truly the most suitable for that inheritance. The holy light priest remained humble. Your Excellency has bestowed upon me this precious opportunity. I will always remember it. A faint smile graced her beautiful face. Chao Xing's mood also brightened. After a pause, the holy light priest continued, reporting, Lord, I have gained tremendous progress in that inheritance. Not only did I successfully break through to the 8th level heroic rank, but my potential was also boosted to its limit, successfully becoming a dominant level creature. In addition, I also learned a new forbidden spell, a legendary spell. Hearing this, Chao Xing's face lit up even more. He quickly glanced at Isabel's stats. Holy Light Priest, Isabel Gospel. Race, human. Level 85, 8th level dominant level creature. Detailed stats, click to view. After reviewing Isabel's stats, Chao Xing was extremely satisfied. Clearly, she had gained immensely from this experience with the Light Mage. Not only had her potential and rank increased, but she had also acquired several powerful skills. Especially her forbidden spell, Blazing Torrent, whose damage coefficient was terrifying. Even its damage range was only slightly less than Chao Xing's Doomsday Eye Star. Furthermore, after becoming a dominant level creature, the newly activated domain further increased her damage output. It's perfect. Tonight is when the monsters will attack the city. With this forbidden spell, she now has the means to clear monsters on a large scale. Maybe she can actually reach level 100. Then, we can try to help Isabel break through to legendary. Chao Xing instantly became excited at this thought. At this moment, Isabel seemed to recall something and said respectfully, by the way, Lord. The owner of that inheritance told me that he was severely injured in a battle with the Blood Legion. Feeling his time was running out, he left this inheritance behind. Chao Xing's eyes narrowed instantly. Blood Legion? Did he mention anything else? Isabel nodded slightly and continued, besides that, he also said that in his final days, he'd been searching for a way to break the Blood Legion's curse, even using his own body for research. Finally, before his death, he developed a secret formula for the Blood Legion, one that could counteract several of its curses. A formula that counteracts several curses? Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Let me see. Yes. Isabel reached out her delicate hand, pulled out a formula, and handed it to him. Obtained, Blood Suppression Formula, Orange. A quick glance at the attributes. Blood Suppression Formula, Orange. Quality, epic. Recipe description. This recipe allows you to create a secret elixir that grants immunity to the power of blood. Efficacy. After taking it, your blood will be calm for the next hour, granting immunity to the life-withering curse, the blood coagulation curse, and more. Required items. Master level alchemy mastery, 1 glass bottle, 10 blood coagulation grasses, 1 blue blood lotus, 200 milliliters of frigid water. Introduction. Legendary mage Vittorio Guangxiu, after being defeated by the Blood Legion's 10,000, endured the ravages of the blood curse day and night, unwilling to resign himself. In his final moments, he began to exhaustively experiment on his own body, ultimately developing this formula. Chao Xing's face was filled with extreme shock. It's indeed a formula that grants immunity to curses, and it lasts for an hour. Clearly, this recipe is extremely important. Especially at this critical juncture, it even surpassed a legendary item. Although he hadn't experienced the Blood Legion's curse yet, he knew it must be terrifying. After all, it was the horrific curse that had brought down a legendary light mage. Although Chao Xing had the light feather chicken, a curse killer that could even dispel legendary curses, its purifying light was single target and had a cooldown. In a large-scale battlefield, relying solely on this chicken wouldn't be enough to protect everyone. But now, with this potion, combined with the eternal power amplification, Chao Xing's entire team was effectively immune to the Blood Legion's curse. If he could mass-produce more, he could even send some to the old king, increasing his chances of survival in the battle against the Blood Legion. Chapter 575. He solemnly placed the formula in his backpack. Chao Xing said, "Isabel, this formula is very important to us." The Holy Light Priest smiled faintly. "I'm glad to be able to help you." At this moment, Chao Xing also noticed that Isabel was somewhat different from before. It was as if something had changed in her aura. Before, Chao Xing had felt a sense of holiness, tinged with a hint of darkness. Now, it was completely holy, as if that dark power had vanished. Through previous encounters, Chao Xing knew that that dark power was Isabel's dark witch form. And now, that dark power had vanished. Does that mean her dark witch form has also disappeared? Although somewhat puzzled, Chao Xing didn't ask further questions. After all, this was Isabel's personal matter, and she was still herself in dark witch form. To Chao Xing, either personality was the same. He continued, "Isabel, you've just returned from inheriting the legacy, and you should have rested. But you also know that the Blood Legion is about to arrive. All of us need to hurry and deal with those ice-brood monsters outside, and then try to increase our levels. Once you break through to the 10th level, I will find a way to make you a legendary Holy Light Sage." Hearing the latter part, even this calm Holy Light Priest couldn't help but look surprised. After all, that was legendary power. Even within their own church, there weren't many Holy Light Sages. She was about to confirm, but swallowed the words back. Because Isabel knew the Lord wouldn't lie to her. For a moment, her eyes blazed with intense desire and fighting spirit. Isabel nodded solemnly, "I understand, Venerable Lord. I will go and punish more evil." With a wave of her hand, the Holy Light Priestess appeared beneath her feet, carrying her forward. The speed of her burst was even faster than that of the Griffin King. Now, her mastery of the light element had directly ascended to the legendary level, making it easy for her to use such a method. After Isabel left, Chao Xing quickly headed to the alchemy workshop, intending to find Francesca and inquire about the recipe. Entering, he saw Sabina at work. Speaking of which, this woman had been working in his territory for almost 3 months. Chao Xing had previously promised to let her return to deal with her enemies. Now, the agreed date was almost here. Sabina also noticed Chao Xing's arrival, and quickly adjusted her clothes to present herself more appropriately. Then she approached him, bowing respectfully, "Good day, Lord." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then said, "Sabina, our agreed date is approaching. You can do whatever you wish now. Whether it's leaving the territory or seeking revenge against your enemies, I support you." This woman possessed a series of blessings bestowed upon her by Chao Xing, and with her own combat skills, her true combat power was roughly equivalent to that of a 7th-level boss creature. Dealing with a few minor nobles was a piece of cake. However, upon hearing this, the woman wasn't as excited or thrilled as one might have expected. Instead, a look of hesitation appeared in her eyes. She whispered, "Lord, is Sabina no longer valuable?" Chao Xing was slightly stunned, puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Hearing this, the intelligent woman before him bit her lower lip. "Lately, I've run out of potions to brew, and you haven't given me any new tasks. I haven't made any contributions to the territory. I also know that my abilities aren't top-notch in this territory. If you want to kick me out, Hearing this, Chao Xing knew she had misunderstood. Then, smiling, he shook his head and said, "Don't worry. It's not that I think you're worthless, but I want to fulfill my promise. Even if you leave now, the gates of the territory will always be open to you whenever you wish." Hearing this, Sabina's eyes flickered with emotion. She replied without hesitation, "I don't want to leave. I want to stay in this territory forever. Lord, please don't drive me away." Chao Xing asked, "What about your enemies?" At this question, Sabina's eyes flickered with hesitation. Until now, her life's sole purpose had been revenge. However, after spending a few months in this territory, she seemed to have found a new purpose, and even her initial obsession with revenge was no longer as strong. Still, she still deeply hated those people, which made Sabina's face look a little gloomy. Seeing her expression, Chao Xing decided not to tease her any further. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, it's okay if you don't want to go out. Once I'm done with my recent affairs, I send Healy out to take care of those guys for you. Just focus on refining medicine for me in the territory." Hearing this, Sabina nodded eagerly, "Yes, Lord. I will serve the territory wholeheartedly." With that, she turned and resumed tinkering at her workbench. After Chao Xing finished with Sabina, he returned to the beautiful witch. She was so engrossed in the crucible before her that she hadn't even heard his conversation with Sabina. At that moment, she gracefully held a black book, occasionally dropping a few petals and herbs into the crucible and stirring. Her movements were quite skillful, a delight to the eye. Frankly, Francesca, with her half-elf bloodline, was one of the top 3 beauties in the entire territory. And this time, Chao Xing had even seen real elves. Though the elves were quite attractive, even fresh and refined, each one a truly stunning beauty. But by comparison, Francesca was still far more beautiful than the ancient elves. Of course, Chao Xing wasn't there to admire her beauty. He had business to attend to. She pulled a yellowed blueprint from her backpack and said, "Francesca, help me look at this recipe." The beautiful witch paused in her potion making. She extended her slender right hand to take it, unfolding the secret recipe and examining it carefully. As she studied, her beautiful eyes grew more focused, as if she too was intrigued by the recipe. After a few minutes, she nodded gently and said, "It's an interesting recipe, and the developers have simplified the steps considerably." "Can it be made?" Chao Xing asked. "Yes, but you need to prepare the necessary materials." Francesca casually replied, "Assuming all the raw materials are sufficient, I can make about 200 to 300 bottles a day." Chao Xing was delighted and asked, "Do you know where to find the ingredients?" Francesca glanced at it and said calmly, "Blood-clotting grass is a relatively common magical plant. It grows in forests or near magical water sources, so it's not difficult to find. As for the blue blood lotus, even I haven't heard of it. I can only try your magical method." The magical method she was referring to was, of course, the trading market. Chao Xing had obtained large quantities of precious materials through the market several times before, which had left a deep impression on her. "I understand. I go look for it." With that, Chao Xing left the alchemy workshop and headed straight for the market area. Opening the trading interface, a series of consignment information suddenly appeared before him. It had been some time since his last large-scale transaction. Many strange and bizarre items have appeared in the markets of the 4 major districts. There are over 10,000 pages of consignment information. Of course, Chao Xing didn't bother to look at it, but simply typed in blood-clotting grass. Instantly, over a dozen pages of consignment information appeared before him. As Francesca had said, this is a blue-grade material, quite common. Good, one of the key ingredients has been solved. Now, it's the other key ingredient, the blue blood lotus. I hope we can find it together. Chao Xing entered the keywords with trepidation. The next moment, 2 full pages of consignment information popped up before him. A smile played on his lips at the sight. Great, great. As expected of a trading channel with hundreds of thousands of people, you can find anything. Even precious herbs like this are so plentiful. This way, I can mass-produce the blood-suppressing secret potion. Including today, there are still 8 days until the new data is released. According to Francesca, she can currently produce 200 to 300 bottles a day. That means, before the Blood Legion arrives, she can produce nearly 2,000 bottles. While not much, 1 bottle is enough for most of Chao Xing's combatants. At this moment, he remembered something else. Come to think of it, I still have over a dozen proficiency emblems in my backpack, earned after completing the quest uprooting. Francesca's alchemy proficiency has already reached master level. I wonder if it can be improved further. If it can, it should significantly increase the speed of alchemy. After all, A master-level alchemist's speed is more than 4 or 5 times faster than an expert-level alchemist. And at higher levels, the speed of alchemy must be even more terrifying. Chao Xing decided to ask Francesca later. What he needed to do now was to gather a large amount of blood-clotting grass and blue blood lotus. However, while there were a lot of materials on the market, trading them one by one through private chat was still too slow. Chao Xing decided to simply post a consignment listing and use the materials he had to purchase the meat. Then, he began entering the information one by one. Consignment item: fresh lizard meat, orange. Inventory: 50,000 units. Demanded items: blood-clotting grass, blue blood lotus. Consigner: Chao Xing. Seller's note: 1 unit of lizard meat equals 10 blood-clotting grass equals 1 blue blood lotus. Quantities are limited, so hurry if you want to purchase. As before, the epic-level lizard meat was still in high demand. Less than half a minute after he listed it, Chao Xing received a flood of trade messages. Transaction successful. You gained blood-clotting grass, blue, *100, you lost fresh lizard meat, orange, *1000 G. Transaction successful. You gained blue blood lotus, orange, *5, you lost fresh lizard meat, orange, *500 G. Transaction successful. He pocketed a large amount of blood-clotting grass and blue blood lotus. Although Chao Xing only needed 2 ingredients this time, the market was incredibly hot. In just 5 or 6 minutes, 50,000 portions of lizard meat, worth only 5,000 yuan, were sold out. Chao Xing even added another 10,000 portions, which were still quickly snatched up by the survivors. After the transaction was completed, he patted his backpack with satisfaction and checked the quantity of ingredients inside. Blood-clotting grass, blue, *345890 blue blood lotus, orange, *25411. These ingredients combined can even be used to refine over 20,000 blood suppression secret elixir. Chao Xing's eyes lit up with excitement, and he said happily, "Great. We won't have to worry about materials for a while." Then, he quickly pushed open the door to the alchemy workshop and found Francesca. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "All the materials are gathered." The witch smiled with interest, as if curious about Chao Xing's method of gathering materials. "Put them in the storage box. I get started right away." Chao Xing nodded, but before doing so, he glanced at her proficiency panel. Master Level Alchemy Mastery, 196-267/200-000. Seeing this number, Chao Xing was a little surprised. Wow, it's almost full. So, she only needs to increase her proficiency by a few thousand more points to reach a higher level of alchemist? So Chao Xing asked directly, "Francesca, can your alchemy mastery be further improved?" The half-blood witch looked up and nodded gently yes. "So, you're already a master alchemist. What level can you reach next?" The witch replied, "Life-related skills like these aren't like our power system, where you progress from master to hero and then to legend. Further breakthroughs in master alchemy mastery will lead directly to legendary alchemist. And once I become a legendary alchemist, a qualitative change will occur. Not only will my refining speed increase several times, but special effects will also appear during refining." "What are these special effects?" Chao Xing asked, puzzled. "When refining a potion, there's a chance that the finished product will be upgraded by a grade. Of course, the probability is very small." A glint of realization crossed Chao Xing's eyes. He continued, "What do you need to reach legendary alchemist?" Just as Harold needed the craftsman's soul to reach master in forging, Chao Xing worried that Francesca would need something unusual to reach legendary. The witch shook her head slightly and said, "Not really. As long as I have enough experience, I can reach legendary." Chao Xing's face lit up with surprise. He was about to speak when Francesca interrupted. "However, raising a life skill to legendary is extremely difficult. Even after refining medicine for hundreds of years, I've barely scratched the surface. Even if I have enough experience, if I try to reach legendary now, I'd likely fail." Chao Xing frowned slightly. "What happens if I fail?" Francesca reflected for a moment, then said, "Perhaps I lose some of my memories and my understanding of alchemy. It will take a large amount of potion refining to make up for it." Chao Xing suddenly understood. "You mean, failing the legendary level will result in a loss of proficiency?" The witch was stunned, seemingly confused as to what he meant by proficiency. But she still replied, "Perhaps." A smile crossed Chao Xing's face. "That's easy." With that, he pulled out 16 proficiency emblems from his backpack. Then, he used one directly on Francesca. When the emblem in Chao Xing's hand vanished, instantly, The witch felt a vast surge of memories flooding her mind. These memories were filled with all sorts of knowledge and techniques related to alchemy, even comparable to what she gained from 2 or 3 months of alchemy. After a moment, she completely digested these memories. Chao Xing noticed that Francesca's proficiency had reached maximum. Then he asked, "How's that? This thing should be able to restore your lost experience and proficiency, right?" Francesca nodded solemnly, "Yes. But that's not enough. A failed attempt will result in the loss of half your memory and experience." Chao Xing mentally calculated. Half is 100,000 proficiency points. The 15 expert level emblems here only add up to 75,000 proficiency points. Definitely not enough. His brow furrowed slightly. Francesca continued, "Furthermore, for secondary classes like us, like alchemists and blacksmiths, reaching legendary isn't as challenging as combat classes, but there are still certain limits. The number of legendary attempts per person is fixed. Each failure results in a loss of some foundation, which cannot be replenished. If you fail 3 times, there's no hope of reaching legendary again." Chao Xing's eyes flickered. This was the first time he heard such a statement. Failure 3 times completely cuts off the path to becoming a legendary. So, a legendary level secondary class is even rarer than a combat class. The witch seemed to see Chao Xing's concern and chuckled, "Do I need to try to reach legendary now? Don't worry too much. It's not like I'm guaranteed to fail this time. What if I succeed on my first try?" A smile crossed Chao Xing's face. Yes, he had dozens of points of luck. What if Francesca succeeded on her first try? Even if she failed, she'd still be a master alchemist, no loss. Then give it a try, aiming for a breakthrough all at once. "Okay." Francesca nodded. "Then," she said, "I need a quiet environment now. The breakthrough will take about 10 hours. Chao Xing nodded slightly. "I understand. Go ahead." With that, the witch left the alchemy workshop and returned to her room. Chao Xing also emerged. Standing in the territory, Chao Xing felt a surge of anticipation for Francesca's breakthrough. At this point, I've almost completed all the necessary preparations. Isabel has also successfully returned, and she's the best candidate for a legendary breakthrough. And with only a week until the new expansion launches, I'm going to accelerate. With this thought, a pair of transparent wind wings suddenly appeared behind him. With a slight flutter in the air, he soared into the air. Chao Xing left the territory, seeking out those enhanced ice nests for battle. Time flew by, the days slipping away quickly. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chao Xing returned to the territory on time. After nearly 10 hours of fighting that day, he had once again gained a large amount of experience points, and his level had soared 3 levels, and not long after his return, Chao Xing suddenly sensed a vast aura rising from one of the houses in the territory's residential area. Buzz! Like a whirlwind sweeping through a primeval forest, with heart-pounding vibrations, clatter. All the plants in the territory swayed violently, even the crown of the pale tree, all shifting in one direction. As if celebrating the birth of a great being, as the whirlwind intensified, it carried with it the fragrance of herbs and the scent of earth. This movement. Could it be that Francesca is about to succeed? A look of uncertainty crossed Chao Xing's eyes. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Francesca, through her dedicated practice, has finally broken through her limits, reaching legendary rank in alchemy. Congratulations. You now have a legendary alchemist. Your territory's prosperity increases by 500. Chapter 576. Holy crap. It worked, haha. Chao Xing was thrilled. After all, the rarity of a legendary level subclass was self-evident. In some ways, it even surpassed a legendary level combat class. He even prepared for Francesca to fail, but she proved incredibly capable and succeeded on her first try. However, the surprises didn't stop there. A second system notification appeared. Survivor, Chao Xing, please note. As you are the first lord in the server to possess a legendary level subclass citizen, you receive a reward. 10 expert level proficiency emblems, title, Master Craftsman. Huh? All the first legendary level subclass citizens, ha ha ha. Chao Xing couldn't help but laugh again. And by the time the notification ended, the reward had already arrived. He couldn't wait to check the attributes of the new title. Master Craftsman title. Title attributes. All lifestyle members gain an additional 10% increase in proficiency and 20% increase in crafting efficiency when crafting. This title's attributes are truly impressive. A 10% proficiency bonus may not seem like much, but accumulated over time, it will significantly accelerate the improvement of these subjects' lifestyle skills. At the same time, Francesca, now a legendary alchemist, gracefully emerged from the residence. She still wore her dark purple dress, the hem swaying slightly with her movements, like a blooming violet, elegant and mysterious. Each step she took seemed to carry a certain special charm, like a goddess of nature approaching, a breath of fresh air. The beautiful witch walked over to Chao Xing and bowed. I've successfully broken through. Chao Xing nodded in appreciation, then glanced at her skill panel. Legendary Alchemy Mastery. Allows you to refine higher-grade elixirs, increases refining efficiency by 300%, and upon successfully refining an elixir, has a 35% chance of granting a stronger effect. Amazing! It's truly worthy of being called Legendary Alchemy Mastery, and the effect is just as she claimed. Chao Xing asked, Francesca, how many bottles of elixir can you produce per day at your current rate? The witch calculated in her mind and replied, about 1,000. Hearing this number, she felt another surge of joy. Excellent! The Blood Legion is approaching, and we need more elixir to fight this enemy. Now, focus on refining the elixir. I understand. The beautiful witch said, then turned gracefully and walked towards the alchemy workshop. Now, she would unleash her legendary alchemy prowess and begin mass-producing secret elixirs. Time flew by, and another 2 hours passed. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it was already completely dark. Over 2,000 combatants, like ants returning to their nest, returned to their territory. They handed over their recent gains to the Lord. Chao Xing transferred the materials and recruitment scrolls directly into his backpack. Obtained. Tier 5 Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scrolls *63. Obtained. Tier 5 Elite Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scrolls *5. Obtained. Ice Dragon Mark *11, 065, 400. Obtained. Glacial Shard *3, 789, 500. Obtained. Dragon Rock or *54, 489. Obtained. Great. Nearly 70 more recruitment scrolls. Once I use up these recruitment scrolls, the total number of Dragon Blood warriors in my territory will exceed 200. This is an astonishing number. You have to remember that even in the territories of top-tier warriors, like Bai Ji and Wei Jian, the number of Dragon Blood warriors is only 20 or 30. Chao Xing's side has nearly 10 times that number. Without hesitation, he quickly clicked on all the scrolls to use them. Buzz! Dozens of meteors appeared in the sky, then transformed into giant ice sculptures, landing in front of Chao Xing. Crack! Crack! With a series of cracking sounds, tall figures emerged from the ice sculptures. They approached Chao Xing and greeted him respectfully, Dragon Blood Warriors, Joel Reagan Ryan. Reporting to you. Chao Xing took a quick look and discovered that among these Dragon Blood Warriors were 6 or 7 of the Holy Maiden's personal guards, or female Dragon Blood Warriors. The skills of these Holy Maiden guards differ slightly from those of other Dragon Blood Warriors, but overall, they're quite impressive. Welcome to the brave and warlike Norn clan. From now on, you will be under the command of Commander-in-Chief Boji. He will guide you through the territory and into battle. The new members looked around, their gaze fixed upon the powerful Dragon Blood warriors in the crowd. They nodded solemnly yes. Mighty Lord, you possess a prosperous and powerful territory. With that, they walked behind Commander-in-Chief Boji. After summoning all the Dragon Blood warriors, Chao Xing once again looked at the combatants on the field and glanced at their levels. Everyone had made significant progress today. Lu Muxua had reached level 95, just 5 levels away from the maximum. Beside her, Sarah had reached level 90, officially becoming a tier 10 assassin. The newly joined green snake, Lana, had also returned to level 91. Then came Assam and his mount, reaching levels 76 and 74, respectively. Next up was Isabel, who had reached level 86. Even Chao Xing himself had reached level 87. Excellent! The monster siege ends tonight, and perhaps a few more level 10 warriors will be added to the territory. Then, as long as I find the corresponding relics and obtain a few legendary hearts, I can help all these members break through to legendary. Suppressing his excitement, he continued, everyone, you've fought hard today. Now go and rest up. Eat if you need to, rest if you need to. There's another battle at 12 o'clock tonight. The warriors on the field responded in unison, yes. Your Excellency. With that, everyone withdrew. Including the green snake Lana and the white snake Eilina. The two women glanced at Chao Xing, and then swung their tails away. Soon, Chao Xing was the only one left. I'm almost ready here. Now, I have to take care of the Legion as well. Chao Xing hadn't forgotten that he had also created the Spark Legion. Although it was originally created to obtain the Legion's exclusive blueprints, it couldn't really be left completely unattended. So, he opened the Legion chat channel and created a chat room with the authority of the Legion leader. He pulled in several deputy commanders, Tianjing, Yao Yiming, Ji Xinyue, and others. Seeing this sudden appearance, the three were stunned for a moment. But they quickly understood and greeted each other in the channel. "Hello, Commander." "Good evening, Boss Chao Xing." Chao Xing also sent a message in response. After a pause, he asked directly, "Yao Yiming, please report the current strength of the Legion. Don't count the branches, just the strength of your headquarters." Yao Yiming understood what he meant and quickly replied, reporting to the commander. "Currently, the entire Legion headquarters has 2,489 combat personnel and 875 staff. Of these, only Deputy Commander Tianjing is a level 7 combatant. There are 697 level 5 combatants, and the rest are level 4 combatants." After hearing this number, Chao Xing pondered for a moment. Currently, the strength of Yao Yiming's Legion headquarters had almost reached the level of the territories of Baiji, Weijiani, and others. In some respects, they've even completely surpassed them. After all, Tianjing's power alone is far beyond the reach of the current survivors. But it's still a bit lacking against the Blood Legion. He asked again, "Xinyue, how are you doing?" The girl quickly reported, "Boss Chao Xing, our Star Moon Legion currently has 1,165 combatants and 448 staff. There's not a single one above level 5. We have 397 level 5 combatants, and the rest are level 3 and 4. Compared to the Legion headquarters, Ji Xinyue's Star Moon Legion, as a branch, was indeed far less powerful. This was to be expected, after all. Previously, the Star Moon Legion had been developing independently, and she had recruited the entire territory's combat personnel. Chao Xing thought for a moment, then sent a message. "Next, I will provide 1 unit to each of your 2 legions to help you challenge the monster siege. While ensuring safety, try to challenge higher levels to earn greater rewards. According to the rules of the monster siege, only members of the same faction can assist each other." Now, Chao Xing is the leader of the Spark Legion, and these people are all members of his own legion, so they naturally belong to the same faction. In other words, he can now provide support to them. However, this has a drawback. That is, if Chao Xing provides units to other territories, the difficulty of the monster siege in his own territory will not decrease at all. Monsters of a corresponding difficulty will still appear based on the strength of the entire territory. The difficulty of the territories receiving support will continue to increase based on the strength of the newly added units. This is the rule developed by the other survivors during the previous 2 monster sieges. Overall, this gave the survivors an opportunity to cooperate. However, only powerful territories confident in their own strength were qualified to undertake such an undertaking. In the chat room, the 3 deputy captains were stunned upon hearing that Chao Xing was offering them support. Tianjing asked with some concern, "Boss, are you alright?" As a first-hand witness of the previous monster siege, Tianjing knew clearly that such a siege was quite challenging. The 10th wave even saw the appearance of level 90 overlord monsters, and there were more than one. Especially, this event's difficulty would be adjusted based on territory strength. Although he knew Chao Xing might have grown stronger this month, and the monster siege difficulty would increase, sending troops to support him at this time might cause problems. Including Ji Xinyue and Yao Yiming, they all tried to dissuade him. "Captain, if this is too much of a stretch, forget it. We just continue the challenge at our previous pace." "Yes, it doesn't matter whether we get these rewards or not." Chao Xing smiled. "Don't worry, I'm just supporting one of your legions. It won't have much impact on my territory as a whole. Tonight is the last monster siege. Everyone, take this opportunity to improve. By the way, this is an order." After hearing this, the 3 of them stopped refusing and solemnly said, "Yes, Captain." After logging out of the chat channel, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear. "Zoke, Zoffy, and Fortigan, the 3 of you, come to the territory center." Upon hearing the order, the 2 wandering swordsman leaders and a Silver Knight leader quickly dropped their tasks and arrived at the territory center. "Lord, good night." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then instructed, "Next, Zoke and Zoffy, lead all the Wandering Swordsman Corps to a territory about 10 kilometers from the territory to support them in challenging the monster siege tonight. Fortigan, lead all the Silver Knights and Griffins to a territory approximately 200 kilometers from the territory to provide support. Someone will meet you there." The 3 leaders on the field straightened their bodies upon hearing this. "Yes, we guarantee the mission." With that, Zork and Zoffy led dozens of Wandering Swordsmen towards Yao Yiming's territory. Fortigan, meanwhile, took off into the air with 99 silver knights and a large number of griffins. Watching them depart, Chao Xing thought. In Yao Yiming's territory, with this group of fully leveled 7th-tier wandering swordsmen, we should be able to help them push through the 9th or 10th wave of the monster siege. Ji Xinyue has a large number of 5th-tier silver hand knights and 2 7th-tier knight leaders, which should be enough to push through the 8th or 9th wave. In other words, if this monster siege goes smoothly, they're all guaranteed to obtain at least 2 Bright Moon treasure chests. Thinking of this, a smile played on his lips. For the survivors at this stage, any Bright Moon treasure chest is an extremely valuable resource. Many people, up until now, have only heard of it, never even seen it. And that's not even counting the gold and silver chests from the previous waves. So, if they could find something good in the chest this time, it would certainly boost their strength. Afterward, Chao Xing had nothing else to do, so he continued to wander around the territory. As he walked, he came to the blacksmith area. Speaking of which, Harold is now a master blacksmith. If he takes one more step up, he could become a legendary blacksmith. And I have 25 proficiency emblems in my backpack, which adds up to 125,000 proficiency points. I wonder if I can max out Harold's proficiency right away. Chao Xing decided to go in and ask. Pushing open the door of one of the blacksmith shops, he glanced at Harold's proficiency panel. Master level blacksmithing mastery, 19672/200000. Only 1/10 of his proficiency? So, it seems Harold still has a long way to go before he can reach legendary. Shaking his head, Chao Xing left the blacksmith shop again. Time flew by, and it was 11:55 p.m. There were only 5 minutes left before the monster siege began. Without Chao Xing's command, thousands of combatants from the entire territory had already arrived outside the territory, ready to face the final monster siege of the night. The voices of other deputy commanders could also be heard on the Legion channel. Yao Yiming, Captain, we're ready. All members of the Wandering Swordsman Corps have arrived in my territory. Ji Xinyue, Master Chao Xing, we're ready too. The Griffin Knights are already waiting above my territory. Chao Xing replied, okay, remember to do it within your capabilities. If you felt the difficulty in the previous wave of battle, don't continue to challenge the next one. The two responded in Yidazan. Understood. No problem. After closing the chat channel, Chao Xing said no more. He continued to stand in his territory, silently awaiting the arrival of the monster attack. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black night sky, several beings clad in gray robes, and with deep gazes floated in midair. Each of them exuded an aura of immense vastness and depth. These beings were the Watchers. They gazed at the boundless expanse below, and the vast human cities gleaming with tiny dots of light. In the midst of it all, a figure, surrounded by several elder Watchers, his aura as vast as the ocean, gradually withdrew his gaze. He turned and asked, Elder Viper, has the blood been spread? The figure he named was a gloomy figure, with a serpent-like weapon at his waist, also possessing legendary power. The Watcher Elder respectfully reported, Leader, the blood has been successfully spread. King Velan is unaware of it. We can seal off the entire main city of Sayre at any moment, and then perform the blood-summoning ritual. Hearing this, several figures on the field were moved. Since being repelled 1,000 years ago, they've been dormant for far too long. Now, it's finally time for them to emerge again. After a pause, the Viper Elder suddenly asked, But, Leader, there's something I don't understand. Why not just sacrifice the entire city of Sayre? Wouldn't it be faster to open the blood portal that way? At this, the leader spun around, staring intently at the man with hawk-like eyes. Though he said nothing, the Watcher Elder felt an immensely terrifying pressure, as if his heart were being tightly gripped, a suffocating feeling. Even the other Watcher Elders, frightened by the sudden burst of this leader's aura, were utterly silent, not daring to utter a single word. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, another elder nearby smoothed things over, saying, Leader. Elder Viper was just speaking casually. He was thinking about the organization, and he had no other intentions. Please spare him this time. Hearing this, the Viper Elder quickly nodded and said, Yes, esteemed Leader. I simply want the Watchers to complete their plan more quickly, and let blood fall upon the earth. I'm solely concerned with the good of the organization. After hearing this, the leader gradually subsided the terrifying aura emanating from him. However, his eyes remained cold and icy, and he said, Let me reiterate what our Watcher's doctrine is. Our mission is to overthrow all forces that oppress the people and eradicate all the vampires and parasites that prey on them. Kingdoms, churches, territories, all are our targets. After millennia of development, this feudal system has become deeply ingrained, deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Only the most radical and decisive measures can awaken the long-dormant spirit of resistance within the people. 1,000 years ago, we failed. This time, we will also face difficulties, obstacles, and even a combined attack from numerous forces, but we will not retreat. Even at the cost of our lives, we will carry out our mission to the end. But one thing must be reiterated. No matter the circumstances, we must never attack ordinary people. Do you understand? His tone was stern. He surveyed everyone on the field with a sharp, eagle-like gaze. All the Watcher elders solemnly said, "Understood." "Respected leader?" Seeing this, the leader nodded slightly. Then, he transformed into a meteor and instantly swooped down towards the human city below. The other elders followed closely behind. At the rear of the group, the Viper elder, whom he had rebuked, looked at the Watcher leader with a glint of hidden resentment. Chapter 577. Time slipped by quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. A system prompt appeared. "Attention all survivors. The third round of Monster Siege is about to begin. This is the final round of the development period. Please do your best to challenge higher levels." At this moment, the chat channel was once again in an uproar. Woohoo! The Monster Siege has begun. I wonder if any new territories will make it past the 8th round this time. Unlikely. Few territories in the entire server have made it past the 7th round, let alone the 8th. Yeah, aside from Lord Xiaoxing, I haven't seen anyone in any other region make it past the 8th round. Even those who braved the challenge were severely punished by reality. Their territories were destroyed by the resurrected army, and several large legions were annihilated. Lord Xiaoxing is truly insane. He's on a completely different level from the strongest masters in other regions. I feel like he's turning this Monster Siege into another race. Race? I think it's for treasure chest farming. He's made it through the 10th round straight away. How many treasure chests must he have gotten? Yeah. And it's been a month since the last Monster Siege. In that long, Lord Xiaoxing must have improved a lot. When talking about Monster Sieges, Xiaoxing is unavoidable. After all, he's the only lord in the entire server to have made it past the 10th round. For a moment, not only the 4 major regions, but also the survivors in other regions were looking forward to Xiaoxing's performance. At this moment, Xiaoxing didn't pay attention to the chat channel. He was still focused on the area outside the territory, waiting for the battle to begin. At that moment, on the city wall of the territory, the polar man Duan, along with another polar man, rolled out a nearly 2-meter-tall drum. It was the Legion's treasure he had recently acquired. The Drum of Invigoration. Before the drum, a towering centaur stood, 2 drumsticks in hand, eager to give it a try. In the blink of an eye, a system notification appeared. The first wave of Monster Siege has begun. Be prepared. As white shadows emerged from the snow, Xiaoxing instantly looked in their direction. Then he spotted the familiar group of snow bears he had encountered during the second Monster Siege. This time, however, there were a full 504th level snow bears. Xiaoxing pondered, has the difficulty increased so much? Compared to last time, the number has increased by about 4 times. However, he felt no fear at all. Instead, he felt a certain anticipation. After all, the greater the number of monsters, the greater the experience points gained. He didn't, as he did last time, have Mernina attack directly and kill the enemy with a single strike. Then, the key was to leverage every monster's experience and maximize the gains. So, Xiaoxing ordered, now, all combatants who haven't reached their current maximum level, step out. Hearing the order, Lu Mushu Sarah, Assam and his Frost Wolf, the Dragon Speaker's Dragon Seraphis, Green Snake Lana, Holy Light Priestess Isabel, and others stepped forward. Including Xiaoxing, there were 8 heroic creatures who hadn't yet reached their maximum level. After that, it was the newly recruited Dragon Blood Warriors and Elven Warriors. Xiaoxing said, leave the first few waves to us. Let's ensure every soldier deals damage. Now begin the battle. Upon the command, the centaur canal on the city wall instantly struck the drums of encouragement. Boom! 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 The powerful drumbeats echoed across the battlefield, each one carrying an overwhelming momentum, igniting the fighting spirit of the warriors. Even on the other side, the centaur saint blew the war horn. Beep! 2 war tools activated simultaneously. All the warriors felt their blood surging wildly through their veins, as if possessing boundless power. You have been blessed by the invigorating drum, increasing your stiffness by 30% and your movement speed by 30%. This effect has become permanent due to the Eternal Power talent. Instantly, everyone's movement speed skyrocketed again. The dozens of people he had called upon charged forward like tigers, including the newly recruited member, Baifu Blackheart, who had only been recruited a few days earlier. His fighting style was brutal. Running on all fours, he resembled a cheetah clad in black armor, transforming into a flash of black lightning as he rushed towards the snowy white bear. Then he extended his sharp metal claws, instantly knocking the white bear to the ground, and then pierced its heart with his claws. Puff! He ripped out a bright red bear heart, instantly killing the 4th level white bear. This heart-wrenching fighting style was truly chilling. The attacks of the other fighters could also cause an instant kill, but they remembered Chao Xing's warning, so they tried their best to control their strength and did not use any skills. Basically, they attacked the monster's legs or backs, non-vital areas, allowing everyone to land a few hits and gain experience. The first wave of battle ended in about 2 minutes and 42 seconds. First round of battle has ended. This battle lasted 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Current ranking, 75. In the chat channel, many survivors were watching the Monster Siege leaderboards. When they saw that Chao Xing didn't finish the battle in a fraction of a second like before, they were a little disappointed. But they also knew that the first wave wouldn't be a challenge for him. The slower pace was likely due to a change in his tactics. Chao Xing had no idea what they were thinking. He continued with the old routine, sending all the polar men out to drag the snow bear carcasses back for disassembly and processing. Soon, the second round of battle began. The same combatants were present, steadily dispatching the enemies. Then came the second, third, and fourth waves. They charged into the 7th wave in one go. In these 7 rounds of battle, the total number of resurrected soldiers who appeared exceeded 200,000. Aside from the few individuals specifically named by Chao Xing, the other combatants remained silent throughout the entire battle, not even activating their arrow towers. And by killing 200,000 resurrected soldiers, they gained a vast amount of experience points, and their level soared once again. Currently, Lu Mushua's level had surged the most. After 7 waves of monsters attacking the city, she had reached level 99, just 1 level away from reaching the maximum level of rank 10. Then came Sarah, who had already reached level 95, having jumped about 5 levels in a row. Green Snake Lana followed closely behind, reaching level 94. New member Baifu Blackheart had also reached the maximum level of 70. Chao Xing and Isabel were equally ferocious. One soared to level 89, and the other pushed for level 84. In addition, Assam's mount, Winter, had reached almost level 78. The Dragon Speaker's mount, Seraphis, had already reached the maximum level of 100. Seeing this, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. Excellent! According to this calculation, there are still 3 waves of monsters attacking the city. A conservative estimate is that at least 400,000 resurrected will appear later. If we manage the situation well and maximize our benefits, we might actually be able to reach the maximum level of 100. Thinking of this, he quickly gave orders. Attention, combatants! The 8th wave of monsters will attack from 4 directions. Now, all combatants who have reached the maximum level will divide into 4 defensive positions, but you still must not attack. The original team will continue the battle. When they have missed the monsters and are about to attack our territory walls, you will attack. They all understood their lord's intention and nodded solemnly. Chao Xing continued, next, I'd be responsible for guarding one direction. Isabel, you go to the north gate. When you see a monster appear, cast the forbidden spell. Sarah and Lana, the green snake, will take charge of the west gate. Assam and Winter the frost wolf will take charge of the east gate. The rest of you, just follow my instructions. Yes. With that, the over 2,000 combatants quickly split into several groups and headed to different locations within the territory. Even the unruly green snake Lana was now completely obeying his orders. You're kidding. She leveled up 7 or 8 times in one night, and judging by her current trend, she might even reach the maximum level of 100. This surge in power was something she never experienced before. Plus, before the monster siege began, Chao Xing had all personnel with status effects bless her. This surge in power also gave Green Snake Lana a tinge of excitement. It was a thirst for battle and slaughter. Soon, everyone took their positions. After a moment's wait, a system notification appeared. Survivor Chao Xing, please note. The 8th wave of Monster Siege is about to begin. Monster number this time, 320,000, monster level, level 70. Seeing this monster number, Chao Xing pondered, the last time monsters attacked the city, the 8th wave had 240,000. Has it increased directly to 320,000 this time? According to this calculation, a full 80,000 resurrected soldiers will appear in each direction of the 4 major battlefields. At this thought, Excitement flashed in his eyes. After all, that's a ton of experience points. He flew in midair, waiting for the monsters to appear. Clatter! With a crackling sound, withered arms emerged from the snow, transforming into resurrected soldiers. As the 80,000-strong monster army appeared in the South Gate battlefield, charging towards the territory, Chao Xing had already activated Ice Spirit Soul, giving all his minor skills no cooldown. He quickly raised his staff, and cast 10 Ice Wall spells in succession. The next moment, a system notification appeared. Ding! You have cast 10 spells in a row. Your passive skill, Ice Crystal Fury, has taken effect. The damage of your next skill will be doubled. Seeing this notification, Chao Xing waved his staff without hesitation and unleashed the forbidden spell. Doomsday Ice Star. Crash! The active ice element in the air was mobilized by him, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Compared to the last time he used this forbidden spell to blast the Resurrection Army, Chao Xing was only a level 64, 7th-tier Frost Mage. Now, his level has risen to 89, making him a 9th-tier Frost Mage. Not only has his strength increased significantly, but his spirit attribute has also reached 8,000. Calculating spirit asterisk 10, the number of Doomsday Ice Stars summoned is 80,000. After being doubled by Ice Crystal Fury, it amounted to a full 160,000 massive Doomsday Ice Stars. Buzz! Giant frost blue meteorites suddenly appeared in the sky, obscuring the night sky overhead, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Summoning such a large number at once drained Chao Xing's mental energy. Without hesitation, he pulled 10 drops of premium sap from his backpack and tossed them into his mouth. Instantly, his mind felt clear, and his mental energy was replenished. In the meantime, the 80,000 resurrected troops had advanced over 500 meters, nearing the attack range of the Arrow Tower. Without a flicker in his eyes, Chao Xing grasped his astrological staff and pressed it down sharply. Instantly, 160,000 Doomsday Ice Stars descended in unison, a scene of apocalypse unfolding. Boom! 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 Violent explosions echoed continuously, like meteorites crashing into the ground, sending a violent tremor. The entire territory shook. As more meteorites struck, the pulsating energy waves enveloped everything. Everyone's vision was obliterated, and they could only see the continuous, violent explosions before them, filling everything. The tremors expanded, extending over hundreds of kilometers. Even Yao Yiming and the others, fighting over 10 kilometers away, paused their actions and gazed in shock at Chao Xing's territory. From such a distance, they could see the meteorites falling from the sky, causing devastating explosions. Everyone's mouth dropped open, a look of astonishment on their faces. Wow, so terrifying. So many meteorites. What kind of ultimate move is this? How could it be so outrageous? It feels like just a few of them landing right here would cause us heavy casualties. Yes, it looks like there are at least over 100,000 of them. How terrifying. After about 30 seconds, the explosion subsided. All the noise faded into silence. All they could see was a barren expanse stretching 7 or 8 kilometers ahead. 100-meter-wide craters dotted the landscape, a lingering chill. As for the resurrected army, nothing remained. At the same time, a system notification appeared before Chao Xing. In this battle, you successfully killed LVL 70*80,000 resurrected army members, earning 435,800,000 experience points, pale attraction. Combatant experience points, 217,900,000. 80,000 monsters, a total of over 400 million experience points. Chao Xing's experience bar instantly reached 100%, and a white light continuously shone from his body. Your level has been increased, current level, 90. Attribute boost from this level up, strength plus 104, agility plus 124, spirit plus 153, constitution plus 112, attack plus 1000, skill damage plus 10%. Your level has been increased, current level, 91. Attribute boost from this level up. Your level has been increased, current level, 98. The massive amount of experience points allowed his level to soar directly to 98. Just 2 levels away from reaching the maximum level of 100. At that moment, Chao Xing's face lit up with uncontrollable joy. Ha ha! This is so cool! 9 levels in a single skill. Who else can level up at this rate? The vast army of monsters at the South Gate was completely wiped out by Chao Xing's single wave. I have to say, the feeling of destroying everything with this forbidden spell is truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Isabel, guarding the North Gate, saw the mighty force of the 80,000 resurrected soldiers charging towards them, and a holy light shone in her eyes. She also raised her staff and chanted softly, "Source of radiant light, radiant heavens. Where light converges, great waves surge. This is a torrent of blazing light." The moment the chant ended, the entire North Gate area erupted in an unprecedented radiance. The surrounding area, over 10 kilometers in radius, was illuminated brighter than daylight. Yao Yiming and the others, still reeling from the shock of Chao Xing's Doomsday Eye Star, suddenly looked puzzled at this scene again. What's going on? Is it dawn? I don't know. It seems to be coming from Boss Chao Xing again. Turtle. What on earth is the captain doing? Most of them were survivors of the 4th or 5th level, having never witnessed the might of a heroic warrior, so they had no idea this was the effect of a forbidden spell. Meanwhile, Isabel's spell had reached its final stage. All the light elements coalesced, forming a river of light nearly 2 kilometers wide and 7 or 8 kilometers long. Splash. The sound of flowing water seemed to echo in everyone's ears. The 80,000 resurrected soldiers at the North Gate were all enveloped by this sacred river of light. But this seemingly sacred river was filled with a dangerous aura. The moment the resurrected soldiers within came into contact with the light element, puffs of white smoke emerged from their bodies, accompanied by a hissing sound. Horsepower also appeared above their heads, accompanied by terrifying light damage. Minus 318,626. Minus 328,971. Minus 394,810. Minus 405,268. Minus 349,152. Within the range of blazing torrent, the health of these resurrected soldiers plummeted like water. In the blink of an eye, their health was reduced to 0, and they vanished into pools of black water. Even more terrifyingly, this skill lasted for 5 seconds. By the 3rd second, even the leader, a boss-level creature, couldn't withstand the pressure, dissolving into pools of black water and vanishing on the spot. At the end of the 5 seconds, only a few commander-level resurrected monsters barely managed to hold on. However, the blazing torrent still had one last burst of damage after it ended. Just as the river was about to vanish, an unprecedented burst of light erupted from it. Then it exploded. Bang! Bang! Minus 191,7526. Minus 194,5377. Minus 192,9841. At this moment, the surviving commander-level resurrected soldiers were instantly killed. The monsters at the North Gate were completely eliminated. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, used the forbidden spell Blazing Torrent, killing a resurrected soldier's level 70*80,000. Experience points, 421,570,000, Pale Attraction. Combatants gained experience points, 210,875,000. The massive amount of experience points caused bursts of white light to appear above Chao Xing and Isabel's heads. System prompts continued to blare. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, has been upgraded to level 88. Attributes gained from this upgrade: Strength plus 195, Agility plus 181, Spirit plus 243, Vitality plus 212, Attack plus 1000, Skill damage plus 10%. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, has been upgraded to level 89. This upgrade grants Survivor Chao Xing, your level has been upgraded to level 99. Attributes gained from this upgrade: Strength plus 106, Agility plus 117, Spirit plus 162, Vitality plus 122, Attack plus 1000, Skill damage plus 10%. Your level has been upgraded to level 100. Congratulations! You have reached level 100, the current level cap. Chapter 578. 2 consecutive forbidden spells directly took the lives of 160,000 resurrected soldiers. This is the terror of a hero-level mage. On a large battlefield like this, a single forbidden spell could easily take the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, a true headreaper. Now, Isabel's level had soared to level 97, just 3 levels away from reaching the maximum level of 100. Excellent! Let's not talk about the 9th wave for now. After all, those are just liches. And the 10th wave, in addition to the Overlord-level bosses, also includes a large number of resurrected soldiers. That's more than enough for Isabel to reach level 100. Thinking of this, Chao Xing grew even more excited. The battles at the South and North Gates had now concluded successfully. The only remaining battlefields were the East and West Gates. But there was no need to worry about these two battlefields. After all, with two dominant creatures, Sarah and Lana, guarding the area, they were a complete force against the resurrected army. Of course, the most outstanding performance was from the newly joined green snake Lana. We known before that she could draw upon the power of the legendary green scales at any time. Now, she had also entered her transformed form. A massive snake, hundreds of meters long and covered in green scales, suddenly appeared. Then, it opened its maw and spewed a cloud of green venom. Swish! Spouts of green venom erupted, covering the area dozens of meters ahead. All passing monsters were instantly infected by the venom, their poison levels skyrocketing to 20 on the status bar. Swish! Swish! Minus 543,147. Minus 532,543. Minus 563,918. Minus 563,461 damage. Figures of 5 or 600,000 and hundreds of thousands floated up, poisoning countless monsters on the spot. The venom of this green snake was no less potent than Hilda's blood poison. However, Hilda's could stack up to 100 times, while green snake Lana's could only stack up to 20 times. In terms of sustained damage, the Blood Spider Queen was still superior. In addition, green snake Lana had another attack method. A puff of green smoke emanated from her body, and from it, a large number of green snake phantoms suddenly burst out. Clatter! The green snakes flashed like lightning, then rushed towards the resurrected soldiers, biting them frantically. The monsters fell in droves. Of course, Sarah, who was defending alongside her, was equally terrifying. Assassination, Domination Field, and Shadow Hourglass, two cooldown resetting mechanics, combined to achieve a continuous flow of various small skills. One after another, group attacks were unleashed, and the resurrected soldiers were decimated. Soon, the west gate was stabilized. At the north gate, Assam and his Frostwolf Winter were defending the battlefield. Although they lacked forbidden spell-level group attacks, they were blessed with various blessings, allowing them to clear monsters at an alarming rate. And even if they occasionally missed a few, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, there were still numerous combatants standing on the wall behind them, waiting to be deployed. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the battles at the east and west gates were over. A glance at the battle information revealed that everyone's levels had increased again. First, Green Snake Lana's level soared to level 98. Sarah's level successfully reached level 97. Assam and Frostwolf Winter were currently at levels 87 and 85. Xiaoxing pondered. So, it seems likely that Sarah and Lana will reach max level tonight. As for Assam and Winter, it's a bit of a stretch. I guess they can only reach around level 90 at best. But that's enough. After all, I don't have any extra relics or legendary hearts to help them break through. Thinking of this, he continued his challenge. Next came the 9th and 10th waves. Just as Xiaoxing had expected. The 9th wave consisted of a few liches, but their number had tripled compared to the previous one. A full 12 liches attacked simultaneously. Of course, having been prepared, they weren't caught off guard this time. Instead, they quickly interrupted all of the insidious resurrected liches' abilities. Due to spell backlash, the liches fell to the ground and were quickly surrounded by a group of powerful warriors, who then took turns to ravage them. The 9th wave of battle ended. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the 9th wave of Monster Siege. Rewards: 1 Ancient Moon Treasure Chest, 1 Moon Treasure Chest, 200 gold points. Then came the 10th wave. 12 level 100 Overlord creatures. Resurrected wild ghosts, leading an army of 280,000 resurrected, attacked from 4 directions. This formidable force made Xiaoxing take his position more seriously. He continued to dispatch a large number of core combatants to specifically deal with the overlords and commander-level creatures within. Isabel, Sarah, Assam, and the others all fought tooth and nail in the horde of monsters. The warriors also cooperated well. Usually, after the monsters were reduced to low health, they would deliver the finishing blow. Of course, this would slow down the battle's efficiency, but it didn't matter. This was the final wave of monsters attacking the city, so Xiaoxing naturally had to make the most of it. Since reaching the maximum level of 100, he hadn't taken action. Isabel flapped her wind wings, soaring through the air, occasionally waving her staff, and releasing large-scale holy light balls. Bang! 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 The holy light balls fell, blasting countless resurrected soldiers to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the 4th wave of battle had passed for almost 50 minutes. Meanwhile, those level 100 Overlord monsters, the resurrected wild ghosts, had been completely slain. The number of other monsters had also been reduced to about 2/3. The large number of monster deaths brought a huge amount of experience. Green Snake Lana successfully reached level 100. Isabel's level had soared to 67% of level 99, and Sarah's to 54% of level 99. As for Assam and his Frost Wolf, one was level 89, the other was level 87. Seeing this, Chao Xing thought, it seems Isabel and Sarah reaching the maximum level tonight is a foregone conclusion. As for Assam, just as expected, he stopped at level 90. That's fine though. As long as Isabel can reach level 100, it'd be enough. The others continued to slay the resurrected below, their experience points steadily increasing. Within 5 minutes, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, has reached level 100, the current maximum level. A few minutes later, your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, has reached level 100, the current maximum level. 2 more level 100 heroic units have been added to the territory, including Marlene, the dragon speaker Binglan and her dragon, the green snake Lana, Lu Mushua, and Chao Xing. There were already 8 level 100 creatures in the entire territory, and most of them were overlords, mutated overlords. What a terrifying force this was, it goes without saying. About half an hour later, the battle was nearing its end. With the last resurrected soldier slain, the monster siege was finally over. You have successfully cleared the 10th wave of the monster siege. Rewards for clearing the level: 1 ancient bright moon treasure chest, 3 divine power fragments, 500 gold points. Chao Xing smiled with satisfaction. Great! 3 more divine power fragments. Besides, there were quite a few more treasure chests. Now I have 3 bright moon treasure chests in my backpack, and 3 ancient bright moons ready to be opened. Although there aren't the same hidden rewards as last time, this is still pretty good. Of all these, what Chao Xing needed most was the divine power fragments. He glanced at the number of fragments in his backpack. Divine power fragments * 22. 22 fragments equal 220 points of divine power to replenish. During this time, Marlene's divine power has recovered to 33, and the divine power in her divine power beads has accumulated to 45. That adds up to nearly 300 points of divine power. If I absorb the 200 points of divine power from the 2 relics, it will be more than enough for Marlene to activate her second form. The thought of this made Chao Xing excited. Once Marlene transforms into a legend, not only would he become the first lord among the world survivors to possess a legendary level secondary class subject, he might even become the first lord to possess a legendary level combat class. But there's a problem before that. If I let Mernina absorb the divine power from the relic, Isabel wouldn't be able to break through to Holy Light Priest. But if Isabel succeeds, that's fine. But if she fails, the divine power contained in the relic will disappear. And then I lose 100 divine power points and a legendary heart. Not only would I be unable to gather the divine power required for Marinina's second form, but Isabel wouldn't be able to break through to legendary either. Or should we play it safe and let Marinina absorb the divine power from the Mark of Light? Although the probability of Isabel's breakthrough failing was small, it was still a possibility. There were still 7 days until the Blood Legion appeared. Chao Xing had to prepare for the worst. After all, he desperately needed the power of a legendary right now. Possessing a legendary meant he had the strength to establish himself on this continent. If the Watchers wanted to deal with him, they would have to deploy at least 2 or 3 legendaries, and he might even counterattack. Then, by joining forces with the Old King, he would be fearless of these threats. Just as he was hesitating, a second prompt appeared. Survivor Chao Xing, please note. Because you have passed the 10th round of Monster Siege twice in a row, a hidden Monster Siege stage has been unlocked for you. Hidden stage, number of monsters, 1, monster level 110, legendary creature. After completing the hidden stage, you will receive a special reward. Do you want to challenge it? Holy crap! Hidden stage. And this time, the monster inside is actually legendary. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing was instantly shocked. After the shock, he quickly calmed down and began to analyze. According to previous estimates, with my current territory's combat power, without using any trump cards, I'm more than capable of dealing with a legendary. But even among legends, there are strengths and weaknesses, and specialized combat styles. If it's a legendary that isn't good at group attacks, like the assassin who attacked me last time, it's fine. But if it's one with a wide attack range, it's going to be difficult. If it spreads to other areas, my territory will suffer heavy losses. Can we let Mernina absorb the divine power contained in all the relics before we challenge them? At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Please make your choice quickly. Time remaining, 29 seconds. Chao Xing knew his plan had failed. This amount of time wasn't enough for Mernina to absorb all the divine power. A look of confusion appeared on his face again. Damn. I didn't expect the hidden level to be a legendary creature. While monsters of this level are terrifying, the rewards for taking them down will be truly formidable. Last time, I was just so close to taking down that legendary creature. Now, my territory's strength has been greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, Chao Xing gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, let's do it." He quickly said, "Attention, all combatants. Continue to prepare for battle. The enemy is a legendary." At this, the expressions of the thousands of combatants throughout the territory froze. They had originally thought that after the 10th wave of battle, they could rest for the night. And now, their lord actually said they wanted to continue fighting, and against a legendary enemy. For a moment, everyone's pupils dilated, and their blood began to race. Of course, this wasn't fear, but excitement. Excitement at the prospect of fighting a legendary enemy. The last battle with the Watcher had already dispelled their fear of legends. Everyone was eager to try. In the blink of an eye, the entire territory's combatants sprang into action. All the archers stood on the city walls, drawing their bowstrings. Other staff members quickly brought in frost trebuchets, Nero's cannons, and other war tools. The melee units, on the other hand, were fully prepared below the city walls. When the countdown reached the final seconds, Chao Xing simply clicked to confirm the challenge. You've made your choice. The hidden monster siege stage has begun. Prepare for battle. The moment the prompt ended, everyone sensed a sudden, sinister presence ahead. Like some long-forgotten evil awakening, the air was thick with the scent of death and decay. Looking ahead, they could discern a towering figure through the pitch-black night. It was hundreds of meters tall, slowly approaching from the darkness, carrying a terrifying sense of oppression. As they drew closer, they could clearly see the monster's size. It resembled a monstrous mass composed purely of rotting flesh and tentacles, like a giant octopus floating in the air. The difference was that its tentacles were short, densely packed, and constantly wriggling. Of course, that wasn't the weirdest thing about it. The weirdest thing was that this rotting octopus's body also had a gigantic, pitch-black eyeball. That eyeball was at least 10 meters in diameter, and it even moved. Anyone caught in its gaze would feel a genuine sense of dread. Damn! Are all these resurrected soldiers so disgusting? Chao Xing couldn't help but complain. Then, he quickly glanced at the monster's attributes. Eye of Shaitan. Race, Resurrection. Level 110. Life level, Overlord. Divine power, undetectable. HP, 345 million/345 million. Attack damage, 1,324,500 to 1,324,500. Armor, 124,196 to 128,754. Skills, Death Ray, Normal Attack, Fell Shield, Bone Field, Summon Evil Spirit, Curse of the Evil Eye. Commander level skill, Death Vortex, concentrates the power of death, forming a death vortex with a radius of 3,000 meters, drawing enemies within the vortex, and forcing them to approach quickly. After approaching the attack range, Shaitan, the Eye of Death will send out numerous tentacles that penetrate surrounding enemies, draining 462,782 health points per second for the next 60 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Overlord skill, Eye of Death Field, increases abnormal resistance by 30%. Every 30 seconds, inflicts 5 layers of plague poison on all enemies. Upon reaching 10 layers, all negative status effects are detonated. Hero skill, none. Legendary skill, Death Annihilation, Global Corrosion, consumes 10 divine power points, unleashes all death force, transforming a 20,000 meter radius into a land of death. Within this radius, all creatures below legendary level have their attributes suppressed by 30%. Increases skill cooldown by 100 seconds. During this period, you will take damage equal to 556% of the Eye of Shaitan's attack power per second and inflict 3 layers of plague. This skill lasts 10 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours. Talent, Resurrection Power, after death, revive once at full health. Sealed, unusable, note, the Eye of Shaitan is the eye of the Death Dragon. Through this eye, Shaitan can see scenes from other continents or planes. Holy crap, are this monster's skills so terrifying? Commander level Death Vortex and Domination Domain. On top of that, there's an even more terrifying legendary skill. Any one of these methods could easily destroy an entire territory. Furthermore, this Eye of Jaitan is exactly the kind of monster Chaoxing fears the most. A monster specialized in group attacks. A solemn look gradually appeared in his eyes. Thankfully, the ability to resurrect this Eye of Jaitan has been sealed by the system. Otherwise, they finally kill this thing, only for it to regenerate to full health. That would be truly despairing. Chaoxing was thinking rapidly in his mind. It's about as good as I expected. The legendary creature's health is over 200 million, and its attack power is over 1 million. The only good news is that its abilities only have a large range, while its normal attacks aren't that outrageous. We can fight it. At this point, he had already made his decision. Try to destroy this Eye of Jaitan without using the Lizardman statue. At this moment, the giant eyeball was slowly approaching 3 kilometers from the territory, about to reach attack range. He took a deep breath. All ranged units, get ready. Upon hearing the command, all the archers on the field instantly drew their bowstrings, and the frost catapults and Nero's cannons were already loaded. Chaoxing himself, too, vibrated the wind wings behind him, charging out a kilometer or two, rapidly closing in on the monster. He couldn't let the Eye of Jaitan get within 2 kilometers of his territory. At the same time, the giant eye, upon seeing Chaoxing approaching, instantly launched its attack. Buzz! A jet-black death ray descended upon him at breakneck speed. It seemed to understand that this otherworldly lord was the key to this group and needed to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Chaoxing didn't dodge. He also wanted to see the range of a legendary monster's normal attacks. Crack! The death ray struck Chaoxing directly, piercing him. However, it only pierced a layer of holy shield. Through this attack, Chaoxing came to a conclusion. The Eye of Jaitan's normal attack has a maximum range of approximately 500 meters, and a maximum diameter of 10 meters. I haven't seen its attack power yet, but it's estimated to be over 1 million. To deal with this creature with minimal damage, we must keep it within a safe distance, but not too far. We must ensure that all defense towers in the territory can reach it and provide damage. He quickly made battle plans in his mind. Braum, enter originating giant form and hold this monster within a range of 1,500 to 2,000 meters. Upon the command, a figure suddenly leaped from the city wall and charged at the massive, one-eyed monster at breakneck speed. As it ran, the figure rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant 100 meters tall, rivaling the legendary creature in size. Seeing this, the Eye of Jaitan shifted, seemingly not fixated on Braum. Instead, its eyeball suddenly shrank, and its flesh began to rapidly wriggle. The next moment, a cloud of black energy suddenly appeared above Chaoxing's head at an incredibly terrifying speed. This skill was its flagship ability. Curse of the Evil Eye. It inflicts 10 layers of plague curse on an enemy, instantly detonating the plague effect, dealing 10 times the damage. And for the next 60 seconds, the plague damage taken is doubled. This single target skill is truly terrifying, capable of instantly killing even heroic level units. What's more, it was emitted by a legendary creature, making it nearly impossible to avoid. Sarah, Lu Mushua, and the others on the scene watched the black energy descend upon Chaoxing's head, their eyes filled with horror. Ah Xing! Lord! They instinctively rushed to his aid. However, the black energy was too fast, having already landed on Chaoxing's head. Buzz! A ball of deathly force instantly enveloped Chaoxing. At that moment, a word appeared above his head, immune. The attack hadn't caused him any damage. Seeing this, Chaoxing's face lit up with joy. I almost forgot, I hold the title of Death Walker, immune to all corpse poison plague effects. This skill doesn't seem to work on me. Including the other lords behind him, their eyes lit up with surprise. After the crisis was averted, Chaoxing quickly declared, all-out attack. Upon command, all ranged units launched their attacks. Boom! Boom! 7 Nero's cannons, 5 frost trebuchets, and numerous corrosion and frost arrow towers all launched. Red and blue shells, blazing, streaked through the night sky. Mixed in with them were the magician's wind blades and earth spikes. Then all descended upon the giant eyeball. Boom! Boom! The shells exploded, sending up a mushroom cloud over 10 meters high. Dense wind blades and earth spikes slashed across the rotting body, wreaking havoc. Decrease 2,637. Decrease 2,482. Decrease 10,627. Decrease 9,862. Decrease 452. Decrease 547. Decrease 356. Decrease 376. Under the Eye of Jaitan's 120,000 armor, everyone's attack power was significantly reduced. Some of the 5-digit damage was inflicted by the Nero's artillery and the heroes in the territory. But it didn't matter, after all, Chao Xing had plenty of ranged units. Just this single wave had already knocked over 2 million HP off the Eye of Jaitan. At the same time, Brown, holding his massive shield, had already arrived before the Eye of Jaitan. Then, with a roar, he activated his force taunt, forcing the Eye of Jaitan to attack the 100-meter-tall giant. Chao Xing quickly commanded, Farnaz, use curse on this creature. Priestess Farnaz raised her staff of distortion, and a cloud of black energy surged into the Eye of Jaitan, significantly reducing its luck. Then, Chao Xing used Curse Luck Orb again, significantly reducing the monster's luck. Although the effects of the reduced luck haven't yet been felt, it's definitely helpful. At the very least, it will increase the opponent's chances of being controlled in the coming battle. Meanwhile, the Eye of Jaitan, under constant fire from everyone, seemed enraged. Its deep pupils scanned everyone on the field, as if looking at a group of ants. However, in its taunting state, it could only continuously attack Brown. Buzz! Buzz! Death rays rained down on Brown, inflicting horrific damage. -155, 7363. -164, 9521. -184, 2432. Chao Xing quickly calculated. This Eye of Jaitan attacks about 3 to 4 times per second, dealing approximately 5 million damage per second. Given Brahm's health, that means he can last about 4 seconds. With level 100 Lu Muxua and Isabel healing simultaneously, along with a refreshed Divine Shield and the 10 Horde Witch Doctors, Brown can hold out for about 2 more seconds. However, Isabel has a commander-level skill that instantly replenishes Brahm's health, allowing him to block 1 attack. A conservative estimate is that Brown can hold off this creature for at least 10 seconds. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt certain. Brahm's defense remained as formidable as ever, holding off even a legendary creature for this long. The only problem, however, was that all of this Eye of Jaitan's attacks were inflicted with Death Plague. Chao Xing quickly said, Glitter Wing, now you're going to focus on Brown. Clear all the negative status effects from him. Everyone else, continue attacking. Seraphis, Blue, Volibear, Baymax. Use all your control abilities on it. The moment they heard the order, everyone unleashed a barrage of control abilities. Chao Xing himself, too, raised his staff and began unleashing large-scale slowing abilities. Frost Breath, Ice Blossom, Ice covers 1,000 miles. This wave of control and slowing abilities combined. We've seen this before, and it can affect legendary creatures. It worked just as well now. As various ice elemental magic circles appeared, intense cold air erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by over 10 degrees. Layers of frost gradually formed on the terrifying body of the gigantic Eye of Jaitan, and its movement slowed down at a noticeable speed. As the cold air continued to erupt, in the blink of an eye, the terrifying creature was frozen into a massive ice sculpture. Ha! Got it! Chao Xing hadn't expected it to be so easy to control the creature the first time. Clearly, this was most likely due to his luck. After all, he had reduced this creature's luck by a full 200 points. Chapter 579. Seeing the enemy contained, Chao Xing hardly needed to say anything. Andrew had transformed into a behemoth, charging forward like a mad monster. Then, using his crushing claws, he began to frantically scratch at the massive monster. Puff! Puff! -38,532. -162,164. -285,252. With its armor reduced by 90%, the Eye of Jaitan's armor had been reduced to a minimum. At this moment, everyone's attacks began to rage against it. Sarah, who had already reached level 100, appeared beside the Eye of Jaitan, like a flash of black lightning, and immediately unleashed her explosive skill, Death Dance. Swish. 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 Decrease 452,627. Decrease 492,625. Decrease 657,924. Decrease 106,2177. Decrease 742,562. Gift of Liberation. Damage figures appeared, each more terrifying than the last. 8 attacks plus Shadow Bloom dealt a cumulative 5 million damage. Elsewhere, Marlene also unleashed her single-target skill. Lotus Sword Dance. 10 consecutive sword dances dealt nearly 6 million damage. Hilda unleashed tens of thousands of self-destructing blood spiders without hesitation, which launched a frenzied explosion around the monster. A gigantic white and green snake raised their heads high, spewing white and green venom from their bloody maws. In the blink of an eye, the Eye of Satan was inflicted with more than a dozen negative effects, including bleeding, poisoning, nightmares, burning, blood poisoning, etc. Everyone launched a frenzied attack. However, the Eye of Jaitan, worthy of its legendary status, possessed extreme resistance to all forms of control. This control lasted only 2 seconds. Chao Xing saw cracks appearing in the frost covering the Eye of Jaitan's body. Crack! Crack! Twists of powerful dark aura emanated from these cracks, as if some terrifying creature was about to break free. Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Retreat." All melee fighters retreated at top speed. The other ranged fighters maintained their attack speed. Chao Xing glanced over. This last burst had knocked off a full 80 million HP from this creature. Compared to the previous 50 million HP, their burst power had been elevated to a new level, and after breaking free, the Eye of Jaitan seemed completely enraged. Buzz! Buzz! Death rays continuously shot out from its enormous pupils, blasting Brown back step by step. The massive creature's shield value also plummeted. In less than 2 seconds, his shield was shattered. Chao Xing mentally calculated the time. The taunt state has about 15 seconds left, and we're dealing nearly 100 million damage per burst. If we can control 2 more bursts, we can probably finish him off. But it was clear that the Eye of Zelton wouldn't let them do that. After failing to instantly kill Brown, the massive monster suddenly ceased its attack. Then, its massive eye suddenly closed. Then, a terrifying force of death erupted from its rotting body, instantly forming a black vortex within a 3-kilometer radius. Clang! Melee units hundreds of meters away, waiting for their chance, were enveloped by the vortex and felt a tremendous suction. Their bodies involuntarily swarmed towards the Eye of Jaitan. It was its commander-level ability. Death Vortex. Once within a certain range, the Eye of Jaitan would unleash a vast array of tentacles, piercing through the bodies of the warriors and draining their health. This meant that the blood Chao Xing and the others had painstakingly lost would be wasted. The warriors struggled frantically, resisting the terrifying suction. However, facing a legendary creature, even they had little resistance and could only watch helplessly as their bodies spun ever closer to the monster. Seeing this, Chao Xing unhesitatingly used his second powerful control. Moon Goddess Sealing Orb. Buzz! A gentle sealing force erupted instantly, appearing behind the Eye of Jaitan. In the blink of an eye, the outline of a full moon emerged. The powerful sealing force slowed the giant eyeball's movements even further. When the full moon fully formed, the death force emanating from the Eye of Jaitan abruptly ceased, and the skilled death vortex was forcibly interrupted. At the same time, the massive body froze in place. All the warriors suddenly felt the terrifying suction disappear. After an initial moment of confusion, they reacted instantly. Continue the attack. At the same time, Andrew leaped forward again, slashing furiously with his crushing claws. The others also unleashed a terrifying outburst. One by one, the leader-level Dragonblood warriors leaped into the air and descended like comets. Dragonblood sky-whirling spikes erupted in succession. More Dragonblood warriors gripped their spears tightly, unleashing icy dragon spears radiating cold air. The Star Nation swordsmen also formed a Star Nation sword formation. The Boar warriors' dual blades merged, dancing like the blades of a fan. A variety of burst skills rained down upon the Eye of Jaitan, intermingling with massive projectiles. The Black Smoke Shaman, in conjunction with the Dragon Shaman, and the Wind Archmage also unleashed a combined divine skill. Black Smoke Lightning Storm. Decrease 175,683. Decrease 238,479. Decrease 358,692. Decrease 117,3824. Decrease 256,778. Densely packed damage numbers floated up. In the blink of an eye, the massive monster was enveloped by a torrent of attacks, its health dwindling like a stream. This time, the Moon Goddess Sealing Orb's control time remained stable. At the end of 2 seconds, numerous cracks appeared on the full moon. At the end of 3 seconds, the moon suddenly exploded. Retreat! At Chao Xing's command, all melee fighters retreated at top speed. The Eye of Jaitan, having been controlled twice in a row, seemed a bit exasperated, but like the legendary warden, no matter how angry he was, he could only continue to attack Brown. Buzz! Buzz! Pitch black rays rained down on Brown, their attack speed increasing. The massive figure bore the brunt of the blast head-on, his health rapidly decreasing, on the verge of falling below 1 million in the blink of an eye. This was already a dangerously low health point, and could even be instantly killed by the Eye of Jaitan. At that moment, Isabel raised her staff. Let the light redeem you. A vast force of holy light suddenly descended upon Braum. At 121-62653, instantly restoring his health to full. The Eye of Shaitan was stunned for a moment. It had clearly sensed that the giant's vitality was dwindling, and that it would soon be slain, yet suddenly, he became full of life again. Braum burst into laughter. Isabel, your healing abilities are truly remarkable. Hearing his praise, Isabel, bathed in the holy light, smiled faintly. With Braum's danger averted, they once again focused their attention on dealing with the monster's attack. Meanwhile, Chao Xing checked the Eye of Shaitan's remaining health. HP, 157 million/345 million. 2 waves of damage knocked off nearly 200 million of this creature's HP. This was Chao Xing unleashing the full might of his entire territory. But despite this, the Eye of Shaitan still had 150 million HP remaining, an astronomical figure. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. I still have the forbidden spell Frost Crystal Prison, Ice Burial left, which can control legendary creatures. I have a good chance of winning another wave. Based on my damage just now, I can deal about 100 million damage. But that's still a long way off. Chao Xing frowned slightly. Does this mean I still have to use the Lizardman statue? He felt a little unwilling. After all, from the beginning, he had planned to rely on the strength of his territory to face the legendary head-on. But the legendary creature's power was still a bit beyond his expectations. At that moment, Chao Xing thought of another method, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Mirag, connect the soul link with Baifu Blackheart. The tribal witch doctor obeyed without hesitation. He quickly raised his bone staff, muttering something. The next moment, an invisible black line connected the new member Baifu Blackheart with the legendary monster. The Eye of Shaitan. Chao Xing continued his command. Baifu, use your commander-level skill, Evil Heart Fission. The black-armored being obeyed without hesitation. He extended his metal right claw and grasped his chest fiercely. With a crack, the black heart instantly shattered, shattering into fragments that flew off into the distance. Then it clung to the bodies of thousands of nearby allies, including Chao Xing, who was also afflicted with a fragment. Boom! 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 The dull, powerful sound of a heartbeat echoed in everyone's minds like a drumbeat. The warriors' eyes flickered with confusion. Before they could react, an invisible suction force emerged, and everyone felt their health plummet. A terrifying health bar appeared above Baifu Blackheart's head. At 486-52363, a full 40 million health points would instantly restore his health to full. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly declared, everyone else, attack Baifu. After a long period of coordinated effort, everyone instantly understood Chao Xing's intention. Instantly, all the archers changed their direction, aiming at the warrior in black armor. Swish! 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 A volley of arrows rained down upon Baifu, causing his health to plummet. At the same time, streams of energy were transmitted from the black line. Mirag's soul link dealt true damage. And Baifu Blackheart could restore his health by absorbing the health of allied units. In other words, as long as Baifu Blackheart's health limit was high enough, Chao Xing could even use this combination of skills to inflict tens or even hundreds of millions of damage to the enemy. Buzz! Buzz! The Eye of Shaitan, currently attacking Braum, suddenly felt waves of pain as if it had suffered some kind of trauma. Damage values of hundreds of thousands, even exceeding 100,000, appeared above its head. However, it didn't notice the attacks. A look of bewilderment appeared in its enormous pupils. Baifu, meanwhile, was bearing the brunt of the attacks, grimacing in pain. But he also knew this was a crucial moment, and he couldn't be distracted. He had to keep a constant eye on his health. When his health dropped below 200,000, he used his drain skill again. Boom! A heartbeat echoed. At 4962463. His health is full again. The others on the field began to attack Baifu Blackheart frantically again. Evil Heart Fission allows 10 consecutive drains, and he still has 8 remaining. Based on his 8,000 health limit, this means he can still deal 64 million damage. Of course, this is an ideal scenario. Because the concentrated fire is so intense, Baifu could be killed instantly if he's not careful, so he must stop when his health drops below 2 million. In other words, it could deal over 40 million damage. So, everyone continued to maintain the same rhythm, attacking Baifu while transferring damage through Soul Link. The Eye of Zelton's health was rapidly decreasing. However, Braum had already held out for over 10 seconds, and his health was already at a critical level. Now Lu Mushua's Divine Shield and Isabel's Revelation, him were both depleted. If they held out any longer, Brown would be in danger. Is it too much for a level 70 commander to hold off a legendary? Chao Xing sighed, then quickly said, Bing Lan, take Seraphis and replace Brown to hold the line for a while. Hearing the order, the dragon speaker executed without hesitation. Crash! The massive dragon's wings spread out, its hundreds-meter-long body directly blocking Brown, giving him a moment to breathe. Seraphis and Bing Lan both had 40 to 50 million health points, enough to hold the line for a few seconds. Meanwhile, the others continued to frantically attack Baifu Blackheart. After a moment, his 10 consecutive life drains ended. He spoke with difficulty, Lord, the evil heart fission drain has run out. Chao Xing quickly stopped everyone. Then, he glanced at the eye of Zhaitan's health. Health, 99, 163, 200/345, 000, 000. Baifu Blackheart's evil heart split skill, combined with Malog's soul link, knocked nearly 50 million health off the legendary creature, exceeding Chao Xing's expectations. After all, they were both only level 70 creatures. To be able to cause such an effect was simply beyond imagination. There are only 99 million left. That's enough. Chao Xing said, Everyone, continue your attacks on the Eye of Zhaitan. Follow my instructions. Master your burst skills, and wait for the final round of damage. Everyone's expressions instantly froze, ready to unleash their might. At the same time, Brahm's taunt had about 3 seconds remaining. The Eye of Zhaitan felt its life draining away, and also sensed a threat from these ants. Instinctively, it decided to use some means to instantly destroy them all. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of flesh writhing echoed, and a terrifying dark aura emanated from its massive body. Instantly, it covered an area of 4 to 5 kilometers, rapidly spreading. With such a large area, it was clear that this was the effect of that legendary skill. Everyone felt a sense of crisis. They knew they must not unleash the Eye of Zhaitan. Otherwise, not only would they be annihilated, but the entire territory would be destroyed. So, one frantic attack after another, attempting to disrupt the Eye of Zhaitan, Chao Xing wasn't in a hurry. From his previous encounters, he had already roughly understood that while legendary level skills were terrifying, they all had a short charge time. Legendary skills that didn't require a charge were rare. And this time was more than enough for him to interrupt the opponent's attack. So, Chao Xing raised his staff. The winter arrival suit's effects activated, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, and instantly, dozens of fragments imbued with intense crystal and icy power appeared. These fragments were a dark blue throughout, with irregularly shaped edges, reaching a height of 40 or 50 meters. It was like a giant, intact meteorite, shattered into fragments. Chao Xing swung his staff. A fragment instantly blasted towards the Eye of Zhaitan. With a thud, it dealt over 100,000 damage. The fragment released a powerful chill, freezing part of the Eye of Zhaitan's body. Although the damage wasn't high, Chao Xing wasn't aiming for attack power, but for crowd control. The next moment, more fragments blasted towards it. Bang! 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 With each successive impact, the massive meteorite fragments completely surrounded it. At this moment, the Eye of Zhaitan felt its movements becoming increasingly difficult. Like a monster trapped within a meteorite, this strange, ice-attributed meteorite fragment not only possessed powerful attack power, but also a potent sealing effect. When the last fragment struck, the Eye of Zhaitan's legendary skill was interrupted. From start to finish, its several bursts were interrupted, completely failing to effectively attack Chao Xing and the others. It was arguably the most frustrating legend ever. Chao Xing quickly said, Now go all out. This final burst. At the command, Andrew roared and lunged again. Sharp claws slashed furiously at the Eye of Zhaitan's rotting flesh, instantly reducing its armor significantly. The others also launched their fiercest attack. Sarah, wielding the death dagger and the flowing blade, slashed down in quick succession, triggering critical hits one after another. Equipped with the luminous flux shoulder guards, the dragon speaker, with his attack speed increased by 100%, practically swung his dawn sword with an afterimage. Sword energies lashed out frantically. Marinina, wielding the blood-drinking blade, also continuously unleashed terrifying sword energy. Even Lu Muxia had entered four-winged angel form, unleashing a barrage of fierce slashes. Everyone was exerting all their might. Only Chao Xing clutched his staff tightly, maintaining the control of this forbidden spell. Controlling such a legendary creature required a tremendous expenditure of mental energy. It could be drained in a single second. If he didn't replenish it in time, it would break free from its seal. Chao Xing, regardless of the cost, poured premium sap into his mouth. He secretly resolved to destroy this legendary creature today. However, despite his utmost efforts, The control of Ice Crystal Prison also lasted less than 2 seconds. Cracks had already appeared on the massive meteorite, and a hint of danger emanated from it. Chaoxing quickly glanced at the opponent's health bar. HP 30, 214, 200/345, 000, 000 in 2 seconds. 60 million HP had been destroyed, a remarkable feat. However, the Eye of Zhaitan was about to break free. A gloomy cloud seemed to hang over everyone's hearts. Chaoxing quickly shouted, "Don't retreat. Keep attacking." Upon command, all melee fighters on the battlefield gritted their teeth and launched another frantic attack. They completely ignored the threat posed by the legendary creature. Brahm's taunt had now ended. If the monster broke free, a single attack could instantly annihilate scores of warriors. But they remained undaunted, each exerting their utmost strength to inflict devastating damage. Another second passed. The massive meteorite was already covered in numerous cracks, and the Eye of Zhaitan was about to break free. Chaoxing's eyes flashed coldly at this moment. "I give you another hard one." With that, he immediately detonated all the meteorite fragments. Boom! Following the massive explosion, Chaoxing dealt the highest damage ever. -678-5121. A full 6.7 million damage points, wiping out the last of the Eye of Zhaitan's health. The dark power emanating from it abruptly ceased. The dancing tentacles ceased their movement, and even the enormous eyeball had now closed. It looked completely dead. On the field, all the combatants relaxed their shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't realized it during the battle, but now I realized that my back was already drenched in sweat. The brief 20-second battle seemed to exhaust all their strength, leaving even a commander like Burger exhausted. Just when everyone thought they had finally defeated this creature, however, the Eye of Zhaitan's body did not disappear, but remained standing like a stone statue. And then, its eyes gradually opened. Chaoxing saw that the eye, once pitch black and lifeless, gradually became covered with bloodshot. Something with a touch of emotion also appeared on it. It was as if some will, through the Eye of Zhaitan, sought to peer into the situation. Just as the eye was about to turn, Chaoxing raised his staff, and a continuous wall of ice rose up, blocking the opponent's view. "Are you kidding?" The system note said that the Death Dragon Zayton could see the current scene through the Eye of Zayton. So Chaoxing had already been prepared for this. Even so, everyone remained firmly on guard, their weapons tightly gripped. After about 5 seconds of opening, the massive Eye of Zayton seemed to have exhausted its last bit of strength. With the sound of flesh wriggling, it gradually transformed into a pool of black water and disappeared from its spot. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Successfully killed. Zayton ILVL 110, legendary creature, experience points gained, 0 at this moment. Chaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Because this meant they had completely slain this legendary creature. A smile gradually formed on his lips. "Great. We actually managed to kill a legendary without even using the Lizardman statue." Everyone on the field, including them, took deep breaths, calming their surging blood and excited hearts. With the entire territory witnessing them, they had accomplished this astonishing feat. Although this wasn't the complete form of the Eye of Zhaitan. The true Eye of Zhaitan had the ability to regenerate to full health once. But this still couldn't deny the strength of Chaoxing's territory. And yet, the surprises didn't stop there. The system notification appeared again. "Congratulations. You've successfully completed the Monster Siege hidden level. Rewards: 1 legendary heart, 10 divine power fragments." At this moment, Chaoxing's face was almost too full of joy to conceal. Holy crap! Another legendary heart and 10 divine power fragments. This is so cool! Chapter 580. Chaoxing seemed incredibly excited at this moment. He had previously worried about what would happen if Isabel failed to break through. Now, with a second legendary heart, this holy light priest had 2 chances to reach legendary status. Thanks to Chaoxing's high luck, he had a 90% chance of helping her reach legendary status. He might even succeed on the first try. The 10 divine power shards that followed were a surprising bonus. He now had 32 divine power shards, which gave him 320 divine power points. Great! According to this calculation, if I accumulate another 100 divine power points, I can even give Mernina legendary power without even absorbing the divine power from the relic. Then, once Braum reaches level 100, I can use the legendary heart and relic shield to break through. In other words, within a short period of time, I could even possess 3 legendary powers. After arriving at this number, Chaoxing became even more excited. He was even eager to see Isabel break through to legendary status. But, before that, he needed to go up and say a few words. At this moment, The over 2,000 warriors in the entire territory were like 2,000 unsheathed blades, their sharp edges exposed. This time, they had slain a legendary being. Imagine the magnitude of that. For these warriors, legends had always been unattainable, incredibly powerful, and hopelessly powerful. And yet, tonight, such a powerful being had been slain by everyone working together. At this moment, an invisible aura seemed to rise from everyone. This aura empowered them to boldly wield their swords and fight to the death against any enemy. Chao Xing stepped forward, his gaze fixed squarely on the front, and declared loudly, "Everyone's performance in tonight's battle was impeccable. This is a victory for our entire territory. Not only the combatants, but our staff were also brave." The polar men were constantly adjusting the direction of their crossbows, and other staff were loading ammunition. I saw it all. Hearing this, the staff's eyes welled up instantly, excitement and pride surging in their hearts like a tide. They had originally thought that their silent dedication would go unnoticed on such a high-level battlefield. After all, compared to the warriors fighting bloody battles on the front lines, their work seemed so mundane, and it hadn't caused much damage to the eye of Zhaitan. In reality, their lord not only observed all this but also lavished upon them such high praise. For a moment, the staff clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm as they looked at Chao Xing. Chao Xing continued, "Of course, our combatants also deserve credit. It was your valiant efforts that enabled us to defeat our enemies and defend our territory. Facts have proven that as long as we work together and coordinate, we can slay even the most formidable enemy. Even legends, even demigods, can be slain." Hearing this, all the warriors' eyes glowed red. They roared at the top of their lungs, "Invincible. Destroy all powerful enemies. Invincible, slay all powerful enemies." A fierce fighting spirit soared to the sky. At this moment, even if another legend appeared, they would charge forward without hesitation and fight to the bitter end. A smile crossed Chao Xing's face, and he said, "Now, all combatants, return to the territory and rest. All staff, go overtime and level the territory. Earth mages, also, go out and manipulate the earth elements on the ground to help level the territory." The noise they had just made in the battle was too loud, especially at the Jiangnan Gate where Chao Xing was stationed. A single Doomsday Eye star had ravaged the ground for several kilometers ahead. If these staff members were to level the ground alone, it would take days and nights to recover. Earth mages possessed excellent control over earth elements, so having them help could speed up the process by more than 10 times. "Yes, mighty lord." Everyone followed the order. Thousands of combatants returned to the territory in a vast procession. The staff, armed with shovels and other tools, began clearing the battlefield. After pausing for a moment on the wall, Chao Xing looked at the female knight next to him and said, "Come on, Muxue, let's go back together." "Okay." Lu Muxue, in her four-winged angel form, also radiated a white light. Then, with a flap of their wings, they flew back to the center of the territory, stopping next to the energy tower. "Next, let's open all those treasure chests." Although he desperately wanted Isabel to reach legendary immediately, he wasn't in a rush. What if the treasure chests could reveal something good? So, he simply unloaded all the treasure chests from his backpack and placed them side by side. The first ones to be opened were, naturally, the bronze, silver, and gold chests. For most survivors, any treasure chest was an extremely valuable resource. However, for Chao Xing, aside from the bright moon chest, the others were now of little interest. So he clicked to open them all at once. Opened successfully. Obtained, expert level stone wall blueprint, gold. Obtained, spirit wood whip, gold. Obtained, black wood longbow, blue. Obtained, frost star grass seeds, blue. Obtained, ancient stone house construction blueprint, purple. Obtained. All the gold, silver, and bronze chests were opened at once. As Chao Xing had expected, there wasn't anything particularly special inside, but it wasn't bad either. 3 gold chests yielded 3 pieces of gold equipment, and the other chests also yielded some magic seeds and other items. The harvest was good. Next, let's open those 3 Haoyue treasure chests. Chao Xing stepped aside. Found 3 unlocked Haoyue treasure chests. Do you want to open them? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained, Hero's Heart 1. Obtained, Dusk Oriole Pendant, orange. Obtained, Medal of Resistance, orange. Obtained, Master Level Elemental Crystal 65. Obtained, Large Resource Pack 14. Oh! Another Hero's Heart. That's a good thing. For Chao Xing, the most scarce resource right now, besides the various relics and legendary hearts, is the Hero's Heart. With it, Braum can advance to hero. Once he reaches level 100, he can attempt to break through to legend. Excited, he collected all 3 items. Then, Chaoxing glanced at the stats of the other 2 orange items. The first was a peculiarly shaped pendant, suspended from a string made of a unique material, and holding a strange bone carving. The necklace exuded a certain lightness. Twilight Aureole Pendant, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment type, necklace. Equipment level, level 70. Additional effects 1. Agility plus 500, strength plus 200, hit chance plus 20% additional effects 2. Feather of the Twilight Aureole, when attacked by magic, has a 50% chance to negate 45% of the damage dealt by the attack. Trigger interval, 10 seconds 3. Shadow of the Twilight Aureole, when attacking, has a 50% chance to increase agility by 20% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Resistance metal, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment type, metal. Equipment level, level 70. Additional effects. 1. Increases constitution by 500, increases strength by 500, reduces movement speed by 20%. Additional effects. 2. Resistor's Glory, after combat begins, each time you are attacked, increases your maximum health by 1% and your armor by 1%. Stacks up to 20 times, lasts 200 seconds, trigger interval, 10 minutes. After reading this, Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Huh? These 2 pieces of equipment seem to have pretty good stats. That necklace, needless to say, comes with over 500 agility, plus a 20% boost when the special effect is triggered. It's perfectly suited for Sarah. As for the second medallion, although it's not considered equipment, but rather an accessory, its attributes are quite powerful. The special effect at the back, Resistor's Glory, increases maximum health and armor by 20%. Even Chaoxing's own equipment has a significant improvement. Of course, this item offers the greatest boost to tank classes, like Giant Jord and Biver Blackheart. After a moment's deliberation, Chaoxing decided to give the medallion to Brown. After all, the big guy's maximum health is already high, and with the bonus of the originating shield, it doubles. Before, he could withstand the attacks of a legendary creature for 4 or 5 seconds. With this medallion, he could extend the time by roughly another second. After deciding who would distribute the spoils, Chaoxing said cheerfully, "Next, we can open the ancient Halyua treasure chests." This was the part he was most looking forward to. He quickly pulled them out of his backpack. Clang! Clang! 3 faintly shimmering, quaintly designed treasure chests appeared before him. Just as Chaoxing was about to open them, a thought struck him. He glanced at the 4-winged angel beside him, and said, "Mushua, go open these 3 ancient treasure chests." Treasure chests redeemed in the point store can only be opened by the Redeemer. But this was a treasure chest from the Monster Siege, and as the lord of this territory, Lu Mushua also had the authority to open it. Hearing this, Lu Mushua didn't refuse, and nodded gently okay. Then, she stepped forward and opened all 3 treasure chests. Crack! After the treasure chests opened, a number of bizarre and strange objects appeared at the bottom. Opened, Ah Xing, Lu Mushua's voice rang out. Okay. Chaoxing nodded slightly, and put away all the items. Obtained, Strong Light Reburner Orange. Obtained, Master Level Life Elixir Formula, Improved Version. Obtained, Type 7 Cracking Chip, Orange. Obtained, Large Arc Star Bags *5. Obtained, Magazines *8. Obtained. Oh! There's even a Master Level Life Elixir Formula. That's not bad. Then, he took the items out of his backpack and examined them. The first item was a strange black sphere-like object. There was a lock underneath, just the right size to fit around his wrist. He checked the properties. Strong Light Afterburner Orange. Quality, epic. Equipment part, Gauntlet. Equipment level, none. Unique effect, powerful charge, select a skill to enter a charged state, allowing it to be used up to 3 times in a row. Note, subjects can only select skills of boss rank or lower, while survivors can only select skills of gold quality or lower. 3 consecutive skill casts? Damn, that's quite powerful. A hint of shock crossed Chaoxing's eyes. Although it clearly states that it can only select skills below boss rank, it's still quite powerful. For example, after Chaoxing equipped it himself, he could cast 3 Ice Blossoms in a row. If given to burst-type players, like Sarah or Dragon Speaker, they could use Arc Flash or Dragon Sword Dance 3 times in a row. It's incredibly powerful. After a moment's deliberation, Chaoxing decided to give this equipment to Mernina. This Valkyrie's several skills are incredibly powerful. especially her boss-level skill. Lotus Sword Dance. It's a truly powerful burst skill. If equipped with strong light afterburner and bursted 3 times in a row, it would deal at least 20 million damage. Anyone below legendary level would be instantly destroyed by her. Satisfied, he put it into his backpack. Then, Chaoxing took out another ancient recipe. He had found this recipe before, which allowed him to create some improved versions of life elixir. Furthermore, improved life elixir versions are often much more effective than regular ones, and are highly sought after by survivors. Before, I've only ever created high-level life elixir recipes. I didn't expect to get a master level one this time. A recipe of this caliber must have excellent healing effects. Expectantly, he glanced at the properties. Master level life elixir recipe, improved version. Recipe description. This recipe allows you to create a master level life elixir. Effect. Instantly restores 100,000 HP upon consumption, and 210,000 HP over the next 60 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Materials required. Advanced Alchemy Workshop, 1 glass bottle, 10 dragon's blood grass, 1 tree of life leaf, 500 milliliters of frigid water. Note, this recipe, refined by a master alchemist at great expense, is now extinct on this continent. Seeing the above description, Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. This formula is truly powerful. The combined instantaneous and continuous healing can restore 310,000 HP. Especially the latter effect, which restores 210,000 HP in 60 seconds, which translates to 3,500 HP per second. Combined with Eternal Power, and the Pale Tree's 100% healing bonus, that's 7,000 HP per second. After figuring out this number, Chaoxing became even happier. Because now, combined with his Ice healing spell, Andrew's Life Blossom, and this secret formula, the healing per second has already exceeded 50,000. That's 3 million HP restored in a single minute. Quite astonishing, of course. To craft this master-level secret elixir, the ingredients required seem quite impressive. Leaves of the Tree of Life? You mean leaves plucked from the Tree of Life? Although Chaoxing had never encountered the Tree of Life, it was obvious that a tree with such a name must be a truly remarkable sacred tree. He wouldn't even be surprised if it were of the same rank as the Pale Tree. You can imagine how difficult it is to obtain this material. We don't have any clues about the Tree of Life yet. We have to ask those ancient trees later. Thinking of this, he solemnly put the recipe into his backpack. Next, the third item. It was a strange chip, about the size of a palm. A mysterious symbol swirled across it, like a string of numbers constantly moving across it. At the bottom of the chip, there was a strange button. What does this thing do? I glanced at the attributes. Type 7 cracking chip, orange. Quality, epic. Unique effect, can break the seal on any piece of equipment, item, or gate. If used on equipment, it resets to its original state. If used on a gate, it can break any seal below the demigod level. Remaining uses. 1. Note, due to the rules of this world, this chip can only hack equipment at level 70 or below. Chaoxing, who had originally had low hopes for this chip, now had his eyes wide open. Even his breathing became a little rapid. Holy crap! Resetting equipment stats. Does that mean even legendary equipment can be reset? Is that so outrageous? Clearly, it was true, and it also stated that it could only reset equipment up to level 70, which was right within the legendary equipment range. In other words, the 2 holy tomes in his backpack, the Dawn Codex or the Demonic Codex, were now usable. Chaoxing looked at Lu Muxua with intense surprise. After all, she was the one who opened this chip. Muxua, you're really lucky. He praised sincerely. Lu Muxua also wore a gentle smile. After the surprise wore off, Chaoxing became a little conflicted. After all, the stats of both codes were quite good. The former's Twilight Codex's legendary special effect allows you to permanently boost allied units' attributes by 30% by consuming divine power. The latter's Demon Codex can even summon a legendary demon to aid in battle, but there was only one chip, meaning only one legendary item could be reset. The choice was truly a dilemma. After debating for a moment, Chaoxing finally decided to reset the Demon Codex first, then bind it to himself. There were several reasons for this. First, Isabel already had the Radiance chapter. While each person could bind multiple legendary items, only the one currently in use would ultimately receive the attributes. Furthermore, while the legendary effects on the Dawn chapter were powerful, they required divine power. Chaoxing's current divine power was simply insufficient, let alone the spare to replenish the Dawn Codex. The Demon Codex, however, was a real improvement for Chaoxing. In addition to the 2,000-point bonus to all 4 attributes, it also recorded numerous demonic skills, even heroic level ones. Most importantly, it also had a legendary effect. The Demon Gate. A 100% guarantee of summoning a legendary demon. If he only had to bind the Demon Codex now, not only would his combat power be significantly increased, but he would also temporarily possess legendary combat power. Having made his decision, Chaoxing immediately sprang into action. He first placed the cracking chip in his hand, then from his backpack, he pulled out another codex imbued with demonic energy. Swish! The moment the codex appeared, it began to flip pages, emitting waves of dark aura. As if sensing its fate, it began to tremble, even attempting to escape Chaoxing's grasp. However, the angelic power of Lu Muxua, who was standing nearby, instantly erupted, enveloping the demon codex. As if encountering its natural enemy, the codex instantly became subdued. Seeing this, Chaoxing chuckled. Angels are indeed the nemesis of demons. Then, he directly activated a small button on the chip. A system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the Type 7 cracking chip to reset the demonic code legend? Yes. Instantly, the chip in Chaoxing's hand blazed brightly. Then it transformed into a meteor and shot out, piercing the demonic code. Chapter 581. After the chip was inserted into this demon codex, it began to release a frantic amount of demonic energy. Clang! The demonic power imbued with an evil aura spread. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire territory. The citizens who were working suddenly felt their vision go black, and they could see nothing. And the Holy Light Priestess Isabel, who was in the room, suddenly opened her eyes. As a heroic Holy Light Priestess, she was extremely sensitive to this evil aura. However, when she sensed that the demonic energy was emanating from Chaoxing, she regained her composure. At the same time, in a world shrouded in endless darkness and decay, there were twisted black boulders everywhere, pungent, stench-filled dark green slime flowing through the cracks, and strange, wriggling shadow vines. They entwined and climbed, seemingly covering the entire world. In the center of this gloomy land stood a throne constructed from piles of white bones. Atop the throne sat a towering figure emanating a terrifying aura. His body was enveloped in a swirling layer of black flames, faintly visible beneath his crimson skin, covered in strange runes. His head resembled a goat's skull, 2 balls of dim green flame burning in his hollow eye sockets. And at that moment, the dim green flames in his pupils suddenly flickered. Someone is erasing my connection to the codex. A deep, raspy voice echoed, like an echo from the netherworld. Is it that human boy? He immediately connected it to Chaoxing. After all, not long ago, those demons had already reported that the Church of Light had been destroyed by that otherworldly lord, and the Seed of Light had suffered a tragic death. And naturally, his demonic code had also fallen into the hands of that otherworldly lord. Interesting. You actually dared to erase my mark and control the demonic code, and it looks like you're about to succeed. However, my code is not so easy to obtain. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. It's a good opportunity. During this period of turmoil in the rules, I can take advantage of this opportunity to escape. I see this kid again then. After saying this, he slowly stood up, and the black flames on his body instantly surged several feet. In front of him, endless demon slaves, like a dark tide, all knelt respectfully on the ground. And in the sky, a large number of low-level and high-level demons even. Legendary demons danced. Successfully cracked. Demon Codex, legendary, is now in its initial state. Haha, it worked. Chaoxing couldn't help but burst out laughing, then eagerly checked the stats. Demon Codex, legendary. Equipment level, level 70. Current status, unbound. Attributes. When he saw the 3 words unbound on the equipment information, surprise flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he clicked bind. You have successfully bound the legendary equipment Demon Codex. All attributes increased by 2,000, and casting speed increased by 30%. Title, Star Reaper has been upgraded, and luck has increased by 10. At this moment, he couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Great. Now I finally have a complete piece of legendary gear of my own. Yes, although he had obtained a lot of legendary gear before, they were all given to other territory members. He himself didn't even have a single piece of legendary gear, and this Demon Codex has significantly improved Chaoxing. In addition to the attribute boosts, it also records a full 21 demonic skills, excluding the minor skills. There are still 4 advanced combat skills, and 2 heroic combat skills. Mass Extinction and Hell Frenzy. Chao Xing didn't pay much attention to the minor skills and advanced combat skills, but instead focused on the attributes of the two heroic combat skills at the end. Heroic skill, Mass Extinction, consumes a large amount of mental energy, injecting a large amount of demonic power into the ground and spreading it around. Suppresses healing effects by 80% for all enemies within a 2000 m radius. They take damage equal to 588% of their attack power per second from Fell Flame and are affected by Fell Flame corrosion. Each time they are attacked, they lose a random buff. If the enemy has no buffs, they take an additional 20% true damage. Mass Extinction lasts 10 seconds, cooldown, 10 hours. Heroic skill, Fell Hell Frenzy, consumes a large amount of mental energy, condenses a core imbued with Fell Flame power, and then detonates it. Deals impact damage equal to 1,543% of their attack power twice to all enemies within a 5000 m radius, and inflicts Soul Shatter. Cooldown, 12 hours. Soul Shatter increases the cooldown of all skills by 50% for 100 seconds. As expected of a heroic skill, truly powerful. Though the effects of these two skills aren't quite as effective as forbidden spells, their destructive power is still terrifying. Besides, the legendary effects above can also be used. I can summon a legendary demon to fight for me at any time. With a satisfied look on his face, he equipped the Demon Codex. At this moment, Chao Xing held the astrology staff in his right hand and a black legendary codex in his left. He was also wearing a full set of epic equipment. The lavishness of his equipment would make any survivor envious. With this, all the treasure chests obtained from this Monster Siege event had been opened. It was a fruitful harvest. Even Lu Muxua was happy for his improvement. After exiting her four-winged angel form, she looked at him with a serene smile. Chao Xing smiled. Muxua, this time's gains are quite good. I need to digest them. You should go back and rest now. Okay, Ah Xing. The female knight replied docilely, then gracefully departed. Soon, Chao Xing was the only one left. He then looked at the hero's heart and two legendary hearts in his backpack, his eyes gradually brightening with excitement. Next, this hero's heart can help Braum advance to hero. And then, Isabel can advance to legendary. Just as he was about to call the two over, a message came through the Legion channel. Yao Yiming, Captain, we've concluded the Monster Siege challenge. Brother Tian Jing and those wandering swordsmen are truly formidable. They actually fought their way through the 9th round. Ji Xingyue also sent a message. Boss Chao Xing, our Xingyue Legion has only cleared the 8th wave. Because you warned us before, a cunning lich would appear in the 9th wave, so we didn't dare to challenge it rashly. It was pretty much what Chao Xing had expected. One of these two territories had cleared the 9th wave, and the other had cleared the 8th, which was quite good. He consoled him. Don't worry, Xingyue, you made the right choice. There's no need to risk the rewards for the 9th wave. Now, both of you open your treasure chests, and see what you can find. Yao Yiming replied, Okay, Captain. If you find any good stuff, we show you and see if there's anything you need. Ji Xingyue, me too. Clearly, these two were quite understanding. This was one of the reasons Chao Xing was willing to help them challenge the Monster Siege. Although the treasure chests inside couldn't be traded, it didn't say that the items open from them couldn't be traded either. Of course, Chao Xing didn't intend to keep their rewards for himself. He just wanted to see what goodies they could uncover. If there was something truly useful to him, like the cracking chip Lu Muxua had just uncovered, he would definitely take it. And then, he would give them generous compensation, a win-win situation. After hanging up, the two deputy captains excitedly went to open the treasure chests. Soon, Yao Yiming had opened the two Haoyue treasure chests, and the two ancient treasure chests he had obtained. He then posted the equipment information. Master Level Heart of Power *3. Raging Wave Axe, orange. Large War Drone, orange. Long Range Laser Cannon, orange. Chao Xing took a quick look. The items found in the two Haoyue treasure chests were quite impressive. In addition to an epic quality battle axe, there are also 3 Hearts of Power. The most important resource among these are the Hearts of Power. Digesting them all will likely add 1 to 3 new masters to Yao Yiming's territory. At this stage, a master is a strategic asset for these survivors. The 2 items found in the ancient treasure chest are equally valuable. The drone and laser cannon are powerful tools of war, almost comparable to the Nero's cannon. More importantly, the latter laser cannon consumes mana crystals, making it much more convenient than the Nero's cannon. Of course, for Chao Xing, these 2 tools of war are of considerable help. But his territory is already strong enough, and its firepower is almost fully utilized. What he needed was power to deal with legends. Yao Yiming asked in the chat channel, "Captain, is there anything you like?" Chao Xing smiled. "Nothing, but you can give me that level 70 battle axe. You won't need it right now anyway. I give you a level 50 battle axe." "No problem. I bring it to Captain's office shortly," Yao Yiming replied readily. Even on the other side, Ji Xinhua had also opened her treasure chest. She posted her finds in the team chat. Master level Hearts of Power *4. Visha's Undead Flute, orange. Since Ji Xinhua had only made it through the 8th round, she only had one Haoyue treasure chest and one ancient Haoyue treasure chest. The items she found were pretty standard. In addition to the 4 master level Hearts of Power, there was also a strange flute. I glanced at the flute's attributes. Visha's Flute of the Undead, orange. Quality, epic. Item type, special item. Item effect, Voice of Visha. When blown, all friendly units within 50 meters are imbued with the aura of the undead, temporarily transforming them into undead units. This also causes nearby lower-level undead to unconditionally execute your attack commands upon hearing the flute sound. Lasts 100 seconds, cooldown, 300 seconds. Item description, Visha, born into an ordinary magical family, possesses the unique ability to communicate with the undead. Her life story is filled with twists and turns. In the City of the Dead, Visha carried off the entire city's undead and vanished, leaving behind only this flute. Turning friendly units into undead? It doesn't seem to have much of an effect. Then controlling lower-level undead. The effect is quite interesting. Just then, Chao Xing seemed to have a thought. Turning friendly units into undead, and undead are also inanimate units. He also had an item in his hand. The Pouch of the Dead. This item's function was to collect inanimate units. In other words, by blowing the Flute of the Dead, changing the status of friendly units, Chao Xing could collect them all into the Pouch of the Dead and carry them with him. At the thought of this possibility, Chao Xing's pupil shrank slightly. This was an astonishing discovery, and it could even have unexpected effects during combat. For example, in battle, Chao Xing was alone, an ordinary opponent in the eyes of the enemy. Now, he suddenly summoned a multitude of masters, heroes, and even legendary creatures. Who could withstand this? This thing is a household essential, a great way to scare people. Ji Xinhua asked, "Boss Chao Xing, is there anything you need?" Chao Xing said without hesitation, "Yes. I need Visha's Undead Flute. I also give you 5 level 50 golden great swords as compensation." "How's that?" Hearing this, the girl didn't refuse. This deal was even profitable for her. After all, the Undead Flute was useless in her hands. It only worked wonders when combined with Chao Xing's eternal power and the Pouch of the Dead. "No problem, Boss Chao Xing. I bring this flute back to the Griffin Knight shortly." "Okay." A hint of a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. He seemed to have expected to find such a valuable find from Ji Xinhua. Helping them overcome the monster siege this time was truly worth it. Chao Xing continued, "You've all unlocked several master-level Hearts of Power this time. I suggest you prioritize them for the commanders or leaders in your territories. After all, unlike Chao Xing, they don't possess eternal power or hidden classes. Their own combat power is far inferior to that of his subjects. So, to maximize the benefits, it's best to allow those with high potential to break through to master level first." "Understood, Captain." Both parties closed their communication. Yao Yiming and Ji Xinhua excitedly began distributing these Hearts of Power. If even 1 or 2 succeed, it would be enough to significantly boost their territory's strength. After closing the chat channel, Chao Xing took a deep breath. Now, it's time for Braum and Isabel to break through. So, he pressed the communication device and summoned the two. A moment later, 2 figures approached from different directions. "Respected Lord, good night." Chao Xing, without further ado, tossed the hero's heart and resistor's medal to Braum. The large man instinctively took them, and upon seeing the contents in his hand, excitement gradually brightened. It's the hero's heart. Great. Braum can advance to hero. "Thank you, Lord." Chao Xing smiled. "Let's just try to break through." He had one more thing to say. If he failed, he'd just consider it a scapegoat for Isabel. Braum patted his chest and said, "No problem, I'm sure I succeed." With that, he extended a large hand and crushed the crystal on the spot. Pure power flowed from it, absorbed by him. Instantly, waves of powerful aura rose. Not long after, Chao Xing heard a system notification. "Your territory member, Braum Ironclad, has successfully broken through to a Tier 8 creature. Base stats increased by 100%, skill attack range increased by 100%, and territory prosperity increased by 50. Great, the first one to succeed. This is a good sign. Braum seemed quite excited, admiring his muscles narcissistically. Uh-huh. Now I'm a hero-level warrior too. If I encounter a legendary monster like that again, Braum can hold it off for even longer. He was very satisfied with his current state. Chaoxing also glanced at Braum's stat panel. Ice Shield Guard, Braum Ironclad. Race, Human. Level 70, Tier 8 Commander-level creature. Detailed stats, click to view. Not bad. This guy has 18 million HP right after breaking through. If you include the shield from the originating shield, it's around 36 million HP. Add to that the 20% bonus from the protagonist medal, and that's around 43 million HP. This is quite an astonishing number. Remember, when the level 84 Dragon Speaker first joined Chaoxing's territory, he only had 20 million HP. And Braum has doubled that. This is due to his growth and powerful equipment. Furthermore, the stat boost also means Braum's survivability has increased. Previously, a master-level Braum could withstand legendary creatures for 5 or 6 seconds. This time, all his stats have been significantly increased. If a legendary creature doesn't use its ultimate, he can easily withstand it for over 10 seconds. In addition, after reaching hero level, there's a special ability. That is, each subsequent level increases the skill's power. Previously, Braum's Giant's Roar only lasted 20 seconds, but now, each level increases it by 10%, extending it by 2 seconds. Once he reaches level 100, that'd be 80 seconds of group taunting. Indeed, once this guy reaches legendary, we make our enemies experience the true wall of despair. Being unable to kill him, unable to escape, truly drives one to despair. With a look of satisfaction, he pulled out a legendary heart and a relic, Seal of Light, from his backpack. Looking at the holy light priest before him, he solemnly asked, "Are you ready?" Isabel gripped her staff tightly, a look of determination gradually emerging in her eyes. "Ready, Lord?" "All right, begin your breakthrough now. I hope you successfully reach legendary status. Isabel will live up to your expectations, and let the holy light shine upon this territory." The holy light priest's eyes were resolute, as if she had made a firm resolution. Chapter 582. Isabel solemnly took the two objects from Chaoxing's hands. She seemed to know the steps to achieve a legendary breakthrough. First, gently crack the black legendary heart. Crack! Instantly, a crack appeared on the black crystal. A trace of pure power emanated from it. Though it was only a hint, it made Chaoxing and Braun, who were standing nearby, feel their pores relax and their spirits refreshed. From this, one could imagine the pure and vast power contained within this tiny heart of power, and this power was absorbed entirely by Isabel. Instantly, the light radiated from her body, blazing brightly. In an instant, it filled the entire territory, illuminating every corner with a brightness as bright as day. At this moment, Isabel maintained this intense light, her gaze fixed forward. After all, absorbing the power contained within the legendary heart was only the first step in her transformation into a legend. She then took out another object, the relic, the Seal of Light. With a flick of Isabel's staff, light enveloped the relic. The intense divine power of light within it was absorbed by her, and the luminous aura emanating from Isabel began to surge once again. From its previous coverage of 2 or 3 kilometers across the entire territory, it instantly expanded to 5 or 6 kilometers, and continued to expand rapidly. Like a rising sun, it emerged from the darkness. Not only did it illuminate the entire territory, but it also illuminated most of the snowstorm plain. This dazzling light could be seen from 200 or 300 kilometers away. The survivors, who had just finished fighting and were preparing to rest, suddenly saw the bright sky and emerged from their rooms, filled with curiosity. Then, he looked up with a puzzled look. Yao Yiming and the others in the nearby territory saw it more clearly. The survivors realized the light was emanating from Chaoxing's territory, and a look of surprise crossed their eyes. Gee, what happened in Boss Chaoxing's territory? Why are there shooting stars, darkness, and sunshine tonight? I don't know. Boss Chaoxing has conquered the 10th round of monster sieges today. Who knows? He might have found some treasure. I'm so envious. Buzz. As Isabel's aura of light grew stronger, a vast, majestic aura gradually emanated from her. Then her feet gradually lifted off the ground, slowly soaring into the air. Like a newly born god of light, faintly, everyone seemed to sense the same feeling they had just had when they faced the Eye of Zelton. Vast, powerful, majestic, Dragon Speaker Binglan, Sarah, and the others also sensed this majestic aura and descended upon the center of the territory. They watched intently as Isabel floated in midair, a solemn expression on their faces. It seemed that watching others break through to the legendary realm was also quite helpful to them. Isabel's breakthrough took a long time. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of success. And as the divine power contained in the relic was gradually absorbed and digested, the glow around her gradually dimmed. This made Xiaoxing nervous. Will you fail? Although he still had a legendary heart to use, which was equivalent to a second chance at a legendary breakthrough, if he failed once, the loss would be too great. Even he found it a bit too much to bear. As everyone waited anxiously, Isabel's breakthrough seemed to have finally reached its final stage. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a burst of golden light erupted from her pupils. Instantly, the light that enveloped the entire territory converged on her, as if a long-accumulated pool of light had found an outlet. And she accepted it all, absorbing it all. Isabel's body gradually changed. Her height had increased by almost 10 centimeters from her original height of around 1.7 meters, reaching around 1.8 meters. Her hair, which had previously flowed down her back, now grew wildly to her thighs. Her facial features had also undergone slight changes. From her original beauty, with a touch of softness, they became more angular, with a more majestic aura. She was like a goddess of light, one who dared not look directly at her. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, has successfully reached legendary status. Her class has been upgraded from Holy Light Priest to Holy Light Sage, and her level cap has been raised to 150. This breakthrough increases her basic attributes by 1000%, her attack range by 200%, and she has acquired the legendary skill, Oracle of Illumination, Holy Light Banishment. Isabel Gospel's divine power function has been activated. At this moment, Xiaoxing's eyes lit up with excitement. It's done! My first legendary territory member, ha ha ha! He couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is legendary, a power so many dream of. Now, he possesses it. From now on, 1 or 2 legendaries will no longer be a threat to him. With excitement, he glanced at Isabel's stats. Name, Isabel Gospel. Occupation, Holy Light Sage. Race, human. Level 100/100 million, legendary creature. Potential, domination. Divine power, 0 out of 100. Divine power is a unique power possessed by legendary level and above. Divine power can be added to any spell or skill, significantly increasing its attack range and attack power. 1 point of divine power increases attack range and attack power by 100%. Note: divine power regenerates naturally by 1 point per day. Each subsequent level increases the divine power cap by 10 points. Every 10th level increases the divine power cap by 10 points. Your natural divine power regeneration will increase by 1 point daily. Additionally, you can accelerate divine power regeneration by building territory structures such as the Advanced Mage Tower and the Advanced Knight Hall. Detailed attributes, click to view. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. This breakthrough to legendary is truly a completely different realm. For 100 million health points, over 1 million attack points, plus a plethora of terrifying skills, even Xiaoxing wasn't sure how powerful Isabel was now. But one thing was certain, if it were the legendary creature they just encountered. The Eye of Shaitan. With Isabel's strength, she could easily crush it in a one-on-one fight, but there was still a problem for Xiaoxing. That was, Isabel's stats increased dramatically after her legendary breakthrough, a full 1000% increase. The gap between Xiaoxing and the others and her was immediately widened. This also meant that, aside from the percentage-based bonuses from their added status effects, other skills like Ice Healing, Ice Armor, and Blessing of Courage didn't seem to be as noticeable to her as before. In other words, Xiaoxing's eternal power talent had been indirectly weakened. But he quickly put this concern aside. It doesn't seem to matter. At least, after receiving so many blessings, Isabel is much stronger than other legendaries right after her breakthrough. The movement speed increase alone is over 190%, far faster than other legendaries. And, as more legendaries appear in my territory and their attributes improve, the bonuses to these skills will become even more terrifying. By then, I still be invincible at my level. Even later, when my number of legendaries reaches a certain level, I'd be able to defeat demigods like I did today. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing grew excited. Then, he checked the attributes of the 2 legendary skills Isabel gained after her breakthrough. Legendary spell, All Things Return to the Abyss. Light Annihilation, the Holy Light Sage enters a transcendent meditative state, drawing light elements from heaven and earth to form a massive vortex. During this time, the vortex will continuously expand, Diameter equals spirit asterisk 0.1 meters. Enemy caught in the vortex will take light elemental damage equal to the Holy Light Sage's attack power asterisk 657% per second. During this time, the light elemental vortex will continuously break through enemy defenses and magic shields, reducing their armor by spirit asterisk 0.1 points per second. If the enemy's armor is reduced to 0, they will take an additional burst of damage equal to 20% of the Holy Light Sage's maximum health. Duration, 10 seconds, divine power cost, 10 points, cooldown, 24 hours. Legendary spell, Oracle of Light, Holy Light Banishment. The Holy Light Sage draws ancient light runes, creating a 2,000 meter diameter light array that envelopes all enemies, reducing their mobility by 30%. During this time, a certain amount of mental power can be consumed to randomly banish enemies to a location 5,000 to 10,000 kilometers away. The stronger the enemy, the more mental power is consumed. Durability, 20 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours, divine power cost, 10 points. Damn! Is this the terrifying power of a legendary? Even a random legendary skill has devastating power. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with amazement again. These two legendary skills are truly outrageous. All things return to the abyss. Light Annihilation combines a large-scale group attack with terrifying destructive power, as well as a terrifying group armor reduction capability, comparable in effectiveness to Andrew's Broken Claw. The following Oracle of Illumination, Holy Light Banishment, is equally terrifying, randomly banishing enemies by a distance of at least 5,000 kilometers. You can imagine the magnitude of this. Even for a legendary powerhouse like Isabel, 5,000 kilometers takes a while to cover. After all, not everyone possesses the same spatial teleportation abilities as the Dragon Speaker. Imagine if both sides were originally evenly matched, and Isabel suddenly unleashed this legendary skill, banishing several enemies. The balance of power would be disrupted. By the time the exiled enemies returned, the battle was over. While this skill lacked significant offensive power, it was nonetheless incredibly potent. Meanwhile, after completing her transformation, Isabel gradually adapted to the power within her. She slowly descended from the air and approached Chao Xing. Chao Xing was the first to ask, "How do you feel?" The Holy Light Priest smiled faintly, then whispered, "I feel better than ever." Is this legendary power? It truly is a whole new realm. Isabel was deeply satisfied. Envy flickered in the eyes of everyone present, including the Dragon Speakers Binglan and Sarah. Chao Xing was also delighted, then pondered, "Currently, there are many people in my territory who meet the requirements for a legendary breakthrough. Besides Lu Muxia and me, there's Binglan, Sarah, and even that green snake Lana. It seems I have to find a way to get a sword or assassin relic. Of course, getting Brown to level 100 and allowing him to break through to legendary is also a good option. But this guy's potential is only commander. We need to find a way to get him to Overlord first to ensure a higher success rate." Just as Chao Xing was pondering this, Isabel suddenly said, "Lord, there's something I need to tell you in advance." "Go ahead," she whispered. "Before this, I was a Holy Light Priest of the church. You should know." Chao Xing nodded slightly. He was certainly aware of that. Isabel continued, "The Holy See is an extremely secretive force. Generally speaking, they don't care much about the Holy Light Priests and disciples, nor do they care which faction they join. But I've now become a legendary level Holy Light Sage, and the church values every legendary level warrior very highly. They should have sensed the emergence of a new Holy Light Sage by now, and will likely send someone here." Chao Xing understood her meaning. "You mean, the church will come to my territory and take you away?" Isabel nodded cautiously. "So do you want to leave?" Without hesitation, she shook her head. "Of course not. Everything I have was given by the Lord, and I will continue to fight for him." Her eyes were filled with determination. Chao Xing also laughed. "Then it's okay. As long as you don't want to, no one can take you away." "Just kidding." Isabel had risen step by step on her own. From the initial 4th level leader, she had just appeared. He had promoted her to the legendary Holy Light Sage she is today. It took a tremendous amount of resources. What if this so-called church saw Isabel's breakthrough and wanted to jump in and take advantage of her? Naturally, Chao Xing wouldn't be polite with them. A gentle smile appeared on the face of the Holy Light Sage. After so many events, she had long placed her territory before the church. Even if the church intervened, she wouldn't leave. Then, Chao Xing handed the Evening Aureole Necklace and Strong Light Reburner to Sarah and Marlene, respectively. Equipped with them, the two women's attributes and combat power increased slightly. He continued, Well, tonight's battle is over. Now, everyone, go back and rest. The crowd dispersed. Just as the Holy Light Priest, no, Holy Light Sage, was about to leave, Chao Xing stopped her. Isabel, wait a moment. Please give your orders, my esteemed lord. Isabel bowed slightly, then stood respectfully. Her attitude toward Chao Xing hadn't changed in the slightest after her legendary breakthrough. She remained humble and obedient. Chao Xing asked her to wait, then pressed the communication device on his ear and said, "Come to the territory center. I need you." A moment later, a tall woman in a blue and white coat approached the two of them. It was the bard, Gwyneth. She bowed slightly to Chao Xing and Isabel, saluting solemnly. Now that Isabel had become a legend, her status had suddenly risen significantly. She was worthy of Gwyneth's greeting. Chao Xing didn't care. He said to Isabel, "I'm sure you're aware of Gwyneth's situation. The old king once said that legendary sages of the Holy Light possess powerful healing abilities. Can you see if you can heal her and restore her voice?" Isabel turned to look at the bard, scrutinizing him. After a moment, she nodded gently, "Yes, lord." At that moment, a glint appeared in the eyes of not only Chao Xing, but also Gwyneth beside him. For her, her greatest wish now was naturally to restore her voice. However, after spending over a month in the territory, she still hadn't found an opportunity. But she also knew that Chao Xing had done his best, so she was grateful to him. She even decided in her heart that even if she couldn't regain her voice, she would remain in this territory. But just when her strength gave out, she saw hope again. At this time, Isabel continued, "But I still need to use divine power to enhance the effects of the holy healing technique to restore her voice." Divine power? Chao Xing suddenly remembered. It was introduced on Isabel's attribute panel. Divine power is a brand new ability possessed by these legendary level powerhouses, and it is the fundamental difference between them and those below legend. This magical power can bless any skill, significantly increasing its power and attack range. The combat effectiveness of a legendary with sufficient divine power and one without is drastically different. He asked, "Do you know approximately how much divine power I need?" Isabel pondered for a moment, then replied, "Not much, maybe 3 or 4. Hearing this, Chao Xing immediately took out his divine power beads and transferred 5 of them to Isabel. Buzz! After a strange ripple, 5 white balls of light emerged from the beads and landed directly on Isabel. On her dashboard, her divine power value also jumped from 0 to 5. It must be said that the divine power beads are truly useful. If only he had a few more, Chao Xing wouldn't have to worry about his divine power. Meanwhile, after replenishing his divine power, Isabel didn't waste any time. She raised her staff, and a pure white ball of light gradually condensed at the tip. This pure white ball of light contained a powerful healing power, and just being near it brought a wave of comfort. Isabel waved her staff, and the ball of light descended upon Gwyneth. Then Chao Xing saw. The light moved continuously throughout Gwyneth's body, seemingly searching for a location, finally settling on her throat. Buzz! A soft light emanated from her throat, illuminating it brightly. The healing process didn't last long. After a minute or two, the light in Gwyneth's throat gradually dimmed. When the light completely dissipated, something seemed to have changed about her. It was hard to describe the change, like a piece of jade that had once been somewhat flawed, now becoming more complete. She slowly opened her mouth and tentatively spoke. Song. Like the chirping of birds in the forest at dawn, a clear and melodious voice echoed. Just as Chao Xing had heard it in that tavern, it felt like listening to heavenly music, as if their ears had been cleansed. Gwyneth muttered, listening to the sound she had made, stunned. "I've recovered. I've really recovered. That's great." Chapter 583. At that moment, she cupped her cheeks, weeping with joy. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. Chao Xing and Isabel, who were standing beside her, also had gentle smiles on their faces. Gwyneth's voice had returned, which was also good news for them. Chao Xing smiled, "You've just regained your voice. Don't rush to speak. Give it a couple of days to get used to it." Hearing his caring words, the bard's eyes lit up with emotion. She nodded gently and said, "Yes, Lord. Thank you, and this kind priest of holy light, for helping me regain my voice. Gwyneth will always remember your kindness." Your territory member, Gwyneth's loyalty has increased. Current loyalty, 100, loyalty is now full. You can now issue any order to her. Chao Xing smiled faintly and waved, "It's okay. Go and rest now." "Yes." With that, she turned and walked towards her room. However, compared to the loneliness and desolation she had shown earlier, her back now held a hint of joy and happiness. After the bard left, the nearby Holy Light Sage asked, "Lord, is there anything else you need? Chao Xing shook his head and said nothing. Although you have become a legend, before that, you must conceal your aura and not reveal it easily. Isabel paused for a moment, then seemed to understand something. As a member who had followed Chao Xing for so long, she knew her lord quite well. He never publicly revealed his true strength, and when he did, someone was usually doomed. Now, he was concealing his legendary power. Clearly, Chao Xing was probably plotting to trick someone again. Thinking of this, a faint smile crossed Isabel's face. As a holy light sage, she approved of Chao Xing's approach. If it weren't for his constant caution, they might have been discovered by the Church of Light long ago, and things wouldn't have reached this point. I understand, Lord. Don't worry, I will cooperate with your plan. With that, Isabel turned and left. Chao Xing was slightly taken aback, wondering what plan? What did she understand? Shaking his head, he glanced at the time. It was already past 3 in the morning. Fighting 11 rounds of monster sieges, digesting the rewards, and helping Isabel reach legendary status took over 3 hours. Dawn's only 2 hours away. I go back and rest now. He stretched his body, stretching his muscles. Just as Chao Xing was about to return to the Lord's castle, he suddenly felt a strong gust of wind rushing towards the back of his head at high speed. As a level 100 mage, his perception of danger was quite acute. Just as the attack was about to strike him, he slightly sidestepped and dodged it. Thump! A dry branch lodged itself directly into the wall of the house ahead. A branch? It was obvious that the enemy wasn't actually trying to attack him, but rather to convey some kind of message. Chao Xing turned and looked outside his territory. The branch had been launched from several kilometers away. Does this mean I'm being asked to leave? Who is this person? A figure gradually emerged in his mind, but he couldn't place it. Chao Xing fell into deep thought. It was obvious that going out now would be dangerous. If the situation outside wasn't what he imagined, but instead a watcher ambush, then the situation would be dire. After some hesitation, Chao Xing decided to go out and see what was happening. Now he could be considered a master of skill and courage. With a demon codex in hand, he could summon a legendary demon at any time. Isabel in the territory could also quickly provide support. The 2 legendary fighters gave him ample confidence. Damn it! If there really is a watcher ambushing me, I'm going to take down another legendary today. With that, he flapped his wind wings and instantly rushed over 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, they arrived 3 kilometers outside their territory. Ahead, 4 or 5 meter tall birch trees appeared, growing in the snow. This was a randomly generated grove of trees. Because of its remote location, it hadn't been affected by the recent battle. Chao Xing seemed to realize something and stood there waiting. A moment later, a familiar figure emerged from the grove. He wore a long, blue-gray robe, his face obscured by the low brim of his hat. He exuded an air of age and hardship. He lowered his head, facing Chao Xing sideways. A deep voice uttered, "The Watchers have taken control of the main city of the Kingdom of Varen, and are currently holding a ceremony to summon the Blood Legion." Hearing this, Chao Xing frowned slightly. The main city of the Kingdom of Varen? A ceremony to summon the Blood Legion? Thoughts raced through his mind. Soon, Chao Xing realized something. He had recently destroyed the Church of Light, and the Kingdom of Varen and the Church of Light had always maintained a cooperative relationship. Now that the Church of Light was destroyed, the God of Light had lost all means of contact with the Kingdom of Varen. In other words, the Kingdom of Varen no longer had the right to cooperate with the Watchers. So, to expedite the arrival of the Blood Legion, the Watchers were preparing to attack directly from the Kingdom of Varen. At this thought, his gaze grew increasingly serious. Chao Xing asked again, "How many Watchers are there in the Kingdom of Varen now?" "The Watcher leader, 9 elders, and some heroes among them," the other party replied briefly. Hearing this number, he was once again shocked. He already knew those Watcher elders possessed legendary strength. What surprised Chao Xing was that their leader was also present. This individual's strength was currently unknown, but a conservative estimate was that he possessed at least the strength of a demigod. This meant that the main city of the Kingdom of Varen now possessed a demigod and 9 legendary powerhouses. With such a terrifying force, the Kingdom of Varen stood no chance. Chao Xing said solemnly, "I understand. Thank you for the information." Here, Chao Xing paused, then tentatively asked, "Is there anything I can help you with? I've become very strong now. If you have any unspeakable concerns, please speak up. Perhaps I can help you." Hearing this, the gray-robed figure before him trembled slightly. He clenched his fists, as if making a difficult decision. But in the end, he remained silent. "Ah." He sighed softly, and shook his head. "I can't stay here for too long. The Blood Legion is extremely dangerous. If it's within your ability, it's best to interrupt their ritual. If not, don't force it. Your own safety is most important. With that, he turned and walked towards the woods behind him. The late-night moon hung high, casting a long shadow on the pristine white snow. His lonely, frail figure, against the backdrop of the snow, looked utterly desolate, as if he had endured a great deal. Chao Xing gazed at the receding figure and raised his voice again, "Be careful. If you encounter any difficulties, I will help you at any time." The other person waved his hand, as if bidding him a final farewell. After returning to the territory, Chao Xing's eyes gradually grew solemn. The information this Watcher member had brought back was extremely important. Not only did it reveal the Watcher's current location and what they were doing, but it also revealed their strength. 1 demigod, 9 legends. Chao Xing had to inform the old king of this as soon as possible and discuss countermeasures with him. So, he pressed the communication device on his ear and spoke directly. "General Crow, I have a very important matter to discuss with His Majesty." At this moment, Crow was slumbering when he was suddenly awakened by Chao Xing's voice. But he felt no resentment. He also heard the seriousness in Chao Xing's tone. "Please wait a moment. I will go to His Majesty the King immediately." With that, Crow quickly left the mansion and headed as fast as he could to the depths of the palace. Chao Xing had previously suggested to the old king that he be given a communication device, so they could stay in touch at all times. But the king was reluctant, apparently worried that Chao Xing might use it to eavesdrop on him. Chao Xing rolled his eyes, and didn't insist. Soon, Crow contacted the old king. His weathered voice echoed in his ears. "Lord Chao Xing, please speak." It was clear that the king had just woken from his sleep. He didn't have many years left to live, and he needed a lot of rest every day to recover his strength and energy. No one dared to disturb him, even if a war broke out on the border. But Chao Xing was different. He had already demonstrated considerable strength in previous collaborations. Both Crow and the old king attached great importance to his information. At the same time, Chao Xing quickly shared the intelligence he had obtained, including the Blood Legion's appearance in 7 days. The old king was silent for a moment, then exclaimed, "Lord Chao Xing, this is truly crucial information. From what I understand, the Watchers need to open a blood portal to summon the Blood Legion. During this process, they will need to sacrifice a large number of lives. So, the Watcher's summoning ritual has reached a critical juncture." Chao Xing sighed inwardly. It was just as he imagined. The old king sighed as well, then said, "But there's nothing we can do. The Watchers have poured so much power into the kingdom of Vilan's capital. Only by deploying a large number of legendaries can we possibly thwart their plans." Chao Xing replied, "That's another reason I contacted His Majesty the King." There was a moment of silence, then a tentative question, "Lord Chao Xing, what do you mean?" "Chao Xing, since the Watcher's plan has reached a critical juncture, can we proactively attack, devoting all our strength, and directly disrupting his plans? Otherwise, once the Watcher actually summons the Blood Legion, the situation will be even more unfavorable for us. It would be better to take advantage of this moment, while they're constrained, and launch a blitz attack." The old king fell into deep thought again. After a moment, he slowly said, "If we attack now, catching the Watchers by surprise, we could indeed inflict a heavy blow, but the chances of success are slim. According to you, there are at least 9 legendary-level powerhouses in the main city, and their leader, a demigod. Even if we could barely contend with those legendaries, we simply wouldn't have the power to deal with a demigod." At this point, the old king sighed. Compared to the vast difference between a hero and a legend, demigod is just as insurmountable a chasm for a legend. Demigod is a half-step into the divine realm. In other words, they all possess the qualifications to become gods. And what were gods? They possessed boundless power, and were worshipped by countless beings. The sheer power of such beings was unimaginable. The difference between demigods and gods was that they lacked divine authority. Chao Xing also fell into deep thought. Clearly, the Kingdom of Varen's plan was proving difficult, and their combat power was somewhat lacking. At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck Chao Xing, and another idea struck him. According to the intelligence the old king had shared last time, 2 legendary Watchers had been severely injured by him, unable to recover for months. They were probably recuperating somewhere. If they could launch a surprise attack now, perhaps they could eliminate these 2 legendary Watchers and weaken the Watcher's strength, but Chao Xing quickly dismissed this idea. "No, the Watcher who informed me didn't tell me the location of these 2 legendaries. Either their location is extremely dangerous, or even he doesn't know. So this idea doesn't work either." At this point, Both options were at a stalemate, but Chao Xing didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. So he said tentatively, "Your Majesty, tell me the truth. The Watchers are so powerful, and with the Blood Legion, do you have any countermeasures prepared? Or are you really inside the palace, waiting for someone to attack?" After hearing this question, the old king was silent for a moment, then replied, "Of course not. Sitting there and waiting for death is the most foolish idea. In fact, I formed an alliance with the Orchid Kingdom, the Haze Kingdom, and the Cunard Kingdom, a total of 4 kingdoms. Apart from our Ice Crystal Kingdom, these 3 kingdoms are the ones that survived the last Blood Legion war. This time, the Watchers chose to summon the Blood Legion near us. This means that if the Blood Legion appears, our 4 kingdoms will be the first to bear the brunt." Chao Xing's mind perked up. 4 kingdoms? That certainly has some potential to counter the Watchers, but if the Blood Legion is added to the mix, it will definitely be too late. He asked again, "Your Majesty, how many legendaries do your 4 kingdoms have combined?" The old king paused, then replied, 7. Chao Xing was slightly taken aback. 7? Yes, these kingdoms are much older than the Ice Crystal Kingdom. While they don't possess semi-artifacts, they possess more legendaries than we do. And this is only their publicly visible legendary strength. No one knows if there are other legendary veterans hidden deep within these kingdoms. However, if we really need to launch an operation, our 7 legendaries can be deployed. A flash of realization crossed Chao Xing's eyes. He pondered rapidly in his mind. 7 legendaries, plus the old king's semi-artifact, can definitely hold off the Watcher's 9 legendaries for a while. If we add in the 2 legendaries I have, the chances of disrupting the Watcher's plan are very high. He was about to speak when the old king's next words poured cold water on him. "Lord Chao Xing, although our 4 kingdoms, united, possess nearly double-digit legendary combat power. But what about their leaders? We currently lack the power to deal with demigods." Chao Xing didn't answer this question, but instead asked, "Your Majesty, if demigods are so powerful, how were they repelled the last time they joined forces with the Blood Legion?" The old king replied, "The Blood Legion was repelled the last time because the human empire sent out demigod-level warriors, and not just one. Additionally, there were internal problems within the Blood Legion at the time, which led to their immediate defeat by the powerful warriors sent by the human empire." Chao Xing suddenly realized. He nodded. "What about this time? Didn't you contact the human empire ahead of time?" The old king sighed. "In fact, as soon as we learned of the Watcher's return, our several kingdoms united and requested assistance from the human empire. However, we haven't received a single reply yet. Furthermore, the ancient teleportation array established between the human empire and our allies has been unilaterally closed, as if the empire has refused to communicate with the other kingdoms. In this situation, we don't know what's going on. Perhaps the human empire is also facing some serious trouble." Hearing this last sentence, Chao Xing frowned slightly. According to the old king's speculation, this was very likely true. The human empire must have encountered some problems as well. And the power of an empire far surpasses that of these kingdoms. At least, as the old king mentioned, there are more than one demigod. Then there must be even more legendary powerhouses. Even such a behemoth has run into trouble. The waters of this continent are truly deep. This also means that until the human empire reestablishes contact, we can only rely on ourselves to deal with the demigods. But how? Chao Xing fell into deep thought. A moment later, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through his mind. Chapter 584. A flash of inspiration struck Chao Xing, as if something had occurred to him. He asked, "Your Majesty, if I can hold the Watcher leader back, can we concentrate all our forces and launch a decisive battle to wipe out all the Watcher legends?" The old king was also slightly taken aback when Chao Xing announced his intention to wipe out all the legends. After all, legends aren't just cabbages on the street. How could he make it sound as simple as eliminating a few grandmasters? "Lord Chao Xing, you're truly insane. But if you truly possess the power to rival a demigod, I join you in a mad dash. Then let's launch a decisive battle. Before the Blood Legion arrives, we fight the Watcher to the bitter end. For the old king, time is running out. Since it's come to this, let's give it a try. The worst that can happen is my life." Chao Xing said solemnly, "Okay, Your Majesty, give me 2 days. I find a way to deal with the demigod. If I succeed, I contact you, and we move on to the next step." He didn't tell the king how he was going to fight the demigod, and the old king didn't ask any further questions. "Okay, then. I be in the palace, waiting for your news. If I can take a few legendaries with me before I die without regrets." After hanging up, A thoughtful look crossed Chaoxing's eyes. Looks like I need to find the next one. But there's no rush. Let's set out after dawn. Then Chaoxing opened the gold point store and exchanged his remaining gold points for a set of semi-epic equipment. They were the glorious heavy armor set, orange, a 4-piece set, and the Ice Scar Beast Shadow set, orange, a 2-piece set. Both epic sets were low, only level 50. It doesn't matter if they're low. I have a group of crystal men who produce crystals for me every day, and these crystals can be used to upgrade the level and attributes of my equipment. Now we just need to wait for Harold to gain some proficiency, so he can try to reach legendary blacksmith. Then we'd be able to inlay crystals on a large scale. Thinking of this, Chaoxing couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Then, he handed the redeemed equipment to Berger Sunstrider and Sarah Blade Dancer respectively. After that, Chaoxing returned to the Lord's castle and slept for 2 hours. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun rose over the horizon. The system notification appeared on time. Attention all survivors. The development period has officially ended, and the turbulent period will follow. During the turbulent period, you will face even more severe challenges, and the frequency of natural disasters will gradually increase. The new expansion will launch in 6 days at 6 p.m. Please be prepared. The Monster Siege and Enhanced Ice Nest events have officially ended. The Gold Point store is closed. The following are 2 updates. Update 1. Map boundary restrictions have been lifted. All survivors can now freely explore other regions. Note: map opening does not mean region merging. Survivors from different regions will still not be able to trade. Update 2. Expert level Hearts of Strength have been added to the Dragon store. When the notification ended, the chat channel erupted in excitement again. The last 2 updates, in particular, sparked a flurry of discussion among the survivors. Map restrictions lifted? Doesn't that mean we can explore other continents or countries? What's up with you? You haven't even explored your own region, and you're already exploring other continents. I'm sorry, brothers. Half a month ago, I found an ancient teleportation array that seems to lead to the northern continent. That's a continent untouched by us survivors. There must be countless treasures waiting to be discovered. Come on, brothers, don't envy me, ha ha ha. At this moment, the chat channel was filled with envious voices. It seemed they hadn't expected this guy to be so lucky, actually finding a passage to another continent. At this moment, a survivor named Huang Yuan said, "The northern continent. This place seems familiar. I heard from a native that the continent seemed to have been destroyed by an ancient dragon. It's overrun with monsters, making it impossible to survive." The others were stunned by this. Damn. What about this brother? At the same time, everyone saw the survivor's avatar dim. This also meant that he was dead. The chat channel was silent for a moment. Is the northern continent really that dangerous? This guy died less than a second after just going over there. Yeah, that's outrageous. We should just stay in the western continent and slowly improve our strength. This second update seems pretty good. It can actually be exchanged for expert level Hearts of Power. Does this mean the era of everyone reaching level 5 is coming? Everyone quickly put the survivor's death behind them and began to focus on this second update. Ha ha! Several of my subjects, including myself, have been stuck at level 40 for ages. Finally, there's hope of breaking through. Don't get too excited. An expert level Heart of Power costs 200,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Let's check our resources first. Damn, is it that expensive? All I have is enough for just one. After 45 days of development, most survivors now have a considerable supply of Ice Dragon Marks. While the 200,000 price tag is a bit outrageous, it's also within reason. After all, a high-level Heart of Power costs 50,000 Ice Dragon Marks. Chaoxing's eyes flickered with surprise. 200,000 each? That's quite cheap. Breaking from level 4 to level 5 gives you an extra boost in health points, which is quite a leap, so the higher price is understandable. It just so happens that my territory does have a small group of level 4 combatants. For example, the newly recruited elves and so on. So, Chaoxing first opened the dragon shop. Would you like to exchange Ice Dragon Mark *40 million for 200 expert level Hearts of Strength? Yes. Exchange successful, Ice Dragon Mark -40 million. Instantly, 200 more Hearts of Strength filled his backpack. After completing this, Chaoxing and Lu Mushu arose from the Lord's castle and headed outside the territory. At the same time, the Wandering Swordsman Corps and the Griffin Knight Corps also rushed back from Yao Yiming and Ji Xinua's territories, respectively. The Griffin Knight Captain Fortigan and the Wandering Swordsman Zoffy came to him, and each took out something from their backpack. Lord, these are the things the two otherworldly lords asked us to bring you. Okay. Xiaoxing reached out to take them. Obtained, Visha's undead flute, orange. Obtained, raging wave axe, orange. After receiving the items, a smile crossed Xiaoxing's face. The most important of these, of course, was the undead flute. It would be of great help in his next move. He put it in his backpack. Then he gave the raging wave axe to Boji. He was currently wielding a level 50 epic battle axe, Dusk. This battle axe would further enhance Boji's strength. Add to that his new epic suit. Boji's current stats were almost reaching the level of a dominant creature. Thank you, Lord. The Dragon Blood Warrior Commander said respectfully. Xiaoxing waved his hand and continued, now, all 4th level combatants step out. Instantly, over 100 elves, along with dozens of scattered combatants, stepped out. As Xiaoxing had expected, there were only about 200 4th level combatants in the entire territory. He distributed all the hearts of power in his backpack. A series of system notifications sounded. At this point, there were no combatants below 5th level in Xiaoxing's territory. You know, for other lords, a 5th level warrior is already the main force of the territory. But for Xiaoxing, 5th level is just a bottom-tier presence. After distributing the hearts of power, Xiaoxing looked at Lu Muxue beside him and said, Muxue, I have to go out and do something. I might not be back for the next 2 days. But don't worry, I keep you posted. He didn't tell Lu Muxue what he was going to do, and the woman didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she said with concern, okay, Xiaoxing. Be careful. Okay. After a brief farewell, he fluttered his wind wings and vanished from the spot. No one knew where he had gone, or what he had done. Meanwhile, adjacent to the Ice Crystal Kingdom's territory lay an ancient kingdom with numerous vast cities and a large population. This was the Kingdom of Velan. In the southwest of Velan's territory, on a vast ice plain, stood a massive city, as large as the main city of Everfrost. This was the main city of Velan. The main city of Seer. In the center of the vast city, another magnificent palace stood. Before then, only high-ranking officials or high-ranking military personnel could enter and exit the palace. For the common people of Seer, the kingdom was a sacred place, inviolable and inviolable. However, today, something different has happened. The kingdom, once heavily guarded and filled with experts, now feels oppressive and tense. In the vast central square, a large group of figures kneel. The once powerful nobles, adorned with magnificent attire and crowns symbolizing their status, commanded the kingdom's power. Now, their hands and legs bound with massive iron chains, they kneel in rows in a state of awkward disarray. Among them are the once valiant generals of the kingdom, as well as the merchants who control the various economic sectors, all now kneeling on the ground. At the forefront of this group of dignitaries stood a figure of extraordinary presence. He wore resplendent royal robes, and a crown studded with countless gems. Waves of terrifying energy emanated from him from time to time. This figure was also the most heavily chained. These chains pierced his body, penetrating his internal organs and limbs, completely binding him to the spot. This figure of extraordinary presence was none other than King Velan, the most powerful being in the kingdom, possessing legendary combat prowess. However, even this formidable figure of noble status and unparalleled combat power was now like the others, like a broken-backed stray dog, sprawled on the ground. Gone was the dignity and glory of the past. Beside them, 9 figures emanating a vast aura stood in different corners of the square, as if merging with the heavens and the earth. Their eyes were cold and piercing, constantly watching the people in the square. If anyone made any unsettling move, these powerful beings would strike without hesitation and slay them. They were the 9 elders of the Watchers, each possessing legendary combat power. At the same time, an ancient throne swiftly flew out of the hall, atop which sat a figure. Instantly, the 9 elders of the Watchers knelt on one knee and, with a deafening roar, shouted, "Welcome to the leader of the human race." The towering shout instantly spread throughout the main city, heard by the millions of trapped civilians. The civilians' eyes flickered with confusion. For 2 days prior, a mysterious force had emerged, sealing off the entire main city of Sayre. All the creatures in the city were trapped inside, and not even a single word could be transmitted. At the same time, they sensed a terrifying disturbance within the palace, as if powerful individuals were engaged in a fierce battle. However, the battle didn't last long, and the disturbances subsided. While everyone knew something might have happened within the palace, no one dared to investigate. It wasn't until today that unusual movements were detected within the palace. At the same time, from the ancient throne, the leader of the Watcher said calmly, "Begin." Yes. A staff materialized from thin air in the hands of one of the Watcher elders, who waved it with a strange rhythm. A vast surge of magical power was mobilized. At the same time, a projection appeared above the main city, visible to the millions of civilians within. The projection showed the central square of the palace. Although it was still a bit blurry, the figures couldn't be clearly discerned. Everyone looked up. What is this? Why are there so many people in the sky? A gray-haired old woman in the crowd asked in confusion. Mrs. Benna, this is a projection. It allows us to see what's happening elsewhere. I see. Mr. Cullen, you know so much. You're truly the most knowledgeable person in our neighborhood, the old woman praised. Everyone, look. The image on the projection is getting clearer. Hearing this, everyone looked up, their eyes fixed on the projection in the sky. When the common people saw the once high-ranking nobles and powerful generals now kneeling on the ground like stray dogs, their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Then, as if remembering something, his face paled instantly. Moreover, they also noticed the imposing figure in royal robes in the crowd. And when they saw this figure kneeling on the ground, fear flashed in many people's eyes. A tender child spoke innocently, Father, I know that man. He's His Majesty the King. John, shut up. A middle-aged man in plain clothes quickly covered his mouth. What happened? Why would His Majesty would? An old man, panicked, shouted, Don't look. Everyone, close your eyes. For a moment, the common people hurriedly lowered their heads, as if just seeing this scene would bring disaster upon them. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. The fear of the nobility was ingrained in the bones of these common people. At this moment, the figure sitting on the throne slowly stood up and said, My fellow humans, I am the leader of the Watchers. You may call me the guardian of all humanity. As you can see, we have taken control of all the nobles in the palace. In the past, these idle and evil individuals have persecuted and exploited our people, yet have never received the punishment they deserve. Today, we will bring these filthy creatures to justice. In the city, bewilderment filled the eyes of millions of civilians. Treat the nobles? Even the royal family? Have they heard correctly? To date, they had never witnessed a royal family member being put on trial. Even if these individuals committed truly heinous crimes and caused unrest, they were quickly quelled by the city's generals and soldiers, and not even punished. So, they had long known in their hearts that the kingdom's laws did not apply to these individuals. After all, no matter how serious the crimes committed by these royals were, they were still the king's family affairs, and no one dared to punish them. And now, this person announced in front of the entire city that he would put them on trial. It was truly unbelievable. At the same time, the elder Watcher, holding a staff, floated in midair. A thick book appeared out of thin air in his left hand. He opened the book to the first page and read, The first person to be tried today is Count Chris Ashton of the Kingdom of Varan. Crime 1. During the war with the Ice Crystal Kingdom, in order to collect a bounty offered by King Varan, he forcibly abducted 130,000 villagers from 148 villages in the Redwood Plains and secretly slaughtered them, incurring a heavy blood debt. Crime 2. Chris privately embezzled over tens of billions of crowns, all of which he received in bribes. Crime 3. Chris secretly kept thousands of slaves, mostly girls aged 5 to 9, for his own pleasure. Numerous children disappeared daily in the city, all linked to him. Crime 4. The reading lasted nearly 10 minutes. As each crime was revealed, even the kneeling nobles, and even the king, looked up at a figure in the crowd. It seemed they hadn't expected this earl to have committed so many heinous acts in private. Over 400,000 civilians died directly or indirectly at his hands, and quite a few young children were tortured to death by him. Chapter 585. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, the earl's face turned as pale as wax, his entire body trembling violently. Of course, he wasn't confessing his crimes, but rather fear. Meanwhile, the civilians watching the projections in the city listened to the accusations. Though fear still lingered in their eyes, a tinge of inexplicable anger welled up within them. If it weren't for these people revealing the truth, they would have never known that the disappearance of so many children in the city was linked to this earl. Some women in the crowd collapsed to the ground and wailed. When all the crimes had been pronounced, the elder of the watch asked, Chris Ashton, do you admit your guilt? Hearing this, the kneeling earl kowtowed repeatedly, his head banging against the ground loudly. I was wrong. I truly am. The Watcher leader asked, what was wrong? Earl Chris opened his mouth to answer this question, but for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Facing the Watcher leader's gaze, and the increasingly terrifying sense of oppression, he was practically pissing his pants. On the verge of collapse, he cried out, I really didn't know everyone was doing this. Clearly, even now, he still considered what he was doing perfectly normal. In their eyes, the commoners were never considered human beings. The Watcher leader naturally understood the morals of these nobles. A hint of sarcasm played at the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly, "Behead." With that, a Watcher legend, wielding a broadsword, struck. A flash of cold light. With a puff, a disheveled head fell and rolled to the ground. In front of millions of people in the city, this distinguished earl was beheaded on the spot. Then, his body was seized and carelessly dumped into a strange building nearby. The structure, roughly 400 or 500 square meters, resembled a pool, but inside, it was overflowing with blood. Beside the pool stood several cloaked figures. They were all Watchers, possessing heroic combat power. Gulp! As the body was dropped into the pool, the calm surface of the water began to boil slightly, as if some power had been awakened. The pool seemed to devour the earl's corpse, and soon it disappeared without a trace. As a powerful 5th-level commander, the earl's body possessed considerable energy. When the first noble died, the others, kneeling on the ground, trembled with fear. At that moment, King Velan raised his head, his haggard face fixed on them, and said, "Watchers, what exactly do you want to do?" Hearing this question, the Watcher leader replied calmly, "Nothing. We are simply performing a heroic feat, a feat never before accomplished in this world. We want a revolution. The first step is to let the people see the ugliness of you. Let them know how filthy those who control the fate of this country, and the lives of countless people are." At these words, the shoulders of the nobles below trembled. The oppressive aura of this Watcher leader was too strong. King Velan seemed to understand something. This group of Watchers didn't simply want to slay them. They wanted to tear off their veil before the eyes of the world, to expose every last vestige of their past, leaving no trace. "So, you're trying to incite hatred among the common people, thus controlling their hearts? But you're mistaken. The power of speech in this world has never been in the hands of the majority, but in the hands of a few like you and me. You attempt to control the hearts of the people, but you don't understand the inherent weakness of humanity. In the end, these things will backfire on you." At this point, a mocking smile crossed King Velan's face, as if he had foreseen his fate. The Watcher leader didn't care, simply waving his hand, signaling the elder to continue. Meanwhile, the Watcher elder continued to turn the pages of his book. Kingdom of Varen, Lieutenant General of the 3rd Legion, Caesar Perk, conducted extensive human experiments during his tenure. He used ordinary people as tools, soaking them in liquids constantly, conducting inhumane research daily, and even establishing a testing base. Furthermore, Caesar Perk frequently broke into the homes of civilians, molesting and killing over 100 young girls. He also tortured and murdered their families in front of them, committing numerous genocidal massacres. And the next day, he dispatched soldiers to execute all witnesses. The long list of crimes was finally announced. Anger once again filled the eyes of the millions of civilians in the city. This lieutenant general had destroyed so many families, and all this happened in broad daylight, yet they were completely unaware. This demonstrates the palace's ability to block all kinds of information. The Watcher leader didn't even bother to ask if he admitted his guilt, simply saying, "Behead." The moment the order was given, the lieutenant general erupted with the strength of a 7th-level master, violently breaking free from his chains. Crack! Crack! The chain snapped instantly, and without a pause, he charged forward. He knew that with his own strength, he couldn't possibly withstand these Watchers. All he could do now was flee. However, the lieutenant general had taken 2 steps when he realized that his legs were still moving forward, but his head had remained where it was. Gurgle. Another head fell to the ground. This scene brought a sense of satisfaction to the hearts of the civilians. Many in the crowd clenched their fists, their bodies trembling violently. Then, a Watcher elder picked up his body again and threw it into the pool of blood. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The other nobles on the field were once again shuddering in fear. The Watcher elder continued reading. Count Janos Dixon of the Kingdom of Varen, a drug abuser who tortured and killed over 1,000 female slaves. He also embraced the new bishop, believing that newborns possess the purest essence of life. He colluded with the city's medical clinics to secretly transfer pregnant women. Hundreds of them have been brutally murdered, their bellies cut open alive, their unborn babies reduced to food. Just hearing these few crimes filled the civilians with rage. The crimes committed by this earl were worse than those of an animal. A middle-aged man in the crowd collapsed and cried out, "Bastards! So my wife had an accident on the day she was due to give birth, and it was you who did it. You told me my wife bled to death, and both the child and the parents are gone. Damn it! I didn't even get to see my wife for the last time." The man's voice grew increasingly hysterical as he spoke. Many voices of despair were heard from the crowd as well. However, this was only one of the Earl's sins. The subsequent crimes were equally heinous, even more brutal and unbearable to listen to. And yet, the leader of the Watchers watched all this with indifference. He wanted everyone to know the filth and ugliness of these nobles. Almost 5 minutes passed before the series of crimes was finally announced. The devastated civilians were eager to storm the palace and tear the Earl's body into pieces. The Watcher leader said calmly, "Behead." Puff. Another noble was beheaded on the spot. Seeing the scene, the civilians clenched their fists, their faces flushed red, as if some emotion had been released. The Watcher elder continued to pronounce the verdict. At this moment, the crowd realized that in addition to the book in his hand, behind him were dozens of books just as thick. These represented the countless sins these nobles had committed. Now, the Watchers began to judge their crimes. At that moment, the hearts of the people throughout the city quietly shifted. The fear and bewilderment in their eyes gradually vanished. Even as they watched the nobles being beheaded, they couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction. The sentencing lasted all day. A large number of nobles were beheaded on the spot. However, even more nobles, church members, and criminals were transported from all over the kingdom to the main city of Elan. The leader of the watch sat upright on his throne, taking in the expressions of the millions of civilians throughout the main city. Seeing the anger in their eyes, he nodded with satisfaction. Clearly, this was the result he had hoped for. By publicly judging them, he would dispel the civilians' fear of the nobles. Let them know that even these high-ranking individuals have only one life and one head. As long as they have the courage to wield their swords and fight, no one will ever be able to overpower them again. Then, he gradually stood up and spoke with emotion. 1,000 years ago, I failed. 1,000 years later, I've learned my lesson. This time, the revolution will surely succeed. The spark of a new humanity will begin to ignite here, and then spread across the entire world. 2 days passed in a flash. Today was the 3rd day since the end of the development period. No more ice brood monsters, no more monster attacks. The first 2 days had been a rare period of peace for the survivors. But everyone knew this was the calm before the storm. A greater crisis was brewing. Snowstorm area. That day, a figure, waving transparent wings, flew back from outside the territory and landed in the buffer zone. Lu Mushua, already level 100, immediately sensed the familiar presence and rushed outside to greet him. "Ah Xing, you're back." Chao Xing smiled faintly and nodded yes. Lu Mushua also wore a faint smile and asked Ah Xing, "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Yes." This was why he had returned. Next, the action began. "Mushua, wait for me over here. I come with you later." "Okay, Ah Xing." With that, she obediently stepped aside to wait. Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear and shouted, "All combatants, assemble." At the command, thousands of combatants from across the territory emerged. In 3 minutes, they were all assembled. Chao Xing glanced around and said, "Everyone who has reached level 7 and possesses the potential to become a leader or higher, step forward." Instantly, over 50 figures from the entire territory emerged. Besides Boji, Hilda, and over 40 other level 70 warriors, there was also Isabel, who had become a legendary Holy Light Sage, and 6 level 110 tier heroes. It goes without saying how terrifying this force was. Chao Xing continued now, except for Rune, Gain, Jonard, and Josen, who will remain behind to lead the other legions in defending the territory, all others must follow me. After receiving the order, they didn't question Chao Xing's direction and immediately began to carry it out. Then Jonard, Josen, and the other 4 leaders each led their soldiers away. Soon, only 47 figures remained, including Chao Xing. Dabai, Xiaolin, Volibear, Lao Wang, Buoyancy, and even pets like Seraphis were present. These core combatants all stared at their lord, awaiting his next instructions. Chao Xing said, "Next, you will accompany me on a mission, a difficult one. We're going to take on legendaries, and more than one." Hearing this, everyone on the field froze, gradually filled with shock. Although they knew their lord had been gone for 2 days, perhaps planning something major, they hadn't expected it to be this big. He had just returned, and he was taking them to fight legendaries. Nevertheless, the combatants showed no fear. Instead, their fighting spirit was high. Then Chao Xing explained the specific plan and the identity of the enemy. Everyone nodded solemnly, understanding his meaning. Chao Xing continued, "Next, you will follow me to Everfrost City, and then I will put you into the death bag. During this time, you will all remain in the bag. When I release you, the battle will begin. Do you understand?" "Yes, respected lord." Everyone responded in unison. Very good. Now follow me. Soon, 47 figures stood on the territory's teleportation array. Do you want to activate the teleportation array and head to Everfrost City? Yes. Instantly, a strong light flashed, enveloping them all. The screen flashed, and the scene before them changed. You have arrived at the main city of Everfrost. The moment the teleportation ended, Chaoxing pulled out Visha's undead flute, orange, and blew into it. Woo! As the low, mysterious sound rang out, a deathly aura gradually spread. Enveloping Chaoxing himself, and the other 40 or so powerful figures, it enveloped them all. At that moment, everyone's body underwent a transformation. Their skin turned utterly pale, their faces devoid of any color, like corpses. And their state transformed into that of the undead. Elisa observed the changes in everyone, her gaze landing on Sarah. She explained, "Wow, Sister Sarah has become so pale. She hardly looks like a dark elf anymore." Everyone looked over and saw that Sarah's chocolate-like complexion had indeed faded considerably, becoming even paler. In this state, Sarah's aura lost some of its gloomy quality, gaining a more captivating beauty. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, the dark elf felt a little embarrassed. Everyone else, including me, watched the transformation with amazement. After a dozen seconds, the flute played its final note. A system prompt appeared. You have played Visha's undead flute, orange. For the next 200 seconds, you will enter the undead state. This state has become permanent due to the influence of the talent Eternal Power. Note, while in the permanent state, you can exit and deactivate it at any time. Eternal Power remains as useful as ever. This way, I can collect them all into the undead pouch at any time. Alright, everyone, get ready. I'm going to collect you all. Everyone straightened their bodies, mentally preparing themselves. At the same time, Chaoxing clicked collect. Instantly, the dozens of figures vanished. It's worth noting that, due to the varying sizes of the 40-plus creatures, the slots they occupied in the necromancy bag varied. For example, creatures like Lu Mushua and Sarah typically occupied one slot. Beasts like Seraphis and Dubai, on the other hand, would occupy over 10. Together, these 40-plus occupied nearly 85 of Chaoxing's slots. At the same time, sensing Chaoxing's presence, a powerful aura rose from the depths of the kingdom. And it approached him at breakneck speed. It was none other than the old king. Elton. At that moment, upon seeing Chaoxing, a hint of confusion crossed his aged face. He then asked, strange. I clearly sensed the presence of many powerful beings just now. How come they're gone in the blink of an eye? Chaoxing smiled, offering no further explanation. The old king asked, Lord Chaoxing, are you alone here? Chaoxing shook his head. No, they be here when the operation begins. Hearing his answer, the old king's cloudy eyes flickered with thought. After all, this operation was incredibly important, and for all-around considerations, he should first ascertain the strength of his teammates. But out of trust in Chaoxing, he ultimately refrained from further questioning. Old King Elton nodded and said, then let's head directly to the kingdom of Elin. The others are already waiting there. Okay. With that, Chaoxing leaped onto the back of the Psychic Goshawk King. Whoosh! The Psychic Goshawk King flapped its wings, carrying him and the old king high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they left Yongshuang main city and rushed towards the border. On the way, Chaoxing quietly slipped two things into the old king's hands, a green heart and dozens of bottles of potion. Chapter 586. Sensing the surging power within the heart, the old king's eyelids suddenly twitched. Lord Chaoxing, are you sure you want to give me such a precious thing? Uncertainty etched in his eyes. He asked, as far as I know, this thing has almost disappeared from the continent. Countless powerful beings, nearing the end of their lives, are frantically searching for it. Chaoxing smiled. It's nothing. While this thing is precious, its greatest value lies in the hands of those who need it. Take it, your majesty. Hearing this, the old king recognized his point. Besides, he truly needed it. So he solemnly said, thank you, Lord Chaoxing. After this, if I can return alive, I will definitely reward you generously. Chaoxing waved his hand. Your majesty, you are serious. Without further ado, King Elton turned and devoured the heart, imbued with surging vitality. Instantly, a vast aura of life emerged. He had been somewhat lethargic, but then his body suddenly trembled, as if infused with a powerful force. A healthy glow began to appear beneath his skin, and even his complexion improved considerably. As the jade elephant heart was completely absorbed, Chaoxing noticed that the old king seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. The decaying aura around him had largely dissipated, and his aura grew stronger, giving him a faint sense of merging with nature. His level also jumped directly from 115 to 120, then gradually became a series of question marks. Clearly, this jade elephant heart had restored much of the old king's strength. "Congratulations, Your Majesty," Qiaoxing said with a smile. Elton's face was also filled with emotion. "I never thought I could regain the strength of a mid-level legendary. With my current strength, I can once again unleash the full might of the kingdom's holy sword. By then, even a demigod will have to avoid the brunt of my sword." Qiaoxing's eyes lit up at the latter part of his words. The demigod's avoidance of its brunt was a significant threat. And the stronger the old king, the more advantageous it would be for their next move. This improvement was timely. The two of them said no more, as the spiritual vision Goshawk King continued to lead them at a breakneck pace. In less than an hour, they had quietly reached the border of the kingdom of Elan. For a legendary level powerhouse, entering the borders of other kingdoms was a piece of cake. After all, a kingdom's territory was simply too vast. The defensive line they had set up was ineffective. After advancing for approximately 3,000 kilometers, the spiritual vision Goshawk King landed on the summit of a 10,000-meter-high mountain. Qiaoxing and the old king stood atop the peak, their ears filled with the whistling wind. Surrounding them were endless snowfields and mountains, a vast expanse of desolate landscape. At the same time, the old king patted his mount. The bird let out a resounding cry. Cry! The sound instantly echoed over 10 kilometers. Then, a thick fog suddenly descended upon them. This fog, unlike the smog disaster, contained a mysterious power and moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped both Qiaoxing and the old king. The moment Qiaoxing was enveloped by this gray mist, he felt as if he had entered a strange world. There was no direction, no sense, not even his own existence. At the same time, a series of eerie whispers reached his ears. Death is the end and destination of all things. Let us embrace death and experience the afterlife. Qiaoxing frowned slightly, and was about to speak. The old king snorted, "Gray, stop playing tricks here. Come out now." With those words, the strange images in the mist suddenly ceased. Then, 6 figures suddenly appeared beside them, like ghosts. At that moment, Qiaoxing's eyes locked on them. These 6 figures varied greatly in size and age. Among them were an old man, a woman, and a dwarf. There were 4 men and 2 women, each radiating a vast aura comparable to that of the old king. In other words, there were 6 legends here. The aura emanating from these powerful figures revealed their origins from 3 distinct systems. 2 of the sturdy men, their bronze skin radiating explosive power, resembled 2 primal beasts. Another elderly man and a dwarf, both draped in gray robes, exuded a rather obscure aura, making them difficult to grasp. Next to them were an elderly woman and a mature woman in her 30s or 40s. They all wore purple robes, and their every gesture exuded a majestic aura. It was obvious that these 6 were the old king's allies. They hailed from the kingdom of Cunard, the kingdom of Grey Mist, and the kingdom of Orchid. Among them, the mature woman in the purple robe turned slightly and spoke slowly. "Elton, you're quite arrogant, keeping us waiting here for so long." Her voice was tinged with authority, and she toyed with a purple crystal flower, its translucent petals gleaming mysteriously in the sunlight. The old king rolled his eyes at her. "Do you think I didn't need time to prepare?" Then he turned and said, "Everyone, this is Lord Qiaoxing, whom I've been telling you about. He's also the initiator of our plan." Instantly, 6 pairs of eyes turned to Qiaoxing, their gazes filled with scrutiny and examination. To others, even without speaking, the presence of a legendary-level expert was terrifyingly oppressive. And this time, there were 6 legendaries. A typical hero-level expert would have been overwhelmed by the gazes of these people. However, Qiaoxing not only accepted their gazes calmly, but even smiled back. His gaze swept over the 6 powerful figures, as if trying to determine their strength through the system. Unfortunately, all 6 wore some kind of aura-blocking device, preventing them from seeing their specific strengths, not even their names. After a moment, the mature woman in the purple robe said, "As Elton said, this otherworldly lord possesses exceptional courage. Facing so many of our legends, he remained so calm." Next to them, the 2 muscular men from the Cunard kingdom chuckled. It would be surprising if anyone who thought of disrupting the Watcher's plans by attacking them wouldn't be brave. The gray-robed dwarf echoed, 10th-tier otherworldly lords are indeed rare. No wonder he's so confident." After a pause, he asked doubtfully, however, "While a 10th-tier hero's strength is respectable, can he truly participate in our upcoming operation?" He still harbored doubts about this matter. The same was true for the other 5 legendaries. After all, they were about to embark on a legendary battle, and the number of legendaries on both sides alone exceeded the number on one hand. A 10th-tier hero couldn't cause any trouble on such a battlefield. Before Cao Xing could speak, the old king spoke for him, saying, "Don't worry about that. Lord Cao Xing is more useful than I am at times. And this time, Lord Cao Xing will still be needed to deal with the Watcher leader." Hearing this, the others also remembered. In addition to numerous legendaries, their enemies this time also included a demigod. Even they couldn't contend with an enemy of this caliber. But now, the old king claimed that this otherworldly lord had a solution, which made everyone suspicious. After all, this operation was extremely dangerous. One could lose their lives if they weren't careful. Cao Xing, knowing their thoughts, replied, "When the battle begins, an old friend of mine will help us deal with the Watcher leader." The legends on the scene frowned slightly, still somewhat hesitant to take the risk. The old king said, "Don't worry, Lord Cao Xing is very reliable. Since he said someone would deal with the demigod, there's no need to worry. We just need to trust him. Besides, I'm with you this time, aren't I? What are you worried about?" Seeing the old king had said this, the legendary warriors from the other kingdom stopped talking. Then, the old king continued, "Lord Cao Xing, let me briefly introduce you to the personnel for this operation." He pointed to the two beings wearing gray robes, and shimmering with a dark aura beside him. These two are the former and current kings of the Grey Mist Kingdom, Grey Mist and Cyril Phantom Mist. On the field, the two beings nodded slightly at Cao Xing. Then, the old king pointed to the two bronze-skinned burly figures nearby. These two are the chief general and war king of the Cunard Kingdom, Gluck Wild Bull and Regus Iron Hand. The two ferocious beings turned their gazes to Cao Xing, a faint smile forming on their lips. The old king then looked at the elderly woman and the mature woman in purple robes beside him. "I don't think I need to introduce these two further. The former king and current queen of the Orchid Kingdom, Soren and Xia." The two women cast a dignified gaze upon Cao Xing. The mature woman in the purple robe said, "I heard that little girl, friend, mention you before. She said you helped resolve the life-decaying curse within her body. Later, she offered you a noble title and invited you to our Orchid Kingdom. But you declined, didn't you?" Cao Xing nodded slightly, replying calmly, "Yes, Your Majesty Xia." The woman's lips curled into a smile. "You are truly capable. No wonder you declined her invitation." She shook her head and said no more. After a brief introduction, the old king said, "All right, let's reminisce later. Next, as planned, we enter the kingdom of Velan together, and then, depending on the situation, launch a surprise attack." The crowd responded. At the same time, the dwarf legend of the Grey Mist Kingdom let out a sinister laugh and said, "Everyone, let my mist guide you forward." With his words, a grey mist gradually emanated from him, enveloping everyone in the arena. Cao Xing once again felt as if he had vanished from this world, even his own aura vanishing. He sighed inwardly, this method is quite impressive. It's almost enough to block legendary level detection. The legends of these kingdoms are quite capable. Enshrouded in the grey mist, their speed skyrocketed again, like a gust of wind, like a cloud of fog, they swept forward at a terrifying speed. In just a few minutes, they had covered a distance of nearly 2,000 kilometers. In the distance, a massive city rose before them, nestled amidst the endless snowy plains. It was the capital of the Kingdom of Varen. However, something strange seemed to have occurred. The entire city was enveloped by a strange barrier. Not only did it block their perception, but it also obscured the view from within. The group paused overhead. The Ice Crystal King said, "It's a restricted barrier." "Cyril Grey, are you sure?" Hearing this, the two legends from the Grey Mist Kingdom chuckled and said, "Do you look down on us? Our grey fog can penetrate everything. Even demigod-level barriers are useless to us." The Ice Crystal King nodded and said, "All right, then lead us there." As soon as he finished speaking, an even thicker cloud of grey fog erupted from another grey-robed legend, enveloping everyone on the scene. Meanwhile, the main city of the Kingdom of Varen had been under lockdown for 3 consecutive days. During these 3 days, the millions of civilians in the city had experienced initial bewilderment, then anger at the public exposure of the nobles' crimes, and now, joy at the beheading of their captors. Now, they woke up early every morning and skipped work. The first thing they did was get up and watch the projections in the palace. The streets were bustling with people, each with a smile on their face, greeting each other. "Old Sean, you're up so early today too? I never see you this early. Berg, aren't you the same? I see your saddler isn't even planning to open. Haha, I've never been so happy in my entire life." These adults, who appeared out of nowhere, are truly capable. They actually dared to judge the nobles. Well done. If they hadn't tried them, how would we have known how filthy these guys were? That's right, well done. A large number of people gathered in the city center, chatting and excitedly watching the scene before them. The trials and beheadings continued. Nobles were publicly executed one after another, drawing applause and cheers. After 2 days of beheadings, nearly all those captured in the square had been chopped off. So far, at least over 1,000 nobles had been publicly tried and punished. It was only then that the common people realized that, behind this kingdom's glittering facade, lay so much foul, abominable activity. If it weren't for the revelations of these self-proclaimed human protectors, they would never have known that so many of the city's tragic massacres and wrongful convictions were linked to them. These days, countless families have been on the verge of collapse after learning the truth, and many have sought to storm the royal city and personally slay their enemies. Meanwhile, the trials continued. After beheading 2 more nobles, they saw the scene gradually shift toward a familiar figure. It was a massive figure clad in armor, its black hair cascading down the ground. Intentionally or unintentionally, he emanated a thick murderous aura, like a battle-hardened general who had slain countless powerful foes. His strength even reached heroic levels, but despite this imposing being was entangled in chains, bound to the spot like a dead dog. The legendary Watcher read out the man's identity. Of the kingdom of Velan, Duke Reed Donchi, seeking power, he chose to worship an evil god. Every year, he openly and covertly abducted hundreds of thousands of civilians from villages and towns across the country, and used them as sacrifices in fire rituals. In addition, he used large numbers of people to raise ferocious beasts, like the Arctic giant crocodile. As the series of crimes concluded, at that moment, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. No one had imagined that this duke could commit such a heinous crime. Rage surged across the faces of the civilians, their fists clenched in excitement, and they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" The cries of killing even reached from outside the palace into the square. On the ground, the kneeling Grand Duke knew his impending fate. Listening to the cries and insults emanating from outside the palace, the paleness and despair on his face faded, and a scornful smile gradually emerged. Then he raised his head, gazed overhead, and said, "It's just the cries of a bunch of ants. They're clearly a bunch of weak and lowly beings, yet they dare to dream of becoming masters of this world. Even if they overthrow us, what will they do next? Can they establish a dynasty with these ants? Can they hold onto this vast territory? They're just fat meat in the eyes of others, and in the end, they can't escape the fate of being pariahs." His voice rang out clearly through the projection screen. This blatant contempt and mockery further inflamed the people's anger. Countless civilians screamed at the top of their lungs, hoping the Watchers would decapitate them. The Duke spun around in an instant, a terrifying fire in his eyes. "Shut up, or I kill you all." The sudden burst of murderous intent seemed to make the civilians see a sea of blood and corpses descending upon them. A tinge of fear rose in their hearts, and the cries of killing in the city gradually died down. Seeing this, a sneer flickered in the Duke's eyes again. He gazed at the Watcher leader and chuckled. "See? Such is the nature of these lowly people. They bully the weak and fear the strong, and they only follow the crowd. Once unrestrained, they can do things even more evil than us. And if a being more powerful than them appears, they run faster than anyone else and kneel softer than anyone else. These lowly people should serve us for life. If you expect them to succeed, no wonder you failed 1,000 years ago." At this point, the Grand Duke's mouth broke into a wild laugh. On the throne, the Watcher leader simply glanced at him, disdaining to argue, and simply waved his hand. "Behead." With these words, the legendary powerhouse raised his broadsword. Even now, the Grand Duke's eyes remained devoid of fear. He laughed heartily. "Your ideas are foolish. They never succeed. Because you simply don't understand what kind of creatures humans are. Ha ha! Puff! Chapter 587. With a flash of cold light, the laughter abruptly ceased. The head of the Grand Duke flew out on the spot. Instantly, the crowd watching the projection shuddered. They also recovered from the murderous intent unleashed by the Duke. As if to dispel their fear, or perhaps to conceal their shame and anger, they shouted loudly, "Excellent! Well done! Well done!" Instantly, applause rang out throughout the entire royal city. Several nearby Watcher heroes approached, dragged the Duke's body away, and tossed it directly into the pool of blood. Gulp! Gulp! As the heroic Duke's corpse was absorbed, bubbles of blood bubbled from the pool. Soon, it boiled over completely. Intense blood energy surged continuously. Even a faint, luminous doorway could be seen within. Seeing this scene, The eyes of the Watcher elders present also lit up with excitement, for they knew that the opening of the planar gate signaled the imminent arrival of the Blood Legion. Now, it was time to purge these corrupt systems and spread blood across the continent. At the same time, the Watcher leader rose from his throne. He spoke slowly. His voice was soft, yet clear enough for everyone to hear. All citizens of the Kingdom of Varen, please remember this. All people are born equal. No one is born a slave, a beast, or a tool to be exploited by others. In the face of oppression, we should rise up in resistance, not live in mediocrity. The kingdom trial these past few days is only the first act. From today on, more nobles and criminals will be punished and judged. Follow me, and a world of complete equality and freedom will be created. Below, the eyes of the residents of Sayre's main city were already filled with fanaticism. They excitedly shouted, "Equality! Freedom! Equality! Freedom! We are willing to follow the Watchers." The civilians grew increasingly enthusiastic. The atmosphere was almost tense. Then, the Watcher leader waved again. The next moment, a figure clad in black royal robes, and with disheveled hair, was lifted into the air by a special force. At that moment, the civilians also saw this figure. Their pupils instantly contracted, for this person was none other than the king, the ruler of the entire kingdom of Varen, at the pinnacle of power. For a moment, everyone was filled with both fear and excitement, for they knew that the next person to be beheaded was this very person, the most powerful figure in the kingdom, and it was the Watcher who would pronounce the king's crimes. King Velan, Zevelin Donchi. He collaborated with the Church of Light, knowing full well that it was a cult, and secretly sacrificed countless civilians to the God of Light, committing a multitude of blood deaths. Furthermore, Zevelin condoned the crimes committed by members of the royal family, and the wanton slaughter of innocent people. 72 years ago. The indictments were recited one after another, bringing tears to the eyes of the civilians. They shouted in unison, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill the king! Kill the king!" The towering cries of killing pierced the main city's barrier and reached the sky. At the same time, the leader of the Watchers asked, "Zulin, do you have anything else to say?" At this moment, King Velan's eyes held a look of desolation. In the past, he stood here, enjoying endless praise and admiration. The subjects of the entire kingdom would bow down upon seeing him. Now, he was like a stray dog with a broken back, being scorned and reviled by his own people. After a moment, he sighed and slowly spoke. "I, Zevelin Donchi, have established the kingdom of Varen for over 900 years. Although I haven't accomplished anything remarkable, I've served the people of this kingdom well. Over 900 years ago, you have no idea what life was like. These self-proclaimed righteous men, the protectors of humanity, summoned a group of mad and evil beings and overthrew the ancient kingdom of Anton. They thought this would bring peace to everyone. But you don't understand that without order, more civilians will die and more families will be torn apart. My family, my parents, perished in the chaos they created. Compared to that period, the number of accidental deaths in the kingdom over the past 900 years is far less than the sheer number of deaths you Watchers have committed. In fact, you Watchers are even more hateful and more deserving of justice than us filthy nobles." The old king's words were so resounding that the millions of civilians in the city gradually fell silent. The legendary Watcher, wielding a broadsword, shouted, "Shut up." The Watcher leader appeared calm and waved his hand. "Let him speak." King Velan seemed to have given up everything at this moment, shouting excitedly, "I single-handedly founded the kingdom of Velan, bringing order from chaos, enacting laws, and building great cities. I gave more civilians a place to live, so they wouldn't freeze to death or be mauled by wild beasts, and more people could survive. And what did you Watchers do? You did nothing. You just came out and shouted slogans, then walked away, satisfying your so-called sense of justice." After he finished venting his anger, the people of the main city gradually quieted down. At the same time, they looked at the figure sitting on the throne with a puzzled look. Only then did the leader of the Watchers speak calmly. 8,000 years ago, we were on the verge of success. As we were about to gather our forces, the human empire sent a powerful demigod to put an end to our plans. We were forced to evacuate, leading to a bloodbath. Of course, I'm not trying to defend myself. Failure is failure. But what I am saying is, this time, we won't fail again. When the blood cleanses everything, we will rebuild a new order. Starting with your kingdom of Velan, it will spread across the entire continent until the human empire is completely overthrown. Hearing this, a sneer crossed King Velan's eyes. Really? I look forward to the day you succeed. Come on! Kill me! By absorbing my energy, you should be able to open the blood portal, right? King Velan was already prepared for death. The Watcher leader looked at the elder beside him. The legendary warrior slowly raised his broadsword, a special divine power imbuing the blade. Slaying a legendary creature naturally wasn't as easy as slaying heroes and masters. It required a single, undivided effort to slay it with a single blow. OM! The divinely empowered broadsword trembled with a metallic hum, carrying with it the power to annihilate everything. Just as he raised the sword high, ready to execute, the Watcher legends and the leader seemed to sense something. A faint sense of danger emanated from the sky. At that moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Then, a terrifying sword energy descended. In an instant, it slashed through the barrier enveloping the entire main city and slashed straight towards the Watcher leader. Seeing this, all the Watcher legends present were instantly filled with shock and anger. How bold! Master leader, be careful. However, facing the sword energy, the Watcher leader remained seated on his ancient throne, not even moving. Swish! The terrifying sword energy struck him, shattering the throne in an instant. Even the ground beneath him was ripped open, creating a crack stretching over 1,000 meters. However, when all the ripples dissipated, the Watcher leader appeared unharmed. Not even the corner of his clothing was torn. He slowly stood up, shook his sleeves, and said calmly, "I am the protector of the human race. I have inherited the will of the ancient emperor of the human race. Your sword energy cannot harm me." This scene was nothing short of miraculous. Faced with such terrifying sword energy, he stood unscathed, as if some powerful being truly protected him. The eyes of the legends on the field lit up with enthusiasm once again. They shouted, "Watch over all living things, leader of the human race. Watch over all living things, leader of the human race." And just then, a shrill, elderly chuckle came from overhead. Hee hee. You merely borrowed divine power to block my sword, and yet, you dare claim to be the descendant of the ancient human emperor? Aren't you afraid of being blown away by the wind? A figure emerged from the sky. It was none other than the Ice Crystal King. At that moment, millions of eyes simultaneously turned upwards. When a Watcher elder saw the incoming figure, his expression suddenly turned cold. This Watcher elder was none other than the legend, who had failed to rescue Tacit in Everfrost City, and was slain by the old king with a few blows. "Old man, you've actually come here. How did you know about our operation?" In response to his question, the old king chuckled, "You Watchers are holding a grand trial of these nobles in Velan City. With such a grand display, you don't really think any information will leak out, do you?" Hearing this, a hint of doubt crossed the eyes of the Watchers present. After all, they had been preparing for this operation for a long time. The confining barrier enveloping the entire city prevented any possibility of information leaking out. So, they were somewhat skeptical of the old king's statement. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The Watcher legend glared at the Ice Crystal King, his expression unkind, and said, "You seem truly mad. How dare you come here alone to confront so many of us legends? You can't escape this time. Once we finish you off, the Ice Crystal Kingdom will be destroyed." The old king glanced at him calmly and said, "Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Everyone, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, powerful auras emerged from various regions. Like masters of life, yet also like beings from another dimension, 6 figures obscured the sky. They were none other than Queen Yuan, King Grey Mist, and King Cunard, 6 legendary powerhouses. Buzz! The auras of the 7 legendary powerhouses erupted simultaneously, a terrifying pressure that brought millions of civilians to their knees. Even the confining barrier was cracked by this force. Crack! Crack! Before the Watchers could reinforce the barrier, a cloud of grey mist emerged from the cracks. Then, the barrier enveloping the entire main city shattered completely. Everyone once again saw the sky above them, and the 7 legendary powerhouses. At this moment, not only the elders of the Watchers, but even the Watcher leader stared upward in surprise. He murmured, "Ice Crystal Kingdom, Orchid Kingdom, Grey Mist Kingdom, Cunard Kingdom. Interesting, you 4 kingdoms are attacking together. Are you preparing for a desperate battle with us? That's quite courageous, but still a little lacking in strength. It's a good thing you all came together. I take care of you all here, saving me the trouble of dividing my forces to deal with you one by one later." With these words, the Watcher leader slowly soared into the air, a vast divine power gradually rising from him. Endless golden divine power illuminated the entire main city, and a kingly aura emanated from him. Everyone even saw a golden, humanoid figure appear behind him. The figure radiated an infinite golden light and power, emanating an ancient and majestic aura. Faced with this aura, even legendary warriors couldn't help but feel the urge to worship and kneel before him. It was as if it were a true emperor, the Emperor of Humanity. The expressions of the 7 legendary warriors, including the Ice Crystal King, grew extremely serious. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the golden figure behind the Watcher leader, a figure approached stealthily, approaching the center of the square. Their target was the blood pool shrouded in a barrier. A Watcher elder in the crowd spotted him, and instantly shouted, "This guy is trying to approach the blood pool. Stop him!" At these words, all the other legends on the field reacted, and dozens of eyes instantly locked on this person. This figure was Chao Xing. At this moment, he was clutching a strange bag, as if preparing to do something. But now that he'd been discovered, he had no choice but to interrupt. "Damn! I was planning to sneak in and launch another attack, but I was interrupted again." Among the Watcher legends, one of them recognized him again. "It's him! The S-rank Otherworld Lord. He's the one who slew so many of our Watcher heroes." The Raven Elder also met with an accident while trying to assassinate this Otherworld Lord. At that moment, everyone knew his identity. The Otherworld Lord who had annihilated the Church of Light and previously killed many of their Watcher members. Everyone, including the Watcher leader, cast their gazes over. Although he had long been following Chao Xing, this was his first formal meeting. After studying him for a moment, a thoughtful look crossed his eyes. Just then, a Watcher legend in the crowd made his move. A flash of cold light, a gleaming broadsword slashed towards Chao Xing. The blade's speed was so swift, a legendary level warrior's strike left no chance for ordinary heroes to react. Chao Xing, too, felt as if struck by the blade. A stinging pain shot through his back, as if he were about to be split in two. At the crucial moment, the Orchid Queen flicked her hand, and an orchid suddenly appeared in midair. With a ding, the orchid deflected the blade. The terrifying blade energy brushed past Chao Xing's body, carving a kilometer-long rift through the main city. Chao Xing escaped danger, a chill rising from his back. He pointed at the sky and cursed, "You Watchers are shameless. Legends, one after another, trying to deceive and ambush a weak otherworldly lord like me." Meanwhile, the Watcher leader seemed to want to stop talking. He simply ordered, "I deal with Elton, Xia, and the others. 2 legends, go, slay this otherworldly lord and preserve his body." He made it sound like he was making a mundane announcement, but in his heart, he had already sentenced Chao Xing to death. The other Watcher legends responded in unison, "Yes." With that, the 2 legends charged towards Chao Xing simultaneously. The Watcher leader, shrouded in golden light, exuded an overwhelming aura that enveloped the 7 legends, including the Ice Crystal King. He was actually going to fight 7 alone. Swish! The old king, wielding a semi-artifact, slashed with a swift sword. However, the Watcher leader remained undeterred, taking the blow head-on. The sword energy was similarly neutralized by the golden shadow behind him. "Elton, give up. Your semi-artifact can't hurt me." He declared it as if it were a matter of course. But the Ice Crystal King remained unmoved. "How will we know if we don't try?" His eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit, as if he was eager to fight the demigod. Below, Chao Xing remained completely unmoved by the 2 incoming legends. Before their attack could reach them, a gray mist enveloped them. Then, Chao Xing vanished from the spot. Witnessing this scene, the Watcher leader commented, "The Gray Mist King inherits the legacy of the Lord of Mist. This ability is truly remarkable. But until he reaches demigod status, he's nothing more than an ant." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light blazed brightly. He immediately defeated the Ice Crystal King and the other 7 legends, forcing them to retreat step by step, facing defeat in the blink of an eye. His demigod-level combat prowess was fully revealed. Several other Watcher legends gradually gathered around. With so many powerful legends and a demigod, the old king and his men would be in an extremely precarious situation. However, Chao Xing, who had just disappeared, reappeared. He was 1 step closer to the blood pool. Gazing at the battle unfolding overhead, he spoke in a deep voice, "You're not the only ones with demigod status. Old Patriarch, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a time-honored and vast aura suddenly rose from a corner of the palace. The moment this aura appeared, it captured everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the same time. Then, a strange figure emerged and slowly walked towards them. It also had an air of immense age, its body covered in gray scales. As it moved, its tail swayed slightly behind it, like a lizard walking upright. Chapter 588. As the figure walked, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. It was the Lizardman chieftain whom Chao Xing had met earlier in the mine. At the sight of this powerful figure, even the Watcher leader's eyes flashed with surprise. A high-level legendary? Only 1 step away from demigodhood. You actually have such a powerful figure hidden on your side. He looked at the Ice Crystal King in confusion. However, the Lizardman chieftain was not a hidden power of the Ice Crystal King, but someone Chao Xing had invited. The 2 days he had been away from the territory, he had gone searching for him. As for how to find him, it was simple. Because the Lizardman chieftain had said before they parted ways, he would next seek out other members of his tribe, the Lizardmen. So, by following this clue, and using the Survivor's Forum function to search, they would soon find news of Lizardmen sightings within the Ice Crystal Kingdom or the surrounding kingdoms. Then they could find the old chieftain. Chao Xing's operation went smoothly. The next morning, he found the Lizardman chieftain in an underground cave. When Chao Xing told him he needed to deal with a demigod, the chieftain was surprised and immediately refused. But then, Chao Xing made an offer he couldn't refuse. After some hesitation, the chieftain finally agreed. At the same time, the chieftain looked ahead and said, "Young friend Chao Xing, don't forget what you promised me." A smile crept into Chao Xing's lips, and he said, "Don't worry, old chieftain. I keep my word. Just help me hold off their demigod, and we take care of the rest." The Lizardman chief solemnly said, "All right, I give it a try today, old man, and see what a true demigod looks like." With that, the chief took a sharp breath. Whoosh! The air throughout the main city seemed to move with his breath. The civilians even felt a terrifying suction, their feet unsteady. At the same time, as the Lizardman chief took a deep breath, his body began to expand rapidly, his clothes bursting in an instant. His limbs grew thicker, sprouting sharp, pointed claws. The humanoid head also grew sharper and thicker. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic lizard, covered in dark yellow scales and measuring over 1,000 meters. It crept amidst the ruins, its massive body seemingly capable of devastating everything. An aura as if from an ancient time rose. Not only that, in this form, the Lizardman chieftain seemed to have transcended some kind of boundary, reaching a higher level. His aura briefly rose to the same level as the Watcher leader. In other words, a demigod. At that moment, everyone on the field, save Chao Xing, was filled with shock. No one had expected this Lizardman chieftain to possess such powerful means, capable of briefly possessing demigod-level power. Legendary figures from the Orchid Kingdom, Cunard Kingdom, and other nations all looked at Chao Xing below in surprise. They suddenly understood why the old king had said that this otherworldly lord could, at times, be more useful than even legends. Simply being able to summon a demigod-level being to fight was beyond imagination, wasn't it? And this, in turn, made them even more impressed with this young otherworldly lord. Even the Ice Crystal King smiled and shook his head, saying, "I never expected that young Master Chao Xing, who claimed he could deal with a demigod, would actually summon such a powerful being. It seems our chances of success this time are very high." At this moment, the Watchers had also recovered from the shock of the Lizardman chieftain's unleashing of demigod-level power. The leader said calmly, "Demigod? You do have some abilities. But even demigods have strengths and weaknesses. You, a forcibly promoted demigod, are far inferior to me." Hearing this, the large lizard in the air gradually grinned and spoke in human language. "Indeed, you're not a weakling among demigods. Although I can only temporarily possess the combat power of a demigod, it's more than enough to hold you back." With that, he transformed into a flash of yellow lightning and charged towards the Watcher leader. At the same time, a dazzling golden light erupted from the Watcher leader. The golden humanoid figure behind him also transformed. From his original immovable form, he now clad in armor and wielded a golden greatsword. Like an emperor heading out for battle, clearly, even the Watcher leader was serious. Then, 2 demigod-level powerhouses simultaneously charged into the air, shifting the battlefield. After all, a single skill from a warrior of this caliber would be enough to wipe out an entire city. At this moment, the other legendary Watchers were still somewhat bewildered by the sudden appearance of the demigod. However, while they were confused, the old king wouldn't hesitate a moment. He quickly declared, "Use all your strength to destroy the blood pool. Once the blood pool is destroyed, the Blood Legion portal will fail to open." At this, the 7 legends attacked simultaneously. A terrifying sword energy, a strange mist, and orchids appeared. A variety of terrifying attacks descended instantly. At the same time, the Watchers on the field reacted. "Stop them! Don't let these guys attack the blood pool." Instantly, 9 legendary Watchers attacked simultaneously. Bang! 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 Boom! A fierce battle ensued. The terrifying collision of energies caused the sky to vibrate continuously, even creating all sorts of bizarre sights. On a battlefield of this magnitude, even a hero-level powerhouse caught in the act would be instantly killed. Not to mention the ordinary people, who were like ants facing a natural disaster, completely powerless to resist. Citizens throughout the main city felt a sense of mortal danger, terrified and fleeing outside the city or into the basements, fearing they would be drawn into this terrifying battle. At the same time, these legendary warriors also moved the battlefield into the air. At this moment, they were outnumbered by 9 against 7. In terms of numbers and combat effectiveness, the old king was at a disadvantage. They were indeed completely suppressed. At this moment, the old king suddenly raised the kingdom holy sword in his hand and slashed twice. Swish! Swish! The 2 legendary watchers were chopped away and separated from the battlefield. With a playful smile on his face, the old king said, "You two, come play with me." One of the 2 legendary watchers wielded a broadsword, the one responsible for the beheading. The other held a rusty iron chain. This strange weapon, rarely used, hinted at the strangeness of his attack. The legend holding the broadsword snorted coldly, "Elton, since you seek death, we will grant it." With that, the 2 charged at the Ice Crystal King simultaneously. Swish! Puff! The 2 sides quickly engaged in a fierce clash. However, facing 2 alone, the old king showed no sign of retreat, his fighting spirit high. The kingdom's holy sword swung in his hand, leaving after images, each strike crisp and precise. And taking advantage of the brief delay between the 2 legendary attacks, he struck with his sword. Puff! The sword seemed to carry the force of a mountain, forcing the 2 back on the spot. After regaining their balance, they suddenly felt a wave of pain in their bodies. Looking down, he was shocked to discover bloodstains on his chest and neck. Drops of legendary blood fell from the air. The Ice Crystal King, fighting 1 against 2, displayed unparalleled combat power. Among them, the legendary watcher wielding a broadsword touched the bloodstain on his neck, a hint of fear in his eyes. Luckily, he dodged in time. If he had been a step later, his head would have said goodbye to his body. Damn it! Didn't they say this old guy was dying? How could he still use the power of the kingdom's holy sword so frequently? The legendary exclaimed angrily. Next to him, the legendary wielding a chain shook his head and said, "I don't know. Stop him first. Once the battle over there with the leader is over, none of these guys will be able to escape." Alright. With that, the 2 men coordinated once again, attacking the old king in unison. Elsewhere, the 6 legends battled the 7 legends of the Watchers, and the battle was also extremely close. However, because the old king had taken 2 legends with him, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. However, it was only a state of mutual resistance. Everyone knew that if the blood pool was not destroyed, the Blood Legion would appear again when the time came. Then the situation would be instantly controlled by the Watchers. The old king glanced at the battle in the sky. The battlefield between the 2 demigod-level powerhouses was extremely far away from them, but even so, he could sense waves of terrifying power coming from them. And it looked like the outcome would be uncertain anytime soon. The old king quickly said, "Young friend Chaoxing, the blood pool." Below, Chaoxing understood and said, "I know." With that, he flapped his wings behind him, and like a low-flying swallow, he soared towards the blood pool below. The Watchers were also prepared. Besides the demigods and legends battling in the air, near the blood pool stood 8 heroic-level warriors, all with the potential to reach the level of commander or overlord. Seeing Chaoxing appear alone, everyone gathered around him. "How dare he come here alone? Is this kid looking for death? Be careful. His aura has reached the 10th level, and he previously killed the Dark Raven Elder by some unknown means. Don't underestimate him." At this point, all the Watchers' expressions froze. In their eyes, Chaoxing was no longer a weakling. Although his potential was only that of a leader, his true combat power rivaled that of a lord of the same rank. However, the Watchers were equally teeming with experts. With 8 hero-level powerhouses, even Chaoxing would have faced some difficulty. A smile crept across Chaoxing's face. "Thinking of bullying me with your numbers?" Instantly, he waved his hand. 42 powerful auras appeared. Except for Isabel, everyone he had brought with him this time was released from the Necromancer's pouch. When this group of powerful warriors, at least level 70 with leader-level potential, appeared, they instantly captured everyone's attention. The powerful auras coalesced into a single entity, even hinting at a breakthrough to another level. Among them, 6 or 7 possessed auras reaching the 10th rank lord level. In other words, they were all legendary reserve. Instantly, Chaoxing's side had the advantage in numbers. Even the legends and demigods in the air took notice. The Ice Crystal King exclaimed, "I knew Lord Chaoxing had many powerful warriors under his command, but I never imagined they were so well hidden. So many masters and heroes. This far exceeded my expectations." Nearby, the legends of the Orchid Kingdom and the Grey Mist Kingdom exclaimed, Except for the lack of legends, the masters and heroes under his command almost rival the strength of our entire kingdom. Incredible little fellow. Elton, you've found us a reliable ally this time. Compared to the shock and joy of the Ice Crystal King and his companions, the expressions of the Watchers grew increasingly gloomy. This otherworldly lord has truly become a nuisance. The legendary, wielding a staff and continuously casting large-scale spells, declared, "Go, legendary. Quickly slay this man." At this, a powerful figure wielding a pitch-black sword stepped forward from the 7 legendaries currently battling the Orchid Queen. Then, transforming into a bolt of black lightning, he charged towards the pool of blood below. The former king of the Grey Mist Kingdom, the old man, with a decayed aura, casually waved his staff. "You think you can bully the little fellow with your legendary power? Not possible. Stay and play with us." With these words, a thick fog enveloped the legendary. Then, the Watcher Elder wielding the pitch-black sword suddenly felt dizzy. When he reappeared, he was back on the battlefield. Anger flashed across the Elder's face. "Damn it! You're using the power of an evil god. You, the people of the Grey Mist Kingdom, are all followers of the evil god." Next to him, the Grey Mist Kingdom dwarf said, "Watch your mouth. Our abilities are the true legacy of the Mist Lord. Stop wasting time with him. Kill them." The two sides engaged in another fierce battle. At this point, all the legends were held back, leaving Qiaoxing free from distractions. Looking ahead, he quickly ordered, "Hurry! Kill all the Watchers and destroy the blood pool." With that, over 40 powerful warriors on Qiaoxing's side launched their attacks simultaneously. Swish! Puff! Frost Wolf Sword Chi, Dragon Promise Sword Slash, Divine Punishment, Fold Flower Round Dance Slash. Attacks from heroic level warriors descended instantly. It's worth noting that Assam, Lu Muxua, and the others significantly increased their attack range after reaching hero level. Even Assam's Frost Wolf Sword Chi, with a single strike, could now reach over 100 meters. Seeing so many terrifying attacks coming at them, even these Watchers felt their scalps tingle. After all, in terms of combat power, they were no match for Qiaoxing's hero-level warriors. Furthermore, the enemy far outnumbered them. However, the blood pool was right behind them, forbidding them to retreat. A Watcher gritted his teeth and declared, "Everyone, stop them at all costs. Never let them get close to the blood pool. We will dedicate everything we have to the rise of humanity." With these words, the Watchers unleashed a terrifying burst of power. However, overwhelmed by both numbers and strength, no matter how hard they tried, they were no match for Qiaoxing and his men. Boom! In a single blow, 3 or 4 Watcher heroes were blasted away. The remaining Watchers were under immense pressure, facing the concentrated fire. Within 3 seconds of the battle, one Watcher was already at low health, threatened to be taken down. "Hurry, rescue Grayson!" a Watcher shouted frantically. Qiaoxing, quick to see the opportunity, unleashed his fastest and most damaging single-target skill, Icebreaker Blade. And this wasn't just any Icebreaker Blade, but one enhanced with the double damage bonus of Ice Crystal Fury. Crack! 3 ice balls, brimming with chill, arced gracefully through the air before landing squarely on the Overwatch hero. Subtract 2,162,751. Subtract 2,035,179. Subtract 1,965,424. Bang! Bang! The ice ball exploded, and the warden's body froze. His health dropped to 0, and he collapsed. Successfully killed Warden Hero, Grayson Zaka, level 95, a tier 10 commander level creature. Experience points gained, 0. Combatant experience points gained, 525,000. Qiaoxing, now a level 100 Frost Dragon Mage, already had a panel attack of 80,000 magic attack. Adding the 30 level increase, the damage coefficient of all skills increased by 300%. Each hit of the Ice Blade increased its damage from 256% to 556%. Add to that the bonuses from various equipment and the magic crystals he had absorbed over the past 50 days. The various bonuses resulted in such terrifying explosive power. A single skill dealt 6 million damage. It even reached the level of Marinina's Lotus Sword Dance. On the field, the Watchers watched in amazement. It seemed they hadn't expected that. Less than 3 seconds into the battle, a 10th-tier commander would be instantly slain. You know, hero-level warriors possess immense vitality. Even a battle, a life-or-death one, can take several minutes to determine the outcome. Unlike now, a hero fell in a single encounter. However, Qiaoxing wouldn't hesitate. Marinina had already soared into the air, ready to unleash Illusion Chaos Sky Kill to immobilize the Watchers, and then take them all out in one wave. Buzz! The red hair fluttered, and a terrifying aura erupted instantly, locking onto all 7 watchers on the field. The watchers were horrified to discover that their bodies seemed to be under a seal, making movement extremely difficult. Thinking of the terrifying explosive power of this group just now, at this rate, they would surely be annihilated instantly. In the air, the watcher leader, engaged in a fierce battle with the lizardman chieftain, also observed the battle below. His brow furrowed slightly. I didn't expect the first incident to occur on the battlefield below, but you won't succeed. With a wave of his hand, he let a few drops of demigod blood drip from his hand. Almost instantly, these drops of blood fell upon the watcher heroes. An extremely vast and profound life force surged through their bodies. The 7 individuals immobilized by Rankong Sha were instantly freed, and recovery numbers appeared above their heads. At 217366924. At 238544421. At 212319558. At 205524556. One after another, health regeneration numbers exceeding 20 million appeared, instantly restoring their health to full. Seeing this, Chaoxing frowned. Is this the method of a demigod? A single drop of blood restored these heroes to full health. Pretty impressive. At this rate, if we can't kill them instantly, it'd be difficult to finish them off. But even a demigod can't keep using this method, right? Meanwhile, the leader of the Sky Watchers fought against the Lizardman chieftain, while shedding his own blood. Sizzle. Sizzle. Drops of blood continuously fell from the air, then passed through the barrier and landed in the blood pool below, causing a bloody mist to dissipate. In it, Chaoxing saw a wide doorway. The doorway seemed to come from another world, its outline becoming increasingly clear in the blood pool, as if it was about to descend into this world. Seeing this, Chaoxing realized what the Watcher's leader was doing. He was using his own blood to accelerate the appearance of the blood portal. Chapter 589. The Watcher leader is using his own blood to accelerate the opening of the portal. Damn! How can this be possible? Didn't they say the Blood Legion wouldn't arrive for another 4 days? Clearly, things had developed beyond Chaoxing's expectations. At this rate, the Blood Legion might arrive even earlier than expected. Chaoxing took a deep breath and quickly declared, "Use all your strength. Quickly break the barrier and destroy the blood pool." At the command, everyone unleashed their full power once again. The Dragon Speaker unleashed Dragon Sword Dance without hesitation, a powerful suction sweeping over them, forcing the Watchers to involuntarily approach her. Chaoxing also unleashed Primordial Cube on the Dragon Speaker. The combined suction made the Watchers feel a loss of control over their bodies. On the field, Assam raised the sword of the Lady of the Lake, ready to unleash a devastating blow. Beside him, Marlene had already flown into the air, her Lotus Sword Dance gathering power. Including the other powerful ones, they all prepared to unleash their strongest abilities. They were actually preparing to burst forth in one swift attack, instantly annihilating the remaining 7 Watchers. You can reply, right? I kill you in one wave. Let's see how you respond. The Watchers naturally saw Chaoxing's intention. They also knew that if they were controlled, with the power of these powerful ones, they would be killed instantly. As they were about to be drawn in by the immense suction force, they exchanged a glance, a look of determination in their eyes. Everyone, it's time to sacrifice everything for humanity. Alright. Let's go together. Ignite my blood, light the path of humanity. As soon as these words fell, a crimson mist rose from the Watchers, instantly boiling. As if their entire blood had ignited, emanating endless waves. Their aura instantly doubled. No, doubled wouldn't even begin to describe it. These individuals' strength instantly reached the level of the Dragon Speaker in Mernina. Such an absurd increase? What's the method? Chaoxing's eyes flickered with confusion, and he quickly glanced at their condition. Status: Blood Burning, ignites all blood, increasing all attributes by 200%, reducing damage taken by 99%, reducing healing received by 100%, and granting immunity to all control states. Maximum health decreases by 1% per second. Note: this skill cannot be interrupted once activated. If maximum health drops below 5%, the player will die immediately. Blood Burning? Trading their lives for a 100-second boost. These Watchers' methods are truly terrifying and ruthless. Chaoxing's gaze grew increasingly serious. But he wasn't afraid. It was only a 2-fold boost, not a legendary breakthrough. He could still fight. Continue kill. Hearing the command, the dozens of powerful warriors under his command attacked again. A series of terrifying attacks followed, and dense damage figures appeared. Decrease 1,346. Decrease 2,578. Decrease 5,347. Decrease 3,428. Decrease 3,200. Decrease 6,513. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of damage dealt previously, their attack power has been reduced to less than 1%. The 7 Watchers, in their blood-burning state, were like mad beasts, completely oblivious to the attacks they were receiving, simply attacking frantically. Heroic skill, mountain collapsing blade. Heroic skill, raging waves. Heroic skill. One terrifying ultimate skill after another unleashed. Even Chao Xing and his 40-plus powerful warriors were driven back, even further and further away from the blood pool. While struggling to resist the attacks, Chao Xing grumbled, "This is a bit outrageous. After these guys activate blood burning, they all look like fucking silence transformed." But on second thought, it made sense. After all, this was power they earned with their lives. If they couldn't even achieve this, what was the point of sacrificing their lives? Chao Xing pondered rapidly in his mind. This burning state can only last 100 seconds. Once that time is up, these Watchers will die on their own, so I don't need to confront them head-on. But, judging by what's happening now, 100 seconds is more than enough time for the portal in the blood pool to form. By then, the Blood Legion will arrive, and our actions will be meaningless. Clearly, stalling tactics won't work. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze grew increasingly serious. Looks like I have no choice but to use my trump cards? Chao Xing had many trump cards in hand. Besides the Lizardman statue and the Ascalon Book of the Dead, there was also the possibility of summoning a legendary archdemon through the demonic codex, and releasing Isabel from the necromancer's pouch. Of these, the most effective were naturally the latter two. After all, both the archdemon and Isabel possessed legendary combat power. Facing a legend, these heroes would be instantly suppressed. Even if your blood burned, the gap between you and the legendary level would still be enormous. The others could seize this opportunity to attack the blood pool barrier. So, Chao Xing instantly took action. With a flutter of his wings, he flew away from the battlefield, creating some distance between him and the others. Then, a book imbued with demonic energy emerged from his hands. It was none other than the demonic codex. At that moment, terrifying demonic power surged from him like a tide, and the codex in his hands emanated a terrifying dark force. Clatter! In the blink of an eye, Chao Xing's eyes underwent a startling transformation. His limbs grew ever more slender, his stature suddenly soared to 2 meters, and a pair of pitch-black wings appeared behind him. After many days, his demonic form reappeared, and with the demon codex in hand, his aura became even more terrifying. Like a demon god emerging from the abyss, his dark pupils gazed upon the frantic group of Watchers on the battlefield. Anyone caught in his path felt a chill run down their necks. The powerful warriors engaged in the aerial battle seemed to have noticed Chao Xing's transformation as well, their gazes turning towards him. The power of the demon clan? I never thought the legendary codes of these creatures would fall into your hands. The Watcher leader's tone was filled with surprise and a hint of caution. But Chao Xing ignored him and directly activated the legendary special effect on the codex. Demon's Gate. In the name of the Abyss, guided by darkness, I used the Demon Codex as a key to open the gate to endless purgatory. Chao Xing's voice was deep and commanding, as if imbued with some irresistible power. Ancient beings slumbering in the depths of the abyss, answer my call and descend into this world to fight for me. Boom! As he chanted the incantation, the demonic codex in his hand suddenly erupted with a torrent of demonic energy, soaring into the sky. A vast black rift slowly opened in the sky, as if connecting to another world. Endless black energy surged, as if countless pairs of eyes were peering, watching everyone, a chilling feeling. Ha ha ha. A wild laugh echoed, carrying an immense sense of majesty and oppression. The next moment, a massive hand emerged from the rift, its palm covered in pitch-black scales, its fingertips like razor-sharp blades. Followed by this, a massive figure slowly emerged from the rift. It was a demon over 10 meters tall, clad in thick black armor engraved with ancient runes, emanating a suffocating pressure. He wielded a massive chain whip, the wails of countless wronged souls echoing from its blade, as if capable of ripping their very souls apart. Chao Xing quickly glanced at the monster. Demon Warden. Level 120, Legendary. Potential, Domination. The monster also noticed Chao Xing in his demonic form and spoke, I am the Demon Warden, a fellow wielder of the demonic codex. Did you summon me? Chao Xing nodded slightly. Yes, I command you now to slay the enemy before you. He pointed at the 7 Watchers in a blood-burning state, his tone unwavering. The legendary demon summoned by the Demon Gate only has 120 seconds to survive. during which time it must obey Chao Xing's every command. The demon warden's gaze turned toward the target Chao Xing pointed at, a bloodthirsty glint in his dark eyes. As you wish. With these words, the demon warden swung his chain whip violently, a shrill wail emanating from his hand, instantly extending to several thousand meters. The whip, like a black chain, instantly struck the 7 watchers. One of them tried to block with his sword, but the moment the chain made contact, his weapon was instantly deflected, and he was struck as if struck by a powerful blow, being slammed into the ground. A damage value also appeared on his head. Decrease 51956. Even with a 99% damage reduction, he could still deal 50,000 damage, demonstrating the demon warden's lethality. However, this wasn't the most terrifying aspect of the warden. After the first chain descended, the subsequent attacks came like a torrential downpour. Crack! Boom! Boom! The demon warden swung the pitch-black chains, leaving after images. Each strike carried immense force, tearing the ground into cracks stretching thousands of meters across. Under this terrifying onslaught, the 7 watchers bore the brunt of the blow, unable to fight back. Damage figures of 50,000 to 60,000 rose densely. If their damage hadn't been reduced by 99%, the first second the demon warden unleashed his attack, the 7 watchers would have been instantly slain. Even so, their health was plummeting. In the blink of an eye, it had dropped below 60%. Chao Xing seemed to see a chance of defeating them. Quickly, he exclaimed, "Quick, focus all our fire on them first, then attack the blood pool." Although the damage taken by these watchers had been reduced by 99%, Chao Xing still had over 40 powerful warriors with him. Adding the damage dealt by the demon warden, it wouldn't take long to defeat these watcher heroes. Of course, the most crucial reason was that Chao Xing was currently in dire need of hero hearts and souls. If he could defeat these guys, he would definitely explode. Clang! A massive wave of attacks instantly arrived. The area was once again filled with terrifying energies, and the health of these watcher heroes began to drop at an incredibly terrifying rate. 68%, 53%, 32%. In just 4 seconds, their health had dropped below 20%. The Watcher Legend and the Watcher Leader in the sky naturally observed the battle below. They had never imagined that even with the 7 great Watchers willing to sacrifice their lives and ignite a bloody fire, they would still be ruthlessly crushed by this otherworldly lord and his men. They were on the verge of complete destruction. Go rescue them. The Watcher Leader's tone was already tinged with anxiety. Upon hearing this, the other Watcher Elders tried to escape the enemies before them and rushed to their aid. However, the Orchid Queen and the Grey Mist King each employed their own tactics. One continuously released Grey Mist, driving the enemies back into the battlefield. The other flicked her finger, and faint blue petals blossomed in the air, sprouting a vast array of vines. They bound the Watcher Elders tightly, leaving them no chance of escape. At this moment, Chao Xing, still leading the Demon Warden and a host of other masters and heroes, frantically attacked the Watchers below. Under their attack, in the blink of an eye, the Watchers' health dropped below 10% again. The sense of imminent death overwhelmed them, sending roars of rage running rampant. Damn it! How could we die here? Blood burning. Breakthrough. Ah! I haven't fulfilled the leader's orders yet. The frantic cries continued. But they could only watch helplessly, as their health rapidly dwindled. In the sky, the Watcher Legends, and even their leader, tried several times to rush down to rescue them, but they were held back. When Chao Xing and his men's final wave of attacks arrived, all the shouts abruptly ceased. 7 bodies collapsed simultaneously. In 10 seconds, all 7 heroic-level powerhouses were slain. A large number of kill notifications appeared before Chao Xing. Your territory member, Braum Ironwall, successfully killed Watcher Hero Vito Barnes, level 94, a tier 10 overlord creature, gaining 10,340,000 experience points, Pale Tree bonus. Your subordinate lord, Lu Mushua, successfully killed Watcher Hero Graham Jones, level 81, a tier 9 commander creature, gaining 0 experience points. You successfully killed Watcher Hero Blair Pierce, level 88, a tier 9 commander creature, gaining 0 experience points. Clearly, this was the most heroes Chao Xing had ever killed. In addition to the massive amount of experience points, Braum instantly gained a level. These heroes also dropped a vast amount of loot. Chao Xing could already see the souls, the hearts of heroes, the blood of the mighty, falling to the ground. A smile curved his lips. It seems I'd be able to find a few more heroes this time. This operation alone, the loot dropped from these watchers, is well worth the effort. At the same time, Sarah, quick to see the opportunity, transformed into a shadow and scurried forward, gathering the loot from the ground. Looking at the 7 or 8 bodies sprawled on the ground, the Watcher leader in the sky had a look of sorrow in his eyes. He gazed at Chao Xing and said in a deep voice, "Every Watcher carries the mission of enabling humanity to rise. They are the sparks of a new humanity. You have killed so many of us, bearing the blood debt of humanity. You will surely pay it back one day. Your name is engraved on the human race's monument. Everyone will remember your crimes." Chao Xing was speechless. Ignoring the mystical Watcher leader, he was about to order his men to continue attacking the blood pool when, at that moment, a golden light suddenly blazed from behind the Watcher leader. Boom! A brilliant golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds as if connecting heaven and earth. In the light, the shadow of a massive stone tablet slowly emerged. Carved with ancient runes, it resembled some ancient script. Golden tablet of the human race, suppress the rebellion. The Watcher leader's voice resounded like thunder across the heavens and earth. The next moment, the golden tablet suddenly lunged towards Chao Xing. Wherever the stone tablet passed, space seemed to rip apart. Golden light swept in like a tide, carrying the power of destruction. Chao Xing's pupils constricted. He could feel the terrifying force, as if even his soul would be crushed. Under such an attack, there was no chance of resistance. At this critical moment, he shouted without hesitation, "Demon Warden, save me!" With those words, the massive figure leaped into action. The chain in his hand swung, instantly wrapping around Chao Xing's waist. Then he yanked him forward. However, the golden inscription followed him like a shadow, transforming into golden lightning and sweeping towards him again. A matter of life and death. Chao Xing made his decision and said solemnly, "Demon Warden, I command you to stop it." For 120 seconds, the demons emerging from the demon gate must obey Chao Xing absolutely. Furthermore, those who descended into this world were not physical entities. Even if they died, they were not truly dead. And the Demon Warden carried out his command without hesitation. The massive body flashed, blocking Chao Xing's path, then collided head-on with the golden inscription. Boom! A terrifying golden light erupted like the sun, instantly illuminating the surrounding territory for thousands of kilometers. Then, Chao Xing witnessed with his own eyes, under the suppression of the golden inscription, the terrifying flesh began to disintegrate and crumble inch by inch. Finally, with a loud poof, it exploded on the spot. -1,000,000,000,000 a damage figure exceeding 1 billion appeared. When the golden light dissipated, all the buildings in the palace were gone, reduced to complete ruins. Everyone watched in shock. Chao Xing gasped. The Watcher leader's attack was so terrifying that even a legendary Demon Warden was instantly killed. He would be even more vulnerable. But fortunately, he had found a legendary scapegoat. After recovering, Chao Xing continued his command. Everyone, attack the barrier now. Destroy the blood pool. Boom! Everyone, having recovered from the Watcher leader's attack, launched a frantic attack on the barrier surrounding the blood pool. Sword energy, arrows, and magic struck, sending ripples through the air. The barrier's durability was astonishing. A full 150 million durability, and it also possessed the Transcendence rune. It was completely immune to attacks below level 6, and normally, it would take a considerable amount of time to break. But fortunately, Chao Xing hadn't brought any creatures below level 7 this time. Boom! Boom! The clamor of violent explosions continued. The barrier's durability was rapidly decreasing. 80 million. 70 million. 60 million. The barrier's durability had already dropped to around 50 million. At that moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He instantly stopped what he was doing, looked around warily, and then glanced at the sky above. However, all the legendary Watchers were now engaged in a fierce battle with the Ice Crystal King and his men. Even the Watcher leader was being held back by the old patriarch, trying his best to prevent him from interfering with Chao Xing's forces again. "Is it my imagination?" Chao Xing asked with a quizzical expression. And at that moment, he suddenly sensed a faint, dangerous aura coming from the front. This aura seemed to be emanating from within the barrier. He glanced over. Aside from a hazy blood mist, and the faintly visible door, there was nothing unusual. But Chao Xing trusted his intuition. Something was definitely amiss ahead, so he quickly ordered, "Everyone, retreat." Chapter 590. Everyone retreat. Chao Xing quickly ordered. At this point, the barrier had only a little over 10 million remaining in its durability, and was about to be completely destroyed. But the combatants throughout the territory retreated without hesitation. Just as they retreated, boom! A surge of blood-red flames erupted from the pool of blood, soaring tens of thousands of meters into the air, like a nuclear bomb exploding on the spot. The terrifying power made one's brain buzz. It also emanated a legendary energy wave. Because Brown was slower, and was at the forefront of the explosion, he didn't have time to evacuate. He was completely engulfed by the bloody flames, and the terrifying impact sent the massive figure flying backwards. A huge damage indicator appeared above his head. Minus 21,627,754. A full 20 million. If it had been anyone else, they would most likely have been revived by this blow. Everyone stared solemnly into the barrier. Cough, cough, cough. A weak cough followed. A figure in a gray robe gradually emerged from within the blood-red barrier ahead. He was hunched over, his steps unsteady. As he slowly emerged, the face hidden beneath his hood gradually became clearer. A pale, haggard face emerged. Little ones, you're quite quick to react. Chaoxing instantly realized that this was a legendary figure lurking near the barrier. However, something seemed amiss with this figure. His aura was turbulent, like a candle flickering in the wind, poised to go out at any moment. The Ice Crystal King in the sky, while battling his enemy, said, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the guy who tried to sneak into Everfrost's main city last time and failed, only to be cleaved in half by my sword. How dare you, wounded as you are, escape? Aren't you afraid I kill you? Yes, that person is another elder of the Watchers, Bloodfire." Cough cough. A series of hoarse coughs echoed, as if he hadn't recovered from his last serious injury. Elder Bloodfire ignored the Ice Crystal Kingdom in the sky, and looked at Chaoxing. Cough cough. Thankfully, the leader told me to stay within the barrier just in case. Looking back, it was a wise decision. But what I didn't expect was that this time, the accident happened to you, the Lord of another world. There was a hint of surprise, and a sigh in his tone. Last time, the assassination attempt on the Dark Raven Elder failed. This time, I will personally finish you off. He raised his right hand, and a terrifying blood-red flame gradually condensed. The moment the flame appeared, the surrounding air felt slightly distorted. As the flames rose, it felt as if the chill of the entire main city had been dispelled, and the temperature suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees. Beyond the intense heat, it also contained a strange energy that made one's blood boil. A sense of crisis emerged in Chaoxing's heart. If this attack landed, he might suffer some damage. He had to interrupt this skill, or simply kill this legend in one fell swoop. He quickly glanced at the guy's health bar. Health, 95.32 million/284 million. Seeing this, a smile instantly appeared on Chaoxing's lips. Damn it, I thought you were so awesome. You dare to show up with so little health? Are you really not going to die fast enough? The moment he finished speaking, Chaoxing raised his staff and unleashed the forbidden spell. Frost Crystal Prison, Ice Burial. Buzz. Pieces of dark blue meteorite fragments instantly appeared, each emitting an intense chill, as if summoned from a distant icy abyss. With boundless might, these fragments blasted directly towards the dwindling legend. Bloodfire seemed to sense something, and tried to interrupt his movements and flee. But it was too late. As the meteorite fragments enveloped him, the terrifying chill spread, causing his body to grow increasingly stiff. In the blink of an eye, the legendary warrior was completely sealed within the massive dark blue meteorite. Seeing this, Chaoxing barely needed to say anything as the others launched a fierce attack. Roar! An ancient roar echoed, instantly reducing the legendary guardian's armor by 30%. Then, Andrew's behemoth form pounced forward, and with a few consecutive claw strikes, it reduced the opponent's armor by another 60%. The Bloodfire Elder's armor had been reduced to its lowest point. The others simultaneously launched a thunderous and torrential attack. Buzz! A crimson shadow flashed by, like a blood-stained sunset. It was the Valkyrie Mernina. She used her burst skill. Lotus Sword Dance, and not just once, but 3 times in a row. Everyone else, including her, unleashed their strongest attacks. Decrease 568,367. Decrease 783,215. Decrease 669,234. Decrease 658,923. Decrease 149,6266. Decrease 884255. Terrifying damage numbers appeared above Bloodfire's head. The hold lasted 2 seconds, and already a dense mass of cracks had appeared on the massive meteorite. He quickly glanced at its health bar. HP, 31.05 million/284 million. Chaoxing frowned slightly. This burst only knocked off 60 million of this guy's HP? Thinking about it, this was normal. Before, in their territory, a single burst could only knock out around 90 million. That was thanks to the massive arrow towers and siege equipment, as well as the 50% critical strike bonus from the Land of Glory title. Now that they were the only core combatants here, the damage was naturally greatly reduced. At the same time, the hold on Frost's crystal prison had completely expired. The meteorite was about to collapse. At the last moment, Chao Xing detonated all the energy contained within the meteorite. Boom! -5352593. After a violent explosion, another massive damage figure emerged. The Bloodfire Elder was blasted backward, tumbling several times in the air before finally coming to rest. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed softly, his voice tinged with weakness and anger. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on Chao Xing. Boy, you're quite skilled. I almost fell at your hands. But I won't give you another chance. He slowly stood up, the blood-red flames rising around him once more, a terrifying sense of oppression washing over him. Chao Xing's heart sank at the sight, a faint regret that the previous burst hadn't killed him instantly. But he quickly adjusted his composure, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Never mind, let's use our second trump card. Even if it costs a few divine power shards, as long as we can take this guy down, we win big. After all, this guy is a legendary powerhouse. If he's killed, there's a high chance he reveal a legendary heart of power. After making his decision, a strange lizardman statue appeared out of thin air in Chao Xing's hand. Elder Bloodfire gazed at the statue, instinctively feeling a sense of danger. Even the Watcher leader, engaged in a mid-air battle, sensed the power of this strange statue. He quickly locked onto Chao Xing, then glanced at the lizardman chieftain, who was battling him, as if realizing something. He shouted as quickly as he could, Bloodfire, get out of there. However, his warning was still a step too late. Chao Xing pulled 2 divine power shards from his backpack. During this time, the lizardman statue had regained another 12 divine power points, and with these 2, it had reached 32. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed his fastest bursting, widest range skill. Sky-splitting claw. Buzz! A gigantic lizard appeared, carrying a savage aura. Its body reached over 10,000 meters, more than 10 times the size of the lizardman chieftain. Its dark green eyes seemed capable of devouring everything. It raised its massive claw and swung it forward fiercely. Swish! A terrifying claw shadow seemed to tear through space. Starting from the palace, it stretched all the way to the snowy field 7 or 8 kilometers beyond the city walls. Every building, tree, and even the 100-meter-high city wall along its path were instantly torn apart, as fragile as paper. Before Elder Bloodfire could even react, he felt a terrifying force sweep through him. He lowered his head in a daze, staring at the 3 bloody scars gradually appearing on his body. Each scar seemed capable of ripping him in two. How is this possible? How could you? His voice trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Before he finished speaking, his injuries had completely erupted. Puff! A column of blood gushed from his body, staining the surrounding air red. A terrifying damage number appeared above his head. -135982342. Elder Bloodfire's health points completely dropped to 0, and his body collapsed, powerless, never to return. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. Even the demigods and legends engaged in the aerial battle could not help but slow their attacks. The death of a legendary powerhouse was far more shocking than the deaths of the 8 heroes just now. Moreover, the one responsible for all this was an alien lord. Successfully killed the Watcher, Bloodfire Elder LVL-115, a legendary creature. Experience gained, 0. Combatant experience gained, 7,590,000. Huh? Chao Xing let out a long sigh, then stowed the statue in his backpack, a look of excitement in his eyes. Because he had seen the pitch-black crystal that had fallen from the Bloodfire Elder's body after his death, Sarah tucked the crystal into her backpack with lightning speed. Having secured another legendary heart, Chao Xing was in high spirits. Whether this raid succeeded or not, he already made a killing. Blood and fire. The Watcher leader's voice trembled. You were one of the first to follow me. I remember, back then, I was barely at the 5th level, and you were already a master. We were drawn together by shared ideals. I once promised to feed all the people of this world, to warm them with your flame. But before I could fulfill my promise, you passed away before me. A look of grief gradually crossed his face. He gazed down at Chao Xing, his eyes filled with hatred, then he coldly declared, Let me, with the life of this otherworldly lord, send you on your way. With that, the Watcher leader instantly vanished. Chao Xing felt a sense of danger once again. Before he could react, he suddenly felt the world before him shift. The surrounding scene gradually distorted and shifted, replaced by a strange space. He felt a flash of light before his eyes, And then he found himself in an ancient and magnificent palace. The palace's dome soared into the clouds, and the surrounding walls were carved with intricate runes and totems. Directly in front of him, a massive throne stood majestically, upon which sat a towering figure clad in golden armor. His face was obscured by his helmet, revealing only eyes as deep as the starry sky. He was like an almighty emperor, looking down upon all. Below the throne, countless figures knelt on the ground, pious and humble. They were dressed in various attire, some in armor, others in robes, but without exception, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the figure on the throne. Chao Xing became one of the countless kneeling men. All his equipment vanished, leaving him in a simple cloth. Even more astonishingly, the magic within him seemed completely sealed, undetectable. He tried to struggle, but found his body bound by an invisible force, unable to move even a finger. The emperor on the throne spoke, "The human race is in rebellion. Chao Xing, do you acknowledge your guilt?" Chao Xing was bewildered. "What the hell? Are you judging me?" The subjects outside stood frozen in place, unresponsive. Chao Xing remained silent in response to the emperor's question. The other party waved his hand, as if making a declaration, and declared, "Behead." At the same time, a figure clad in armor and holding a broadsword rapidly approached him. A deep, commanding voice echoed in his ears. "Immediately, behead the human rebels, Chao Xing." The sword was raised, about to fall on his neck. At that moment, Chao Xing realized something. Everything before him was the work of a demigod. The Watcher leader had attacked him again. It must be said that the methods of a demigod level being were truly terrifying. Except for the golden inscription he had just obtained. His current attack hadn't even had a warning. It had unknowingly affected Chao Xing, as if he had entered another world. At the same time, a deadly sense of crisis washed over him. This was the closest Chao Xing had ever been to death. After all, this was an attack from a demigod. And at that moment, deep within Chao Xing's consciousness, within the vast white space, a dark blue crystal stood tall. The dark blue crystal seemed to be stimulated by something, and the shadow of a giant dark blue dragon faintly appeared within it. The dragon suddenly opened its eyes, its deep pupils seeming to pierce through the past, present, and future. "Een!" A silent roar echoed, piercing the soul. At the same time, the strange images before Chao Xing quickly faded, and he found himself once again on the battlefield of Vilan's main city. The magic within him surged again, and his body regained its ability to move. "Huh? Can you move? Was that Aurine, the Dragon of Fate?" The Watcher leader seemed surprised to see Chao Xing's recovery. "You managed to break free from my judgment. That's quite a feat. But the outcome remains the same." As soon as he finished speaking, a vast force suddenly descended, as if the very world had come to a standstill. At this moment, Chao Xing felt that sense of powerlessness again. Time and space around him seemed to freeze, and everyone's movements came to a halt. Including the legends engaged in the aerial battle, and the worried subjects below, everything seemed to have been paused. However, unlike last time, he had regained his ability to move. Though the oppressive feeling remained suffocating, he was at least able to react. In a life-or-death moment, Chao Xing rapidly pondered a response plan. The demigod's attack is outrageous. It can actually affect time. This should be a small-scale time stop, unstoppable even by legends. However, because I'm protected by Aurine, the Dragon of Fate, I'm immune to this effect. But now, everyone is frozen, and I can only find a way to deal with this attack myself. In a flash, Chao Xing made his decision. He would release Isabel from the death pouch to shield him from the attack. As a legendary sage of the Holy Light, she might survive the blow. Even if she did perish, he could still resurrect her later using the king's altar. Just as he was about to act, the locked space shifted again. In the sky, the figure of the Lizardman chief suddenly appeared, standing between Chao Xing and the Watcher leader. "Young friend, Chao Xing is my ally. Have you asked me before you want to kill him?" As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient aura erupted from the Lizardman chief once again. In a short period of time, his body had grown from 1,000 meters to over 10,000 meters long. A hint of the majesty of a king emerged. It even vaguely reached the level of the giant lizard Chao Xing unleashed when he unleashed wrath of the ancient lizard king. Wow! The old patriarch suddenly opened his enormous maw and spewed a pillar of destructive light into the sky, like a bomb dropped in stagnant space. Where the pillar of light spread, everyone resumed their movements. They stared in amazement at the Lizardman patriarch, who had suddenly grown 10 times larger, completely bewildered by what had happened. The leader of the Watchers was also forced out of his position by the pillar of light. With a solemn expression, he glanced at the old Lizardman patriarch. Is this the power of the ancient Lizard King? It truly possesses immense power. No wonder in ancient times, the Lizard King was ranked alongside the Human King as one of the 4 kings. The Lizardman Patriarch said, "It seems you also know something about the ancient times. But times have changed. The former emperors and true gods have vanished. You wish to recreate the glory of humanity in ancient times, but the rules won't allow it, so you are doomed to fail." The Watcher leader snorted coldly. That may not be the case. The balance of the world has already tilted, and the moment of complete unrest will soon arrive. Then humanity will rise again. The Lizardman chief shook his head, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation. He led the Watcher leader and charged into the air again. Chao Xing didn't hear their conversation. He only knew that he was safe for the time being. The power of a demigod was too strange and unpredictable, making it impossible to defend against it. Recovering from his reverie, he realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Wow, the old chief is truly formidable. Those legends, even as powerful as the old king, were powerless against a demigod. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but feel fortunate. Luckily, he had secured such powerful help before the operation began. Otherwise, this time, the fun is going to get serious. At the same time, his gaze remained fixed on the blood pool before him, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Continue attacking the barrier, destroy the blood pool. At this, the others launched a barrage of attacks like a torrential downpour, pounding the barrier. From the Bloodfire Elder's appearance to his demise by Chao Xing, and then to the Watcher leader's attack on Chao Xing, all in all, less than 15 seconds had passed. In that short time, the barrier's durability had returned to 30 million. But with the attack power of Chao Xing and the others, this level of durability wouldn't last long. Under the frenzied firepower of the crowd, the barrier's durability began to decline at a terrifying rate. 30 million. 20 million. 10 million. Chapter 591. In the blink of an eye, the blood pool barrier's durability dwindled to its last few million. Chao Xing could destroy it with a single skill. On the field, every Watcher legend saw what was happening. Their faces lit up with anxiety. Damn it! We can't let this guy attack the blood pool. Go, some men, kill them! I do it! With those words, a Watcher elder spun around, bracing his back against the attack of 2 Cunard Kingdom legends. Bang! The massive battle axe and chain hammer slammed into his back. The terrifying force was like shattering a mountain, leaving deep scars on his back. A mouthful of blood gushed from his throat, but the Watcher elder swallowed it forcefully. Using this momentum, his body shot forward like an arrow. A sudden, long dash forward. His eyes were firm and resolute, as if he had already disregarded life and death. Despite their madness and paranoia, these powerful Watchers possessed an incredibly unwavering faith. For the will of their leader, for the very ideals of the Watchers, they were willing to sacrifice everything. However, the 2 legendary masters from the Grey Mist Kingdom had also made preparations. Want to leave? It's not that easy. With a raised staff, an endless mist spread, enveloping the legend once more. When he reappeared, he had returned to his original position. The dwarf-sized legendary master had used this tactic once before. Using it again, it had produced equally impressive results. As the saying goes, one trick can conquer all. The same holds true today. Damn it! The Watcher legend, having undertaken a costly operation only to have it fail, felt so frustrated that he almost wanted to vomit blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chao Xing had already unleashed his ice blade. With all his minor skills on no cooldown and his major skills having their cooldown reduced by 60%, his various spells quickly cooled down. With a crisp crack, the barrier shattered completely. Looking at the blood pool before him, Chao Xing's eyes seemed to see the promise of victory. Attack the blood pool with all your might. Instantly, dozens of powerful figures attacked simultaneously. Frigid Dragon Breath, Thundering Prison, Advanced Spell, Strangling Vortex, one after another, leader-level and commander-level skills rained down upon the blood pool. Although Chao Xing didn't know if this would work, but judging by the reactions of the Watchers, they seemed very reluctant to see the blood pool attacked. Crash! Their attack sent a wave of blood splattering tens of meters high. The blood portal that was about to appear suddenly dimmed, as if it were about to disappear from this world. Seeing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with surprise. Ha ha! It really works. It looks like just a few more attacks will make this blood portal disappear completely. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly had another thought. Are my actions now equivalent to ending the Blood Legion expansion? After all, if they successfully destroyed the blood pool, they would be effectively preventing the Blood Legion's arrival. And now, with the situation under control, they could concentrate their forces to defeat them one by one, completely wiping out the Watchers, and without the Watchers, the Blood Legion would have no hope of escaping. In other words, this new expansion would be annihilated. Chao Xing's breath hitched at the thought. Expectation flickered in the eyes of the Ice Crystal King, the Orchid Queen, and the others in the sky. Chao Xing, along with Sarah, Assam, and the others, launched a frenzied attack. In the sky, the group of Watchers watched the blood portal grow dimmer and dimmer, growing increasingly anxious. The golden shadow of the leader continued to grow, nearly illuminating half the sky. They repeatedly attempted to rush over and stop Chao Xing's actions. But the Lizardman chieftain was no pushover. Maintaining his 10,000-meter-long form, he confronted the majestic golden figure head-on. Everyone knew this was a crucial moment that would determine the future. Unprecedented power erupted. Boom! Boom! The sky, cracked by their battle, was already cracking. As if a giant mirror had shattered, the aftermath of the energy swept across the earth, causing the ground for hundreds of kilometers to tremble violently. These legendary warriors were all wounded, their robes stained red with blood, but their attacks grew increasingly fierce. Everyone was killing themselves to a frenzy. The blood of legends and demigods poured down continuously. Chao Xing completely ignored the fierce battle above, his gaze fixed on the blood pool. His attacks never faltered. If he persisted for a moment longer, the blood portal would vanish completely, and the blood army would be unable to descend upon this world. Crash! The blood pool's energy was rapidly fading, and the crimson portal gradually dimmed, as if it were about to vanish completely. Everyone held their breath. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. At that moment, a vengeful voice echoed from overhead. The Blood Legion's arrival is inevitable. Blood will cleanse everything, purify everything. This is the torrent of history. Anyone who attempts to stop it will be crushed to pieces. In the crowd, the two Watcher elders battling the Orchid Queen exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously, as if resolving a resolution. With my blood, I will pave the way for humanity's rise. Burning blood. Boom! Two auras soared into the sky. A red blood mist ignited the bodies of these two legends. Their auras were like a powder keg being detonated, increasing by more than 2 or 3 times in a short period of time. They had actually entered the blood-burning state. Once activated, this skill could not be interrupted. In other words, in 100 seconds, these two legends would be utterly destroyed. Even if it cost the lives of two legendary masters, they would let the blood fall. At that moment, everyone stared in disbelief at the two auras that shook the earth, seemingly capable of annihilation. After all, legendary warriors aren't just common cabbages. Each one is 1 in a million, even 1 in a billion. They've expended countless efforts along the way to achieve their current achievements. And when they say to activate the blood burning, they do so without a moment's hesitation. The Watchers, ruthless. Chao Xing realized that he had indeed underestimated this force. From top to bottom, heroes and legends alike, they all possess an utterly fervent faith and unwavering purpose. No matter what happens, even if it means sacrificing everything, they will achieve their goal. The two legends, whose lives were set on fire, roared. Everyone, protect the blood pool while we hold these guys back. With these words, the two of them unleashed unprecedented power. A terrifying blood mist swept across like a wave, enveloping the 6 legendaries of the Grey Mist Kingdom, the Orchid Kingdom, and the Cunard Kingdom. The 5 legendaries, who had unleashed their combat power, glanced at the 2 legendaries and nodded solemnly, as if bidding them farewell. Then they charged towards Chao Xing. The Ice Crystal King, upon seeing this, quickly declared, "Go rescue Lord Chao Xing." Now, everyone knew that Chao Xing's position was crucial. His actions might even determine the future fate of many kingdoms, and even countless human beings. The Orchid Queen, the Grey Mist King, and the 2 War Kings of Cunard simultaneously unleashed their utmost strength, attempting to break through the blood mist and hold the 5 legendaries back again. Don't even think about getting through. Roar! With a roar, 2 frantic figures suddenly erupted, entangling them tightly. The 2 Watcher legends had gone completely berserk, even with their damage reduced by 99%. They completely ignored the attacks they were under, simply doing their utmost to hold back the 6 legendary powerhouses. Even the Grey Mist King's strange tactics were rendered ineffective. The Ice Crystal King's white hair flew. He continuously unleashed terrifying sword energy, carving terrifying cracks in the air. But his opponents were 2 legends, and now they were also using all their strength to hold them back. Even the leader of the Watchers in the sky unleashed his full strength, preventing the Lizardman chief from diverting his attention to rescue Chao Xing. At this point, the situation seemed to have reversed. Previously, it was the Ice Crystal King and his men who were blocking the Watchers. Now, It was the Watchers who were preventing them from passing. Once those 5 legendary powers arrived and reached attack range, Cao Xing's side, despite having many master-level powers, would be annihilated in a short time. Lord Cao Xing, leave. The Ice Crystal King shouted a warning. Leave this place. Our operation has been a complete success. The Watchers have been severely damaged by us. The energy of the blood pool has largely dissipated. It will take them at least another month to open the blood portal. Several other legendary powers, including the others, urged Cao Xing to leave quickly. After all, in this operation, they had killed 1 legendary, the Watcher, and the 8 heroes. The remaining 2 legends, having activated the blood burning, were already doomed. It could be said that the victory was quite fruitful. However, Cao Xing looked at the legends charging at him, then at the increasingly dim blood portal. Leave? It's come to this. No matter what, we must completely destroy the portal. Come out! My holy light sage. With these words, he immediately produced his necromancer's pouch. Instantly, a tall, holy figure emerged. Buzz! The moment this figure suddenly appeared, the powerful force of holy light erupted like the rising sun, illuminating the entire main city of Velan. A vast aura swept in all directions, like a tide. Even the 5 legends paused. Everyone stared in amazement at the figure, radiating endless light and extraordinary holiness. No one could have imagined that Cao Xing possessed a legend, and it seemed that this power belonged entirely to Cao Xing himself. Even the old king couldn't help but mutter, Lord Cao Xing, I thought you, with so many masters at your disposal, were already formidable enough as a hero. But you even have a legend. How many secrets do you have that I don't know? Even the other legends of the kingdoms looked bewildered. Because, with the power at Cao Xing's disposal, he was already rivaling a weak nation like the kingdom of Velan. It was hard to imagine this force had only emerged a few months earlier. The 5 legendary Watchers had reacted by now, and snorted coldly. So what if we have a legend? Only 1 person. You still can't stop us. With that, the 5 powerful beings charged again. Cao Xing naturally knew that Isabel alone was no match for these 5 legends. But that didn't mean Isabel had no means of stopping them. Go! Banish all these legends. As you command? The Holy Light Priest nodded slightly, and carried out the order without hesitation. She swung her staff, and the intense power of Holy Light materialized, radiating outward. Her red lips parted, emitting an ethereal and solemn chant. In the name of the Oracle of Illumination, I begin the path of purification. Holy light vanishes, dispelling the world's darkness. Instantly, a field of light fully formed, enveloping all the legends in the main city. Under this field of light, all the legendary warriors felt their mobility drastically reduced. Before they could react, a strange light suddenly enveloped one of the Watcher legends. Then, he felt himself being pulled by a powerful and unfamiliar force, as if to be transported away. Before he could react, his vision spun. The next moment, he felt a piercing chill. Splash! The sound of running water echoed in his ears. When he took in the scene, his pupils suddenly constricted. He had been teleported to a completely unfamiliar, bottomless icy lake. And not on the surface, but beneath it. This legendary skill caused a random teleportation, potentially even sending you directly underground. Hiss! The icy water enveloped him. Feeling the intense chill gnawing at his internal organs, the legendary madly rushed towards the surface. At this moment, everyone finally understood the terrifying nature of Isabel's skill. This is an ancient magic of random teleportation. A Watcher legend exclaimed, quickly interrupt her. At this moment, after banishing a legend, Isabel's mental strength had plummeted significantly. Her beautiful face turned pale as paper, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She quickly poured dozens of drops of premium tree sap into her mouth, regaining some of her spirit. Then, Isabel continued to cast the legendary spell Holy Light Banishment. Buzz! Buzz! 3 more beams of light appeared, enveloping the 3 legendary Watchers. Then, they simultaneously felt a flash of light before their eyes. After a moment of dizziness, a biting cold wind suddenly blew in. The legendaries were shocked to discover that the scene before them had changed. One elder Watcher appeared in the endless snowy plains, and another appeared in the towering mountains. Even more outrageous, he appeared tens of thousands of meters in the air. If legendaries weren't capable of flight, this height alone would have been enough to kill him. At the same time, these warriors sensed that they were at least 5,000 kilometers away from their leader, perhaps even tens of thousands. Even a legendary, at full power, would take several minutes, or even more than 10, to reach him. By the time they arrived, the battle was almost over. Damn it! I have to get back as soon as possible. Leader, you must hold on. 4 of the 5 legends were teleported away by Isabel. Only the last legend remained, clinging on. He gritted his teeth and said, teleporting me away? Impossible. A terrifying burst of divine power seemed to be trying to resist the force of the light. However, Isabel also gripped her staff tightly, a determined look in her eyes. Even her mental strength could no longer withstand the continuous exile of 4 legends, and it was now exhausted. The 2 sides remained in a stalemate. Chaoxing also saw the current situation and quickly called out, Farnaz, cast Doom Coil on him. Instantly, the priestess raised her twisted staff and unleashed the spell. A cloud of invisible black energy penetrated the opponent's body. The legendary watcher, who had been barely holding on, suddenly felt a sluggishness in his strength. It was this momentary delay that disrupted their balance. Buzz! With a flash of light, the opponent's figure vanished. At this point, all 5 legendary-level powerhouses on the Watcher side had been exiled. Chaoxing could barely contain his laughter at this point. Although the Holy Light Banish skill doesn't have much attack power, it's incredibly useful on a large battlefield like this. Imagine, the 2 sides were originally evenly matched. And with a single skill, you instantly drove several powerful figures from the battlefield. The scales of victory suddenly tilted in his favor. Not only the Watcher, but everyone else also stared at this scene in amazement. The sudden appearance of this legendary under Chaoxing's command had a combat power that exceeded all expectations. Of course, while Isabel was banishing the other legends, Chaoxing hadn't been idle. He was still leading everyone in a frenzied attack on the blood pool. The blood surged above, and the blood gate grew dimmer, seemingly on the verge of complete dissipation. Even if the Watcher launched another attack, it would be too late. The blood expansion, truly, was about to be ended by him. For a moment, a variety of complex expressions crossed the faces of the legends on the field. No one had expected that a legendary, less than legendary, otherworldly lord could turn the tide of the war. It was even about to bring an end to a major expansion pack sweeping across the southern continent. Chaoxing. The Watcher leader spoke slowly, registering the name for the first time. You are indeed a variable I didn't anticipate. However, the bloodfall is an inevitable outcome, and no one can stop it. The human race shall rise. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura erupted from him, accompanied by a wave of heat. Thinking back to the images of the Watchers exploding earlier, everyone instantly realized something. The Watcher leader was actually going to use that terrifying explosive method. A demigod was actually igniting his entire blood in exchange for the power to turn the tide of battle, and the price. In 100 seconds, he would surely die. At that moment, everyone gasped. They had underestimated the Watcher's determination to open the blood portal. Chapter 592. So cruel? Chaoxing looked up in surprise, gazing at the terrifying figure in the sky. Although he had witnessed the madness of the Watchers before, this still left him stunned. A leader with demigod-level combat power, he activated Blood Burn without hesitation. Although his actions were extreme, his heart was incredibly resolute. The Watcher leader was already so powerful. Once he activated Blood Burn, his strength would skyrocket several times over. At that point, no one on Chaoxing's side combined would be his match. This war would be turned around by the Watcher leader single-handedly, and at that moment, the Watcher elder currently battling the Orchid Queen suddenly spoke. Leader, please leave it to us. We've already ignited blood, and there's no hope of survival. You must lead all of humanity to victory. You must not fall here. With these words, one of the legends suddenly grasped his sword and stabbed it into his own heart. Puff! Minus 80 million. A column of blood instantly shot up, and a full 80 million damage appeared above his head, and his health was only at the last 31%, meaning he could survive another 30 seconds. This self-destructive act only resulted in another surge in the opponent's strength. Endless blood mist enveloped the 6 legends. He was actually trying to hold back Queen Yulan and the others single-handedly. Another Watcher legend, free to unleash his full power, rushed towards Chaoxing at top speed. Chaoxing, below, instantly caught sight of the shifting tide. Isabel, stop him! At this moment, the Holy Light Sage quickly drank hundreds of drops of premium sap, barely regaining some of her mental strength. Seeing the enemy charging, her gaze grew increasingly resolute. Then, she raised her staff. Buzz! A light elemental shield, hundreds of meters tall, and emitting an intense glow, appeared. It was her boss-level skill. Holy Light Cinder Shield. Now that she had achieved legendary status, the damage and range of this skill had been greatly enhanced. Like a wall of light, the legendary Watcher was about to bypass it, but the Holy Light Cinder Shield, as if locking onto its target, approached him at an uncanny speed. Seeing this, the madness in the Watcher Legend's eyes deepened. "You can't stop me." With that, he stopped dodging and charged forward. Bang! -116181. The holy shield shattered, and a damage indicator of over 100,000 appeared above the Watcher Elder's head. If it weren't for the 99% damage reduction, the damage from this single blow would have exceeded 10 million. However, after breaking through the holy shield's defense, the Watcher Elder didn't attack Chao Xing and the others. Instead, he charged towards the blood pool. With a resolute look in his eyes, he reached the blood pool at breakneck speed. At that moment, Chao Xing seemed to suddenly realize something. He quickly gave an order. Everyone, use control skills to stop him. Without hesitation, Chao Xing drew out the moon goddess sealing orb, attempting to immobilize the creature. But he was still a step too late. The legendary Watcher, braving the attacks of the crowd, leaped fiercely into the pool of blood. Plop! The moment it landed, a torrent of waves emerged. Then, the legendary Watcher began to disintegrate, its body instantly disappearing into the pool. After absorbing the legendary's body, the pool instantly erupted into a boiling state. The portal, which had been dimming, suddenly burst into an unprecedented brilliance. Buzz! A terrifying aura erupted, preventing even Chao Xing and the others from approaching. Then, a blood-colored portal, emitting an endless stream of blood energy, gradually emerged from the pool and fully appeared before everyone. Splash! Splash! Everyone faintly heard the sound of crashing waves. The portal seemed to connect with another world filled with blood and destruction. When it appeared, the entire sky was dyed blood red. Like a scroll drenched in blood, dark clouds rolled, and thunder roared. Boom! Boom! The appearance of this portal seemed to have violated some taboo, angering this world. The leader of the Watchers in the sky sighed, "Send Elder Scale Blade, Elder Blood Wing." His voice was tinged with sadness, as if he lamented the departure of his old friends. "Your sacrifice will not be in vain. The blood gate has opened." With those words, the blood-red gate gradually opened, and endless blood gushed out. Splash! Splash! The blood surged, pouring down from the sky. Then it grew heavier, gradually erupting into a massive column of blood. Boom! This pillar of blood, like a sharp sword piercing heaven and earth, soared hundreds of thousands of meters into the sky. A scarlet glow dyed the entire sky red, visible even to the civilians and survivors of other kingdoms. It was as if announcing to the world that a terrible disaster was about to strike. With the appearance of the first pillar of blood, a chain reaction was set off. Across the territories of several surrounding kingdoms, hidden locations experienced a violent tremor. Boom! Mountains collapsed in the tremor, and the earth cracked into countless bottomless ravines. It was as if a massive earthquake was sweeping across the entire continent. As the dust from the tremors gradually cleared, ancient teleportation arrays buried deep underground were revealed. These arrays had previously been dim, seemingly long forgotten by time. But now, as if suddenly awakened, they erupted in a blinding crimson light. Followed by this, endless blood gushed out from the arrays, transforming into pillars that surged into the sky. Buzz! Buzz! Columns of blood shot up from the Orchid Kingdom, Cunard Kingdom, Ice Crystal Kingdom, and other lands. It seemed as if the entire world was shrouded in a crimson hue. In the surrounding kingdoms, numerous powerful individuals were awakened, emerging from their secluded rooms or caves. They stared blankly at the sky, their eyes filled with shock or fear. Even on the battlefield in Veland's main city, these powerful individuals gazed at the blood-red sky, their movements gradually pausing. The Ice Crystal King, the Orchid Queen, and the others wore an unprecedented solemnity on their faces. I didn't expect the blood to appear again. This time, who knows how many lives will perish in this calamity? The dwarf legend sighed. The Watchers stared at the crimson portal, each one wrapped with fervor. Their leader's gaze was unwavering. "I told you, no matter how hard you try, no matter how you struggle, you cannot stop the blood from appearing. This is part of history. And those of you who attempt to disrupt history will be purged in blood." At this moment, Chao Xing felt no sense of defeat at his failure to stop the blood army's arrival. He stared at the location of the blood pillars, his mind rapidly analyzing the situation. These blood pillars were extremely widespread, encompassing the territories of 6 or 7 nearby kingdoms. In the blink of an eye, their number exceeded 30, like a vast blood-red network, enveloping all these kingdoms. At this moment, Chao Xing seemed to understand something. "I see. No wonder the Watchers chose to open the Blood Gate in the same area after the Blood Legion's defeat 1,000 years ago. They've already established teleportation channels near these kingdoms. They're just waiting for the first portal to appear, then activating the teleportation arrays in other areas, allowing the Blood Legion to descend en masse. At the same time, the appearance of the Blood Pillar set off a chain reaction. Duke Palatine had just emerged from a dark, dense forest. Behind him trailed a massive army of blue undead. These undead moved silently, like ghosts. The blue flames dancing in his pupils exuded a cold and murderous aura. Halt! Duke Palatine suddenly raised his hand. All the undead halted instantly, standing in unison. He raised his head, gazing at the column of blood erupting from the Blissband fields ahead, a solemn look in his eyes. Blood has appeared again. It seems the scene from 1,000 years ago is about to happen again. 1,000 years ago, the ancient kingdom of Ascalon was utterly destroyed by the invasion of the Blood Legion. For these undead, this is their mortal enemy. Thinking of this, a determined look appeared on Duke Palatine's face. He turned, gazing at the silent undead army behind him, and shouted, "All forces, assemble! Prepare for battle!" With these words, all the undead of Ascalon drew their weapons, their will-o'-the-wisp flame surging. In a world of complete darkness, there was no light, no sign of life. Only occasional whispers echoed, like the whispers of an ancient god. And at this moment, bursts of red light appeared in the sky of the dark world. The entire world shook violently. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the dark world. One after another, dormant ancient beings were awakened. The rules of the netherworld are loosening. It's the breath of blood. A deep, raspy voice rang out, as if emanating from the depths of the netherworld. Is the blood rebellion about to begin? It seems it has. It looks like chaos is brewing in the main world. It's probably already been going on. Otherwise, the Blood Legion wouldn't have had a chance to open the portal. The ancient wills discussed one another. There was a hint of surprise or astonishment in their voices. But more than that, there was an unconcealable excitement, as if they had waited so long for this moment. At this moment, a faint voice rang out. Hee. Those damned women stripped me of my godhood, and even trapped me here for so long. This time, I can finally escape. Just wait, I make you pay. The voice was as cold and venomous as a venomous snake, filled with endless resentment and madness. At the same time, another voice echoed from a distant, dark corner. Dim, you better keep a low profile after you get out this time. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, if you attract the attention of those wills, even if you possess godhood, they will annihilate you in a snap. By then, the god of nightmares will have completely vanished from the world. The other person seemed to be reminding him, a tone of warning. Hee. Those damned women don't have time for me right now. The being let out a sinister laugh. Not long ago, the crystal dragon died, disrupting the balance of the world and infuriating the other elder dragons. If I'm not mistaken, they're now devoting all their strength to suppressing those elder dragons. Otherwise, these terrifying giants would destroy the world in a rage. Ha ha ha. He seemed quite pleased with himself. And I will seize this opportunity to re-establish the Nightmare Court and recruit more followers. Soon, I will condense a new Nightmare Godhead and ascend once again to the divine realm. Ha ha. Laughter echoed in the darkness, filled with madness and ambition. In the darkness, those ancient wills seemed touched by his words, and a flicker of longing emerged. After all, every will here had been trapped here for ages. The abyss, also known as the prison of the gods. Since it was a prison, the conditions were naturally less than ideal. So, they all yearned to escape. At the same time, from the deepest depths of this dark world, a powerful light suddenly erupted. The light, like the breaking light of dawn, attempted to tear through the eternal darkness. However, it was quickly suppressed by an invisible force, as if no light was allowed to exist in this world. Gradually, the light condensed into a humanoid form. Then a majestic voice uttered, "Dumb, when we get out this time, remember to help me capture that damned human. Don't just kill him outright. I still need his body." Hearing this, the Nightmare God replied darkly, "Okay, but in exchange, you need to give me 100 divine power fragments." 100? Why don't you just go and rob them? In the underworld, divine power is extremely difficult to replenish. I don't even have 100, let alone 100. The Nightmare God appeared calm and chuckled. Uriel, think carefully. Not many gods can escape this time. Besides me, who else can help you find a suitable vessel for your arrival? Of course, if you truly can't come up with 100 divine power fragments, you can also give me your last copy of the Radiant Sun scripture. How about that? Upon hearing this, the glowing will fell silent. Clearly he, too, was considering the Nightmare God's conditions. Elsewhere, in that world of sewage and thorns, the Demon Lord sat upon his skeletal throne, feeling the world shake as well. Gazing at the red light overhead, a thoughtful look crossed his eyes. Has the blood appeared? It's earlier than I expected. Next, these madmen will likely slaughter countless lives, thereby opening more blood transmission pillars. When too many channels between the two worlds are opened, it will trigger a disturbance in the rules. Then, it will be time for the beings from the various planes to descend upon the main plane. It looks like this time will be quite a scene. Thinking of this, the demon lord slowly stood up and left the throne he had sat on for thousands of years. A large amount of black liquid continuously flowed from his body, and then he stretched his muscles, emitting a series of crisp crackling sounds. Looks like I need to prepare myself too. I just wonder if those little guys can help me find a suitable container. Besides these powerful individuals, the remaining 2 billion or so survivors in the entire world were also aware of the changes in the world. It was impossible for them not to notice. After all, the sky had now turned a crimson hue, and everyone felt as if they were immersed in a blood-red world. Everyone looked up, bewildered, at the pillars of blood piercing the sky and earth. Including the world channel, a flood of comments erupted. Tony Jefferson, oh God, what's happening? Have you all seen these blood pillars? Dularome, I see. This seems to be a server-wide event. Nato Hideyuki, it's my birthday today, and they're actually dyeing the sky red just for me. You're such a jerk. Fernandez, my friend from Japan, I think you're overthinking it. Chin Chow, oh my goodness, there's a blood column about 5 kilometers away from me. Hey guys, follow me. I go live, and show you what's nearby. Wang Tu, brother upstairs, I advise you not to act recklessly. Just as the survivors were discussing what these blood columns were, a series of system notifications appeared. Attention all survivors. Attention all survivors. Attention all survivors. 3 consecutive notifications suddenly made everyone realize the seriousness of the situation. They all focused their attention, waiting for the next notification to appear. Due to unknown reasons, the new expansion pack, Blood Rebellion, has been released early. In the Forbidden Land shrouded in blood, there dwell a terrifying group of creatures, the Blood Legion. The Blood Legion hails from a world filled with slaughter and bloodshed. Their nature is mad, and they delight in killing. The blood transmission pillars serve as their bridge and passage to this world. Massive numbers of blood troops will appear near each blood transmission pillar. Once in this world, they will slaughter even more lives, using the blood and energy of living beings to open more transmission pillars and transport even more blood troops. If left unchecked, the entire world will become their bloody slaughterhouse. Your goal is to kill more Blood Legion members and destroy more transmission pillars faster than the Blood Legion. Killing Blood Legion members or destroying transmission pillars will earn you experience points and rewards. Please be careful. The Blood Legion is extremely powerful, with a minimum combat power of Tier 5. Among them are Tier 7 Centurions, and Tier 8 and above thousands. Please proceed with caution. Remaining blood transmission pillars, 36. When the series of system prompts ended, the chat channel erupted in an uproar. Chapter 593. Holy crap! Hooray! So these blood pillars are the new expansion? Wasn't it supposed to be released in 7 days? How come it's already opened in less than 3? Didn't you hear what the system said? It opened early for unknown reasons. Something unexpected might have happened. Brothers, what's the name of the enemy this time? The Blood Legion. I remember someone saying the new expansion was the Scourge of the Undead? What about the undead? Who knows? But it sounds like the Blood Legion is even more terrifying than the undead. At the same time, a second prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. Due to the arrival of the Blood Legion, the merit store and merit system have been activated. Killing Blood Legion members will earn corresponding merits based on the enemy's strength and rank, rank. Killing a level 5 ordinary Blood Legion member will earn level *1 merit. Killing a Blood Legion squad leader will earn level *10 merit. Killing a Centurion will earn level *100 merit. Killing a Centurion will earn you 1,000 merits equal to your level. Killing 1,000 will earn you 10,000 merits equal to your level. Killing a 10,000 legendary will earn you 1,000,000 merits equal to your level. Merit can be exchanged for generous rewards in the merit shop, including but not limited to advanced, expert, and master level hearts of power, as well as purple, gold, and orange armor sets. The enemy is extremely powerful. Unite quickly and form a large army to stand a chance. When the notification ended, the chat channel erupted in excitement again. As expected, every time a new expansion is released, new shops appear. This time, it's the merit shop. Damn! Brothers, hurry up and open the merit shop. The rewards are so plentiful. I even saw an epic set, and I can redeem it for a master level Heart of Power. What? A master level Heart of Power? Are you kidding me? I'm already level 50. Doesn't that mean I can advance to master right away? Haha. I'm also level 50. Looks like I have a good shot at master this time. That's awesome. You can redeem expert level Hearts of Power in the Dragon Shop, and master level Hearts of Power in the Merit Shop. Doesn't this mean the era of everyone becoming a master is coming? That makes sense. Looks like you have to call me Master Wang from now on. Then I'm Masterly. Master Technician Liu is at your service. The survivors quickly derailed the conversation again. At this moment, a surviving leader quickly warned, don't celebrate too soon. To redeem these rewards, you need a significant amount of military merit. And that merit can only be earned by defeating these blood legionaries. The system has specifically warned us, this time, that the enemy is extremely powerful, with monsters at least tier 5. Only by uniting can we stand a chance. I suggest everyone act immediately, and lead all your combatants to those powerful legion bases. Otherwise, it will be impossible to stop the blood legion's attack. Hearing this, the top legion leaders from each region realized this. They all sent messages in the chat channel. I'm Wei Jiani, a brother from Yongshuang main city. Hurry and gather at Jiana Legion headquarters. While the Blood Legion is present, we at Jiana will accept you unconditionally. I'm Chung Lu. Our Samsara Legion's headquarters is located at. These billions of survivors are the elite who have survived through countless rounds of screening. They all know that in the face of such a large-scale disaster, only unity can ensure survival. And the top regional leaders step forward without hesitation, shouldering the corresponding responsibilities. At the same time, when the system prompt ended, in the territories of these 6 or 7 kingdoms, the 36 blood pillars piercing the sky and earth had completely taken shape. Amidst the blood pillars, countless figures clad in bright red armor gradually emerged. Their faces were pale, their pupils sunken, and their dark pupils seemed to burn with endless madness and bloodlust. With every step, the ground beneath their feet oozed crimson blood, tainting and changing the color of the earth. They looked like humanoid creatures, but they were completely different from humans. If anything, the Blood Legion was akin to White Walkers or vampires. But they were even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. A bloody aura filled the air, sending chills down one's spine. As more and more figures clad in blood-red armor appeared, the surrounding land, stretching dozens of kilometers, had completely turned a crimson red. However, upon appearing, these seemingly ferocious Blood Legion troops did not immediately rush out to destroy everything. Instead, they formed their ranks in an orderly fashion. At the forefront stood a towering commander clad in blood-red armor. A light gleamed in his eyes, as if capable of consuming everything. After 1,000 years, our Blood Legion, the 20th Blood Corps, has reappeared. So many years have passed, and this land is devoid of our presence. The world has forgotten its fear of blood. But soon, every creature in this world will remember our names, our appearance, and our smell. At the same time, a sinister grin crossed the pale faces of the Blood Legion members behind him. Then, the Blood Legion leader waved his hand and shouted, "Now, spread your blood and let this world be stained with our colors once again." Ha ha! The laughter seemed to shake the earth. Then, the Blood Legion warriors surged in all directions, like a tide. Everywhere they passed, the pristine white snow and forests were instantly covered in blood. On the ground, a thick, bloody liquid gushed out, bubbling and gurgling. And even after the Blood Legion left, this viscous liquid lingered, as if it had completely contaminated the land. From an aerial perspective, a strange sight was visible. The Blood Legion's movements were like a giant red brush, wantonly swiping across the pristine white canvas, staining everything. However, the Blood Legion's advance was not without pattern, nor did it slaughter everyone. When passing through human villages, some sections of the Legion would sweep directly through, engulfing them. Others would choose to circumvent them, as if following some kind of command. However, when they encountered human armies or mercenary groups, the Blood Legion's true terror was revealed. Masses of blood soldiers rushed forward without hesitation, their armor gleaming with blood, their weapons seemingly capable of slicing through anything. These legions or mercenary teams were instantly engulfed in an endless flood of blood, screams, roars, and the clash of weapons intertwined, but were soon swallowed by the tide of blood. In the distant territory of the Kingdom of Cunard, a blood-red teleportation column appeared near a massive city. The Blood Legion emerged from the teleportation column and swarmed out, launching a fierce attack directly on the city. The soldiers of the city held out for less than a few minutes before the gates were breached. The Blood Legion poured into the city, unleashing a frenzied slaughter on the soldiers, and even civilians. The blades in their hands gleamed with an eerie bloody light, as if imbued with some corrosive power. Each strike easily ripped through the soldier's armor, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone. Even more terrifying was the fact that these wounds refused to heal. Blood gushed out like fountains, and they even began to rapidly fester. Ah! What kind of power is this? It hurts. It hurts. My body is melting. Save me! Screams rang out, and the Blood Legion let out a sinister laugh. Our blades are all tainted with a corrosive blood poison. It will soon spread throughout your body, melting your bodies until they are completely reduced to a pool of blood. This process won't take long, but it will be the most painful period of your lives. Ha ha ha! The soldier shouts mingled with the Blood Legion's grim laughter. They fought back with all their might, but ordinary weapons, striking the Blood Legion's armor, felt like slicing through a sticky liquid, encountering immense resistance. Of course, many members of the Blood Legion perished under the concentrated fire. But after their death, their bodies, along with their armor, vanished in a pool of blood in the blink of an eye, leaving not a trace. When the city's lord fell, all the other soldiers were slain, leaving only 1 in 10. This also heralded the city's complete fall. The mighty Blood Legion, like a swarm of locusts, devoured the entire city in a matter of moments. Not even the civilians within were spared. They were devoured in terror, becoming part of the sea of blood. The death toll was so great that the blood energy within the city solidified into substance. A surge of blood energy erupted from the city, soaring into the sky. Buzz! Another new blood teleportation column appeared. The survivors saw that the number of remaining teleportation arrays on the system interface had jumped from 36 to 37. This was the destructive power and danger of the Blood Legion. They will slaughter countless lives, summon more Blood Legions, and pollute even more land. If unchecked, they could even destroy an entire kingdom in a short period of time. The powerful warriors and armies of the major kingdoms responded one after another. The horn of war sounded. The entire region entered a war state. Massive armies were urgently mobilized, and armed forces and mercenaries from all over the world also gathered, prepared to fight this mad army. The focus returned to the main battlefield of the Kingdom of Elan. There were still 2 demigods left, and 9 legends faced off. None of the survivors in the world could have imagined that the blood expansion would be prematurely launched because of the battle of these powerful warriors. Chaoxing also noticed this series of system notifications. But he didn't have time to pay attention to them right now. Instead, he stared intently at the open portal in the sky, including the remaining legends and demigods. Their attention was fixed on the portal, because they sensed a vast power within it, as if some extremely powerful being was about to descend. Unlike the blood teleportation pillars in other areas, this portal didn't emanate a vast horde of Blood Legion creatures. Instead, a massive blood blade emerged from it. The blade alone was over 100 meters long, its blade crisscrossed with strange blood patterns. Sizzle. Sizzle. Drops of blood fell to the ground through the blade, each drop imbued with a powerful corrosive force, making a grating sound like concentrated sulfuric acid. Then, a massive hand, veined and muscular, emerged from the blood gate and fiercely grasped the massive war blade, followed by his head, his body, and his limbs. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying creature over 100 meters in size appeared. This monster wore only simple pauldron armor, revealing the explosive muscles of its arms. A strong scent of blood emanated from its body. A sinister smile appeared on its pale face. I didn't expect that among the Blood Legion's 10,000-man commanders, Fanya would be the first to arrive in this world. I guess I should ask the commander later to let me devour the first legend. Ha ha ha. There was no doubt that this was a legend from the Blood Legion. Not only that, with the appearance of this first Blood Legion legend, more terrifying figures emerged from the portal one after another. Each appearance was like a wave of blood, a powerful sense of oppression, and the smell of blood, as if tangible. In the blink of an eye, 9 figures appeared in midair. They varied in size, some wielding bizarre weapons, others shrouded in a strange red glow. Each figure exuded a chilling aura, as if threatening to transform the world into a sea of blood. So many legends? Chaoxing's eyes were solemn. The old king and Queen Yuan also drew their weapons, ready for battle. Chaoxing quickly scanned the information of these powerful figures. Most of it was just a series of question marks. But the large figure, who emerged first, displayed a detailed faceplate. 10,000 men, Fong Filth. Level 120, legendary creature. Potential, domination. Faction, Blood Legion. Divine power, question mark. HP, 236 million/236 million. Attack 110-5218-114-9215. Armor 108,525-191,034. Skills. Legendary Blood includes 16 standard skills, including Blood Sacrifice, Blood Rage, Blood Explosion, and Blood-Sucking Frenzy, as well as commander-level skills. Domination Domain. Blood Domination Domain reduces healing effects of all nearby enemies by 30% and increases blood damage received by 20%. Legendary Skill. Blood Dance Destruction. Consumes 10 divine power points to summon a boundless sea of blood, covering a 10 km area. In the Sea of Blood, Fanya's basic attack range increases by 300% and is guaranteed to crit. The more enemies killed by basic attacks, the larger and longer the Sea of Blood will be, and Fanya's attack power will increase. Sea of Blood Duration. 10 seconds, cooldown, 24 hours talent, Blood Chaos, all attacks inflict 7 curse effects, including Blood Curse and Blood Corrosion. Legendary Talent, Blood Rebirth, exclusive to Legendary Blood Legion players. Upon death, they rapidly condense their physical form and resurrect, restoring 20% of their health. This effect can only be used once. After reviewing this guy's stats, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with a solemn expression. These Legendary Blood Legion players have truly insane stats. In addition to over a dozen blood-related skills, this guy also possesses a powerful legendary combat technique. However, the most terrifying of all is his legendary talent, Blood Rebirth. To be able to resurrect once is truly insane, and at this moment, the situation on the battlefield has changed again. Originally, the Watchers only had 1 demigod and 3 legends, and in terms of the number of powerful warriors, Chao Xing's side had more. But now, with the addition of these Blood Legion legends, the number had risen to 1 demigod and 12 legends. In terms of the number of powerful warriors, they instantly overwhelmed their own side. The Grey Mist King and Cunard War King had already adjusted their positions, ready to respond to the enemy's attack at any time. Even Chao Xing had privately put all members of his territory into undead form, ready to flee at any time. However, after these Blood Legion legends emerged, they did not immediately take action, but remained waiting for something. During this time, another Watcher perished due to the expiration of blood burning. The corpse, like a kite with a broken string, plummeted into the ruins below. Boom! A cloud of blood-red dust rose. A flicker of grief flashed across the Watcher leader's eyes. But he quickly suppressed his emotion and continued to stare at the blood-red portal before him. At the same time, an unprecedented tremor erupted from the blood-red portal. Boom! It was as if the very sky was shaking. Then, everyone watched as the portal began to expand into form, as if squeezed by some force. The previously stable portal began to twist at its edges, as if even space could not withstand the impending force. Then, an even more terrifying, even larger figure slowly stepped out of the portal. His body towered like a mountain, clad in thick blood-red armor, flowing with blood as if from a living being, emanating a terrifying aura of pressure. The 9 legendary centurions of the Blood Legion knelt simultaneously and shouted, "Welcome the Bloodline Leader." Their voice resounded like thunder, brimming with awe and fervor. A vast aura erupted. This newly emerged Blood Legion powerhouse was no less powerful than the Watcher leader and the Lizardman chieftain on the field. In other words, this was another demigod-level powerhouse. Such was the power of the Blood Legion. A demigod and 9 legends appeared upon their arrival. Add to that the vast numbers of Blood Legion troops emerging from the blood transmission pillars in other areas, and this force could even annihilate several kingdoms in a short period of time. Furthermore, they will only grow in number as the battle continues, summoning more blood troops. This kind of enemy is a disaster for the entire continent. At this moment, the demigod-level blood leader, having just emerged, turned his head to the side. His deep eyes fixed on the Watcher leader, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Luo, what's wrong with you? You're in such a mess? If I hadn't come out, would you have been killed?" The Watcher leader's expression remained unchanged, and he snorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. To allow you to descend into this world, I sacrificed 3 elders and 8 key members. It was a huge price." Hearing this, the demigod-level warrior's smile gradually faded. His dark eyes scanned the surroundings, then gradually turned to the crowd on the field. From the battle below, he quickly understood the cause and effect of the situation. "Interesting. You gathered so many legendary warriors to stop the flow of our blood, and you almost succeeded. Among them, there are even a few familiar faces." His gaze fell on the old woman from the Orchid Kingdom, and the dwarf from the Grey Mist Kingdom, a cold smile curling his lips. Long time no see, little ones. 1,000 years ago, you narrowly escaped disaster. This time, I make you feel the fear of blood once again. Chapter 594. 1,000 years ago, you narrowly escaped disaster. This time, I will make you feel the fear of blood again. The bloodline leader said quietly. The old woman of the Orchid Kingdom snorted coldly, her voice tinged with disdain. Aetius, you're nothing but a coward who hides in the shadows. The dwarf legend of the Grey Mist Kingdom let out a sinister laugh, mocking, 1,000 years ago, who knows who was beaten to death by the demigods of the human empire, fleeing like a stray dog through the blood portal, fearing they be too slow. Now this wild dog is barking again. How ridiculous. Hearing this, the Blood Legion's demigod's expression darkened, a murderous glint in his eyes. Very well, since you're so determined to die, I finish you off right here and now. With a wave of his hand, he casually waved his hand. 9 Blood Legion captains converged from different directions, surrounding them. The balance of power shifted again. The 9 Blood Legion legends, combined with the 2 remaining legendaries on the Watcher side, totaled 11 legendaries. Chaoxing's side, including Isabel, had 8 legendaries. More importantly, the enemy had 2 demigods. This was the decisive force. One more powerful being like this could determine the outcome of a battle. At the same time, the Blood Legion leader, along with the Watcher leader, set their sights on the Lizardman leader. They seemed intent on eliminating all the demigods and legendaries here at once. The battle was about to break out. Crash! In an instant, blood blanketed the entire sky. Due to its vast reach, it also infected the massive city below. The crimson blood poured down like a torrential downpour, the entire city seemingly immersed in a sea of blood. The Watcher leader warned, be careful, there are millions of civilians in this city. Hearing this, the legendary warriors of the Blood Legion seemed unfazed, continuing to release their blood aura. Many civilians in the city, after being contaminated by this horrific blood, melted instantly and died in agony. Seeing this, the Watcher leader's eyes gleamed with anger. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Or do you intend to disobey my orders? The Watcher leader suddenly turned, his cold gaze like a blade fixed on the legendary warriors of the Blood Legion. The terrifying oppression was suffocating, as if even the air itself had frozen. Even the Blood Legion's captains paused in their actions. The sudden scene left the Ice Crystal King and his companions, who were preparing for a fierce battle, bewildered. Are the Watchers and the Blood Legion engaged in internal strife? At this moment, Chaoxing understood something. The Watchers claim to be the protectors of humanity, so they won't attack ordinary people. But the Blood Legion is different. They are a mad, evil force, and they hail from another world. Their goal is to spread blood across the land, transforming all life into energy to activate the blood transmission array. However, the Watcher leader seems to have some means of controlling them, so the Blood Legion must obey his orders. This is one of the reasons why the Watchers summon the Blood Legion at all costs. Faced with the Watcher leader's rebuke, the Blood Legion captain's eyes flickered with madness. They seemed deeply dissatisfied with this human's audacity to command them. Until then, another Blood Legion demigod commander waved his hand. All right, everyone, restrain yourselves. At the commander's command, the Watcher legends subsided their bloody aura, but the greed and murderous intent in their eyes remained undimmed. They gradually shifted their firepower to the old king and his men. Forget it, let's finish these guys off first for a quick bite. Ha. You're right. Devouring a legend is more potent than consuming the blood of millions of ordinary people. Attack! With those words, an endless stream of blood instantly washed over them. And at that moment, Chaoxing's voice rang out. Everyone, take drugs. Upon hearing this, the Ice Crystal King, the Orchid Queen, the Lizardman Chief, and the others all pulled out bottles of potion. And without hesitation, they poured them into their mouths. A strange energy emerged from their bodies. The power of blood swept through them, stirring up a layer of blood-colored secret patterns, but it caused no harm. On Chaoxing's side, all the legendaries seemed immune to the various negative forces contained in blood, even completely shielded from its corrosive properties. Seeing this scene, the legends of the Blood Legion looked bewildered. What is going on? Why aren't our curses working? Another blood legend, as if remembering something, exclaimed, these guys seem to have just drunk a potion. This must be the potion's effect. There's actually a potion that counteracts our blood power. Who developed it? The old king and the others disdained to answer the question. These potions were naturally given to them by Chaoxing. Although everyone's initial plan was to directly destroy the blood portal and prevent the Blood Legion from descending, but it's always better to be safe than sorry. If they failed to stop it, Chao Xing had mentally prepared for the worst. So he each gave the old king and the others 100 bottles of blood suppression potion. At Francesca's speed, she could produce 1 to 2,000 bottles a day. However, unlike Chao Xing, the Ice Crystal King and the Lizardman Chieftain possessed eternal power, which only required 1 bottle for permanent effects. This potion only lasted for an hour. But an hour was plenty. On a high-level battlefield like this, a single hour could determine the outcome of a battle. At this moment, the bloodline leader snorted coldly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his scarlet eyes. So what if they're immune to our curse? The power of a demigod can't be countered by a mere potion. Everyone, keep fighting. Tear them apart. Instantly, over 20 legendary warriors engaged in a chaotic battle. The entire battlefield was torn apart by raging energy, and the very earth seemed to tremble. The old king, the Orchid Queen, and the others once again formed a defensive line, blocking the Blood Legion's frenzied assault. Gray fog filled the air, and orchid flowers blossomed in the sky. Sword energy swept like a raging storm. The 7 legendary warriors unleashed their full might. Even so, due to the disparity in numbers and strength, they were quickly suppressed. Elsewhere, the Lizardman leader, besieged by 2 demigods, was being beaten back. His scales were constantly cracking, and blood was dripping. If it weren't for his formidable physique and combat experience, he would have been slain on the spot. Chao Xing was also locked in a fierce battle. 2 Blood Legion legends had broken away from the battlefield and attacked Isabel. Even with the support of his subjects, he could only barely hold the situation. He also had to be constantly vigilant to avoid being caught in the legend's attacks. After all, a single skill from such a powerful being could instantly kill them. And there was even worse news. The 5 legends Isabel had just banished seemed to be returning. In the distance, powerful auras could be heard, as if death were approaching. The Blood Legion legends also sensed these auras and sneered. Hee hee. It looks like these guys can't hold out much longer. Indeed, they all be wiped out soon, then transformed into blood nourishment to activate the blood transmission pillars. This time, we have a demigod and 7 or 8 legendaries. That many powerful beings should be enough for us to activate 5 or 6 blood transmission pillars. On the field, legendary level powerhouses like Queen Yulan and King Grey Mist grew even more gloomy. And just then, the old king, who was engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. His laughter carried a mixture of determination and relief, and a hint of menace. The Watcher leader, in the air, frowned slightly. He had never once looked down on the old king. Even though he was only a legendary, he wielded a semi-artifact. The kingdom's holy sword. And this isn't just any semi-artifact. With the power of this weapon, Elton's combat prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary legendary. Elton, what are you laughing at? The Watcher leader asked coldly, a hint of alarm in his eyes. The old king raised his head, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. But his eyes were incredibly bright and resolute. I'm laughing at your arrogance, your self-righteousness. You Watchers have your own beliefs, and are willing to sacrifice everything to achieve your goals. But do you think you're the only ones who dare to sacrifice your lives? With that, the old king slapped his chest. Puff! A mouthful of bright red blood spurted from his mouth, instantly spitting onto the kingdom's holy sword in his hand. At that moment, his face turned incredibly pale, as if he had aged a dozen years. Do you think you're the only ones who understand the meaning of sacrifice? The old king's voice was deep and firm, carrying an unquestionable power. Today, I show you the power and resolve of us old men. As he spoke, a blazing light erupted from the kingdom's holy sword, enveloping the very heavens and earth. A powerful force erupted, a force that seemed capable of tearing through everything, severing everything. At that moment, the old king seemed to merge with the kingdom's holy sword, transforming into an indestructible blade. Everyone on the battlefield, from the Blood Legion's captains to the legends of other kingdoms, stared in awe. You're playing tricks. I slay you. With those words, the Blood Legion legend, blade in hand, instantly charged at the old king. The broadsword swung in his hand, emitting a blood-red radiance that threatened to shatter the old king and the holy sword in his grasp. Don't go over there. The Watcher leader hurriedly warned. However, his warning seemed a step too late. At this moment, the old king had already swung his sword. Swish! The sword completely surpassed the speed of lightning, even transcending the boundaries of time. With lightning speed, it slashed directly through the body of the legendary warrior of the Blood Legion. Having taken the blow head-on, a look of bewilderment appeared in the eyes of the legendary warrior. Before he could react, he suddenly lowered his head, and saw a thin line of blood appearing from his forehead to his abdomen. Then it split directly in the middle, and with a puff, it instantly transformed into a pool of blood that floated in the air. This scene caught everyone by surprise. A single strike instantly killed a legend. This attack power even reached demigod level. Just when everyone thought this Blood Legion legend was about to fall, then suddenly, the pool of blood in the sky quickly coalesced, and in the blink of an eye, a humanoid figure emerged. Then, the Blood Legion legend, just split in half by the old king's sword, reappeared. Looking at the old king, a hint of anger flashed in his dark eyes. You actually let me use up one of my blood resurrection charges, damn it. Old man, I'm going to immerse you in a sea of blood and absorb your body bit by bit. After saying this, he looked at another Blood Legion commander in the crowd. Stain, join me in this attack, and I give you half of this old man's body. Hearing this, the centurion known as Stain sneered, no problem. I kill him with you. Instantly, 2 Blood Legion legends charged at the old king. At this moment, the old king still held the kingdom's holy sword tightly in his hand, unmoved. Seeing them approach, he raised his sword again and struck. Swish. Swish. 2 consecutive strikes. It was as if 2 cracks had been cut through the very air. Everyone could feel the terror of these 2 strikes, even more powerful than the old king's previous one. In other words, they could also instantly kill a legend. At this critical moment, the Blood Legion leader tried to attack, but it was too late. Puff! Puff! The 2 Blood Legion legends were once again clenched in half, then transformed into a pool of blood floating in the air. However, the legend, already slain once, had used up its chance to revive, and now completely disintegrated in midair. Crash! A torrential rain of blood fell, and this legend could never be resurrected again. A host of legendary masters stared at this scene in stunned silence, their hearts filled with shock beyond measure. Another legend had died today. Including the 3 who had died previously, this was already the 4th. Before this, the fall of a legend had rarely occurred in centuries. And yet, within a single hour, legendary masters perished one after another, as if even these supremely powerful beings had become as fragile as mortals. After striking these 3 sword blows, the old king's aura instantly waned, and his body, visibly aging, grew even older, his once upright frame becoming hunched. Who? He gasped for breath, and after a moment's calm, he slowly raised his head. A resolute smile graced his pale face. Looking at the powerful warriors before him, he shouted, I still have 6 sword strikes left. The last 2 can slay demigods. Now, who dares to step forward and let me take away a few more legends or demigods? Before he finished his words, he slowly raised the kingdom's holy sword, its blade gleaming with a breathtaking light. Both the Watchers and the Blood Legion on the battlefield took a step back in fear. The old king's 3 strikes were truly terrifying, leaving an indelible mark on their hearts. Although everyone could see that the old king was now at the end of his strength, no one was sure they could withstand his next strike. The entire battlefield was in a stalemate. On the Watchers and Blood Legion side, the remaining 10 legendaries and 2 demigods were all stunned by the old king alone. At this moment, he could truly stand alone against 1,000. Just then, the Blood Legion's demigod-level warrior seemed unable to withstand the old king's provocation. With a sneer, he stepped forward. Let me try. With that, he slowly raised his right hand, and a drop of liquid, resembling a drop of blood, condensed, emanating a terrifying power. Faced with the oppression of the demigod, the old king showed no fear and shouted, Come! I will kill you today. However, just as the Blood Legion leader was about to strike, the Watcher's leader, controlling a golden shadow behind him, blocked his path. Asius, don't go over there. What he said is true. The 9 swords of holy judgment are the demigod-level power of the kingdom's holy sword. Each strike is more powerful than the last. Even I can't withstand the last 2. Hearing this, the fresh blood leader instantly stopped his movements. He knew the Watcher leader wouldn't lie, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He glanced coldly at the old king, then retreated. Ha ha ha. Seeing the demigod retreat, the old king let out a wild laugh that shook the heavens and earth. It seems even you self-proclaimed madmen are afraid of death. The fresh blood leader said calmly, Why are you so arrogant? You've already struck the first 3 sword strikes, overdrawing too much of your life essence. Even if you survive today, you won't last much longer. The old king's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled. Who said I wanted to survive? With all 9 sword strikes of the holy judgment unleashed, I will undoubtedly die today. But before I die, I will definitely take several of you legends, even demigods. Now, who among you wants to step up and take my remaining strikes? His voice, though weak, held a terrifying resolve, each word like a hammer, hammering down upon the enemy's heart. Chao Xing, watching the old king's back, couldn't help but sigh. I never thought the kingdom's holy sword could hold such immense power. No wonder the Watchers are trying so hard to seize it. A peerless divine weapon capable of slaying a demigod is enough to drive everyone crazy. I just don't know how long the jade elephant heart I gave him can keep him going. The eyes of the legendary warriors of the Blood Legion were filled with solemnity. No one dared to act rashly. Everyone was stunned by the old king's aura, and their gazes at the kingdom's holy sword in his hand were filled with covetousness. At this moment, the atmosphere once again reached a stalemate. At the same time, the 5 exiled legendary Watchers had returned. The number of legendary-level warriors in the Watchers and the Blood Legion had soared to 15. But they, aware of the current tense atmosphere, dared not act rashly. In this oppressive atmosphere, the old king spoke again, demanding, "What do you say? Who will take my remaining 6 swords? Or do you want me to choose my targets?" As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze instantly locked onto a Watcher Elder. Meanwhile, the Watcher Elder instinctively took a few steps back at his gaze. Even though the Watchers had 5 more legendary warriors, they dared not attack. After all, the old king still had 6 swords left, each one capable of instantly killing a legend. Even if they were to withstand his attacks, Chao Xing and the others would be slain, regardless of the cost. What price would the Blood Legion or the Watchers have to pay? No one wants to die in vain, not even these frenzied Blood Legion members. The Watcher leader naturally saw the current situation. It was clear that if they didn't have a way to counter the old king's 9 swords of holy judgment, the subsequent battle would be difficult to fight. So, he slowly retracted the golden shadow behind him and said, "Let's go first. They can't stay together forever. When we return, we can regroup and open more blood portals. Then we can simply crush them with sheer numbers. There's no need to risk our lives now." Upon hearing this, the other legendaries also realized this, and smiles brightened in their eyes. After all, the legendaries of the Blood Legion all possessed the ability to resurrect once. As long as there were enough legendaries, they could indeed withstand the old king's 9 deadly swords with minimal effort. The bloodline leader glanced coldly at the battlefield and said in a deep voice, "Let's see how long you can hold out. Soon, your land will be drowned in blood, and you will die meaninglessly." After these harsh words, the bloodline leader waved his hand. Boundless blood-colored energy was mobilized and condensed. Space gradually twisted and shifted. In the blink of an eye, a blood-colored tunnel suddenly appeared in midair. Followed by this, the Watchers and the Blood Legion's legendaries entered the blood-colored tunnel one after another. Before leaving, the Watcher leader cast a deep glance behind him, his gaze fixed on Chao Xing. This battle. They had already lost 3 Elder Watchers, 1 Blood Legend, and 8 heroes, a devastating loss. The biggest variable lay with the otherworldly lord. All the fallen legends and heroes had died directly or indirectly at his hands. Even with the Blood Legion summoned this time, the Watchers had suffered severe damage. But facing the aggressive old king, no matter how unwilling they felt, they had no choice but to retreat. Just as they were about to disappear into the passage, a full moon suddenly appeared behind one of the Blood Legion legends at the rear. Buzz! The invisible sealing force instantly spread. Before he could react, he suddenly felt his movements completely restricted, freezing him in place. Bewilderment filled the eyes of the other Watchers and the Blood Legion legends. Chapter 595. Stain, what's going on? Is this the power of the seal? Who did this? Clearly, this was Chao Xing's work. He had been keeping his eye on this guy for a long time. The old king had just struck out with 2 sword strikes, slaying a Blood Legion legend and resurrecting another. But even after his resurrection, he was still weakened, with less than 30 million HP remaining. With Chao Xing's firepower, this amount of HP could kill him instantly. So, seeing the opportunity, he attacked without hesitation. Then he shouted, "Attack! Kill him instantly!" At the moment of hearing the command, Assam, Sarah, Bing Lan, and the others were still dazed. But now, they instinctively launched their attacks, as if it were a muscle reaction. Clang! A torrent of attacks descended instantly. Before the legendaries realized anything, the 2 demigods had already reacted. They shouted angrily, "Stop! You're courting death!" The sky, once calm, was once again shaken by the eruption of the 2 demigods' auras. A terrifying sense of oppression filled the heavens and earth, and then, facing the threat of the 2 demigods, Chao Xing and the others attacked without hesitation. All their attacks landed unimpeded on the legendary Watcher. Even Isabel, wielding the Radiant Chapter, dealt frantic damage. With the added damage of this legendary powerhouse, the legendary Blood Legion, with 30 million HP, couldn't even hold out for a second. In the blink of an eye, its HP dropped to 0, and with a bang, it exploded into a pool of blood. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, successfully killed the Blood Legion's 10,000 captain, Killua Stain, level 125, a legendary creature. Experience points, 79,200,000. Combat merits, 1.25 million. Attention! Because you are the first survivor in the server to kill a Blood Legion legend, you receive an additional battle merit reward, 5 million. Combatants gained experience points, 39,600,000. Following the system prompt, the sky instantly filled with a rich blood-red color, and a torrential downpour of blood fell. This signified the fall of another Blood Legion legend. After his death, this legend also dissipated into a pool of blood in midair. And where he died, a massive black crystal, a few drops of pure blood, and several glowing fragments fell. Before they could react, Sarah had swept over like a whirlwind, collecting all the fallen items into her backpack. Only then did the legendary warriors on the scene react. Damn it! This otherworldly lord killed the Stain. What a hateful creature. I want him dead. Waves of overwhelming rage rose. Hundreds of kilometers below, deep, unfathomable cracks appeared in the earth, as if even the heavens and earth couldn't withstand the wrath of so many powerful beings. The demigod-level warrior in the fresh bloodline actually severed the transmission channel. His eyes burned with murderous rage, and his voice boomed like thunder. Everyone, attack with all your might. I'm going to kill this kid. Boom. Waves of terrifying blood energy rose, threatening to tear the sky apart. All the Blood Legion legends erupted in a rage, their auras overwhelming like a raging storm, suffocating the enemy. At the same time, Queen Yulan and the others also reacted. They unleashed their own methods, attempting to block the Blood Legion's attack. A terrifying collision of energies created a chaotic scene. However, under the onslaught of these enraged Blood Legion legends, the defensive line formed by Queen Yulan, King Grey Mist, and the others held out for less than a second before being ripped apart. Puff! Boom! The 6 legendary warriors retreated in an instant, each suffering varying degrees of injury. As the frenzied Blood Legion charged, they watched. At that moment, a terrifying sword energy, once again, slashed through the crowd at lightning speed. Swish! This sword, with even more terrifying force, struck 4 Blood Legion legends instantly. Like the 2 legends who had endured the blow before them, cracks first appeared on their bodies, then with a crashing sound, they split in 2 in midair. The 4 legends disintegrated simultaneously, then healed with incredible speed. A hint of fear lingered in their eyes, as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. If they hadn't possessed the ability to resurrect, the old king's single strike would have annihilated all 4 legends. At the same time, the other legends also halted their advance, ceasing their attacks. The old king's single strike rekindled their fears. However, just because these legends had ceased their attacks didn't mean the demigods remained silent. The fresh bloodline leader attacked like a ghost, their target clearly being Chao Xing, who was surrounded by the crowd below. A terrifying sense of oppression washed over him. Chao Xing's expression was now solemn, his mind racing with thoughts as he contemplated how to fend off the demigod's attack. At this moment, the lizardman chieftain and the old king had already reacted. 2 powerful figures stood before Chao Xing. One opened his bloody maw, the other raised the kingdom's holy sword. If this bloodline leader dared to approach, he would face a combined attack from the 2. Under such circumstances, even this demigod couldn't resist. Here, his eyes gleaming with anger, he shouted, "Old fellows, get out of my way. Even if you can strike 9 times with your sword, you can only kill me once at most. And you will surely die. This fellow has killed a legend of our Blood Legion. He must give an explanation." The old king and the lizardman chieftain felt a pang of pain in their teeth. No one had expected that the Blood Legion had already relented and was about to leave. But then Chao Xing suddenly struck, slaying another of their legends. This completely infuriated the other party, but they also knew that in the face of such a mortal enemy, there was no need to expect any moral decency. Forget Chao Xing. Even if the old king had the chance, he would have attacked without hesitation. The old king refused to back down and asked, "What explanation do you want? We were enemies to begin with. Kill us, and what's the point of dying on the battlefield? If you don't accept it, come and fight us to the death. Even if I die at your hands, it's because I'm inferior to you." The Blood Legion's demigod was furious. "Very well, then let's fight to the death. The Blood Legion will not be threatened by anyone. Today, even if it means my own death, I will slay you all." The other Blood Legion captains shouted simultaneously. "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" The shouts reached the sky, as if to shake the very heavens and earth. The atmosphere on the battlefield reached a crescendo. The Blood Legion captains erupted with a terrifying aura, preparing to launch their final assault. The millions of civilians hiding in the city below, enveloped by this aura, felt as if Doomsday had arrived, huddled in corners, daring not to move. However, the Watcher leader, standing nearby, appeared remarkably calm. He stood still, his gaze icy, as he turned towards the old king. He spoke slowly, "Elton, I give you a choice. Hand over this human boy and your semi-artifact, and I will let you go." Before he could utter the next word, the Blood Legion captain turned and glared at the Watcher leader with bloodshot eyes. "No, these guys have angered me. No one is leaving today." A surge of murderous intent enveloped all the demigods and legends on the field. The Watcher leader remained calm. "Aetius, on the battlefield, I expect you to obey me. You simply do what I say, and don't contradict me. Do you understand?" There was a hint of murderous intent in his tone, and a threat lingered in his gaze towards the Fresh Blood leader. They were both powerful demigods, but the Fresh Blood leader faced the Watcher leader with none of the same strength he faced anyone else. Although feeling immensely frustrated, the Fresh Blood leader snorted coldly and said no more. The leader of the Watchers continued, "Elton, I can guarantee your safe departure, and I won't attack your Ice Crystal Kingdom anytime soon. You should know I'm a man of my word. As for the future, if we meet again on the battlefield, it be a matter of our own skill." The old king sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. "Bullshit! You think I'm betraying my allies? I, Elton, have lived for so many years, and I've never done such a treacherous thing." The Watcher leader's eyes grew colder, and a hint of menace crept into his tone. "Elton, you know, this is your only chance. Hand over Chao Xing, and you still have a chance. If you insist on resisting, not only will he die today, but all 4 of your kingdoms will be destroyed." Here, he turned his gaze to the nearby Queen Orchid, the Grey Mist King, and the Cunard War King. "Even if Elton insists on having his way, are you going to follow his lead?" Hearing this, Chao Xing knew he had to step up. "Look at how arrogant you are. Come on, at worst we just start the final battle early. Before I die, I at least take one of your demigods with me." He immediately withdrew all the fragments of divine power, ready for Melnina to absorb, allowing her to reach legendary power. At the same time, he pulled out the Lizardman statue with his other hand, ready to unleash the wrath of the ancient Lizard King at any moment. Isabel, holding her staff, radiated an infinite light, like a goddess of light. At this moment, Chao Xing's forces suddenly erupted in momentum. The Blood Legion's leader sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. "A mere 10th-rank cultivator has the audacity to claim a demigod. Even if it costs some sacrifice, as long as I can destroy you, it's worth it." A vast, dark blue aura rose from the 2 women of the Orchid Kingdom. "Hee. I didn't agree to betray my allies in exchange for a chance at life. Since you want to fight, then let's fight to the death. Although the Orchid Kingdom is mostly composed of women, we never retreat on the battlefield." With these words, the 2 women, one old and one young, erupted simultaneously, like 2 orchids blooming in the cold wind, their aura rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, they ascended to the initial level of Lizardman Chieftain, a high-level legend. Nearby, the 4 legends of the Grey Mist Kingdom and the Cunard Kingdom were no less impressive. "You want us to surrender our allies? How much do you despise us? Rather than lingering on, the worst that can happen is a fight to the death. I want to see how many legends are left after a life-and-death battle with us. When the human empire arrives, how can you stop them?" With these words, the 4 legends unleashed their full power. A terrifying aura swept across the world like a raging tide. At this moment, not only the entire main city of the Kingdom of Veeling could feel this vast aura. Thousands of kilometers in radius could feel it. All birds, beasts, fish, and insects trembled in fear under the enveloping aura, not daring to move. Even they could sense that a terrible battle was about to break out. At this moment, Chao Xing's 8 legends and 1 demigod. In terms of momentum, they subtly suppressed the Blood Legion and the Watchers. Although no one was prepared for a decisive battle, but as we've said before, since this battle was bound to happen sooner or later, why not start it now? Otherwise, once the Blood Legion summoned more legends, they would have no chance at all. And seeing how powerful they were, with a desperation to fight to the death, the Watchers and the Blood Legion hesitated. After all, what War King Cunard had said was true. Even if they could slay all the legends and demigods here, the Blood Legion would surely lose several more legends, potentially even annihilating them all. Not to mention, the old king's final strike could kill a demigod. After all, the Watchers and the Blood Legion would be left with very little strength. This would create great uncertainty for their future plans. No one attacked immediately. Even though the Blood Legion's warriors were eager to tear Chao Xing apart, they didn't dare act rashly at this moment. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the blood in the sky practically solidifying. At this moment, Chao Xing took the lead and asked, "Are you still going to fight?" "Today, I'm planning to drag a demigod down with me. If you want to fight, do it quickly." Chao Xing played all his cards. Combined with Ancient Lizard King's wrath, he could likely severely injure a demigod. If he added the Old King's Kingdom Holy Sword, he could absolutely kill a demigod on the spot. By then, with one demigod left, the Lizardman chieftain would be able to withstand the pressure. Then it was the Legends' battlefield. Even if the enemy outnumbered them, with everyone fighting for their lives, the final outcome was still uncertain. In response to Chao Xing's questioning, pairs of blood-red eyes glared over, filled with murderous intent, but they still didn't dare to take action. After a moment, the Watcher leader seemed to gradually calm down. He waved his hand, telling the other Watcher legends to subdue their aura. The Blood Legion, observing this, understood that the Watchers didn't want to start a decisive battle just yet. And without the Watcher support, the Blood Legion's strength was no match for Chao Xing's. So, this battle could no longer be fought. The Blood Legion leader gave Chao Xing a deep look, as if to memorize his expression. The Watcher leader said in a deep voice, "Chao Xing, you've been able to repeatedly escape certain death. You must be blessed with great luck. However, you've offended too many powerful beings. Even if you escape today, you still face certain death later. During this period of rule turmoil, beings you can't even imagine will descend upon this world. When that happens, you'll be utterly annihilated without my intervention." Chao Xing knew who these beings were referring to. The Nightmare God Daem, and the God of Light, among others. Let's wait until they emerge. If a bunch of degenerates dare to challenge me, I crush them. After a pause, Chao Xing demanded, "If you don't want to fight, then get out of here and stop being an eyesore." Everyone looked at Chao Xing with a strange expression. The lord of an alien world actually scolded so many demigods and legends on the field. This was like the Arabian Nights. Even the legends from the Blood Legion were furious, but they couldn't do anything about Chao Xing. After all, if they dared to start a war, they would have already done it. For a moment, these legends felt incredibly frustrated. The Bloodline leader, in particular, trembled at Chao Xing's arrogance. He turned away, fearing that if he stayed any longer, this human would drive him crazy. "Let's go!" With a wave of his hand, the blood-red portal reappeared. Then, the legends of the Watchers and the Blood Legion entered the portal one after another. This time, however, the demigod-level Watcher leader walked last, seemingly guarding against Chao Xing's sudden attack. But it was clear he overestimated it. The Moon Goddess Sealing Orb could only be used once in a short period of time, and Chao Xing no longer had any means of controlling the legends. Once they all entered the portal, the blood-red portal completely vanished. Still, the Lizardman chieftain, the Old King, and the others didn't let up. After remaining vigilant for nearly half a minute, they gradually relaxed. On the field, the terrifying aura emanating from the 8 legends and one demigod quickly subsided. For a moment, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with emotion. The dwarf legend from the Grey Mist Kingdom laughed. "I was truly prepared to fight to the death, but these guys actually ran away. It seems my fame in my youth frightened them." Next to them, the War King Cunard said speechlessly, "Grey, everyone knows that you, old man, cherish your life the most, and your methods are endless. I guess even if we were all dead, you, old man, would definitely pop up again from nowhere." The Orchid Queen snorted coldly, "You wasted a Yuluo flower. Otherwise, I would have taken a legend away today." "Haha, Xia, your speech just now was quite passionate. Teach me next time," the Cunard War King quipped. The Orchid Queen turned her head, gazing at him with her deep eyes. "Wait until you become a demigod, then come and talk to me again. Forget it, I probably don't have much hope in this lifetime." "Humph. Useless." The legends laughed and cursed. In ordinary times, they were all rulers of their respective nations, at the pinnacle of power. In private, as equals, their relationship was quite good. And the recent life-or-death battle had only strengthened their bond. The Old King sighed, "I didn't expect so many unexpected events to occur during this operation." Beside him, the former king of the Grey Mist Kingdom also showed a hint of worry on his face. "Yes, we brought the Blood Legion down a few days early this time. I don't know if that's a good thing or not." Hearing this, the Orchid Queen beside him said calmly, "Of course it's a good thing. Do you think the Blood Legion wouldn't have arrived if we hadn't carried out this operation? The outcome will be the same, and it will give them more ample preparation. At least, our operation was relatively successful. We killed so many legends and heroes, significantly weakening their power. Otherwise, we would have faced even greater pressure facing both the Watchers and the Blood Legion simultaneously. Everyone nodded in agreement with the Orchid Queen's words. In this operation, they had killed a total of 5 legends and 8 heroes. This was a terrifying number, self-evident. After all these years, the Watchers had only accumulated a total of 13 legends. Including the Dark Raven Elder killed by Chao Xing earlier, that was nearly half the number. At this thought, the legends on the field looked at the young man below with a look of deep emotion. Because he had killed 2 of the legends and the 8 heroes. The other 2 legends had consumed their own lives by invoking the blood-burning state. Only one of the legends had been slain by the old king. In other words, the combined achievements of all these legends were less than those of this otherworldly lord. Chapter 596. The Orchid Queen and the Ice Crystal King, so many legends, combined, have fewer achievements than this otherworldly lord. A sense of defeat could not help but well up in his heart. Chao Xing, however, did not smother the legend's pride. Instead, a scowl settled on his face. I've offended both the Watchers and the Blood Legion this time. When those 2 old idiots, the God of Light and the God of Nightmares, show up, they definitely give me trouble. Now at least 4 demigods are targeting me. I'm in trouble. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help but laugh, a hint of a smile playing on their lips. Chao Xing now no longer had the aura he had just used to scold the demigods and threaten the legends. He reacted like an ordinary person facing trouble. They seemed to sense a different aura in Chao Xing. The old king, having now calmed his restless aura, chuckled and soothed, "Don't worry, Lord Chao Xing. The gods trapped in the abyss can't escape for the time being. The barriers of our world's rules are quite strong, and they won't be easily breached." Chao Xing looked at him puzzledly. What are the barriers of rules? The old king pondered for a moment, then said, simply put, they are barriers between planes, woven from countless rules, protecting this world like a shield. Normally, these barriers are extremely strong and essentially sealed. Unless there are special circumstances, like a celestial sphere confluence or a lack of rules, creatures from other planes will rarely intrude. But now, with the activation of the massive blood teleportation pillars, it's like small holes have been poked in the barriers of this world. Because of these small holes, the rules are being loosened. If there are only a few, it's not a big deal. But if there are too many, the rules will be unstable, the barrier will become weak, and some people can take advantage of it to get through. After hearing his explanation, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with enlightenment. It must be said that the old king's metaphor was quite vivid. According to him, the barrier of rules is not so fragile, but rather very solid. Even if 37 blood transmission pillars have appeared now, it won't cause the rules to fluctuate. So, the Nightmare Goddamn, and the God of Light won't be able to get through any time soon. Thinking of this, the pressure in his heart gradually eased. The old king continued, but we need to respond now. Concentrate all our strength and do everything we can to resist the Blood Legion's invasion. Otherwise, they will slaughter more lives and open more blood portals. When the passages between the 2 worlds increase, more loopholes will appear in the barrier of rules, and those creatures will take advantage of this. Chao Xing asked, how many blood portals will it take to cause a disturbance in the rules? The old king pondered for a moment. Queen Yuan answered for him. During the last blood rebellion, after 200 or 300 portals appeared, some terrifying will descended upon this world. I estimate it will be similar this time. Chao Xing nodded in realization. He also noticed the information on the system. Number of blood portals, 38 during their battle, 2 more portal arrays had been added. This also meant that more blood legions had been teleported into this world. Chao Xing thought to himself, damn it. Looks like I need to take out more of the blood legion. Ideally, I just have to destroy all the blood transmission pillars. Let's keep the Nightmare Goddamn and the Light God from getting through. Of course, dealing with the Blood Legion could be put off until later. Now, he couldn't wait to get back, absorb the spoils, and transform them into combat power. After all, Chao Xing's haul this time was truly monstrous. 2 legends and 8 heroes had been slain by him, and all the spoils had been collected by Sarah. If he could digest them all, the magnitude of his power would be unimaginable. But before that, Chao Xing still had one thing to do. That was the bodies of the legends and heroes. So, he walked over, and in front of everyone, he collected the bodies of the 2 Watcher legends and 8 Watcher heroes lying on the ground into his necromancer's bag. As for the other 2 slain Blood Legion legends, they dissipated into a pool of blood upon their death, leaving no trace of their bodies. In the air, the legendary warriors watched Chao Xing's movements without paying any attention. After all, there were no powerful necromancers or other powerful beings here, so their corpses were of little use. With a casual gesture, the old king summoned the enormous spirit-seeing goshawk king. Then he said, "Let's go. Let's all ride back together on my spirit-seeing goshawk." With that, he leaped onto the hawk's back. Chao Xing clapped his hands, preparing to collect the other members of his territory into his necromancer's bag. At that moment, he seemed to remember something and paused. Wait a minute, did we forget someone? Upon hearing this, the legends on the field all paused. Then, Chao Xing looked around. The once thriving palace had long since been reduced to ruins because of their battle. And somewhere in the ruins, a stealthy figure lurked. Chao Xing asked with interest, "Where are you going?" Everyone looked. In that corner, a slightly disheveled figure clad in a black robe stood. He was hunched over, as if trying to escape while the others weren't paying attention. It was King Velan. Several legends reacted. A smile gradually crept onto the Ice Crystal King's pale face. "Zulin, I didn't expect you to be alive. I thought you were blasted to pieces in that fight." King Velan forced a forced smile. "Elton. Long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. I have something else to do. I be leaving now." With that, he turned and left. The Lizardman leader nearby had already taken action. Buzz! The power of a high-level legendary, level 140 and above, erupted, instantly suppressing him. King Velan dropped to all fours, sprawled on the ruins. Queen Orchid, King Grey Mist, and other powerful figures flew over and surrounded him. A terrifying aura instantly locked onto him. Faced with the encirclement of 8 legendaries and 1 demigod, King Velan knew his escape was hopeless, and a constipated expression suddenly crossed his face. "Alas! I didn't expect to escape from those watchers, only to fall into your hands again. Never mind. Do whatever you want with me." He seemed to have completely given up, sprawled on the ground, completely disregarding his image. The legendaries on the field all looked puzzled at his appearance. However, how to deal with him was indeed a bit of a hassle. Let's not even mention his status as the ruler of a nation. This guy himself possessed legendary combat power. Such a powerful being could no longer be controlled by a slave contract, and there were no effective means to restrict their actions. It was indeed difficult to deal with. At this time, the Ice Crystal King turned and asked, "Lord Chao Xing, what do you think should be done with Zevelin?" By now, he had subconsciously sought Chao Xing's opinion. Including the other legendaries, they all looked at him. Chao Xing remained silent, his chin resting on his head as he considered for a moment. As if making a decision, he said bluntly, "Legendary warriors are difficult to control. Furthermore, this guy previously collaborated with the God of Light. He's no good, and keeping him around is like a ticking time bomb. Let me take him down." After all, King Velan was a legendary warrior, after all. Killing him would likely yield a legendary heart and other rewards. While it wouldn't immediately grant him another legendary warrior, it would still be a significant gain. The other warriors agreed with his decision. Chao Xing said directly, "Isabel, proceed." Upon the command, the Holy Light Sage raised his staff, and a massive orb of light condensed. King Velan, gazing at the orb of light overhead, instantly sensed a deadly threat. He knew Chao Xing truly intended to take him down. A look of terror suddenly crossed his face, and he begged for mercy. "No, don't kill me. I can surrender to you. I possess legendary strength. Just let me recover, give me a weapon, and I join the fight. I can even help you fight the Blood Legion." This guy lacked the demeanor of a powerful warrior. Just now, he acted nonchalant. But now, facing death, he instantly surrendered. But what he said did make sense. Right now, a legendary figure was still very important to them. "Isabel, stop!" Chao Xing's voice rang out. The holy light ball stopped just before it fell on King Velan's head. Everyone turned their gaze to Chao Xing, as if wanting to see how he planned to handle the situation. Chao Xing pondered again. Although this guy had chosen to surrender, but as mentioned before, King Velan was not a good man, and keeping him around was not something one could trust. They might surrender today and flee the next, or even stab you in the back. So Chao Xing looked up and asked, "Is there any way to control the life and death of a legendary warrior?" The Lizardman leader stepped forward from the crowd and said, "Yes. I know of an ancient contract that requires the signer to swear an oath to the rules. Once they sign the contract, they must abide by it. Anyone who dares to violate it in the future will be punished by the rules, a punishment that even gods cannot escape." Hearing this, King Velan shuddered. Clearly, he also knew what a rule contract was. A smile played on Chao Xing's lips. "Then, choose, sign a contract and become my thug. Or be killed by me." King Velan's expression had become extremely grim. While he didn't want to die, he also didn't want to submit to an alien lord who wasn't even a legend. Furthermore, the other party was barely older than his fingernail. For him to call such a being his master was simply a disgrace. If he were to submit to a powerful being like Elton or the Orchid Queen, he would be willing to do so. King Veland's Ice Crystal King was an old rival, and the two had had many encounters. Naturally knowing the man's hidden agenda, he chuckled, "Zevlin, I know what you're thinking, old man. However, Lord Chaoxing has far greater potential than us. He already has legendary-level subordinates, and has even brought in demigods. In 2 years, he won't even take your legendary power seriously. If you aren't still useful now, you'd be lying on the ground, a corpse by now." Hearing this, King Veland realized the truth. Yes, this otherworldly lord is a bit uncanny. He had witnessed the entire battle, and was aware of Chaoxing's tactics, and the power behind them. To put it another way, his record of leading his entire team to slay 2 legends was nothing short of remarkable. Zevlin, seemingly resolute, immediately replied, "I am willing to sign a contract of rules, and fight for you from now on." The Lizardman leader waved his hand, and a glowing contract scroll flew through the sky. According to these terms, swear an oath. King Veland gazed at the glowing scroll before him, and took a deep breath. Then he solemnly declared, "From this moment on, I, Zevlin Donchi, swear allegiance to Lord Chaoxing. From now on, I will obey all his orders, and will not disobey." And then, when he finished reading the entire text, the scroll in the Lizardman Chief's hand transformed into a stream of light, and flew into the air. Clearly, the rules and contracts had been established. A smile crossed Chaoxing's face. Although King Veland had a grudge against him before, and this old man wasn't a good person either, the true culprits were the nobles, and the royal family below. His greatest sin was collaborating with the Church of Light. Of course, this was also an unforgivable offense. So, Chaoxing had no intention of truly training this guy as a core member. If a real battle came, he would undoubtedly use him as cannon fodder without hesitation. Recruiting him now was simply to fight against the Blood Legion. When it's no longer useful, I can just kill it and get the gold. So, Chaoxing directly issued him a recruitment invitation. Recruitment successful. Zevlin Donchi, level 125, legendary creature, has joined your territory, increasing your territory's population by 30 and prosperity by 600. Chaoxing's heart lit up with joy. Great! Another legendary creature has joined our territory. This time, I've obtained so many hero hearts, legendary hearts, and divine power fragments. I go back and digest them. I probably have another legendary creature. By then, I have at least 3 legendary warriors at my disposal. With a little more development, by then, with the strength of my territory and the help of my allies, I'd be able to hold my own against the Blood Legion head-on, even without the aid of the human empire. Furthermore, Chaoxing's legends are more than just legends. As their levels increase, and as more support players achieve breakthroughs, the stats of their various status skills will skyrocket. With the blessing of eternal power, they soon be invincible in their ranks. Fighting 1 against 2 or even 3 will be a piece of cake for them. Thinking of this, Chaoxing took a deep breath. The pressure in his heart eased a bit. Now, he was even more eager to return and digest his gains. However, Chaoxing glanced at Severin, then at the depths of the palace. A question surfaced in his mind, but it wasn't convenient to ask it now. He decided to ask King Veland privately after returning to his territory. The old king continued, "Everyone, follow me back to the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and then use the ancient teleportation array to return to your respective capitals. The blood crisis has completely erupted. We cannot move rashly. If the Blood Legion or a Legend of the Watcher attacks on a large scale, remember to call for assistance immediately. In addition, we will need to dispatch a large number of troops to stop the Blood Legion and curb its growth. This is only in its infancy, not yet out of control. We must do our best to control the size of the Blood Legion. Then, we will wait for news and assistance from the human empire." The old king had already planned a series of follow-up actions. The powerful warriors on the field nodded. Although no news had yet reached the human empire, they had already prepared for the worst. But until then, they could only wait. Then, Chaoxing blew the Visha's undead flute. Beep. The melodious flute echoed, and an invisible undead force enveloped all the members of the territory. In front of everyone, Chaoxing gathered all his men, including King Veland, into the undead bag. This scene once again brought a strange look to the faces of the 6 legends present. The old king was not surprised. After all, ever since he met Chaoxing, this otherworldly lord had been known to employ a variety of bizarre tactics, almost endlessly. "Everyone, come aboard. Everyone leaped onto the back of the spirit-seeing Goshawk King. Then, the massive hawk soared into the sky, carrying everyone at a breakneck speed towards the Ice Crystal Kingdom's territory. And shortly after they left, the blood-red sky gradually faded. The civilians hiding in the ruins or basements fled their shelters. They sensed the departure of the powerful. Oh my god! It seems those terrifying beings have all left. Goddess, we've actually survived this battle. Great! We've even managed to survive these monsters. But even if we survive, what should we do next? Now those nobles and soldiers are gone, the entire city is deserted. What should we do? Hearing this, bewilderment filled the eyes of all the civilians. The sudden loss of restraint left them feeling somewhat disoriented. At this moment, a roar of anger suddenly emanated from the ruins. Oh! Damn you, Otto! You stole my bread, you damn thief! I'm sorry, manager. I can't help it. I have 2 children to feed. They haven't eaten in 3 days. I have to do this. You damned fellows, stop it. This food is mine. If you want it, pay for it. A grain store owner, standing amid the ruins, shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to stop the frantic civilians. Pay? Impossible. If you have the guts, call the soldiers to arrest us. Ha ha. A ragged man laughed, clutching a sack of flour. Chapter 597. Elsewhere, a group of mercenaries in leather armor also took action. Brothers of the Frost Branch mercenary group, hurry up and grab more supplies. This place is about to be in chaos. Let's get ready and move to other cities. Seeing this, the other civilians also realized something. Now that Veland's main city had been destroyed, all the nobles and soldiers had been blood sacrificed and beheaded, the entire city had fallen into chaos. The pillars of blood rising into the sky near the kingdom indicated that a greater disaster was imminent. They needed more supplies to deal with the impending crisis. Hurry! Go grab the food from those stores. Damn it! Get out of my way! This is mine! Get out of my way! Civilians rushed into shops and ruins to loot. The store owners and some merchants tried their best to stop them, shouting at the top of their lungs. Stop it, you crazy bastards! You damn thieves! The goddess will punish you! Give me back the food. But their pleas were clearly ineffective. The looting was so intense that many civilians engaged in physical fights. Some even picked up broken blades and stabbed other civilians, resulting in numerous bloodsheds. The entire city instantly descended into chaos. The once thriving main city of Veland was now reduced to rubble and frenzied looting. Human greed and fear were magnified at this moment, and the price of the collapse of order was being paid in every corner of the city. Half an hour later, the visionary Goshawk King had already led them across the border of the kingdom of Varen, and back to the territory of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. On the way, Chaoxing also began to check the series of system prompts. After a moment, he looked away, a look of emotion in his eyes. There's quite a bit of content in this update. And there's also a new battle merit shop. What can I redeem there? Chaoxing didn't click to check immediately, because he noticed that in addition to the prompt for all survivors in the server, he also received 2 separate system prompts. Survivor Chaoxing, please take note. Because you killed a large number of watchers and activated the teleportation array prematurely, changing the world situation, you have earned 50,000 reputation points. Your cumulative reputation points have exceeded 200,000, reaching a new stage, Renowned. You have activated the Blood Portal, completing the new expansion pack unlock, earning 5 million merits. Huh? Are there rewards for opening the portal prematurely? The battle just now was so intense that Chaoxing was ready to fight tooth and nail, so he didn't even notice this notification. This is a pleasant surprise. Not bad, not bad. Including the Blood Legion legend I just killed, and the first kill reward, I have over 11,000 merits. I wonder what all the merits can be redeemed for. With an anticipatory look on his face, Chaoxing quickly clicked on the merit shop. 4 major categories appeared before him: equipment, recruitment scrolls, blueprints, and items. There are so many categories. It seems like there's a lot of stuff to redeem in the battle merit shop this time. Chaoxing prepared to take a quick look. First, he glanced at the equipment section. Clicking on it, a flood of exchange information suddenly appeared. Blood Clotting Thorn 5-piece set, armor, helmet, arm guards, bottoms, boots, green, 500 merit points required to exchange a single piece, 2,000 merit points required to exchange the full set, unlimited quantity. Red Blood Fong 4-piece set, armor, arm guards, bottoms, boots, blue, 3,000 merit points required to exchange a single piece, 10,000 merit points required to exchange the full set, unlimited quantity. Blood Flame Falcon 4-piece set, purple, 20,000 merit points required to exchange a single piece, 70,000 merit points required to exchange the full set, limited quantity of 5,000 sets. Bloodstone Bulwark 5-piece set, gold, 100,000 merit points required to redeem a single piece, 450,000 merit points required to redeem the full set, limited to 100 sets. Melted Titan 5-piece set, orange, 500,000 merit points required to redeem a single piece, 2.2 million merit points required to redeem the full set, limited to 10 sets. Blood Scythe of Doom. Holy crap! There's so much equipment to redeem? Chao Xing was stunned. There's so much stuff here, from sets to individual pieces, with qualities ranging from green to orange. Each quality is divided into light armor, leather armor, heavy armor, and plate armor, offering a wide variety of options. With so many options, there are naturally many different combinations. Besides armor, there are hundreds of weapons, scythes, chains, maces, even crosses. Basically, every weapon is available. Chao Xing glanced at the stats. All this equipment is related to the Blood Legion. For example, wearing a full set of equipment can reduce the damage dealt by the Blood Legion and suppress the effects of the curse. Weapons, in turn, can deal additional damage to the Blood Legion. The increase ranges from 5% to 40%. Of course, even without the special features, the basic stats of this equipment are still very good. Chao Xing nodded secretly. It's okay, but it won't do much for me. His territory has over 100 blacksmiths, who work tirelessly every day to craft more equipment for him. For equipment of the same quality, the stats of these blacksmiths are better than those in the exchange shop. There's no need to use military merit to redeem these items. Then, Chao Xing clicked on the recruitment scroll column again. This time, only 3 redemption options appeared. Corrupted Blood Barbarian Recruitment Scroll. Redemption requires 1,000 merits, limited to 10,000. Cursed Blood Mage Recruitment Scroll. Redemption requires 3,000 merits, limited to 5,000. Bloodwing Cavalry Recruitment Scroll. Redemption requires 10,000 merits, limited to 1,000. Wow, even though the number of troops available for redemption isn't very large, the number is truly astonishing. Chao Xing was once again surprised. Over 10,000. Does that mean it takes almost 10 million merits to form a legion of 10,000? Speaking of which, now that the Blood Legion expansion pack is launched, these crazy guys will start wars all over the world. Not only the Ice Crystal Kingdom and the Orchid Kingdom, but many other kingdoms will be affected. When that happens, it will definitely be a scene of utter chaos. The chaotic situation also presents an opportunity for the major lords to expand their military forces. After all, after a war, there will be a large number of fleeing soldiers. Thousands, even tens of thousands, can be easily accepted. As long as you have a sufficient population, you can confidently recruit them into your territory. Chao Xing pondered for a moment. Although my population is small, I have established the Spark Legion. Once I return, I will immediately upgrade the Legion to level 7 and recruit more surviving lords. Then, we can distribute these soldiers to other territories. Sadly, all the soldiers in the main city of the Kingdom of Velan have disappeared. As for where they went, it's obvious. They were undoubtedly sacrificed. But it doesn't matter. King Velan is in my hands anyway. Besides Velan's main city, there are large numbers of soldiers stationed along the borders and in major cities. Next, once the situation calms down, I can even take over the entire kingdom. Then, using the resources of a kingdom to support my own territory is truly exciting. Of course, this assumes that the Kingdom of Velan wasn't destroyed by the Blood Legion during the Blood Rebellion. Shaking his head, Chao Xing moved on to the next item in the store. This time, it was a blueprint. Corrupted Blood Savage Training Barracks. Redemption requires 300,000 merits Blood Rage Training Ground. Redemption requires 600,000 merits Blood Crystal Amplification Tower Blueprint. Redemption requires 1 million merits Blood Devil Hatching Lair. Redemption requires 5 million merits Blood Altar Blueprint. Orange. Redemption requires 10 million merits Blood Cannon Crafting Blueprint. Orange. Redemption requires 10 million merits Blood Destroyer Tower. Legendary. Redemption requires 200 million merits, 1 redemption per server. Holy crap! Legendary blueprints, are they that outrageous? Chao Xing was instantly stunned. This was his first time encountering a legendary blueprint. This Blood Destroyer Tower was undoubtedly terrifying, but equally, the points required were staggering. A whopping 200 million. Even Chao Xing wasn't sure he could muster that many. Besides this legendary blueprint, there are 2 epic quality blueprints. If I could redeem them all, that would be quite a feat. Xiaoxing glanced at his battle merits. Battle merits asterisk 11.2 million, with over 10 million battle merits, he could redeem a blueprint. But he certainly wouldn't redeem it right away. After all, he hadn't yet seen all the items in the battle merit shop. Next, let's take a look at the items. Through the chat channel, he already heard numerous discussions from survivors. This time, the battle merit shop had a ton of goodies to redeem, especially in the item section. Expectantly, he clicked on the interface, and a flood of redemption information suddenly popped up. Advanced Blood Curse Removal Potion. Redemption requires 100 merits. Unlimited Expert Curse Removal Potion. Redemption requires 1,000 merits. Unlimited Advanced Heart of Strength. Redemption requires 10,000 merits. Unlimited Expert Heart of Strength. Redemption requires 50,000 merits. Unlimited Master Heart of Strength. Redemption requires 200,000 merits. Limited to 1,000 pieces. Expert Emblem of Mastery. Redemption requires 200,000 merits. Limited to 20 pieces. Master Emblem of Mastery. Redemption requires 3 million merits. Limited to 5 pieces. Blood Crystal. Redemption requires 10,000 merits. Unlimited. Random Relic Box. Redemption requires 10 million merits. Limited to 3 pieces. Just as the survivor said, there are many powerful items inside. These included items like the Master Level Heart of Power and the Emblem of Mastery. When Xiaoxing saw the last item, his pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes widened. Holy crap! This time, the merit shop can actually redeem relic chests. And you can redeem 3 at once. For Xiaoxing, the most scarce resource right now was undoubtedly relics. This time, he'd taken down 2 legendaries, yielding 2 legendary hearts, including the one he obtained earlier, that totaled to 3 legendary hearts. At this point, if he could get 2 or 3 relics corresponding to his class, he could even instantly increase his legendary power by 2 more. 3 relic chests. If I can redeem them all, even with the worst luck, I still get 1 or 2 relics I can use, right? Xiaoxing thought to himself. Of course, the amount of merit required to redeem a relic chest is also quite staggering. Xiaoxing had taken down a Blood Legion legend, and with the first kill bonus and the rewards from unlocking the expansion pack, his merit had just surpassed 10 million. Just enough to redeem 1. Great, the other items are important too. But what I need most right now is the relic chest. Switch one out first. After making his decision, he clicked on the redemption button. Do you want to spend 10 million merit points to redeem 1 random relic chest? Yes. Exchange successful, merit points reduced by 10 million. Instantly, his merit points were reduced to just over 1 million. But that didn't matter, because Xiaoxing was confident he'd be able to earn more merit points soon. According to the system, a blood transmission pillar will contain a 5 million blood army. If we can eliminate them all, we earn at least 20 million merit points. In other words, if I can take out the entire blood army near the transmission pillar, I can earn 10 to 20 million merit points in a single day. With Xiaoxing's strength, he could definitely do that. After all, most of these 5 million blood army are ordinary creatures of level 5 or 6, with perhaps a few masters and heroes among them. But to Xiaoxing, anyone without a legendary status is nothing more than an ant. Thinking of this, he became even more eager to return to his territory and begin frantically earning merit points. Whoosh! The spiritual vision Goshawk King seemed to sense his urgency, and moved even faster. Along the way, Xiaoxing also saw blood pillars rising into the sky from all over the world. Those were the Blood Army's transmission channels. He suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, why don't we just take action and destroy these blood teleportation pillars?" The old king took a look and shook his head. "You can, but we can't." Xiaoxing's face flickered with confusion. The old king continued, "If we destroy the blood teleportation pillars, the Watchers and the Blood Legion will deploy legendary creatures and launch a massive attack on our major cities, including the main city. Unless an all-out decisive battle begins, the legendaries on both sides rarely take action. Furthermore, the legendaries of the Blood Legion can use the teleportation pillars to travel quickly. If they sense a pillar under attack, they will descend quickly. Then another legendary war will erupt." Xiaoxing nodded in sudden realization. The legends on the side of the old king and the Watchers are essentially the equivalent of nuclear weapons between the great powers of Blue Star, operating in a state of mutual deterrence. Under normal circumstances, they try not to engage in combat, leaving the battlefield to beings below the legendary level. However, Xiaoxing is not subject to such constraints. After all, he is a lord of another world. And after returning this time, he will surely be able to add 2 or 3 more legendary warriors. By then, even if another legendary war breaks out, they will be no match for the Watchers. Thinking of this, a slight smile curved his lips. Because this is a perfect opportunity for him to gain experience and military merit, the Grey Mist King beside him added, after we return this time, everyone should stay in touch and spend some money to activate the ancient formation. That way, if a legend or demigod enters, we'd be able to sense it immediately. If there's a demigod attack over there, remember to request assistance immediately. We activate the teleportation formation and send support immediately. The leaders of the other kingdoms nodded in agreement. Last time in Eternal Frost's main city, it was clear that the capitals of the 4 allied nations all had several ancient teleportation formations. These allowed these legends to quickly travel and provide support. This was one reason why the Watcher leader, despite possessing demigod-level combat power, couldn't defeat them one by one. If one nation was attacked, the other 3 would immediately come to its aid, forming a powerful joint defense system. Furthermore, these ancient kingdoms all possessed a certain heritage, as well as the Ice Crystal King's ultimate weapon, the 9 Swords of Holy Judgment. Even the leader of the Watchers wouldn't dare risk his life. But the kingdom of Velan was different. As a kingdom established less than 1,000 years ago, it not only refused to join the allied powers, but instead colluded with the God of Light, attempting to leverage the Church's power to strengthen itself. After the Church of Light was destroyed, the kingdom of Velan lost its support, and thus became the Watcher's target. After a few minutes, the Spirit-Seeing Eagle King advanced another 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers. From afar, the main city of Everfrost could be seen. And, about 1,000 kilometers away, a blood column towered into the sky. This indicated that a large number of blood troops were wreaking havoc nearby. However, Everfrost's main city remained unattacked by the Blood Legions. A dozen seconds later, the Spirit-Seeing Eagle King led them down to the central square of the palace. A group of powerful warriors leaped off the eagle's back. A solemn expression appeared on the faces of Queen Yuan, King Greymist, and King Cunard. During their journey, they heard various reports of the Blood Legion's battles from within the kingdom. The situation looked grim. Queen Yuan spoke first. A total of 8 blood teleportation arrays have appeared within the territory of our Yuan kingdom. Tens of millions of blood legions are wreaking havoc and causing destruction. I need to return as soon as possible to command the army and fight these disgusting monsters. The other kings nodded. King Bingjing, also aware of the current situation, quickly said, "Everyone, return now. Contact us immediately if anything arises." Okay. With that, 6 figures vanished simultaneously. The 6 legendary powerhouses vanished from the spot. A few seconds later, 3 beams of light erupted from the depths of the palace. Clearly, those were the ancient teleportation arrays the old king had mentioned, specifically used for teleportation between these kingdoms. Remaining were Chao Xing, King Bingjing, and the Lizardman Chieftain. Chapter 598. Chao Xing, the Ice Crystal King, and the Lizardman Chieftain remained in the palace. The Lizardman Chieftain had also sustained significant injuries after his battle with the 2 demigods. After the journey, he had recovered somewhat. However, his aura had once again fallen to the legendary level, and he was even weaker than before. Forcibly ascending to demigod status was not without cost. The Lizardman Chieftain spoke first. "Young friend Chao Xing, I'm afraid I won't be able to unleash my demigod power again for a while. This battle has drained too much of my energy." Chao Xing's gaze grew increasingly serious after hearing this. The Lizardman Chieftain was arguably his most powerful warrior, and the source of his confidence in taking on the Blood Legion and the Watchers. If he lost his demigod power, the situation would instantly become even more dire. Thankfully, the Watcher leader was unaware of this situation. Or perhaps, they knew, but weren't too keen on the chance. After all, the old king's 9 swords of holy judgment were no pushovers. At this juncture, they didn't dare fight Chao Xing and the others to the death. The Lizardman leader continued, "But don't worry. I've simply depleted too much of my divine power. I'd be able to replenish it after a period of recuperation." Chao Xing smiled and said, "Then, Chief, please recuperate in the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Now that the Blood Rebellion has broken out, your lizardmen are secluded deep underground and should be unaffected. Here, Chief, and His Majesty, even a demigod wouldn't dare attack you." The Lizardman Chief was stunned for a moment, then, as if realizing something, he gave a helpless, wry smile and said, "I never expected that I only agreed to help you once, but you dragged me down with you." Clearly, his action this time had effectively tied him to the same side. Of course, the Lizardman Chief could have simply run away. With his demigod strength, The Watcher leader and the Blood Legion wouldn't dare trouble him. But what would happen next was uncertain. These crazy creatures would definitely not let a demigod's strength go unpunished. So, until the Blood Rebellion was resolved, the old chief would essentially remain with the Ice Crystal King and the others. Chao Xing felt a little embarrassed at this point. He had indeed betrayed the Lizardman chief. The old king, standing nearby, also overheard the conversation and offered, "Chief, our Ice Crystal Kingdom is deeply grateful for your assistance. I will discuss this with the other kings and offer some treasures for your recovery. If you have any other requests, please let us know." Hearing the Ice Crystal King's words, the old chief saw their sincerity. He sighed helplessly, "Never mind. If it means the prosperity of the Lizardmen, even if I sacrifice my broken body, it's nothing." After bidding farewell to the Lizardmen chief and the Ice Crystal King, Chao Xing made his way with familiarity to the teleportation array at the palace's east gate. Stepping into the teleportation range, he activated the teleportation. Buzz! A beam of light rose, enveloping him. Then, his vision began to shift. Meanwhile, the world was engulfed in war. When the Blood Legion, clad in armor and dripping with foul fluid, appeared, they launched a frenzied assault on human settlements. Towns, villages, and even the territories of the survivors were their targets. Of course, the Blood Legion was frenzied and possessed a strong desire for destruction. But as mentioned earlier, the number of teleportation pillars was limited, and the number of Blood Legion troops that could be transported was limited. It was impossible to attack so many areas simultaneously, so they had to divide their forces. Bands of hundreds, even thousands, of Blood Legions marched across the pristine white land. And soon they encountered territories teeming with survivors. From the outset, the Blood Legion launched a fierce assault. One after another, blood-red monsters, clad in armor, charged fearlessly into their territories. The surviving lords led their troops to confront them, using their territories' various defensive arrow towers to counterattack. Some powerful territories withstood the Blood Legion's assault and annihilated the monsters. Many territories, weakened by the tide of blood, were utterly devastated. Entire territories were reduced to a pool of blood, staining the earth crimson. The number of survivors worldwide began to decline again. The chat channel was flooded with cries for help. "Are there any brothers near Hunter Terrace? My territory is surrounded by a 3,000-man Blood Legion. I can only hold out for a while. Requesting support. Brother, I'm near Hunter Terrace. I bring some help to you right away. Hang in there. Oh my god. Berkeley City is under siege. Hundreds of thousands of Blood Legions are attacking. It seems there are even rank 8 or higher Centurions. Brothers of the Thorn Forest, hold on. Captain Baiji has already let us out, and will be here to support you soon. We're near coordinates. We're all waiting for you. Thank you, Captain Baiji, for the rescue. Chen Wansheng, I see a Blood Legion near your territory, rapidly approaching. Be prepared to respond." After so many events, the survivors no longer had the initial panic they felt when faced with danger. When the Blood Legion first appeared, they relied heavily on their own strength to fight the enemy, calling for help when they couldn't defeat them. Most survivors offered rescue whenever they could. They knew that if they didn't, they would be next. Even if they managed to escape now, once the Blood Legion expanded, no one would be able to escape. Faced with this world-class crisis, which spanned several kingdoms, the survivors had put aside their prejudices and began to work closely together. You have arrived at the snowstorm. When the system prompt ended, various familiar buildings appeared before Chao Xing. He had successfully returned. At the same time, Chao Xing also saw a series of messages in the chat channel. The Blood Legion is truly a threat. Right now, neither the Blood Legion nor the legends of the major kingdoms can take action, and the two sides are in a state of stalemate. Among those below the legend level, the Blood Legion clearly has the advantage in combat power. If this continues, it won't be long before more blood transmission pillars appear. Looks like we need to digest the rewards quickly before heading off to deal with the Blood Legion. At this thought, Chao Xing felt a surge of urgency. Then, with a powerful wave of his hand, he released all the powerful warriors in the territory from their undead pouches. Clatter! Powerful figures appeared one after another, their aura covering the entire territory. Among them were the legendary powerhouse Isabel and King Zevelin of Elan. After they emerged, the undead aura quickly faded, returning them to their living forms. Everyone quickly glanced around. Seeing the familiar territory, their gazes relaxed slightly. This time, they could be said to have won another victory. Everyone's face was filled with determination and confidence. Chao Xing said, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work today. Now, go back and rest. Don't let your guard down. Be prepared for battle. Next, we have another tough battle to fight. Everyone understood what their lord meant by the tough battle. But there was no trace of fear in their eyes, and everyone responded with a loud yes. The crowd quickly dispersed. Only Chao Xing and Sarah remained. Chao Xing looked at the dark elf. She had collected most of the loot dropped by the legendaries and heroes killed this time. Sarah understood Chao Xing's intention and quickly removed a black backpack from her waist, respectfully handing it over. Lord, here are the items. Please review them. Okay. Chao Xing took it and began transferring the contents of the backpack. Obtain, Legendary Heart *2. Obtain, Hero's Heart *5. Obtain, Watcher Overlord Soul, Level 9 *1. Obtain, Watcher Commander Soul, Level 9 *2. Obtain, Legendary Blood Core, Orange, *2. Obtain, Divine Power Fragment *3. Obtain, Hero's Blood *18. Obtain, Blood Crystal, Gold, *42. Obtain, Dark Blade, Orange. Obtain, 3 Cloud Soul Chain, Orange. Obtain, Iron Axe, Orange. Obtain. This time, they killed over a dozen powerful warriors, and a large amount of items were dropped. Besides Hearts of Strength and Souls, there were also a plethora of epic quality weapons. Chao Xing's eyes gradually lit up with excitement. Excellent! While this operation is dangerous, the rewards are also quite formidable. Then, Chao Xing quickly counted the resources in his backpack. Currently, those that could be used to increase strength were 3 legendary hearts, 5 hero hearts, 2 commander level souls, and 1 overlord level soul. In addition, there were 6 epic weapons and 3 pieces of epic equipment. These watchers were not only powerful, but also well equipped. Chao Xing first glanced at the stats of the epic equipment and weapons. After a moment, Chao Xing nodded slightly and said, "These weapons are quite high level, most above level 70, and 2 are even above level 100. But their stats are also quite good, and will significantly enhance the strength of the warriors in the territory." He quickly decided who would distribute these weapons. Then, he glanced at the other 2 new items. Blood Crystal, Gold, and Legendary Blood Core, Orange. Chao Xing had just seen the former Blood Crystal in the exchange shop. It required a full 10,000 merits to redeem one. This time, after defeating a Blood Legion legend, he instantly dropped 42 of them, equivalent to 420,000 merits, quite a good sum. Blood Crystal Gold. Item Type, Special Material. Item Description, a type of blood crystal imbued with a strong blood aura, one of the main materials used to craft various blood-infused structures. After reading the above description, Chao Xing already understood the purpose of this item. Just like the Dragon Rock, or that exploded in the Zhuama expansion pack, Blood Crystal is also a unique type of material. Then, he took out the legendary Blood Core Orange. It had a strange appearance, a dark red surface covered in twisted lines, and was only the size of a baby's fist. It looked like a blood-red walnut, or perhaps a heart. He glanced at the attributes. Legendary Blood Core Orange. Quality, Epic. Item Description, this blood core contains the pure blood of a legendary centenarian, possessing powerful vitality. Item Effect 1. When absorbed by a magical plant, it instantly accelerates its growth by 30 years, up to 10 uses per plant. Item Effect 2. When absorbed by a legendary or higher power, it instantly increases its level by 10. If already at the maximum level, it instantly increases its basic attributes by 4%, and increases its lifespan by 20 years, up to 5 uses. Note, if used on a demigod, the effect is halved. It has no effect on gods. Holy crap! Level increase? Increased lifespan? Is this blood core really that awesome? Chao Xing exclaimed. The effect of this blood core far exceeded his expectations. What does it mean to directly increase a level by 10? In other words, only 5 blood cores are needed to fully level up a newly broken legendary warrior. Even for those at max level, 5 blood cores can increase their basic attributes by 20%, not to mention the added bonus of increasing lifespan. That's a bit outrageous. Chao Xing pondered. Levels don't really mean much to me. After all, the legendaries under my command level up very quickly. In other words, this type of blood core can only be used after they have all reached the maximum level to maximize its benefits. But a large number of blood cores are required. This type of blood core only drops from legendary level centurions. Even if Chao Xing killed all 7 remaining centurions, he wouldn't have enough blood cores for 2 people. He shook his head and put it in his backpack. In addition to these 2 blood cores, There were also a full 18 drops of powerful blood. This was also an astonishing profit. Chao Xing looked at the dark elf beside him, and nodded approvingly. Well done, Sarah. Sarah bowed slightly and said respectfully, This is my duty, Lord. Chao Xing didn't distribute the items immediately. Instead, he took out a box from his backpack. It was the relic box he had just redeemed for 10 million merit points. Let me see which class I can find this time. With some anticipation, Chao Xing stepped forward. Do you want to open the random relic box and obtain a relic of a random class? Yes. The next moment, the ancient treasure chest before him slowly opened. A black aura like flowing water emanated from it. As the darkness dissipated, Chao Xing saw a pitch-black iron seal quietly lying at the bottom of the box. The seal was shaped like a flower. The passage of time had left several cracks on it. A black flower? Which class's relic is this? With an uncertain look, Chao Xing picked it up and scanned its attributes. Obtained, Relic Nightingale Corsage. Relic Nightingale Corsage. Quality, unknown. Item effect 1. This corsage, left behind by a legendary nightingale, contains a portion of assassination and stealth powers. It is one of the key ingredients needed for an assassination class to reach the legendary realm. Item effect 2. Directly absorbs the divine power contained within, replenishing 100 points of divine power. However, the relic will disappear when the divine power is depleted. Hiss. Chao Xing inhaled sharply, his eyes filled with intense shock. Holy crap! This corsage is actually an assassin's relic. Doesn't this mean Sarah will soon reach legendary? He turned, looking at the dark elf beside him with a mixture of surprise and delight, his eyes filled with relief. Sarah's eyes held a hint of bewilderment. She hadn't yet realized she could advance to legendary status. Chao Xing didn't hand the relic to her immediately. Instead, he planned to find an open area to consume the other rewards first. Sarah, come with me. Yes. With that, the two of them arrived at the territory's buffer zone. Chao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear. Braun, come to the buffer zone to find me. Braun will be right here, Lord. The large man swiftly approached from the cafeteria. Then, Chao Xing blew another whistle, summoning the two giant beasts, Dubai and Wally. As the first two pets in the territory, they were considered veterans, and it was time for them to reach a higher level. Dong! Dong! Muffled footsteps echoed. Soon, three massive creatures approached Chao Xing. Braun is here, Lord. Moo! Chao Xing nodded slightly, then retrieved the Overlord's soul and tossed it directly to Braun. The giant instinctively took it. Sensing the power contained within the soul, his lips stretched into an exaggerated grin. Uh-huh. This is the soul that will allow me to advance to Overlord. Thank you so much, Lord. You're like my adopted parent. Chao Xing rolled his eyes at him. Stop talking nonsense and digest this soul. No problem. With that, Braun immediately absorbed the Overlord-level soul into his body. Buzz! A vast soul wave emerged, permeating the entire territory. Everyone felt a special power emanating from their bodies. It was as if an invisible wall protected them, a sense of security filling them. Braun's breakthrough was quite smooth. A system notification appeared shortly after. Your territory member, Braun Ironwall, has successfully transformed into an Overlord-level creature, increasing their base stats by 30%. Activated their exclusive domain, Guardian Domain. Guardian Domain reduces final damage taken by yourself by 30% and all allies by 20%. Final damage is essentially equivalent to damage reduction, but it doesn't conflict with it. Because various equipment items have caps for the same type of attribute, if the cap is exceeded, adding more will not improve anything. It can be said that this domain has indirectly improved the survivability of Braun and the others. Chao Xing said with satisfaction, yes, Braun has successfully broken through to become a master. This way, once he reaches level 100, his chances of breaking through to legendary will be even greater. Chapter 599. A gratified smile crossed Chao Xing's face. He then returned to the behemoths, Dubai and Wally. As his two earliest companions, they were now finally ready to advance to the rank of commander. Chao Xing, without hesitation, injected the remaining two commander-level souls into their bodies. Instantly, the eyes of the two behemoths widened, and they couldn't help but let out a joyful roar. Moo! Roar! Then, strange changes occurred simultaneously within them. A large number of mammoth spirits appeared behind Dubai. These phantoms were towering, emanating a blue aura, like giant beasts from ancient times, imbued with a sense of intimidation. They all stared, their eyes wide as copper bells, at the figure before them, their gazes filled with anticipation. It was as if they were looking at the king of their own tribe. Dark purple lightning balls surrounded Wally. Zizz, zizz. The sound of electricity echoed continuously. Each lightning ball emanated destructive power. Then, 2 system prompts appeared in succession. Your pet, Baymax, has successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, increasing its base stats by 30%. Activated the commander-level skill, Endless Elephant Charge. Endless Elephant Charge. This skill requires the leader-level skill, Elephant Charge, as a prerequisite. It summons a large number of mammoth spirits, which, under Baymax's Unify command, can charge the enemy up to 10 times in a row. Cooldown, 1 hour. Your pet, Volibear, has successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, increasing its base stats by 30%. Activated the commander-level skill, Sky-Destroying Thunder Ball, passive. Sky-Destroying Thunder Ball, passive. Each time an attack hits an enemy, there's a 35% chance of spawning a lightning ball that will surround it. When there are more than 5 surrounding lightning balls, all can be released, dealing 5 by 259% lightning damage to the enemy. Each lightning ball has a 25% chance of paralyzing the enemy. Great, Dubai and Wally have also succeeded. So, all 3 souls have succeeded. That success rate is truly unmatched. Chao Xing appeared delighted. With this, he had gained 2 more commander-level powerhouses. Besides the attribute boosts, the newly activated skills of Dubai and Wally after their breakthroughs were also quite impressive and unique. This way, Dubai could charge into battle with hundreds or even thousands of mammoth spirits. The mere thought of that scene was thrilling and awe-inspiring. Wally's commander-level skill was even more powerful, increasing its damage output while also providing control. More importantly, it was a passive skill with no cooldown. The 2 behemoths were also very pleased with their transformations. Next, we begin digesting these heroes' hearts. Chao Xing continued to press the communication device to his ear. Rainies, Andrew, and Hilda, the 3 of you come to me in the territory's buffer zone. The 3 voices responded. Yes, Lord. This queen has heard. Soon, an archer, a druid, and the blood spider queen sauntered over. Chao Xing didn't waste any time and immediately pulled the remaining 5 heroes' hearts from his backpack. He first distributed 3 to the 3. Then he placed the remaining 2 on Dubai and Volibear. Okay, everyone, begin the breakthrough. Rainies, Andrew, and the others nodded solemnly, then crushed the crystals in their hands. Crack! Crack! The crystals shattered one after another, and the power contained in the hero's heart was completely absorbed. Instantly, the 3 people and the 2 beasts all entered the breakthrough state. Buzz! Powerful forces erupted, like a storm, shaking the buildings throughout the territory. The power was even greater than when Isabel broke through to legend. After all, this time, there were 5 creatures with at least commander-level potential. Breaking through to hero was still quite terrifying. After a while, several system prompts appeared in succession. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, has successfully transformed into a hero-level creature, commander potential, with base stats increased by 100%, attack range increased by 200%, and prosperity increased by 100. Your territory member, Andrew, has successfully transformed into a hero-level creature, commander potential, with base stats increased by 100%, attack range increased by 200%, and prosperity increased by 100. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, has successfully transformed into a hero-level creature, domination potential, with base stats increased by 100%, attack range increased by 200%, and prosperity increased by 150. Your pet, Dubai, has successfully transformed into a hero-level creature, commander potential, with base stats increased by 100%. For system notifications in total, indicating that Chao Xing has gained 4 more hero-level powerhouses. This is also the largest number of hero-level powerhouses he has ever added at once. He was filled with emotion. The territory was becoming increasingly populated with heroes. In time, once they had acquired enough legendary hearts and relics, these powerful warriors might even achieve legendary status. However, this time, 4 of the 5 power hearts had succeeded. Wally's breakthrough had failed. Chao Xing didn't mind. After all, he had already successfully achieved 3 souls in a row. The fact that only 1 hero heart failed this time was already far beyond normal probability. And it would also serve as a perfect cushion for Sarah's breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the 3 and 1 elephant felt the surge of power within their bodies, their faces filled with excitement. Then, Chao Xing began to digest the other rewards. Next, there were the 18 drops of powerful blood. Chao Xing gave them to Rennies, Hilda, Assam, Lu Mushua, Andrew, and himself. That was exactly 6 people, 3 drops each. Then he said, "Alright, everyone, absorb this blood together." Since the blood of the Mighty One has a 100% success rate, with no chance of failure, these are all real improvements. Everyone knew how to use this blood. Simply release your aura and absorb it. Even Chaoxing released his frost magic to fuse the drop of blood. Instantly, he felt a strange surge of power within him. His blood began to flow faster, and a sensation of heat washed over him. Successfully absorbed the blood of the Mighty One, base attack power increased by 10%, remaining uses, 2. Successfully absorbed. Over a dozen prompts followed, causing the attack power of the 6 players on the field to surge again. This wave of improvements alone significantly increased the strength of Chaoxing's territory. If they were to face another legendary creature, with Isabel's help, 2 rounds of control would be enough to take him down. Even without Isabel, 3 rounds of control would still be enough to take down a legendary. Of course, this wasn't the biggest gain of this operation. His biggest gain this time was the 2 legendary hearts and another relic. Chaoxing excitedly said, "Now, it's time to advance Sarah to legendary." And this time, the success rate was also 100%. After all, he now had 3 legendary hearts and over 30 divine power fragments. Even with bad luck, he couldn't fail 3 times in a row. So, Chaoxing took out the Nightingale Corsage and the legendary heart and handed them to Sarah. Sensing the power contained in these 2 items, the Dark Elf seemed to understand something. His gaze suddenly focused, and even his breathing quickened. She asked in disbelief, "Lord, I..." Chaoxing waved his hand, interrupting directly, "No need to say more, begin absorbing. I hope you can successfully break through to legend." Hearing this, the Dark Elf's uneasiness vanished, and she gradually became determined. She solemnly said, "Thank you, Lord. Sarah will definitely live up to your expectations." With these words, she accepted the 2 items. Then, following Isabel's previous steps for breaking through to legend, she began the first step. First, she absorbed the power contained within the heart of legend. Crack! As the black crystal shattered, a vast force emanated from it, drawn towards it by Sarah's shadowy power, completely merging with it. Hua la la. At that moment, Sarah's shadow power suddenly surged. When the power contained in the legendary heart was fully absorbed, Sarah continued to take out the black corsage. Endless shadow power enveloped it. The shadow power contained within was rapidly absorbed by her, and the corsage seemed to have lost some kind of spirituality. Even the petals withered. At the same time, the surrounding darkness shifted again. The shadow power seemed to possess a physical form, transforming into a vast black ocean that flowed across the entire territory. Stretching out a hand, one could even feel a hint of coolness passing through the fingers. Absolute darkness descended before everyone, pitch black. Of course, it wasn't because they couldn't see, but because the darkness was so thick that it completely swallowed up all light. However, within this absolute darkness, the auras of 3 figures were still clearly discernible. One was the red-haired Valkyrie, Marinina, and the sage, radiating holy light, Isabel. And the middle-aged man in black robes, shrouded in wisps of lightning, King Velan. This time, Sarah's breakthrough lasted for several minutes, and there was no sign of it ending. Until 7 or 8 minutes later, the ocean of shadows that enveloped the entire territory began to flow. As if finding an outlet, these shadow forces madly gathered towards Sarah's location, and this dark elf, like an embodiment of darkness, devoured all the dark forces. Seeing this, Chaoxing's eyes showed a look of surprise and doubt. Is this successful? At the same time, as all darkness receded, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer, has successfully broken through to legendary level. Her class, Phantom Assassin, has been transformed into Phantom Dancer. Her level cap has been raised to 150. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000%, attack range by 200%, and territory prosperity by 500. Legendary skills are not activated. Sarah Blade Dancer's divine power function has been activated. At this moment, a brilliant smile appeared on Chaoxing's face. Another success. This luck is incredible. Not only do I have a new legendary power, I also have 2 legendary hearts left for others to break through. Thinking of this, he was in a very good mood. Meanwhile, King Velan, who was hiding behind a blacksmith shop and peeking in, had a look of astonishment on his face. He had witnessed Andrew, Hilda, and the others break through to level 8, and watched Braum and Baymax's potential transform. Now, someone else has even reached legendary status. How long had he been in this territory? Less than half an hour. And yet, in that short time, he already felt the shock of his entire life. At this moment, King Velan took a deep breath. King Elton of Ice Crystal had previously said that within a year or two, his legendary power would be no longer a concern for Chao Xing. Now, it seemed, he wouldn't have to wait even a month or two. He soon become dispensable to him. Thinking of this, King Velan suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He feared Chao Xing would be upset and send 2 legends to slaughter him. Chao Xing had no idea what this guy was thinking. He was still immersed in the joy of Sarah's legendary breakthrough. Excited, he glanced at the Dark Elf's attributes after the breakthrough. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dancer. Race, Dark Elf. Level 100, 0/200 million, Legendary Creature. Potential, Domination. Divine Power, 0/100, currently restores 1 point per day. Detailed Attributes, click to view. Over 1 million attack points, 160,000 agility, and 100% critical strike rate. Isn't that insane? At that moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but be astonished by Sarah's terrifying dashboard. However, that wasn't the most insane aspect of Sarah. The most insane aspect was her 100% critical strike rate, and over 250% critical strike damage. This meant that any single strike from her now dealt at least 5 or 6 million damage to those squishy enemies. Add to that her legendary attack speed, and even a level 100 hero would be instantly destroyed. Chao Xing took another deep breath. This assassin, with his immense explosive power and exceptional stealth, was arguably one of the most formidable enemies. Even Chao Xing would be kept awake at night by worry when faced with such a terrifying assassin. Just like his last encounter with the Dark Raven Elder, even using the Ancient Lizard King's wrath would have taken him down. But fortunately, such a powerful being was his own personal combat power. Thinking of this, Chao Xing felt even happier. The only regret, however, was that Sarah didn't activate her legendary skills upon reaching legendary status like Isabel did. This might be related to her previous experience. After all, Isabel had inherited the legacy of a light legend in its entirety. Sarah, on the other hand, had never before encountered the legendary realm, let alone legendary combat techniques. However, I happen to have a legendary level skill book, just for Sarah. At the same time, after her breakthrough, Sarah silently approached Chao Xing's side, making no sound. She said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord. I have successfully reached the legendary realm." "Very good, you didn't disappoint me." With that, Chao Xing pulled the Shadow 1000 Kills Fatal/Skill book from his backpack and handed it to Sarah. The Dark Elf took the black skill book and quickly glanced through it, his eyes becoming serious again. "Is it an assassin's legendary skill? It will take me some time to comprehend it, but it won't be long." As mentioned before, these natives couldn't simply tap a skill book and learn it like Chao Xing and the others did. "I still need to learn and practice." "It's okay, just take it slow." Chao Xing chuckled, feeling no regrets. After all, Sarah's current combat power is already strong enough. According to the plan, she and Isabel can easily take on 4 legendaries simultaneously. Then, bestowing a blessing upon King Velan, even if he's weak, should be no problem taking on a single legendary. That's at least 5 legendaries in total. Next, as long as Brown can reach level 100, he could also break through to legendary status. With this massive beast's defensive power and the Shield of Origin, it could even withstand the attacks of 7 or 8 legendaries, and then, with a few dozen more divine power points, I could give Mernina legendary power too. In other words, if Chao Xing mobilized his entire force, he could simultaneously take on at least 10 legendaries, perhaps even more. After reaching this conclusion, he grinned widely. The Watchers would never have guessed I amassed 2 more legendaries in such a short time. If you dare to come at me now, I just pull out 4 or 5 legendaries and scare you to death, ha ha. Of course, Chao Xing wasn't too proud. After all, while the idea was beautiful, it was still some distance from his target. Before that, he needed some time to develop. Besides, the enemy had more demigod-level warriors than they did. Chao Xing didn't have the means to deal with such a powerful foe. But regardless, he had acquired even greater self-defense abilities in the Blood Expansion Pack. Then, Chao Xing's gaze turned to the furtive figure in a black robe behind him. It was King Velan. This man had been keeping a low profile since arriving in the territory, seemingly trying to conceal his presence. But it was clear that Chao Xing would not ignore him. "Zevelin." At the sound of the voice, King Velan paused and slowly turned, a look of embarrassment and unease on his face. Lord. King Velan's tone was a little stiff, clearly still uncomfortably unused to the situation. As the king of a nation, he felt a certain discomfort in addressing a young man as Lord. Chao Xing's expression was calm, and he said bluntly, "Just now in the palace, there were some questions I couldn't ask you. Now tell me, where is the treasury of your kingdom of Vilan?" At this, Vilan's expression changed, and his eyes flickered. After a moment, he hesitated. "The treasures in the palace have all been taken away by the Watchers." Chao Xing frowned, his gaze fixed on King Vilan. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate his heart. Chapter 600. Chao Xing looked at King Vilan with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, "You mean, a country as vast as the kingdom of Vilan doesn't have any hidden resources? You've stored all the nation's wealth in the palace? You've got to think this through. The contract states that you can't keep anything from me. Otherwise, you'd be punished according to the rules." Faced with his questioning, King Vilan, a legendary figure, felt a tinge of fear. After a moment, as if making a decision, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Indeed. There's another secret place. I've hidden part of the kingdom's wealth there. In addition to a large amount of crowns and other resources, there are also rare treasures I've collected from around the world. Among them, there's even a legendary weapon." Chao Xing nodded secretly. This guy really has something else hidden. After hearing the last sentence, his interest was piqued again. "What kind of legendary weapon is it?" Sulan said slowly. "It's an ancient great bow, said to hold a trace of the power of time." "The power of time?" A gleam of light flashed in Chao Xing's eyes, and he pressed, "Tell me where this place is." King Vilan hesitated, then whispered, "I can tell you, but I like one condition." Hearing this fellow bargaining, Chao Xing's face flickered with displeasure, and his eyes grew cold. Meeting his gaze, King Vilan felt a surge of pressure, as if he feared someone this old would summon his men and slaughter him. But in the end, Chao Xing still shook his head. "Tell me, what are your conditions?" King Vilan breathed a sigh of relief, then said solemnly, "I want the same power as you. I can sense that the powerful within this territory possess a mysterious force. This force allows them to possess combat prowess beyond their peers, especially that assassin and that holy light sage of the church. They've just broken through, and are even more powerful than someone like me who's reached legendary status hundreds of years ago." Chao Xing was instantly delighted upon hearing this. He thought it was some other condition, but that was it. In fact, even if King Vilan hadn't mentioned it, Chao Xing would have granted him these statuses. After all, he still need him as cannon fodder, charging into battle. Since he brought it up now, it saved a lot of trouble. "Okay, I agree to this condition. Now tell me the location of the treasure vault." King Vilan gradually breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chao Xing's agreement. He glanced around and whispered cautiously, "The hidden treasure vault lies deep within the Great Black Bar Lake. Within that lake lies a powerful guardian, who will attack any creature that dares enter. I've also placed a special seal on the vault. No one but me can open it. I can take you there." Chao Xing nodded, already making a plan. Constrained by the rules and contracts, King Vilan dared not deceive himself. "Okay, I understand. Now, I send someone over to bestow the blessing upon you." So, Chao Xing summoned all the powerful warriors in the territory, who possessed status-enhancing abilities, and began unleashing various status-enhancing abilities on King Vilan. Buzz! Buzz! With each skill unleashed, King Vilan's aura began to grow. Those minor abilities might seem insignificant to a legendary warrior like him, but the cumulative effect was considerable. Furthermore, with the addition of Thunder Dragon's Descent, Blessing of Strength, and Frost Shield, which all provided percentage-enhancing abilities, King Vilan's aura instantly surged. His spirit and strength increased by 20%, and his damage taken decreased by 20%. For a legendary warrior, this 20% increase was a massive improvement. Additionally, the Black Smoke Totem and the Sacrifice of Doom combined to increase his critical strike chance by 50%. There were also the Queen's Will, Black Mist Totem, Wind Wings, Warhorn, and other speed-boosting abilities. A full 200% increase. A legendary level warrior's movement speed is already quite fast, but with it nearly tripled, it's truly lightning fast. In their ultimate burst, they can even cover over 10 kilometers in a second. Even King Vilan felt the surge of power within him, his face flushed with excitement. "Incredible! I feel like my strength is almost approaching that of a high-level legend. Lord, this power is truly amazing." Chao Xing smiled, inwardly sighing, percentage-boosting skills are truly powerful. If only Mu Shui could break through to legendary. Not only would she be able to learn that legendary status skill, but she also gain a 50% boost to her 4-dimensional attributes. At the same time, the stats of skills, like Blessing of Courage and Blessing of Aurora, will also increase dramatically. By then, With a single blessing from her, even a level 1 polar man will likely have over 100,000 attack points. Thinking of this, a sense of hope dawned within him. Then, Chao Xing examined King Velan and saw that his health was in a very unhealthy state, barely reaching 1/10. He even had the additional stat weakness added to his status. During his time in the Watcher's hands, this guy looked like he suffered a lot. Such a weakened legend would be a deadly threat if he were to escape. Chao Xing instructed Isabel, cast Revelation, him on him. Yes, my lord. The Sage of Holy Light slowly raised his staff, and a ball of light imbued with immense vitality descended. Buzz! King Velan's body blazed brightly. At 409,618,454. A full 400 million healing points instantly brought his health back to full capacity. Zevlin felt the changes in his body with amazement. Gods behold, all my injuries have healed. Is this the healing power of the Holy Light Sage? Terrifying. For a man who had lived for thousands of years, he now acted like a child seeing the world for the first time. Chao Xing was speechless, then asked Zevlin, "What weapon do you use in battle?" Hearing this question, Zevlin lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Well, actually, I'm a lightning mage." A lightning mage? Chao Xing suddenly smiled. Before this, he had obtained a crystal dragon scale. This item grants immunity to all lightning attacks, making it the nemesis of all lightning classes. In other words, if a fight came to a head, Severin might not even be his match. But no matter what, a legendary mage was still quite powerful, especially one known for being the most powerful lightning mage. He rummaged through his backpack and actually found a level 110 epic staff. It was called the Immolator's Wand, orange, and its stats were quite good. The epic special effect on it was to consume 30% of the player's health, increasing the damage of the next skill by 100%, even affecting legendary skills. He simply tossed the staff over. "Take it." King Velan instinctively took it. Then, he slowly grasped the staff, his demeanor changing instantly. The previous sleazy air was gone, replaced by a sense of majesty and dominance. A vast magical aura erupted from him, imbued with the power of thunder. Crackle. Crackle. His black robe fluttered without a trace of wind, and he seemed bathed in lightning, a halo of lightning swirling around him, like the descending dot of thunder. The entire territory seemed enveloped by this powerful force of thunder, and the air was filled with heart-pounding energy fluctuations. Thankfully, these thunderbolts did not harm anyone else. This fellow was truly a veteran legend. The strength he displayed now surpassed even that of Isabel, who had recently broken through. In the distance, Volibear and Vimni, both a man and a bear, wielded the power of thunder. Bathed in thunder, he felt his power surge dramatically. The dragon shaman, Vimni, exclaimed, "A legendary thunder mage? Truly powerful. If it's him, perhaps there's a chance he can tame that legendary thunder dragon." He glanced at King Velan, then at his overlord, a thoughtful look in his eyes. At this moment, having recovered to peak form, Zevlin withdrew all of his thunder power. His demeanor once again turned sullen, and with a wry smile he said, "Thank you, Lord Chao." Chao Xing waved his hand and glanced at his stat panel. Zevlin Donchi. Race, human. Level 125, 17, 234, 300/2, 700, 000, legendary creature. Potential, domination. Divine power, 78/350, regenerates 3 points of divine power naturally daily. HP, 418, 000, 000/418, 000, 000, Pale Tree bonus. Attack damage, 1,054,162 to 1,085,252, Leadership plus Blessing of Courage plus Blessing of Strength. Armor, 71,492 to 73,521. Attributes, Strength 115,242, Blessing of Strength, Agility 96,372, Spirit 163,925, Thunder Dragon's Descent, Constitution 93,112. Skills, Legendary Lightning Mastery, including Chain Lightning, Channel Lightning, and Static Coil, equals 24 small spells, 7 medium spells, 3 advanced spells. Commander level skill, Thunder Wings, concentrates a large amount of lightning element, creating a pair of enormous wings that increase movement speed by 50%. Each attack has a chance to trigger Chain Lightning, lasting 120 seconds, with a 30-minute cooldown. Dominant level domain, Thunder Domain, reduces the lightning resistance of all nearby enemies by 30%, and increases the chance of paralysis by 30% when attacked by lightning. Hero Spell. Forbidden Spell. Chiori summons a large flock of Thunderbirds to launch a suicidal attack on the enemy. Each Thunderbird deals damage equal to its own attack power asterisk 158%. Maximum number of summons. Spirit asterisk 10. Forbidden Spell cooldown. 10 hours. Legendary Spell. 5 Thunderbolts. Consumes 10 divine power. Chance for 5 seconds. Concentrates a massive amount of thunder. And deals 5 devastating thunder strikes to a single target below. Each thunder strike reduces the target's lightning resistance by 10%. The first thunder strike deals damage equal to 2,500% of the player's attack power. Each subsequent thunder strike increases the damage by 500%, but also increases the spiritual power consumption. Cooldown, 24 hours. Talent, Advanced Lightning Elemental Affinity, increases casting speed by 40% when channeling the lightning element. Satisfaction, 54. Loyalty, 68. After reviewing this guy's stats, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. Wow, this lightning spell seems quite powerful. Unlike Assam, Sarah, and the others, who only have a few skills, Zweilen, a lightning mage with over 900 years of experience, has mastered a wide range of lightning spells. Therefore, all of his spells were integrated into legendary lightning mastery. In addition, he also had a hero-level forbidden spell and a legendary-level large spell, especially the latter legendary spell. 5 Thunder Divine Punishment. It was actually a single-target legendary spell, 5 lightning strikes. The first one's damage coefficient reached 2,500%, and after 5, it shot up to 4,500%. If all hit, it would deal at least 100 or 200 million in damage. Even a legendary of the same rank wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of output. Chao Xing said, Zolan, you're truly a genius. King Velan looked at him bewilderedly. Very good, follow me, and you have a good life. Hearing this, the king's mouth twitched again. He felt a sense of déjà vu about the scene before him. When he had assembled his armed forces and founded the kingdom of Velan, he had told his men the same thing. He knew Chao Xing was just making promises, and that he would most likely be the one to fight in the dangerous battles. But now, under someone else's roof, he had to bow his head. Besides, Chao Xing had just demonstrated his powerful healing abilities, so he wasn't worried about injuries. Zeverin smiled broadly. Okay, Lord. I do my best. Chao Xing patted his shoulder with satisfaction and told him to stand aside and wait. With this, he had finally digested his gains. The improvement was enormous. 2 new legendary-level fighters had been added to the territory, adding to the strength of the 4 heroes. The potential of Baymax and Braum had also increased the commander's power. Chao Xing sighed. Now everything is ready. Next, it's time for me to take the initiative and deal with the Blood Legion. At the same time, Chao Xing opened the chat channel. A flood of information suddenly flashed before him. The surviving lords of the 4 major regions are primarily located in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, with a few in other kingdoms. However, since the last update, the system has removed map restrictions, and now everyone can freely travel to other regions. It took him about 3 minutes to scan the chat channel. Chao Xing had a rough idea of the current situation. Currently, the number of blood teleportation pillars across the world has jumped from 38 to 45. In less than 2 hours, another 7 were added. This also means that over 30 million blood armies have been teleported into this world. The number of kingdoms under attack has increased from 4, or 5 to 6 or 7. In the Ice Crystal Kingdom alone, there are 7 blood teleportation pillars. There is one in the Snowstorm Plains where Chao Xing is, and another in the neighboring Bliss Wilds. Millions of blood armies are wreaking havoc everywhere, and countless survivors are under attack. Chao Xing closed the chat channel, pondered his thoughts, and quickly formulated his next course of action. The key to this expansion lies in the blood teleport pillars. We need to destroy as many as possible to have any hope of defeating the Blood Legion. In that case, first destroy the one in the Snowstorm, then proceed to the Blissbane Wilds and destroy the other one. Then march north, attacking the Everfrost capital. Following the map, eliminate all blood teleport pillars throughout the Ice Crystal Kingdom. This will free up the Ice Crystal Kingdom's forces to support other countries, effectively containing the Blood Legion. Ultimately, drive the Blood Legion completely from this world. Of course, the idea is beautiful, but actual implementation is bound to lead to various unexpected events. If Chao Xing's entire team mobilizes, the territory's defenses will undoubtedly be insufficient. If the Blood Legion invades en masse, it will be too late to send reinforcements. So, to carry out the operation, I must have a sufficiently secure rear base. At the very least, we must first eliminate the Blood Legion from the entire snowstorm. No trace of the Blood Legion can be seen within a 500-kilometer radius of our territory. At this thought, his gaze gradually hardened. Then, he pressed the communication device on his ear and quickly asked, Duke Palatine, this is Chao Xing. ZZZZ. Ding. Snap. Soon, the sound of electricity echoed in his ears, along with the clash of various weapons. Some large-scale battle seemed to be taking place on Duke Palatine's side. Soon, the undead Duke spoke from the side. Lord Chao Xing, please speak. Your Excellency, are you encountering any fighting here? Paladin replied, yes, a group of nearly 50,000 Blood Legion troops are being surrounded by the Undead Legion. General Tyrannus has already led his troops to break up their formation. Lord Chao Xing, there is no need to worry. Chao Xing felt a sense of relief, knowing that with their strength, an enemy of this size would not be a problem. He continued, Your Excellency, please tell me the number of your Undead Legion troops. The sound of swords swung again echoed from the other side. Duke Paladin casually killed a Blood Legion centurion and replied, According to the intelligence you provided, we've been rushing at full speed these past few days to areas with large concentrations of undead, transforming them all into Ascalonian undead. Currently, General Tyrannus and I, combined, command over 500,000 undead troops. There are approximately 3 8-tier overlords as powerful as Commander Tyrannus. Hearing this figure, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. Although a few heroes were nothing to him now, a 500,000-strong undead army was still a formidable force. Chapter 601. Chao Xing said, Very well, Your Excellency. Now muster all the undead forces. After you have eliminated the enemy, proceed to the Blissband Wilds and wait for me. Next, we will take the initiative and attack the Blood Legion. Hearing Chao Xing's words about taking the initiative, Duke Paladin immediately understood what he meant. He solemnly said, I understand, Lord Chao Xing. I will depart for the Blissband Wilds with General Tyrannus now. The two quickly hung up. After arranging matters with the undead forces, Chao Xing opened the Legion chat channel and spoke. To all brothers of the Spark Legion, I am Chao Xing. As the Legion commander, he rarely speaks on the Legion channel. Even with the world in turmoil, many survivors of the Spark Legion still noticed his comments. Holy crap! Captain Chao Xing has spoken. Ha ha. You heard it. Captain Chao Xing just called me brother. Hello, Captain. Good afternoon, Captain Chao Xing. Amidst the chorus of greetings, Deputy Captain Ji Xinyue took the lead and asked, Captain, have you encountered the Blood Legion in your territory? Chao Xing replied, My territory is safe for now. Now, I want to discuss one matter, and the Spark Legion's upcoming actions. Hearing this, the surviving lords of the entire Legion grew serious, awaiting Chao Xing's next words. Next, all brothers from the divisions, take all combatants and head to the Legion headquarters. If any of the other divisions' territories are under attack, everyone should provide support whenever possible. Even if you are under siege, never give up, persevere. I wipe out the entire Blood Legion in the snowstorm in no time. Hearing this, bewilderment filled the eyes of the survivors in the chat channel. By now, everyone knew how terrifying the Blood Legion was, and now, Chao Xing was saying he was going to wipe out the entire Blood Legion in this snowstorm. What kind of a concept was that? That's a full 5 million Blood Legion troops. Among them were numerous level 6 and 7 masters, and even level 8 and higher heroes. Even the Ice Crystal Kingdom's army wouldn't dare claim to be able to wipe out so many monsters. They even thought they were seeing things, but for some reason, they couldn't help but believe this man could do it. Yao Yiming was the first to respond. We got it, Captain. The lords of the other divisions also spoke up. Instantly, the entire Spark Legion, and the vast majority of the surviving lords, sprang into action. They were to lead all their combatants to Spark Legion headquarters. After arranging matters at the Legion, Chao Xing quickly called out, All combatants, assemble. At the command, thousands of combatants from across the territory emerged from their rooms. In less than 2 minutes, they were assembled. Thousands of them turned their heads, gazing at their lord with resolute eyes. Chao Xing quickly issued the next order. Now, except for 100 Ascalon warriors, who will remain to defend the territory. All other warriors will join me in the battle against the Blood Legion. Although these warriors had not participated in the battle for the Kingdom of Velan, they knew from the blood pillars surrounding them that the Blood Rebellion had already broken out. Mentally, they were already prepared for battle. Chao Xing continued, From now on, follow the previous team arrangement, 100 men per team. Each team must be led by a master of at least level 70, and then split up. All heroic units above level 8, you will each go to various locations in the snowstorm to stop the Blood Legion. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, immediately request assistance via the communication device. Chao Xing had already understood this. Currently, most of the monsters appearing in the Blood Legion are level 40 or 50, with some high-level blood soldiers of level 60 or 70 among them. Occasionally, masters, heroes, centurions, and thousands would appear. However, these thousands generally avoided attacking survivor territories or towns, focusing instead on attacking larger cities. After all, for them, conquering any number of survivor territories was not as profitable as conquering a single city. And with the strength of the warriors in their own territories, even if they did encounter a heroic-level centurion, they would not be without a fight. If these Blood Legion centurions were unlucky and encountered the core combatants of their own territory, they might even be unilaterally crushed. After a pause, Chao Xing continued, "Now, everyone, begin. We must swiftly eliminate all Blood Legion troops from the snowstorm and create a safe rear." Their expressions suddenly straightened, and they simultaneously drew their weapons. They shouted in unison, "We will carry out your will, respected lord." With the sound of flapping wings, a pair of transparent wind wings appeared behind them. Yes, every combatant had a pair of wind wings on their backs. Because Wind Mage Alan had already learned the spell Wind Wings, combined with Goddess Nessa's blessing aura, it effectively granted everyone permanent flight. Even the polar dwellers could now fly and gather resources at the same time. Clatter! A series of piercing sounds echoed. Over 2,000 figures quickly soared into the air, then split into more than 20 teams and headed in different directions. The heroic warriors, such as Assam, Binglan, Green Snake Lana, and Brown, each chose a direction and headed for the more distant areas. With a nearly 200% movement speed bonus, they vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Now, 6 figures remained in the center of the territory. Besides Chao Xing, there were also Holy Light Sage Isabel, Valkyrie Marinina, King Zedalin of Elan, and the Dark Elves Sarah and Lu Mushua. Aside from Lu Mushua, the other 4 were the strongest fighters in his territory. Chao Xing first glanced at Isabel beside him, then said, "Next, I need you to carry out a special mission. You go first." He quickly issued a series of instructions. The Holy Light Sage bowed slightly and said respectfully, "I have committed your instructions to the task and will complete it." With a flick of her hand, she summoned a light shuttle, which appeared at her feet. Then it swiftly flew into the air, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the horizon. Chao Xing then glanced at the red-haired figure beside him and instructed Marlenina. "Your mission is to reach the large human gathering places in the snowstorm plains and stop the Blood Legion's heroic warriors. If there are any small Blood Legion units along the way, we can easily deal with them." When Chao Xing first awakened the remains of the Valkyrie, it possessed only a rudimentary level of consciousness, like a newborn baby. But after this period of training, her intelligence has fully reached that of a normal human, capable of executing all manner of complex commands. The Valkyrie nodded slightly, her red hair swaying in the air. An ethereal voice emanated from beneath her golden mask. "Yes, master." With that, a pair of transparent wind wings appeared behind her, quickly vanishing into the air. 5 figures remained. King Velan, staff in hand, cautiously asked, Lord Chao Xing, is there anything I can do for you?" At his address, Chao Xing glanced at him. He quickly corrected himself, smiling broadly, "Lord, please command." He was eager to demonstrate his worth. He feared Chao Xing would deem him useless and order his men to kill him for the gold. Chao Xing shook his head and said calmly, "You don't need to take action yet. Just stay in my bag for now." "Huh? Going into that bag again?" King Velan seemed reluctant. Although safe in the necromancer's bag, it was pretty boring with nothing to do. Chao Xing rolled his eyes at him. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to stay in the bag, I let you deal with the Watcher leader. It's your choice." Hearing this, King Velan immediately shrank back and chuckled dryly. "Then I stay in the bag, hee." Chao Xing shook his head speechlessly, then looked at Sarah beside him, his tone softening a bit. "Sarah, you need to stay in the bag for a while." The reason for this was, naturally, because the 2 men's legendary power hadn't yet been revealed. Currently, the Watcher knew only that Chao Xing possessed 1 legendary power. So, with the situation still uncertain, he needed to keep his trump card hidden. The Dark Elf, without hesitation, said respectfully, "I follow your orders, my lord." "Okay." Chao Xing took out the necromancer's bag and, with a flick of his hand, took the 2 men inside. Only Chao Xing and Lu Mushua remained. Mushua, let's move together and clear out the Blood Legion in this snowstorm. Okay, Xing, the Aurora Knight replied softly. Then he immediately assumed the form of a four-winged war angel. Buzz! Pristine white wings spread, and a sacred angel instantly emerged. Then, the two soared high into the sky. Reaching an altitude of approximately 5,000 meters, the view had become quite expansive. Looking up, one could see an area of hundreds of kilometers around. But the most eye-catching thing was the blood teleportation pillar, over 200 kilometers away. Like a blood-red sword piercing the sky, it emitted bursts of blood mist, dyeing the sky 100 miles in radius crimson, a dazzling sight. If this teleportation pillar were destroyed, the Blood Legion would be unable to use this teleportation array to transport more blood troops. However, Cao Xing's current target wasn't that pillar, but the Blood Army wreaking havoc in the raging snowfield. After searching around for a while, his sight instantly locked onto a snowy patch, perhaps dozens of kilometers away. There was a blood-red mark. And wherever there was blood red, it meant the Blood Legion was present. Mushua, let's go! The next moment, two figures rushed forward at a speed exceeding 1,000 meters per second. In the lower reaches of the Lady River, a vast territory nestled beside a dense forest. It was surrounded by abundant timber resources, and the Lady River also had a large population of fish, which could be used as food. This was the headquarters of the Ice Tiger Legion, stationed with over 1,000 combatants. The walls towered, and arrow towers stood in a multitude. Among the survivors' territories, this territory was considered quite impressive in terms of strength and size. And yet, now, a 5,000-man Blood Legion had completely surrounded this territory. After a fierce battle, the Ice Tiger Legion's various arrow towers had been destroyed, and even the walls were riddled with holes, poised to collapse at any moment. Now, the combatants of the entire territory had gathered in the central area. Everyone's expression was solemn, ready for a desperate fight. Strangely, however, this bloody army, already possessing a commanding advantage and ready to burst into the territory and slaughter at any moment, did not immediately attack the survivors. Instead, they maintained a strange standoff, like the calm before the storm. The survivors stood on full alert, whispering to each other. Damn it! These disgusting guys have surrounded us, but they're not attacking us. What are they trying to do? I don't know. Their stench is so pungent, it makes me want to throw up. Keep your voice down. These guys will understand, and might wipe us out in no time. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a burly figure clad in blood-red armor gradually emerged from the blood-stained army. He walked with steady steps, a rich aura of blood emanating from his body. His eyes swept over the group of survivors with a look of deep interest, as if he were observing his prey. Wu Xinghu, the leader, fixed his gaze on the enemy before him. The enemy's information also appeared before him. Blood Legion Centurion, Stella Pytail. Level 70. Potential, Commander. This is a Commander-level Centurion. Wu Xinghu's heart sank. An enemy of this caliber was a nightmare for them. Even under normal circumstances, even with the combined might of the entire territory, defeating such a foe would only come at a heavy price. But now, the enemy outnumbers them, and the situation is even more dire. At the same time, the Centurion looked at the group of survivors and his subjects, who were bracing themselves for battle, a smile playing on his lips. Hee. A weak lord from another world, surrounded by us, yet still trying to put up a final resistance. You're quite courageous. Now, I give you two choices. Accept the power of blood and become a member of our Blood Legion. Or, melt into blood and become the energy we use to activate the blood transmission pillar. The survivors looked at each other, a moment of silence falling. Before they could react, a system notification rang out in everyone's ears. Do you agree to the recruitment of Blood Legion Centurion Stella Pytail? Agree. You will relinquish your status as survivor lords, embrace the power of blood, transform into members of the Blood Legion, and obey their command. Reject, continue to resist. Faced with this choice, the survivors were stunned. Shit! Joining the Blood Legion? Are you kidding me? Hey, I never expected this to happen. I was wondering what these guys were doing, standing here without taking action. What are they trying to do? So they want us to join the Blood Legion. Seeing the terms, they naturally didn't want to agree. After all, who wants to become a disgusting monster if not a proper lord? However, there were simply too many Blood Legion soldiers besieging this place. If they didn't agree, they would be quickly overwhelmed. For a moment, everyone was at a loss as to what to do. In this oppressive atmosphere, time slowly slipped by. After a few seconds, the Blood Legion Centurion seemed to lose his patience. He sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. The time has come, poor fellows. You've lost your only chance. Now, become part of the blood. He raised his right hand and waved it gently. The other blood soldiers understood his meaning. 5,000 blood soldiers, pouring in from all directions like a tide. The survivor's eyes suddenly lit up with horror. I didn't expect these guys to attack just like that. Wait a minute. I'm willing to join the Blood Legion. Fuck. Big brother, give me another chance. Big brother, don't kill me, I really do. Give me a chance. These survivors knew that agreeing now offered them a glimmer of hope, perhaps even a chance to become normal humans again someday. If they refused, they would truly be dead. However, once the frenzied Blood Legion launched its attack, they wouldn't listen to their pleas for mercy. Blood-drenched blades, accompanied by a whistling sound, were about to strike down upon them. Leader Wuxing, who knew these men wanted to annihilate them all. Instantly, he tightened his grip on his great sword and shouted, "Brothers of the Ice Tiger Legion, raise your weapons. Let's defeat these guys together. Even if we die, we get our money's worth by taking a few." The other survivors' expressions straightened. When the Blood Legion began its assault on their territory, after their initial shock, they were now prepared for death. All right. Let's defeat these disgusting creatures together. Everyone was ready for a desperate fight. Just as the Blood Army was about to overwhelm the survivors, everyone suddenly felt the sky above them light up. Everyone instinctively looked up. The next moment, a sacred figure with 4 white wings on its back, wielding a holy war blade, appeared in the sky. She held an ancient war blade, like an ancient sword of judgment. From the blade, a powerful light burst forth, as if it could purify everything in the world. Buzz! The purifying light instantly showered down. The moment all the blood soldiers below came into contact with this light, it was like ice and snow encountering a blazing flame. Their bodies melted and disintegrated in an instant. Bang! 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 A large number of blood soldiers exploded on the spot, turning into a pool of blood. Followed by this, terrifying damaged figures emerged. -1,152,961. -1,481,094. -1,382,628. -1,329,781. -1,203,415. Within a kilometer radius, at least 3,000 bloody soldiers were instantly killed and wiped out by this single blow.